Ding, the Super God selection system has been activated. Hokage World, Time Node, born in the same year as Wave Feng Shuman. Please select your birth. 1. The Uchiha family. Reward the writing wheel eye opening, and get 10 times the pupil power. 2. The Hyuga clan. Reward 10 times the talent of Jukwon cultivation. 3. Civilians. Reward excess chakra talent. 10 times the talent of ninjutsu cultivation. One after another peaceful voices sounded in Su Cheng's mind. Ling Sucheng inadvertently opened his eyes and saw a soft white light, unable to discern heaven and earth, direction, or even one's own body. Clams? What's going on? Wasn't I struck by lightning? How can I still be conscious? Is this a dream? Or is it really about to be reborn, and it is also bound to the system Goldfinger often seen in novels? Sucheng was a little confused about the situation, and anyone who suddenly gave it like this would feel whether he was still alive in a dream. And if it's really that cruel Hokage world, do you still use the choice? As a pure Hokage fan, he has been wandering around the senior party of the major post-bar forums for many years. Su Cheng knew Hokage too well. In the world of Naruto, weakness is the original sin, and the ninjas here learn the skill of killing at a few years old, and they can go to the battlefield of killing at the age of 10, such as Kakashi, who became a shinobi at the age of 12 with his real strength. There are better options, definitely better ones. Although Hinata is a Hao clan, it is still far worse than Uchiha, and throughout the Hokage, it is basically the Uchiha clan who is stirring up the wind and rain. And the Hyuga family said that it was not an exaggeration to beat soy sauce throughout the process. And civilians, in addition to real genius plus luck. Yes, the entire ninja world is supposed to say that civilian ninjas are the most, but in addition to Jiraiya, Watergate and a few other lucky people can rise. Most of the others died halfway. With unremitting efforts, genius can also surpass. This famous quote of Xiao Li, which touched countless people, also proved his mistake in the end. Maybe genius can surpass, but how to surpass when encountered? And Uchiha has a basis for opening and hanging even if there is no system. Of course, it should not be the night of extermination, or the eve of the extermination. And the birth period of Bofeng Shuman is still a long time after the extinction of the Uchiha clan. So which one to choose, do you still need to say? Ding, please choose the host as soon as possible. After 1 minute before the decision is completed, random selection will be carried out. The peaceful voice just now reappeared, and only then did Chen Yu come back to his senses. I choose 1. With this choice falls. A dazzling light quickly filled Su Cheng's consciousness. The Uchiha clan is famous for their ability to excel at one of the 3 major pupil techniques. Uchiha is a descendant of Indra, the eldest son of the Rokido immortals, inherits the Eye of the Immortals and fights a war with the Senju clan for many years, and eventually Uchiha and Senju Kyuma jointly established the village of Konoha. Tuanfan is not only its family emblem but also symbolizes its ability to fire escape, and is known as Tuanfan Ujibo. Today is the big day of the Uchiha family, because the patriarch Uchiha Jinjian has harvested another unicorn, Makoto Uchiha, 5 years younger than his eldest son, Uchiha Fugaku, and has an unparalleled talent. The first time he opened his eyes after birth, he found that he had a jade writing wheel eye. This is the fastest super genius ever to open the Sharingan. Uchiha Jinjian immediately blocked the news desperately. Naruto World, Konoha Village, Ninja School. The setting sun was shining across the campus, and it was now school time, and the ninja cadets walked out of the school in 2s and 3s, and several children gathered in a cold shop outside the school gate. Boss, drink iced watermelon. The boss is tired of a day of activity, right? I'll beat your legs for you. The boss, that oil girl Jiwei is coming out. Do you go through the procedure or hit directly? The eldest in their mouth, the 8-year-old Su Cheng, oh no, is now called Uchiha Makoto. Makoto Uchiha was lying comfortably in his chair drinking chilled watermelon. 2 little boys on the left and right beat his legs, and a little boy behind him held a Tuanfan fan for him to cool down. 8 years have passed since the birth of the choice. Through some selection rewards that appear from time to time, Uchiha has already entered the elite shinobi level when he is still in the ninja school, and it is estimated that he can reach the special shinobi after a few more rewards. Finally, have some confidence in this world that hangs all over the place. It is even more against the sky than Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5, was a 6-year-old shinobi, and was especially shinobi at the age of 10. Don't say I'm open, everyone is each other. However, sometimes I really suspect that this Super God selection system is actually a villain selection system. See what options this is. 1. Be friends with the oil girl Jiwei. Reward, the total amount of chakra is increased by 30%. 2. Mock the oil girl Jiwei. Reward, the total amount of chakra is increased by 30%. 3. Fat beat the oil girl Ji slightly. Reward, the total amount of chakra is increased by 50%. With these options to pull hatred and bully, Makoto Uchiha became the existence of the great demon king in the ninja school, which greatly increased the negative popularity of the Uchiha clan. Of course, it's okay to ignore these options, but this is helpless to improve yourself, and it will soon be the second Ninja World War. Don't catch these cute experience babies brush a wave of experience and become cannon fodder in the future? What's more, let them realize the cruelty of the ninja world in advance, so that they have a better chance of living. Forward? It seems that they all survived the Second Ninja World War. Well, then let them leave one more tear in the ninja school, and at least one less drop of blood will be shed on the battlefield in the future. Of course, the most important thing is, you are cool. If you are reborn once and shrink your head and brain, what is the difference between that and a dead fish? Dominating the ninja world starts with the doll. As for being a friend, I have no friends in my life, and I only have a younger brother. Up, give me a direct call. Uchiha beckoned the younger brother to give him a fat beating. Oil Girl Shiwei, the father of Oil Girl Shino, one of the 12 little strongmen in the future. Today, after school, I found a colorful flying insect in the school, liked it, and ended up staying late at school. After catching it, he went back to prepare for research and training, and walked at the school gate. Makoto Uchiha, the great demon who discovered Megatron's campus, was walking towards him with his little brother. My heart suddenly clicked. Makoto, Brother Chang. Oil Nu Jiwei was the first to whisper hello. Brother Chang? Every time I hear this honorific, I always feel strange. It seems that the protagonist of an anime in a previous life was called Brother Makoto, but I can't remember it specifically. Baga, is Brother Chang your name? I want to call the boss, but your kid who plays bugs every day is not worthy of being the boss's little brother. Play disgusting bugs every day. I have long seen you unpleasant. Makoto Uchiha's younger brothers gathered forward one after another, making excuses while rolling their sleeves and preparing for the boss's order. Oil Girl Jiwei, huh? Makoto Uchiha looked at the colorful unicorn fairy that he was carefully guarding in his hand. He said, I don't care if you like to raise bugs, but you shouldn't steal my unicorn. Hooligans will beat people brainlessly. We are not hooligans, so we need a little excuse. Well, although I don't believe in this excuse myself. Nonsense, I caught it with my own hands on the tree. Yunazi's face turned slightly red. That's right, I kept it on the tree, I don't put it on, how can you catch it? Too lazy to tell you, call me. In an instant, 3 fists landed on Oil Nu Jiwei. But the voice that came back was indeed a heavy tuck. I saw that the body of the Oil Girl Jiwei turned into a log. Avatar technique. The Oil Girl Jiwei, who appeared from the other side of the 3 younger brothers, wanted to fight back, but suddenly found a sandbag-sized fist appear on the side. It was Makoto Uchiha's fist, as if that fist had been waiting for the Oil Girl Jiwei. No one saw Makoto Uchiha's fleeting Sharingan. The ninja trainee's stand-in technique is rough and easy to see. With a bang, the Oil Girl Jiwei was instantly knocked to the ground. Then the 3 little brothers went up and beat them fat. Damn, have the ability to single out. What is the ability to bully people more? The Oil Girl with a blue nose and a swollen face shouted slightly unwillingly. Okay, give you a chance to single out. Give me a little more strength. In an instant, the fist that had been stopped rained down again. Didn't you say yes? Yes, you singled out a group of us, burst. Okay, almost, hand over the silver tails on my body, and even if the rare colored unicorn fairy is sold to you, the boss will cover you in the school in the future. Makoto Uchiha saw that it was almost the same, so he asked the little brother to stop. It's too bullying, this is obviously wild. Only 500 taels. Yunu Jiwei has a feeling that she wants to cry, and if she is beaten, she will be charged protection fees. Secretly vowed to redouble his hard training after going back, and he must find the field. Your Royal Lady clan is also a big clan, why is there so little change? The value of silver taels in this world is not very high, like the price of a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, the price ranges from 10s to 100 silver taels. Poor money, raising baby worms and the like, it costs money. And it's not as rich as you Uchiha. Well, seeing that you are honest, I will let you go this time, and give me 500 taels a week in the future, and whoever bullies you at school, report my name. Uchiha Makoto nodded. The whole school is about you bullying me, Yunazi muttered softly. Ha, what did you say? Not convinced? Of course, if you can beat me, it doesn't matter if I post you 500 taels. No, I'm convinced. Oil Girl Jiwei recalled the current strength of Makoto Uchiha and decided to avoid it first. Ding, congratulations on the increase in the total amount of chakra by 50%. Suddenly, I felt that the amount of chakra in my body suddenly increased by a large wave, and I probably felt that it was more than half of the previous amount. Suddenly, Makoto Uchiha's chakra amount can reach the amount of chakra that special shinobi can have. This is absolutely second to none among the generally low blue peers of the same age. Subsequently, Makoto Uchiha took out 200 taels to reward 3 doglegs for a wave, and gave 3 doglegs another wave of sycophancy with joy. The 3 civilian doglegs said that they would always hug Brother Chang's thigh, eat fragrant and spicy food, and avoid being bullied by others. At this time, the Hokage office was peeking at the 3 generations of Hokage through the crystal ball, allowing a dark ministry to carry on Makoto Uchiha's information. Makoto Uchiha, a fourth-year student at a ninja school, 8 years old. Usually the written test results are very poor, but the combat practice shows amazing combat power. A class such as Fang Shuman, the original Iniga Butterfly, Hinata, Senju Rope Tree, Uchiha Mikado, etc. The second son of Uchiha's current patriarch Uchiha Kiiyan. Deeply loved by Uchiha Jinjian, it is estimated that he is too spoiled, resulting in Uchiha Makoto's arrogant and domineering character at a young age. Compared with his second son, Uchiha Jinjian strictly disciplined his eldest son Uchiha Fukyu, making Uchiha Fukyu appear mature and stable early. The most important thing is that these two are still geniuses. Usually, Makoto Uchiha behaves in school, but at most he only bullies civilians, and now he finally begins to bully the children of the great clan. This generation happens that the descendants of the major clans have extremely talented, such as the Senju clan, the Hyaga clan, and the 3 clans of the Hokage diehard supporter Iniga Butterfly. Alas, the Uchiha clan is really a genius race, and Konoha's future is worrying. You can't let Uchiha easily thwart the future of these Konoha. Let Jiraiya and Orochimaru choose a disciple in advance to cultivate. In this way, Uchiha's arrogance was suppressed. The 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun thought secretly. Then he said to the dark part in front of him, "Go and call Jiraiya and the big snake pill over." Yes. A moment later, Jiraiya and Orochimaru came to Hokage's office. The old man has something to say quickly. Now in the evening, the bathhouse. "Oh no, I'm busy gathering material for my creation." Before he could enter the door, he shouted loudly. The current Jiraiya and Orochimaru are still very young, and they have just become elite shinobi, and they look vigorous. The students of this ninja school have many geniuses, and I want you to find a few to cultivate in advance. Now there are constant small frictions in the major ninja villages, and it is estimated that in a few years, there will be no such peaceful days. The third generation Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "Do you have any candidates for fancy?" "Hey, don't say, I really like a child called Bofang Shuman. The last time I met him in the woods practicing shuriken throwing hard, seeing that he has a good talent and has my style back then, I guided him a few times. I didn't expect to teach him ninjutsu as soon as he learned it." Jiraiya grinned. "Senju Rope Tree, not bad," the big snake pill said lightly, and there was a rare eagerness in his eyes. During this period, the relationship between the Great Snake Pill and Tsunade was still very good, and the first time the original Great Snake Pill cried was when the Senju Rope Tree died as a disciple of the Great Snake Pill. It was also from that time that Tsunade and Orochimaru went further and further. The second tier was when the 3 generations were killed by it. The third generation glanced at the big snake pill, and then nodded. "Then let them become your disciples. But Senju Rope Tree, you have to tell Tsunade, Senju Rope Tree doesn't have the talent of a medical ninja, so Tsunade said earlier that I have time to teach Rope Tree to practice." Orochimaru responded. The third generation knocked on his pipe. "Recently, that little Uchiha in their class has been a little troublesome. I hope you can teach them carefully." The big snake pill and Zille also looked at each other, and instantly understood the old man's thoughts. Understood. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Uchiha Makoto came to the ninja school with a pinch. The ninja school was founded by the second generation of Hokage to cultivate ninjas. This gives many ordinary people the opportunity to become ninjas. At this time, it was only about 10 years since the emergence of the ninja school. So many aspects were far less perfect than when the original plot took place. The accumulation is almost the same, and today I will start to hit those children of the big clan one by one. Brother Chang, I have always treated me equally, and I actually hit one, and this time no one else can be left behind. In the past life, the campus of the earth could not guarantee safety and security from bullying, let alone the cruel Hokage world. The 3 younger brothers, Seong-de, Seong-er, and Seong-san, were waiting for the big driver at the school gate early. That's right, the names of these 3 little brothers are too ugly. What are the bear's eggs, Kamita? Makoto Uchiha directly gave them a simple and understandable nickname that matched their IQ. When the bell rang, Makoto Uchiha and his party entered the classroom. In an instant, dozens of eyes shot over in unison. "Makoto Uchiha is too arrogant. My Bagwazang can already reach 32 palms, just use him to practice hands," a white-eyed boy said to an identical white-eyed boy next to him. It is obviously the 2 brothers who are different from each other. "Brother Chang is so handsome, no matter how many times you watch it, it's not enough. A certain flower idiot. Go aside, Brother Chang is mine." Although he dragged, I have to admit that his strength is really good, and he beat up the senior students a few days ago. Makoto Uchiha ignored these whispers and sat down beside Mikoto Uchiha. "What did Brother Chang do after school yesterday? Why did you tell me to go home first?" Mikoto asked in a low voice with a slight blush. "Yesterday the bully went, can you tell you? In front of the girl, we must maintain a good image of justice and brilliance. Oh, yesterday I raised a colorful unicorn fairy on the palm tree on the west side of the school and gave it to Shia, the oil girl." There was some delay. The 2 glanced at Shia, the oil woman sitting in the back 2 rows. The oil girl Shia raised her head when she heard the voice, and the head that was swollen into a pig's head yesterday had obviously been treated, that is, there was still a slight bruise and purple patch on her face. What's wrong with his face? It seems to be injured. Mikoto is slightly authentic. It's nothing, he was so stupid, he climbed a tree and fell a few times, and then I couldn't look past it, and I went up and caught it with my own hands and gave it to him. Makoto responded with a grin, as if deliberately to give Shia the oil girl a hearing. Is this a threat? Shia, the oil girl in the back 2 rows, clenched her hands under the table. No wonder, I saw him move to tears. Unexpectedly, Shia the oil girl turned out to be a sensual person. I think he should be so aggrieved that he is about to cry. What a bully. Not good, the tears of anger welled up a little, and it was good that sunglasses were prepared. Shia, the oil girl, took out a brand new sunglasses from her backpack and fiercely covered her eyes that were half angry and half aggrieved and tearful. Dark tones filled the whole world, and it seemed that he also put armor on his heart. His mood gradually calmed down, and confidence slowly surged in his heart. I'm an oil woman, I'm not weak. There are just a lot of them. I love this sunglasses and don't want to take them off. Class bell rings. Nomura-sensei walked into the classroom with several large books, followed by a girl with bright red hair. Students, be quiet. Nomura-sensei stepped up to the podium, turned and knocked on the blackboard. Bang bang. Today, we will welcome a new classmate, everyone welcome. Nomura was the first to clap his palms. A few scattered applause followed, and the red-haired girl timidly walked up to the podium. Red hair? How strange. No one has such strange hair as her, like the color of red pepper. Why did you come to school now? This is from the outer village, right? My name is Uzumaki Jushine. Juzine felt the disgusted eyes of everyone around him, and his small hands unconsciously clenched into fists. My dream is, it is to become the first female Hokage in Konoha village. The last sentence was shouted vigorously with his eyes closed. That was her dream. This shout instantly interrupted the discussion that filled the classroom. After a short silence, what, Hokage, did she put us in her eyes? People from other villages who don't know the height of the sky, do you know how many geniuses we have this session? It's so funny, why, with her red hair. I won't give up the position of Hokage. Fuck off, it's like you're Hokage. Have you asked about my fist? The class erupted into bursts of laughter. Riling ensued. Joke, there are so many genius trainees in this class. They did not dare to shout out such a dream loudly, where it was the turn of an out-of-village man to ride on their heads and spread wilderness. Juzine clenched her teeth, and her bright eyes gradually turned mist. As a survivor who had just experienced the destruction of the country, she knew how important strength was. She just wants to be the strongest Hokage in the village to protect the peace. War? Death? I really don't want it anymore. Ding, please choose. 1. Help Juzine and angrily spray the class. Reward, one-handed ceiling. 2. Join the sequence of mocking Juzine. Bonus, physical fitness upgraded to the special shinobi level. 3. Ignore them and doze off on yourself. Reward, the total amount of chakra is increased by 50%. Chakra has reached a particularly tolerant amount due to the previous option. Rewards mostly choose chakra, which is enough for the time being, and the physical fitness is currently at the elite ninja level, and it is enough during the ninja school. Printing with one hand, but it is not something that can be learned through hard work. Many middle-level shinobi and even shadow-level characters will not seal this technique with one hand, so the other options look tempting, but they are far worse than the first one. Pick one. Boom! A loud sound of slapping the table came. Enough! Makoto Uchiha suddenly stood up. Are you qualified to laugh at other people's dreams? Sharp eyes looked around, staring at the boys who were making the most trouble. As an outvillager, I have the courage to say that my dream is to become Hokage. What about you? I don't even have the courage to say it. What qualifications do I have to make fun of other people's dreams? From now on, I will cover you in this class. Come, sit next to me. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the one-handed printing technique. The classrooms of the ninja school are similar to the lecture halls of the University Days of Earth, and the chairs in each row are benches with long tables. It is said that in the past, short chairs and short tables were also used, but unfortunately, the ninja trainees smashed the desks as soon as they fought, and they were smashed in 2 strokes. Mikoto Uchiha sat on Makoto's left, so she could only clear the position on the right-hand side. You, sit back for me. Just now you called the happiest. Makoto Uchiha said to the watermelon-headed boy sitting on his right. I didn't say a word at all, okay. The watermelon head is full of grievances, but think about Makoto Uchiha's fist. Forget it, the back is behind, and it is good to exercise your eyesight. Wow, Brother Chang is so handsome and domineering, worthy of being the man I fancy. Why didn't I say this dream earlier? Then I could also sit down. After a brief silence in the classroom, the idiots who were obsessed with Makoto Uchiha shouted, Well, Makoto Uchiha is right, don't easily laugh at other people's dreams, Jushina-san, you can go and sit down over there. Nomura shook his head with a smile and said to Juzine. Jushina gently sat next to Makoto Uchiha and whispered, "Thank you." Xiafei's cheeks and even her ears began to redden, and she didn't know whether it was shyness or the excitement of recognition. Then, start the official class now. Please turn to page 189 of the Introduction to Ninjaism Characteristic of Konoha's Will of Fire. Nomura opened the book and said in a loud voice, "This course is the easiest to score points in the compulsory course, I hope you don't give up. A good ninja first needs to have an immortal will and high moral cultivation, so that it will not be a puppet of power." Makoto Uchiha fell asleep directly. The name of this lesson is so loud, what Konoha Fire will feature shinobi? In fact, isn't it the ideological character class on Earth? It's so annoying, I originally hated this course the most, but I didn't expect to come to this world to study it again. Do I have a problem with my character? No, right? 3 good students every year. If the classmate who was bullied by Uchiha Makoto knew what he was thinking, he would definitely stand up and rebuke loudly, "Stinky and shameless." That, the teacher is lecturing, are you sleeping? Kushina reminded Makoto Uchiha in a low voice. Unfortunately, I didn't get any response, and if I listened carefully, I could hear a subtle snoring sound. Oh my god, this is falling asleep too fast. You can wake him up in other classes, as long as there is no malice in this class, and you beat the gong and drum in front of him, he will not wake up. A gentle and helpless voice came from the left side. By the way, my name is Mikato Uchiha. Nice to meet you. Juzine was busy looking to the left, a beautiful girl with long black and silky hair was smiling at her, and the gentleness revealed between her eyebrows was as approachable as the sister next door. "Hello, my name is Juzine and I am very happy to meet my sister." Juzine hurriedly responded. "Sister? We may be the same age in the same class, but you actually called me sister, and I'll take good care of you in the future, hee hee." Uchiha Mikato winked playfully. "Okay, this is your first class, listen carefully, I will take good notes for Brother Chang." "Yes, Sister Mikato." The sleepy morning passed quickly, and it was time for lunch. The cadets were like wild horses out of control, humming and running home to eat. There are also a large number of those who have prepared their own bento, ready to eat in the classroom, and can also take a good lunch break. Mikato was one of them, and at this time she took out 2 bento boxes and shook Makoto Uchiha awake. "Brother Makoto has lunch, there are steamed cod and 3 flavored inajiri. Don't shake it, such a fragrant meal, the stone man will wake up." Goo, a stomach growling sound came from the right side of the two. Juzine shook his hand with a red face. "It turns out that the school can bring a bento? Ahahaha, I'll go back to eat first. If you don't dislike it, my sister will eat with us, and I will give you half of it, I made too much today. My food box is 3-layered, just enough to be separated," Mikato said gently. Really? Juzine didn't want to cause trouble for others, but it was also too fragrant. "Of course, aren't we sisters?" The soft and creamy cod melts in the mouth, and the 3 flavored rice balls mixed in time make the taste explode in the mouth. Deeply stimulates the taste buds and brings people an incomparably wonderful enjoyment on the tip of the tongue. Is there a kind of gastronomic ninjutsu in this world? Juzine gulped down the food, as if he hadn't eaten in days. "Eat slowly, watch out for fish bones." Makoto Uchiha, who never suffers losses, couldn't help but give her half a fish, so she should feed the kittens. "Thank you." Jushina looked at the fish that Uchiha had divided, and the bento box in the food box that was about to be destroyed by himself was filled with another layer. "I only feel a smell called happiness, fragrant and filling the atrium. Isn't this the life you've always wanted? Peace and quiet, away from death. P.S. The first day of the 5 changes, I hope you like it. Ask for a wave of flowers here, evaluate. Today there are enough flowers for 500, and I will add more immediately. Rated 200, immediately added more. There is a minimum tip, and it is immediately added. In addition, which heroines do the friends like, or which character they hate, want him to say how he can say, and immediately join the plot to fight. Why, what's wrong, why is my sister crying? Is there really a fish bone stuck? But I remember I removed all the bones." A gentle voice came. "It's okay, there are no fish bones, it's just that I haven't eaten such a delicious meal for a long time. Did you make it yourself, sister?" "Well, I learned to cook when I was 5 years old. In addition to being a great ninja, my mother is also a chef." So happy, really envious. After lunch, the 4th graders returned to the classroom. After a while, Nakai-sensei also walked into the classroom in the actual combat class. "What's going on, isn't it all theory classes today? It should be Nomura-sensei's class." "Okay students, during lunchtime, your Nomura-sensei competed with me and lost the afternoon class to me." Nakai Iwahashi took out a list that had obviously been prepared for a long time and said lightly, "These classes in the afternoon are combined, we have a practical assessment, and we can also let our new students get to know you faster." Suddenly, the trainees in the audience exploded one after another. Meow, it's a real combat sparring again? Am I going to be abused again? Shouldn't it be strange that you can also make bets during class? No, it should be that Nomura-sensei is too irrational. He has a good theory teacher to compete with the actual combat teacher. Ah, my afternoon sleep is gone. Nakai Ishihashi then took all the ninja trainees out of the classroom and onto the central playground. Take out the prepared list and start calling them one by one. Conduct one-on-one practical competitions. The current number 1 in the class is Makoto Uchiha. The second is Hinata. The third is the wave Feng Shui Gate. Among them, in addition to Makoto Uchiha, the most dazzling is the wave Feng Shui Gate. As a baseless commoner, he only learns the knowledge of the ninja school. I was able to catch up quickly from the middle and lower reaches of the class from the first grade, surpassed most of the children of the Hao family. The art of throwing a shuriken in one hand is amazing, and recently someone found out that he had actually learned the wind ninjutsu, and I don't know who secretly taught him. First to play Makoto Uchiha and Senju Rope Tree, please play. Nakai Iwahashi shouted loudly as he held the list. Wasn't the first place playing with the second place before? Yes, how do you change to the first place and fight with the tail of a crane now? Could it be that the Senju Rope Tree has not been seen for a semester and has progressed to the second place? Hey, is this the horror of the Senju clan? There was a lot of discussion in the playground for a while. Don't think too much, this staggered competition is just to replace the opponent. Let students face different opponents to gain a more complete understanding of their own shortcomings. Ishibashi loudly dispelled the students' doubts. Please wait. If the teacher can I switch places with Naoki-san, I want to challenge Makoto Uchiha, and I will definitely win this time. Hinata Hayashi walked out of the crowd, exuberant of confidence. Ding, face the challenge of the experienced baby. Please select. 1. Accept the challenge of Hinata. Reward, improvement of physical skills by 10%. 2. Ignore Hinata Hayashi and continue to complete the test with the rope tree. Bonus, 10% increase in printing speed. 3. Step forward to provoke and defeat both at the same time. Reward, physical skill and printing speed increased by 30% each. Interesting, 2.5% rewards for defeating 2 people at the same time, so what if you sweep one at the same time in the future? It's good that the 2 of them go together, but for the strength of Makoto Uchiha now, it is still a bit of a bully for them. Makoto Uchiha directly ignored the previous 2 choices and chose 3. Don't waste time, the result is the same anyway, you go up with the rope tree. Makoto Uchiha was the first to enter the demarcated battle arena. The icy voice resounded throughout the audience. Makoto Uchiha, don't be too arrogant, I'm enough alone, and I can't do more with others. Hinata's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Nonsense, 2-1 win, others will take it for granted. But, what about losing? Although this will not happen. No, it is really possible that the rope tree, the crane tailmate, will be a teammate. It's not right, I'm already a sure winner alone. In the future, the patriarch of the Hayaga clan instantly flashed 1,000 thoughts. That's it, Hayashi-san, don't interfere, watch me beat Makoto Uchiha who flattens the smelly fart. At this time, the 1,000 hands rope tree also jumped into the field, and its brown-yellow hair fluttered in the wind. You are too weak for me to be interested in any of you. Or are you afraid? Yes, for 4 years it has been dominating the first place, no one is shaking, and it is normal for you to be afraid. I know I'm indeed overtaking you guys too much. In this way, you 2 still go together, and I will let you have one more hand. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he really carried a hand on his back and stood proudly in the field like a javelin. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Ishibashi-sensei, who originally wanted to stop Hinata's challenge, also closed his mouth for a while. I have always known that the Uchiha family is notoriously arrogant, but that's too much pride. You must know that Hinata and Senju are both Hao clans of Konoha. Hinata is a family that has been passed down for thousands of years, and although the 1,000 hands have gradually declined, no one can deny the glory of the 1,000 Hands clan once standing at the peak of the ninja world. Of course, the 6 Dao immortals are legends and cannot be included in this. Sister Mikoto, how can I also have the urge to go up and beat brother Makoto? Kushina whispered to Uchiha Mikoto. He's a man. Alas, get used to it. Mikoto rolled her eyes, her face full of helplessness. Wow, Brother Chang is too domineering. Brother Chang, come on. Humph. Proud soldiers are defeated. He was too arrogant. Brother Chang will win. We Bear Big Bear 2 Bear 3 will always support you. Haha, it's best to fight both defeats to be seen. The voice from the playground continued to reach Hinata's ears. Now it is no longer a question of bullying the less, but of daring to fight. As a member of the Konoha clan and the Hayaga clan, others may be able to find a reason to retreat. But he. No. A hand? If you find abuse yourself, then I can't help it. Uchiha, you deceive people too much. I want you to understand that the great clan is not shameful. Hinata Hyuga stopped drinking, leap into the field. Pretending to be angry, his forehead was bruised. In this way, even if Makoto Uchiha is defeated by bullying more, everyone will only say that Uchiha is not blindly arrogant and anger the powerful Hinata to use his real strength. Look, Hinata rolled her eyes. The sharp-eyed classmates were afraid not to be confused and shouted loudly. Hayashi stumbled, jumping up and almost falling to the ground. That's an angry expression, can't you see it? For the first time, Hinata was the white eyes of the Hyuga clan feeling tired. The furious Thousand Hands rope tree took the lead in throwing out more than 10 shurikens, but unfortunately this was really thrown out indiscriminately, and the accuracy was extremely poor. There were even a few that ran towards Hinata. This idiot. While dodging the shuriken, Hinata also rushed towards Makoto Uchiha. Soft fist. With one hand forward and the other back, he alternately quickly sealed Makoto Uchiha, who was flying 2 shurikens with a kunoji. Syllable. Snap. The limbs collided a few times in an instant, and Hayashi's set of combos was really easily held by the one-handed Uchiha Makoto, and it seems to be at ease. On the other hand, Hinata's face turned red, and there was a tingling in the arms of the exchange. How much strength is this? Who is the person of the Jich technique? Hayashi, get out of the way, watch me seal him into action. Shui dun, Shui Unaun. I saw Senju rope tree, which formed 2 loaves with Hinata Hayashi, and a sticky liquid like sugar spewed out from his mouth and rushed towards Makoto Uchiha, intending to block his movements. This is the ninjutsu that Rope Tree has just learned, the only sea-level ninjutsu other than the 3-body technique, and he wanted to get rid of the tail of the class crane with this embarrassing situation. However, for the first time, it can be used on the body of the first place to knock Uchiha down the altar. Undoubtedly a bonus. But saw Makoto Uchiha sweep away Hayashi, who wanted to get out. The right hand began to seal at the same time. Oh, Wei, Shen, Hai, Noon, Yin. Fire escape, how fireball technique. A huge fireball directly burned out the water that was already present, and pushed towards the Thousand Hands rope tree. What? Is that a one-handed seal? Am I mistaken? How can a one-handed imprint of many techniques that cannot be used in the upper ninja of the middle ninja can appear on the body of ninja trainees who are not even the lower ninja? So strong, is this the heritage of the Konoha clan, and they can even use ninjutsu other than the 3-body technique? Bang! The one-handed seal and the outbreak of the How Fireball technique amazed the audience for a while, and the onlookers couldn't help but step back. The scorching heat almost made their hair a little twisted. Many students who have few chakras and can't operate talismans are not much different from ordinary people. Hinata Hayashi on the side was also shocked at this time, but the cultivation that he has been exercising for a long time since he was a child made him quickly sober up. Looking at Makoto Uchiha, who was spitting fireballs. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Opportunity. That's the advantage of 2-on-1. Supercilious. Bagua Zhang. Hinata's forehead bulged and opened her real eyes. No more temptation with soft boxing, just zoom in. Makoto Uchiha, who was happily spitting fireballs, only felt that he was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable aura, and a figure quickly swooped over. 1 palm. Makoto Uchiha quickly stopped releasing ninjutsu and backhanded Hayashi's first palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. The imposing momentum accompanied by the palm technique emanated from Hinata's throat, quickly pulling the shocked classmates' eyes back. Bagua Zhang 32 palms. Hinata Ryu's oral secret. Attack on acupuncture points to seal the opponent's chakra release. It is a point, i.e. damage to the opponent's meridians, type of attack move. Derived from the Juquan method, it is a strengthening of the ordinary Juquan method, but faster, more precise, and more coherent. Strive to achieve it in one go. The enemies who fight are tired of parrying, and finally the empty door is revealed. The tricky angles and coherent movements, as well as the gradually increasing speed, made Makoto Uchiha have to raise his legs to block. 6 palms. 8. Belch. Hayashi's body was like a dragon, and he slapped 6 palms around Uchiha Makoto's body, causing him to raise his legs to resist the flaws. Jumped forward, split out in the air so that it could not dodge, the 7th and 8th palms that were powerful and heavy. And then, there is no then. Uchiha Makoto directly swung the 7th palm with his elbow, and then like a cloud dragon probing his claws, he directly locked his throat. At this time, Hinata Hayashi was directly stuck by Makoto Uchiha like a dead duck and hung in the air. Can't dodge? I didn't want to hide. Makoto Uchiha let out a chuckle, and then backhanded Hayashi into the ground. Ding! Congratulations on the increase in physical surgery and printing speed by 30% each. With the physical qualities and reactions of the elite shinobi, the chakra amount of especially the shinobi. Facing the Hinata at this time, rope tree them. It is indeed a bit of a bully, the experience baby evaluation given by the system, yes. Don't look at Hinata playing with great momentum. In fact, even in the eyes of Makoto Sharinan, the speed is still too slow, and the strength is still too small. The smoke from the fire on the right is only now beginning to dissipate. Ishibashi-sensei walked to the field with the Senju rope tree that was rescued by him and announced Uchiha Makoto. There was dead silence all around, and soon exclamations swept in. That's too fast, isn't it? 1-2. Uchiha is too strong. No, it should be that Brother Chang is too strong. No wonder Brother Chang dares to be so big. It's not a level, it's bullying with his hands. Shia remembered the scene last night when she shouted that she wanted to be 1v1 with Makoto Uchiha, and quickly squeezed her body silently into the crowd. Not a level. Hinata lay on the ground dumbfounded, her body hurt, and her heart hurt even more. My Bagwazang has been able to hit 32 palms, and the result is worse than the last 16 palms. Only 8 palms were slapped in front of Makoto Uchiha. Still 2-1, did not expect to lose. Now, the faces of the Hayaga clan were all lost by me. Think about going back. Never mind. Don't think about it, don't want to get up. Tired heart. Just let me lie here forever. Bastard. Come again. Nomura-sensei, why did you just pull me? Just that little flame can't hurt me. If it wasn't careless, I didn't expect him to make a mark with one hand. How could I forget to dodge? This time I lost to you once. If it weren't for Hayashi blocking the front, I wouldn't be able to let go. In the 2-game, 3-round best-of-2 system, the Senju rope tree shouted loudly. Hayashi's hand twitched. Don't make trouble, you defeated my subordinates, come and challenge me again. Hayashi's hand twitched again. Just him, I can make him unable to move, he can only be beaten. I feel like my crane tail position is going to be left to him. Hayashi's hand bulged. This is the evolution of the white eye, all spread to the arm. Come, let me see your water escape, and I will admit it if I lose to Makoto Uchiha, will I not even be able to clean up your little three? Hinata jumped up, losing her previous calmness, and her blood and anger rekindled. After all, she was still a child. As for Uchiha Makoto, 32 palms are not enough, then 64, 128, return to the sky, break the mountain and strike. Both belong to the 2 strongest clans in Konoha, and my Hayaga clan cannot be so far apart. The ancestors can bring the distance between the 2 races. Hinata. The genius of the Hayaga family should erase this gap and even surpass it. Well, the competition is for you to check the gaps, not for you to pull hatred. You are all tired, rest first. Next group, Wave Fang Shuman, Nishimura Yuma. Ishibashi-sensei hurried to stop the child who was embarrassed and wanted to run away. Brother Chang is so powerful, how did that one-handed seal do it? Brother Chang is so strong, be sure to teach me how to become as strong as you. Makoto Uchiha, who returned to the student ranks, was quickly surrounded by a crowd. With brilliant blonde hair and genius civilians, no one paid attention to the competition at this time. Even 3 or 2 seconds to drop the opponent. When returning to the field, the crowd was still fiercely discussing the first battle just now. So, because the first battle was too amazing, the other battles are much less visible because they are not close battles, or they are just the pinches of ordinary students who are not even very skilled in the 3-body technique. After this actual combat assessment, Makoto Uchiha once again became the center of discussion in the entire ninja school. Even the major ninjas were a little commotion. After all, the objects of this 1v2 are not small characters, or one-handed enemies. The talent shown has been heard of by people who do not pay much attention to the ninja school. You said that while facing the rope tree, he even solved you within 8 palms with one hand? Yes, my lord. I failed your guidance and put Hinata to shame. I am willing to accept all punishments, and I will redouble my efforts, and next time I will definitely be able to cast the Bagwazang in its entirety. Hinata did not dare to hide anything, and knelt deeply in front of her father, the current head of the family, Hinata Adaki. It seems that this is because the gap between you and his physical fitness and combat experience is too big. With his strength, at least the general shinobi will not be his opponent, and it is even possible that he already has the strength of Zongnan. Uchiha's talent is really terrible. However, the strength of the enemy should not be an excuse for your weakness. This time the family will be humiliated and you will be punished with 3 months of confinement. I don't have to go to school for the time being, I will teach you well during this time. The essence of Bagwazang. It's not that the more palms mean that you are more proficient in palm techniques, and you are extremely ignorant. Thank you, father. Tsunade House. Sister, I lost to Uchiha today, but next time I will definitely win it back. Senju Rope Tree said this carefully. No way, my sister's sometimes unreasonable strange iron fist is too heavy. It's okay, our Thousand Hands clan has always been thick and thin, so why not let them go in the early stage? And Uchiha is more cunning. You must have fallen for his tricks. At this time, it was a young man, and Tsunade, with his blonde hair and beautiful brown eyes, smiled and untied the Senju Rope Tree. Yes. If Makoto Uchiha hadn't said to let us let our guard down with one hand, he turned out to be a one-handed seal and hit me by surprise, we wouldn't have lost. Too cunning. Ah, by the way, my sister has found you a great teacher, how about you let him teach you in the past few months? Just be distracted. Which teacher? Sister's classmate, Orochimaru-kun, he's great. The big guy who plays with snakes? Don't, he was terrible. I was wrong, I myself will practice obediently. That's it, I'll leave tomorrow. When did I say yes? I really don't want to. In the evening, Makoto Uchiha's family sat quietly at the dining table and ate a delicious dinner. Wait until Uchiha Fuku, who eats the slowest, puts down his rice bowl. Makoto, I heard that you single-handedly won the children of the Hyuga family and the Senju family at school? As his father and the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jinjian tapped his index finger lightly on the table. Yes, they are too weak to sharpen without one-handed. As soon as the always strict Uchiha Jinjian spoke, Makoto understood what he meant. It was nothing more than not wanting to be proud and complacent. The attitude of pride and arrogance is just something that the upper echelons of Uchiha deliberately show to outsiders. A powerful race of geniuses everywhere, in addition to strength, should have certain shortcomings. This will make some people let their guard down, thereby reducing their vigilance. The former Senju clan was too perfect and active in the stage of this ninja world. As strong as Uchiha, he can only use his own strength to set off his more powerful. As a result, now, the Senju clan, which is feared by everyone because of its excessive glory, has exhausted its vitality in one struggle after another. In addition to a few existences of the older generation, such as the wife of the Thousand-Hand Pillar and the Whirlpool Mito, who are close to entering the earth, there are only a few hands in the new generation. In the middle and late stages of the original work, only Tsunade is left on the surface. Amusing. According to the original plot scene on Earth, the Senju rope tree will die in the war a few years later, that is, at the age of 12. Well, the lion fights the rabbit, also with all his strength. Especially in the ninja world, never underestimate any of your opponents. But you did very well today, let's say, what reward do you want? I can satisfy you. Uchiha Jinjian looked at Makoto Uchiha with a smile. Well, compared to physical arts and ninjutsu, my illusion is still a little lacking, and I want to learn illusion. Makoto Uchiha was unceremonious. Okay, Makoto, follow me to the study. Compared to Makoto, Fukio, you have to work harder. Yes, father. Uchiha Fukio couldn't see any expression on his face. Coming out of the study, Makoto Uchiha got 2 C-grade illusions, Nainomi no Jutsu and Fox Heart Jutsu. Although the system also rewards ninjutsu and can be mastered directly, most of them are random. I can choose some C-level ninjutsu to learn, of course, I can't check the missing points. In the morning, the soft golden glow of the sun fills the entire village of Konoha. The chirping of birds woke up this famous village on time. The shining blonde Bofang Shuman rushed to the school in a happy mood. Last night, the white-haired man came to guide his practice again. Last time he taught himself a wind escape, great breakthrough, and this time he taught himself a way to exercise chakras control. I learned to climb trees in just one night, and instantly felt like I had opened the door to a new world. It turns out that chakra can even be used like this. I used to think that when using the 3-body technique or the wind escape big breakthrough, just follow the chakra running line and seal the chakra vigorously. But I didn't expect to be able to use chakra's subtle attachment to the soles of my feet. Enable yourself to stand upright, even upside down on a tree trunk. That's right, in just one night, Bofang Shuman learned to skillfully use chakra to climb trees. And the white-haired man said that as long as he learned to stand on the water, move, will teach yourself new ninjutsu. It's incredible to move on the water and even run free. By the way, I finally know the name of the white-haired man. Toad Immortal, Jiraiya. Greeting the rising sun, you can faintly see the ninja school ahead. Suddenly, bursts of laughter came. That red-haired monster, your hair is too ugly. It's just, the face is still so round. It's like tomatoes. Everyone, she seems to be angry, and her face is red like a tomato. I hate eating tomatoes the most. It's so unpalatable. Me too, one will be sour and one will be sweet. How can there be such unpalatable food? In the future, everyone will call her tomatoes, ha ha ha. I heard she's going to be the first female Hokage? Hee hee, how can tomatoes, which are hated by everyone, be recognized by the villagers and become Hokage? Heifeng Shuiman looked at a girl with long fiery red hair in front of her, surrounded by several students from the ninja school with bad intentions. Judging by their height, they were obviously ninja cadets in the 5th or 6th graduating classes older than Watergate. When they were still long, the height of the ninja trainees was basically the same as 1 year. The girl with obvious characteristics was obviously a cadet who had just transferred from school yesterday. She has a dream similar to her own, she wants to become a female Hokage. When she shouted that she wanted to be the first female Hokage in Konoha village, her heart beat hard for some reason. He almost stood up and echoed her with a vow that also wanted to be Hokage. if Makoto Uchiha hadn't slapped the table angrily, remembering his roaring words on the table. Feng Shuman stepped forward quickly. Please don't easily laugh at other people's dreams, okay? It's all a school, and we should help each other. Watergate's soft words clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Juzine, who clenched his fists and was ready to hit people, turned his head to look at the people with this group of bear children. The breeze blows, and the brilliant blonde hair fluctuates with the wind, reflecting a faint golden glow in the morning light. The gentle smile on the face makes people feel like a spring breeze. The smile is good, it's just a bit like a girl. Humph, you saved them. Uzumaki Juzine thought silently, and his clenched fists gradually relaxed. Another girl? A dumbfounded bear kid scratched his brain. Watergate's bright smile instantly froze, and the surrounding temperature seemed to begin to drop sharply. Your hair is also not good looking, it is too fancy and shakes my eyes. Do you want to be Hokage too? Brothers beat him, let's see the power of the future Hokage. In an instant, a total of 5 bear children gathered one after another, ready to let these future Hokage see why Konoha's flowers are so red. You know that she wants to be Hokage. Do you also know that in the ninja school, there is me, Makoto Uchiha. Cover her? An icy voice came from above everyone's right side. The crowd followed the prestige. A teenager dressed in a beautiful dark blue Uchiha costume stood upside down on a large tree trunk that winded and crisscrossed. I saw him kicking on both feet. Rumble. It smashed hard in front of Uzumaki Juzine like a javelin. The ground under Makoto Uchiha's feet appeared cracks like cobwebs. The bear children silently swallowed. Makoto, Brother Chang, I'm sorry. We didn't know it was your person. You must know that it is your people, and you dare not provoke us with 1,000 dares. We heard that a red-haired foreign school student came, and it is said that she was hooded by you in the 4th grade, thinking that she was deliberately pulling your banner. So, the man standing at the front who was clearly the child's head stammered. Yes. You just said to cover her in the 4-year class. We are in 5th grade. Boss, the 5 of us are afraid of what he will do and beat him to death. The dumbfounded bear kid interjected. Ha! Makoto Uchiha's voice was like 1,000 years of ice. Syllable. Don't talk, no one is dumb when you're dumb. The child's head Takata reflexively slapped the man behind him. Brother Chang is a tyrant in the school, others don't know, but he knows that Brother Chang was a person who killed the 2 Hao families with one hand 1v2 yesterday. And look at the cracked floor under his feet, the 5 of them can't step on it when they are stacked. Makoto, Brother Chang, I'm sorry, I won't dare anymore, can we go? Ryota nodded apologetically. Slowly, if an apology is useful, what do you want our Uchiha garrison to do? And it's not me who you're going to apologize for. Well, just the 5 of you throw 5 big mouths at each other. Just master the strength yourself. This way you can remember it for a long time, Uchiha said lightly. Snap, snap, crackle, a burst of slaps sounded. Brother Chang's sister-in-law is casually insulted by you as a commoner. You scolded too, why hit me, I'll beat you to death. The great clan shall not be disgraced, you owe it to your special mouth. Hiss, good, it hurts, you wait, let me turn 3 times to fan you to death. A few people who were still smelly just now immediately turned their faces, slapped each other, and crackled. There were 5 people in total, and it was good to get 5 hits, but it turned out to be on fire. He was stunned and hit hard, and everyone was beaten 20 times, and one by one he turned into a big pig's head. Pedestrians on the road all looked at them with strange eyes. Chang, Brother Chang, and sister-in-law, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore. The 5 people slapped each other and cried, just now suddenly felt a surge of anger. The special strength of the fan can't stop, fortunately, since childhood has exercised physical skills, resistant to beating. Okay, let's go. I've never seen someone like you who slaps so hard. Promising. In the future, you must be careful in the ninja world, don't mess with everyone. Makoto Uchiha waved his hand. Remember Brother Chang's teachings. The 5 quickly tumbled away. Ding! You've acquired ninjutsu, Shadow Doctor. Makoto Uchiha was researching the newly acquired illusion techniques last night, Naiji no Jutsu and Fox Heart Jutsu. Overslept this morning. When I got up, I had to rush over quickly. Because we know the importance of foundation, the selection rewards in the past 8 years have basically been selected for the improvement of basic strength. Chakra control, chakra volume, physical fitness, and printing speed have long exceeded ordinary people. The comprehensive strength has reached the elite middle tolerance, and the amount of chakra has reached special endurance. I learned only ninjutsu 3 body technique. Fire, Phoenix Immortal Fire Art, Fire Escape, the art of how Fireball, Lei Dun, Ground Walk, Feng Dun, Great Breakthrough, as well as the Shadow Doppelganger technique and 2 illusion techniques that he just obtained. Ninjutsu is really not much stronger than other powerful ninjas, but among ninja trainees, they can indeed stand out. And climbing trees, treading water has long been easy to do. So there was the scene just now. Makoto Uchiha quickly shuttled between the roof of the house and the big tree. It wasn't until he suddenly saw the system prompt that sounded when he saw Vortex Juzine and the others, that he stopped. Watch the activated selection rewards. Makoto Uchiha directly chose 3 according to his needs: intimidate the troublemakers, make them apologize, and slap each other 5 times. Reward, Shadow Doppelganger Art. Although the Shadow Doppelganger Art is not a multiple Shadow Doppelganger technique in Forbidden Arts, it can only create a Shadow Avatar. But it is still very practical, and many things can be done by the Shadow Avatar in the future. For example, the best option for skipping class is to substitute for class with a Shadow Avatar. Especially when the Sleepy Wool of Fire features Nindo. Introduction to these theoretical lessons. Uzumaki Jushina was dumbfounded to see all this, just angry, and wanted to teach these people a lesson. As a result, as soon as Makoto Uchiha came over, a few words, the 5 people directly slapped each other in infighting. Is this the influence of the Konoha clan? Yeah. Thank you, brother Makoto. Trouble for you again. Jushina looked at Uchiha Makoto's handsome face and blushed a little and thanked him. Although the other party seemed to have just stepped on the ground and said a few words, nothing else was done, but it was precisely because he rushed away. Well, scared away those nasty guys. It's only been 2 days and I've been helped twice. It's really humiliating. In fact, I'm not that bad. In the future, I must find an opportunity to let Brother Chang see my strength. It's okay. In fact, I don't help. You can clean them up, right? Uchiha Makoto smiled slightly. There is an idea of beating them up. I'm going to be a Hokage in the future. How can I be afraid of these small setbacks? However, there are many of them, and they will definitely suffer some losses when they fight, so I still have to thank Brother Chang. Sure enough, the eyes of the Uchiha family were bright, and they could find that Miss Ben had the strength to clean them up. That, Brother Chang really doesn't think my hair is ugly? Juzine suddenly lowered her head, put her hands behind her back, and asked a little shyly. Ding! In the face of Vortex Jushina's inquiry, please choose. 1. Ugly. Help you just treat you like a pet. Bonus, double the printing speed. 2. It's not ugly. On the contrary, it looks a bit lovely. Bonus, 50% increase in printing speed. 3. Don't answer, just hold Juzine and kiss it. Bonus, double the printing speed. Makoto Uchiha smiled softly and walked to Jushina step by step. Juzine didn't hear the answer? He lowered his head and watched Makoto Uchiha's footsteps approach step by step. Coming to herself, she clearly felt him possess and leaned down, and the snort sprayed warmly on her face. Juzine didn't know why, raised his head and just wanted to speak. The mouth seemed to touch something, cool and warm. Looking closely, it turned out that his lips were firmly attached to his mouth waiting there. Instantly widened his eyes. Then I felt like I was being embraced in his arms. A second? 3 seconds? 30 seconds? Or has it been a lifetime? Juzine only felt as if time had stopped. The sound of breathing became heavier and heavier, and the head seemed to have a high fever, and it seemed to have drowned for a long time, resulting in a buzzing sound. A gentle whisper came from his ear, "This is my answer." Instantly, I felt as if my head was about to smoke, and my face quickly turned red like hair, and then spread to my ears. When Vortex Shina came back to his senses, he only saw the back of Uchiha Makoto slowly moving away. An indescribable, shy and angry emotion blocked his heart, and his crystal eyes were covered with a faint mist. 1,000 words turned into a roar. Makoto Uchiha, you bully. A response came from afar. That's right, listen, from now on, only I can bully you in school in the future. You, bastard, don't run. In the morning light, 2 fading backs were behind them. The wave Feng Shui gate standing against the wind is like the background of a color oil painting, integrated into the picture scroll frozen in time. At this moment, the joy of having just acquired a new skill has disappeared, and I always feel that something has been lost. Alone in the wind messy waves, the state of mind that has always been peaceful began to ripple. They didn't even look at me. It turns out that mine, the sense of existence is so low, the mood is complicated. It turns out that the puff girl can still be like this. At this time, a figure hiding in the corner with a white fox mask looked at Uzumaki Jushina, who entered the campus. Uchiha's imp is approaching Vortex Jushina. Is it intentional or unintentional? Remembering the Hokage's mention of paying close attention and protecting Uzumaki Jushina, someone deliberately approached and reported immediately. Well, whether it's a ghost or not, this is all intimate contact and must be reported. After thinking for a while, the fox mask man immediately disappeared in place. He entered the classroom again with a ringtone, and Makoto Uchiha felt the speed of the seal he had just obtained on the way. It has already reached 5 prints per second. You know, it is recognized that the fastest Uchiha attacker in the ninja world has 6 seals per second. This will give you a head start in ninja battles, 1 step faster, 1 step faster. At this time, Jushina, who was walked around the school by Makoto Uchiha, also entered the classroom. Makoto Uchiha, panting, Jushina angrily threw himself in front of Makoto, waving his little fists. What's wrong? Juzine-san, I said, it's okay, I'm not angry with you. Those who are familiar with me know that I am not a person with a small belly, although you moved your mouth first just now, and forcibly took away my first while I was not prepared. Cough. Forget it, it's all gone. Makoto Uchiha sat in his seat and waved his hand innocently. Clams? Do I move my mouth first? While you're not prepared, it seems to be so. Juzine held his breath in his chest, thinking about it as if he was indeed careless. No, he doesn't lean over, how so? What's wrong with my sister? Is Brother Cheng bullying again? Uchiha Mikoto, who was sitting on the other side, asked softly. How to say this, wow, so uncomfortable, worse than a fight. Juzine felt that her chest was a little wider at this time. The practical class teacher Nakai Ishibashi walked into the classroom. Students, the sun is so good today, let's have a youth race, start the 20 kilometers marathon race from the school gate. The end point is the newly built Shinkawa Reservoir, and the top 10 students who arrived have additional surprises. So, all stand up, report, sorry, teacher, I'm late. Bo-Feng Shuman reported at the door with an apologetic look. What's wrong, you've never been late before. Ishibashi-sensei frowned. I just lost my way on the road of life. Watergate replied respectfully. Oh? So have you found the right direction now? Found it, teacher. I won't give up, as long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. I will follow the fire in my heart. After speaking, Bo-Feng Shuman's eyes passed through the crowd and swept over Makoto Uchiha and Jushine, who were still arguing quietly. Damn it! Ignored again. When I haven't read the fire will characteristic ninja Deia's theory? Being late can be said by you so literally, why didn't I find you so capable before? Are you talking to a practical teacher of mine about philosophy and theory? I'll punish you for running 5 laps around the school first, and then rush to the newly built Shinkawa Reservoir with the troops. Good, okay. Bo-Feng Shuman scratched the back of his head apologetically and walked into the classroom, explaining very seriously, he didn't lie, why the teacher seemed angry. When passing by Jushine's side, he just saw Jushine, who was arguing with Uchiha Makoto, turned around angrily. Scared me. Bastard, do you want to sneak up on me too? Sissy. Boom. Yes. So, all stand up. Let's go. Ishibashi's breathless voice continued to speak the words that had just been interrupted. The cadets rushed out and walked towards the school gate. The last thing to walk out of is Bo-Feng Shuman, who has a panda eye and wants to cry without tears, and now he has to run 5 laps around the school first. I really didn't look at the yellow calendar when I went out today. Coming to the school gate, Teacher Ishimura said a few more precautions. And remind that there are road signs on the way to the end, just follow the road signs. Then a whistle sounded, and the trainees ran all the way. It is Makoto Uchiha who stands out and quickly surpasses everyone. No way, there is a red female Tyrannosaurus chasing wildly behind, and the girl really takes revenge. After running for about 10 kilometers, I entered a forest in the mountains behind Kanaha. Suddenly, there was a fork in the road, and 2 dirt roads ahead. On the left, the road sign shows the way to the Shinshin Reservoir. On the right, the road sign shows the way to the lumber yard. Ding! When faced with the fork in the road that life often encounters, choose the wrong direction and work hard at all costs. Please select 1. Do nothing, rush directly to the Shinkawa Reservoir. Reward, cage shuriken technique. 2. Swap the road signs and go to the Shinkawa Reservoir yourself. Reward, Sharinan upgraded to Sangoyu. 3. Swap the road signs, create a shadow avatar to bias the class, and teach them a good lesson. Reward, Thunder, Chidori. The first item is too boring, direct pass. Gain an eye opening from birth, a jade writing wheel and get 10 times the pupil power. So over the years, it has naturally been upgraded to 2 jade writing wheel eyes. Although Sangoitama Sharinan not only can you get dynamic vision, but you can also become a copy ninja. Just an A-level ninjutsu Thunder, Chidori. In front of him, the demand is still not high enough for Makoto Uchiha. After all, Chidori can also mutate in the future, Chidori Flow, Chidori Sharp Gun and other powerful ninjutsu. Pick 3. While the classmates had not yet caught up, Makoto Uchiha immediately separated a shadow doppelganger. The road signs were then quickly switched. Looking at the loose dirt when turning the road sign, Makoto Uchiha just wanted to clean up these traces, and suddenly thought of Nara Shikaisa, who is known for his wisdom. Show you a flaw, see how you choose. Ignore these traces and go directly to the destination Shinkawa Reservoir. And the shadow doppelganger, when the classmates behind followed in the line of sight could see him, only then began to run towards the lumberyard. Hinata Hayashi's younger brother, Hinata surpasses the future Inoka butterfly Yamanaka Heiki, Nara Shikasa, and Akimichi Choza. His eyes swept down the road sign showing the Shinkawa Reservoir, and without much thought, he followed the figure of Makoto Uchiha in the distance. And Nara Shikasa looked at the road sign, hesitated, and stopped Yamanaka Heiki and Akimichi Choza from moving forward. There is a problem. According to the strength of Makoto Uchiha, we should have been dumped long ago. Why did we suddenly appear in front of us again? And, you see, the dirt around these two signs is noticeably loose, and it was moved not long ago. Do you say it could be that Makoto Uchiha changed the signpost? Let's run the wrong way en masse? Akimichi Dingza went over and picked up the dirt next to the road sign, won't it? What's in it for him? To say that others may not do this, but Makoto Uchiha may not be, it is not normal for him not to do something every day. Yamanaka Heike frowned. So what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and take another path. But I'm exhausted, and my classmates are going to catch up. Akimichi stretched his fat body. No, I think we'd go with him. I'm afraid he's doing this on purpose, so that we can go against him. Because this flaw is too obvious. Lying Groove, then you have been with us for so long? Hurry up, I want to get the top 10 rewards. I'm just telling you about possible problems, so let's see them together. Don't go into details, let me think about the problem. It's better to invite me to eat. The day difference all followed, wrong, at most everyone ran wrong together. Well, the students who had just caught up in the back followed the people in front one after another by inertia to the logging yard. Makoto Uchiha's shadow avatar came to the lumberyard first, and immediately changed into Ishibashi Sensei through transfiguration. Then I went in and borrowed dozens of axes, saws and other logging tools from the lumber mills. And let them rest though, this morning's logging, his cadets packed. Whether sharp or stockpiled, abandoned, unopened logging tools, they were borrowed one by one. When Ishibashi came out with the tools, Hinata arrived just in time. Come, Hinata, get those logging tools out together. Hinata looked at the teacher who was struggling to hold a large number of tools, and there was no doubt about him. Okay, teacher. After the students arrived one after another, Ishibashi selected 10 sharper axes from the tools as a reward, and rewarded the top 10 who arrived. Very well, today I have given you a task. The boys cut down 3 trees each and chopped them into firewood. The girls cut down a tree each. This is a potential practice, in order to rely on the will again when you are most tired, so that you can tap your potential deeply. Of course, as the top 10, you have also seen the little surprise that the teacher prepared for them. That's right, the sharpest logging tool. Save time and effort, and students who have completed tasks first can be free to move in the afternoon. Ishimura distributes logging tools with a serious expression. So, Sensei, what about Makoto Uchiha? He just ran ahead of us. How not to see him now? Nara Shikaka stepped out of the crowd and stared at Ishibashi Sensei and asked. As the first place, he has been approved by me in advance and can move freely. If you want to do the same, then run out first in the next run. Still a problem? If you also cut down 2 more trees, ask me again after cutting. Nara Shikasa looks like the usual teacher, even the personality, and the severity of the students has not changed much. He also swept Uchiha Mikato, who was with Makoto Uchiha, and his 3 younger brothers, Kumeji, and Kumazan, glanced at him. Although I felt that something was still wrong, I also felt that I was thinking too much. It's gone, teacher. Hee, fight with me, you are still too young. Ishibashi smiled slightly, then, let's go. Tuck tuck. In an instant, led by several lumberjacks, all the trainees cut down the trees vigorously. How to cut? My axe is not opened, the blade is as thick as the back of the knife. Don't think so much, cut it slowly, it's not really cutting down trees, this is practice. If you want to become a ninja, you have to go through trials that ordinary people can't stand to bear. You hold a sharp axe, standing here and talking without back pain? So envious, I already knew that the front is not lazy, and I can also run the top 10 desperately. Grass, tired to death, and have to cut down trees. No, the teacher didn't say that you can't use ninjutsu. Then you must also know I only have 2 of the 3 body techniques. Ninfa, multiplication. Meat bomb chariot. Damn Konoha Naman. Here, Makoto Uchiha's body came to the Shinkawa reservoir. You will be greeted by 10 prepared barbecue grills. There is also a big tent next to it. At this time, Mr. Ishibashi was grilling a large silver fish of at least 20 pounds on a barbecue grill. There are also some barbecue seasonings placed next to it. A burst of fragrance came to the nose. Sure enough, you were the first to arrive. Come to this grill and this fish as a reward for you to use. The top 10 have barbecue grills, and the people in the back will obediently move stones for me to make a simple barbecue myself. Ishibashi Sensei looked at Makoto Uchiha and said, it turns out that the surprise after the marathon is here, outdoor camping. I like it. Makoto Uchiha took the grilled fish handed by Mr. Ishimura, poured a layer of golden vegetable oil, and continued to put it on the rack to grill. Of course, after the run, you need to replenish energy and hydration. In addition to cultivation, you can also enjoy it, so that you little slippery heads will not be consumed by your enthusiasm for cultivation. By the way, teacher, I didn't see you running up after you blew the whistle. Why did you run in front of me all of a sudden? Oh, that's just one of my water bodies. He will follow the last of you and escort you over. Uchiha Makoto thought about the way Feng Shui Gate who was punished for running 5 laps around the school. Then it is estimated that your water body will take a while to come over. Instead, the water gate can be a blessing in disguise, and the second reaches the Shinshin Reservoir. What about the others? How did it leave you so much? It hasn't come yet. Ishibashi looked suspiciously at the way he was coming. There was no one on the winding gravel road. Oh, forgot to tell Ishimura-sensei, isn't there a fork in the road ahead? I wanted to see both sides, so I created a shadow doppelganger. As a result, they followed my shadow doppelganger to the logging yard, but they couldn't stop it. It is estimated that they felt that the reservoir was not fun and wanted to go to the logging yard to experience life. Nanny? What the hell are you doing again? No, I just learned to use the shadow avatar, so I wanted to try the effect. Say it again. What did the shadow doppelganger do? What does it matter to me, Makoto Uchiha? Lumberyard. After a brief rest, the ninja trainees began to cut down the trees in a hurry. Of course, there are a few sliders who actually use ninjutsu. Blame yourself for not reminding. Makoto Uchiha's shadow avatar Ishibashi paced and stared at them one by one. Stay until almost everyone has cut down the first tree. Ishibashi walked up to the girls' camp and shouted, "All the girls follow me and find ingredients. Prepare to make lunch." As for the boys who want to eat, they also help split the tree that the girls cut into firewood. Oh yes. Finally, there is no need to chop trees and chop firewood. Ishibashi-sensei is the best. It's okay not to say it, my stomach is really a little hungry. Then Ishibashi led 24 girls to the trail leading to the Shingawa Reservoir. The trail was only known to the loggers on purpose. Half an hour later. That's not right. That person just now is not the real Ishibashi-sensei. The boys who were thinking of deliciousness and chopping wood and chopping hot firewood followed the prestige. Nara Shikayasa was found standing on a tree stump and threw the logging axe on the ground. Do you remember the students? When we were at school, Ishibashi-sensei clearly said that our destination was the Shinkawa Reservoir, but we are now cutting down trees here. When I first arrived, I was tired of running, and after seeing Ishibashi-sensei, I didn't think about it after asking 2 questions, thinking that there was such a small lumberyard in front of the Shinkawa Reservoir. As a result, I deliberately went behind the logging yard just now and found that there was no reservoir at all, not even a river. In other words, we came to the wrong place from the beginning. This is not the Shinkawa Reservoir, and the one just that is not Ishibashi-sensei. It was Makoto Uchiha who arrived here first. Nara Shikaka said hatefully. Damn, I have long felt strange why I came to the logging yard when the endpoint is a reservoir, but I saw that you had no opinion, thinking that I heard it wrong at school. Nanny, I see that you are very active in the axe, and I think I heard it wrong at first. Plus Ishimura-sensei is here. Is it really Brother Chang? Why is his transformation technique so powerful? It's exactly the same. It's so infuriating. Does this mean that we cut down the tree for half a day in vain? At this time, the real Nakai Ishibashi-sensei rushed over from the reservoir. Makoto Uchiha, you still dare to come back? Brother Chang is here, let's go together. Hit him. Shuriken throwing. Logging axe throwing. Soft fist, Bagwazang. Fengdun, big breakthrough. The art of heart turning. Flesh-bombed chariots. Shinshin Reservoir. It is located in the middle of the Shinshin River. At this time, Bofeng Shuman also came to the Shinshuan Reservoir. Makoto Uchiha uses the thunder he just got, Chidori. In the shallow water downstream, a surface of the water is electrified with delicious whitebait, sori, etc. Then called Watergate to make the wind escape, a big breakthrough. Blow all the fish ashore. All 10 grills are burned, and the shelves are filled with grilled fish, and the meat is fragrant. When Ishibashi arrived with the girls, one by one, they let out exclamations. Can't wait to join the barbecue brigade. Brother Chang, it turns out that you came to prepare the ingredients first. Can we use these grills? Thanks Brother Chang. You can use it, you can divide the other 9 grills equally, that's enough. Mikato, Jushine come to me. Thank you Brother Chang. Brother Chang is the best. Makoto Uchiha handed 2 grilled fish brushed with seasoning to Mikato and Kushina. Does a grilled fish want me to forgive you? Juzine wrinkled her cute little nose. I saw that this grilled fish was coated with golden honey on one side and red chili sauce on the other, and a burst of aroma came to the nose. Good, I want to eat it. Don't eat and pull down, don't dare to say anything else, my grilled fish is definitely the most delicious. Okay sister, don't be angry, you must be hungry. In any case, Brother Chang definitely didn't mean it. Uchiha Mikato pulled Kushina forward to take the grilled fish. Sister, you are too gentle, and you will definitely suffer losses in the future. Hiss, it's delicious. The sweetness of the honey and the spiciness of the special chili sauce. The fullness of fatty fish is combined with hunger after exertion. Hiss, it's really the supreme taste of ice and fire. In an instant, Mikato and Jushine were like 2 cats, squinting their eyes and burying their heads in tasting. It seems to chew slowly and taste little by little, but in fact, it is like a chicken pecking rice frequently, and it is eaten in less than 2 minutes. The two of them, with their cheeks bulging like hamsters, stared at the huge 20-pound silver fish on the grill. Look, this one is mine. At most, wait until I eat half of it, and then give it to you. Humph. Stingy. Juzine wrinkled her little nose again. For the sake of the stomach, take the initiative to go up and help grill the fish. I'm baked, do you want to try it? The Wei Feng Shui gate next to the number 2 grill hurriedly handed over the skewer grilled fish. Juzine stared at the grilled fish with only some salt seasoning on it, and the aroma was obviously much worse than Brother Cheng's, and he tilted his head. Don't, yours is not delicious. Yes, is it? Watergate scratched his head and ate it himself. No, it's delicious. Then stared, on the grill of Makoto Uchiha, there was a golden and red grilled fish. Wow, Brother Cheng, what special seasoning do you make? Your grilled fish is so delicious. I want it too, Is there anything I need to fight? I'll help. When Narashikasa had a blue nose and swollen eyes and carried Nakai Ishihashi, who had been beaten fainted by everyone, followed by the same embarrassed boys, what I saw was that a group of girls were surrounding Makoto Uchiha, and the 10 grills next to him were hot. The crowd was gobbling up, sweat and oil splashing. Get rid of the fish you eat? Although whitebait does not have tiny bone spurs, don't exaggerate so much, right? You're girls, hey, pay attention to the image. Look at his embarrassed appearance, physical strength, chakra, and mental exhaustion. The boys wanted to cry without tears. Makoto Uchiha, you fooled us to the lumberyard, but you ate and drank here. Doesn't conscience hurt? Get off my grill. Teacher, I want to grill fish too. The boys quickly gathered around. Go away, Brother Cheng kindly prepared food for everyone. What do you want to do? Get rid of it. You guys want to grab it and find a better reason. Want to rob? Asked if we didn't. The girls spontaneously and bravely blocked in front of Makoto Uchiha, forming an antagonistic situation. At this time, the girls full of wine and food rise is far stronger than the group of physically and mentally exhausted boys on the other side. Okay, stop arguing. These 10 grills are awarded by the teacher to the first 10 students who arrive. If you don't believe it, you can ask the teacher. As for you arriving so slowly, let's go and move the stones yourself to make a suggested oven. Makoto Uchiha walked out and stopped the saber-rattling crowd. Damn, if you hadn't fooled us, how could we have arrived so slowly? Don't make excuses for your failures, so obvious flaws are left to you. Who are you to blame? When you become a ninja, what happens when you face a real enemy? The psychology of the boys is like blocking the balls of cotton, so uncomfortable, fighting and winning, scolding and scolding. It seems that they are still unreasonable? Well, considering everyone's hard work, I've already helped you prepare the fish. If you don't want to eat, grab it yourself. Makoto Uchiha waved his hand. Guoak Kimichi Ding's stomach made a sound like a town mountain. No matter, I'm going to grill fish. Narashikasa led the boys who had just arrived to quickly build a simple oven. 2 fish under the belly, after filling the hunger. The boys always feel wrong. Why is their grilled fish so fragrant? Okay? A sucker. Not all the same fish. No, there are so many girls over there, and the girls are good at craftsmanship. No, it's seasoning. They have plenty of seasoning, and we only have salt, so miserable. So it seems that Brother Cheng himself deserves it. What do I listen to them say about Uchiha brand old godmother? Is there such a sauce? How about we go over and ask for something? I envy Brother Cheng's younger brother, Xiong Daxing Tu and Xiong San, they haven't stopped eating now. I also want to be a little brother. On this day, special chili sauce Uchiha brand old godmother. Rise from Konoha village. Soon after, it swept the entire ninja world. P.S. Well, Konoha Shinobi School basically made a fuss. Let's start the process of speeding up. Preview, next chapter, Ninja School Friendship. Yun Shinobu sub-combination made a strong appearance. The next day, Nakai-sensei Ishibashi came to the Hokage's office. Naruto-sama, I think Makoto Uchiha is far superior to the students of the ninja school in terms of mental strength, and he should be given an early graduation. Mayo looked at Ishibashi's bruised face. What's wrong, Ishibashi? But it's been really hard lately. It's just that there is no precedent for early graduation. In the past, it was as strong as the existence of the big snake pill with a full score in every exam, and he did not graduate early. In the original work, the later Bofeng shaman also graduated with full marks, but he also completed 6 years of ninja school. The precedent of early graduation was shattered by Kakashi's demonic growth rate at the time. And why not an alternative compensation made by the village for the death of the White Fang? However, thinking that Makoto Uchiha, who came to remind him yesterday, was approaching Jushine, whether intentionally or not, Juzine will soon become a human pillar force. You can't kidnap Uchiha's kid. No, it's okay. Ishibashi was a little embarrassed about the injury on his face. It's just that Makoto Uchiha is a genius I've never seen before, and the education of the ninja school now will only limit its development. Suddenly letting him graduate early alone for no reason is a bit difficult, and it is estimated that it will cause Uchiha's suspicion. After all, he is the son of the patriarch. In this way, give them a simple exam at the end of the semester, and then reward him for graduating early. If he himself wants to graduate early, then it is not good for outsiders to say anything, right? No. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a year has passed, and the semester will soon be over. During this time, the flow of people coming and going in Konoha was greater. Now the ninja world is gradually showing signs of tranquility before the storm is coming. The number of envoys gradually increased. 7 days ago, the Kumo shinobi envoy visited Konoha. Leading the team was Omoriera, known as the Day Tiger of Yunnan, and the second person in charge of this group of envoys is the cunning rabbit Matsudera Kazuto. No way, Yunren's team this time has important people, and the person to lead the team is sloppy. Of course, a large part of the flow of people is still merchants, and the country of fire where Konoha is located, as the most fertile place for land resources in the central area, has always been the first choice for merchants. However, this time, Konoha is said to have made a sauce from Uchiha brand Old Godmother, and adding it can turn the bland white rice balls into a delicacy. So they came looking for a deal, and of course, the most important thing was to get the right to pros. So before dawn, Uchiha's clan land was crowded with merchants from all over the world, and after half a year, it was said that a plenipotentiary agent would be officially elected. At this time, Makoto Uchiha, as the inventor, was accompanying his father and patriarch and several clan elders to meet merchant representatives from various countries in the council hall. Patriarch Uchiha Jinjian sat on the main throne, and he was very happy in his heart, but he did not expect that his younger son not only had amazing cultivation talent, but also had a lot of ghost ideas. What kind of old godmother came up this time can attract so many businessmen to seek cooperation? In this way, Uchiha not only has a strong strength, but also has a steady stream of economic resources. Ahem, Uchiha Jinjian cleared his voice. We all understand your intentions. We as ninjas don't talk about those false polite words, and I, Uchiha, am not engaged in production, so old godmother, this special sauce, we will give it to a chamber of commerce agent. Our formula doesn't sell. Only collect a share of your sales profits, sales costs, channels, and combat imitation products are all done by agents, but in the face of personal attacks and other safety issues, we will be able to provide support. Then now it's time to consider the strength of the chambers of commerce and the share that can be given. When the representatives of various chambers of commerce heard this, they communicated with their assistants and friends. Then one by one the representatives start bidding. I, the Taiyun Chamber of Commerce, am willing to divide 82, we 8, and you 2. After all, the cost is relatively high, but we can definitely guarantee that the sales will go to all countries in the world within a month, because we have chambers of commerce in each country. Hee. As soon as the Taiyun Chamber of Commerce opened its mouth, it directly pressed the score so low, and the big head is all yours? I'm afraid it's not appropriate. I, the Yinchuan Chamber of Commerce, am willing to give Uchiha 5 million taels as a meeting gift first, plus the division of 7-3, we 7, you 3. I, the Miki Chamber of Commerce, am willing to bid 3 million, plus the share of June 4th. At this time, there were cheers in the ninja school playground. Because the 3 generations of Hokage actually came to the ninja school to inspect today, this is a big man. Many people have been enrolled for 2 years. In addition to the Hokage rock they see every day, the real person is still the first time to see it. The 3 generations of Hokage, who were standing on the leadership platform, showed a kind smile and pressed his arm. Students, it's been 3 years since I last met everyone like this, right? So much so that many freshmen have never seen me, and I, the principal of the ninja school, am a bit incompetent. Now in the prime of life, he is a well-deserved shinobi. It's just a few crow's feet at the corners of my eyes. The teachers and students in the audience were silent for a few seconds. Nomura-sensei, who was in charge of the theory class of the 4th and 6th grades, came out to the crowd. Naruto-sama, you are not only our principal, but also the Hokage of the entire Konoha village. To be responsible for the ninjas, villagers of Konoha as a whole, we are very grateful for taking time out of your busy schedule to care about the students' studies. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a theory teacher, and when it comes to, oh no, the words of people come one by one. The 3rd generation of Hokage smiled. I have been busy with affairs in the past few years, but I actually know everything about your performance in the ninja school. Many students have always been proud to study at Konoha Ninja School, and it is good to have confidence. But it can't be too much. Many people think that Konoha Ninja School is the only one in the ninja world. Being at the top of his class, he thinks that he is the strongest among his peers, and it is only a matter of time before he surpasses his predecessors. Don't you know that Konoha is just one of the relatively large ninja villages in the ninja world? It just so happens that a group of children of the same age as you have come from Union Village, and you can have a good exchange with them. Then, let's warmly welcome the students of Union Village. The words of the 3 generations of Hokage through Chakra's blessing clearly resounded throughout the playground. Then a group of children with their heads held high, led by an unusually strong Lei Ren with a tiger head tattoo on his arm, walked in neatly from the school gate. This time the ninja school friendship took the form of a fight. The two sides each sent one trainee to the stage for actual combat exchanges. The loser will simply step down, and the winner will have the option to continue to stand in the ring and challenge, or he can change the ring. Since this time is only to let the trainees more clearly understand their own strength positioning and broaden their horizons, the victory or defeat is actually not so important. However, one side can reflect the future combat power reserves of the two ninja villages, and Konoha, as the host and the largest ninja village, certainly wants to win dignity. Therefore, the first person to play at Konoha Shinobi School was Ryo Kidada, who ranked 3rd in the 6th grade actual battle. And Union Village has never been a master who will show weakness. Due to the strong character of the 3 generations of Lei Ying, the entire Union Village is exceptionally strong from style to education, and it is also aggressive in diplomacy. I never know what to fear, let alone be timid because I am in someone else's territory. The first trainee sent by Union Fang turned out to be a female trainee. The two sides after the seal of opposition. Union's female trainee took an arrow step, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder in the air. Boom! One blow directly knocked Kidada Liang, who could not react, out of bounds. There are no superfluous moves, no cumbersome processes. Straightforwardly relied on passing speed to win his first victory. The audience was silent for a moment. That's too fast, too easy, right? Kidada Ryo is in the 6th grade, and the 3rd in the actual combat of the graduation class. Everyone in Konoha looked incredulous. How is that possible? One blow. The other party must be the strongest in Union Ninja School. She is a sneak attack, otherwise how could Kidada Ryo not react? The 3rd generation of Ape Flying Sun took a puff of smoke. Union has always been famous for thunder, but I didn't expect that ninja trainees would also use chakra to activate and stimulate the body early. It seems that the physical fitness of the trainees on the Konoha side is far worse than theirs, and even the actual combat experience is a little worse. During the period of trainees who have not mastered a lot of ninjutsu, Konoha's trainees are physically at a loss. Sure enough, Konoha, who came on the ring next, was still knocked off the ring one after another, even if he was guarded. Now, that Union female trainee Takeda Asaka has won 5 consecutive games. The Konoha Ninja School cadet, no one dared to underestimate the female cadet opposite this time. Just now, even the oil girl Ichiro, who ranked 2nd in the actual combat of the 6th grade, was defeated. It turns out that there are really strong people outside of Konoha. However, this person is estimated to be the strongest among Union trainees. It's abominable. Send the strongest one when you come up, and don't give face at all. One by one, the Konoha cadets were indignant. For the first time, I felt that it was nothing to lose to my own people, and losing to people from other villages. Report teacher. 4th grade birthday to Hayashi to apply to the stage. At this time, Hinata, who had already completed a 3-month retreat and practiced the jutsu method every day, was no longer comparable when he was defeated by Makoto Uchiha half a year ago. Although it is still the 32 palms of the gossip, it has not reached 64 palms. But the 32 palms are more skillful. More momentum, faster speed, and more consistency between palms. Hayashi desperately needs a victory to prove himself in order to boost morale and will to challenge Makoto Uchiha again. And the victory obtained by defeating ordinary cadets in the past is useless. But now there is just an opportunity. Winning 5 consecutive games with strong morale and strong strength Union trainees will be a good grindstone for testing the results of palm techniques. 4th grade is not mistaken, right? We all lost the 6th grade, what's the use of a 4th grade? Seicheish, he is the Hayaga Hinata of the Konoha Hayagaha clan, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Konoha's trainees instantly started talking, and the Union trainees on the opposite side also exploded when they heard that they were going to be a 4th grade student this time. 4th grade? Could it be that their 4th grade is better than the 6th grade? I don't know if I'm dead or alive. Sister Chaoxiang, don't show mercy to her subordinates, don't beat him into a pig's head, don't let him go. This Nomura-sensei hesitantly looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. Originally he wanted Yuto Uchiha, who was the first in the 6th year in actual combat, to go up and win the first victory. But now the Hayaga clan actually urged himself to recommend himself, that, after Sarutobi glanced at Hayashi's firm eyes, he nodded, let him go. It just so happens that Hinata is good at physical skills, and dealing with her, except for being a little younger, should not be a big problem. No, then there is a 4th grade birthday to the stage next. Hinata was overjoyed, but he still maintained a serious expression on the surface, and slowly walked to the battlefield. The Hayaga clan of Konoha? I want to see how strong the children of the Hao clan who are famous in the ninja world are. This is the first time Takeda Asaka has spoken since taking office. Don't worry, I will definitely defeat you, my real opponent is not you. Hinata responded lightly. You, are the Konoha clans all so unobtrusive? I'll see if you can still be hard-mouthed? Asa Takeda is extremely fragrant. After the two sides made the seal of opposition, Takeda Asaka entered the first game and directly took an arrow step and bombarded it with a fist. Hayashi took half a step back, after a push hand unloaded. Supercilious. Soft boxing. Cracking sound. In an instant, the hands of both sides turned into Deo afterimages, and they exchanged dozens of blows like firecrackers. Obviously, both sides came up with real skills. Suddenly, Hinata quickly jumped back 2 positions. I have to admit that the girl on the other side is indeed very strong, but the attack strength is obviously much weaker than that of Makoto Uchiha. You must know that Makoto Uchiha is a person who can shake his arms numbly. You're strong, though, the game is over. Hinata put her feet in arches, and assumed a position with her left hand in front and her right hand back. Who won't say big things? You're done too. I'm going to get real. Soft boxing method, Gossip 36 chapters. Union 7 folded hands. The two collided together again in an instant. Takeda Asaka's hands turned into 7 afterimages, which dazzled, and the oil girl Joichiro in the last game was defeated by this move. However, this invincible move was easily blocked when hitting Hinata. The speed of the other party is obviously not as fast as his own. Why is it all blocked? No, it's not that they are not fast, but their own tricks are all seen through, often by the other party first, and there is a faint momentum that has been cutting their speed. Gossip in the palm of the hand. 2 palms. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Gradually, Takeda Asaka only heard a loud applause count from the opposite side. Mentally retarded. Shout out to let others know how many palms you make. Scapegoat. What's the matter, Chakra can't tune it up. 32 palms. In an instant, it was Takeda Asaka's turn to feel that there were palm shadows in all directions, and it was not clear which side to defend against first, and it was impossible to defend it. Boom. Poof. A figure was slammed out of the border. Hinata wins. This 4th grade is so strong? The grades of Konoha Shinobi School are reversed, and the lower they go, the stronger they get. Then it's only the 4th grade now, and isn't it invincible by the 1st grade? It's over, can't afford to provoke, worthy of being the first ninja village. Stupid, didn't you hear from the other side that this is from the Hayaga clan? It must be strong after the famous door. Don't be afraid, their age order is the same as ours, and our big guy is not on yet. The trainees of Union Village shouted uncalmly. Derui, the head of Union Village, listened to these discussions and did not express anything. It's just that a few more mediocre ones were sent up. Sure enough, it created Hinata's 3 consecutive wins. As if playing, give Konoha a return gift, and go up a few experience babies to feed Hayashi. By the time of the 4th person, Derui called out to Kiribi, who was also only 8 years old and a 4th grader. Kiribi, the perfect 8-tailed man Zulai in the future of the original Union Village, the partner and righteous brother of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. He has been a genius since childhood. 9 graduated from ninja school, promoted to middle ninja at the age of 10, promoted to upper ninja at the age of 12. When Kiribi, carrying 3 short knives on his back and wearing small sunglasses, walks up to the stage. Kiribi will win. Kiribi will win. Kiribi will win. Union trainees cheered enthusiastically. What's going on? The person on the opposite side is so popular. Will it be more powerful than that female trainee just now? Kiribi beckoned to the enthusiastic students in the audience. Today's mood is really good. I will definitely be able to compose a great rhyme. Let me play with Konoha's friends. Hinata is calm and relaxed, and this guy who came up is probably not simple, but it is not simple, and he has not struggled under my soft fist. After the seal of opposition, Hinata started to make a standard defensive move of a soft fist, ready to see what skills this newcomer had. Outcome. The opposite side did a pre-war warm-up and leg-pulling exercise against Hinata. The strange sound of yo-yo kept coming out of his mouth. Presumptuous. Is this defiant of me? Then it depends on what you are capable of. Hayashi turned defensive into offensive, drew an arc with his left hand, quickly slapped at Kiribi, and stood up with his right hand, always ready to mend the knife in the gap of the opponent's defense. Yo cluck. 8 Gaia Road, Chop Maya Road. Unexpectedly sneaked up on Uncle Kiribi. Kiribi reverse windmill, but seeing Kiribi propped his hands on the ground, his legs swinging like a windmill against Hinata's attack. Yo rotten eggs, 2.5 pieces a pound. Kiribi windmill egg fist with his hands folded into fists, he quickly flung into the shape of a windmill and quickly threw it towards the sun. Childish, actually used children's playing methods. Go down, Juquan method, Bagwazang. A strong aura instantly enveloped Kiribi. First palm. Clang. Hinata slapped his palm across the empty door of Kiribi, and as a result, the palm of his hand was faintly painful. A large iron bar fell out of the sleeve of Kiribi's right hand, who quickly returned to defense. I'm sorry, this is what I usually use to practice swords, and if I am not proficient, I will use iron bars instead. Kyrabi scratched his head and said with a little blush. Hisu's forehead was blue. It's okay, let's continue. Second palm. Clang. A large iron bar fell from the sleeve of the right hand. Third palm. Clang. A large iron bar was knocked flying in the wide trousers of the left leg. Fourth palm. Clang. Another large iron bar in his right leg pierced his pants. Hug. Sorry. I want to practice the 8-knife flow. These are used as knives. I only have 3 knife flows now, so I only dare to carry 3 real knives on my back. Your palm technique is indeed powerful, and you have knocked out all my cultivation with a bladeless knife, and others can't do it. Despicable fellow, do you think I'll believe it? Unexpectedly took an iron plate to protect him. Then I'll knock out the iron plate of your whole body. Supercilious. Hinata, who was already green and explosive, was even more hideous. Stomping on the ground, bringing up a fierce wind, fifth palm, hit Kyrabi the stomach, who was picking up the iron bar on the ground. Clang. I #yen at %yen. Kyrabi picked up the last iron bar on the ground, called the bladeless knife, and caught it with his teeth. Kyrabi 3-blade flow, sixth palm. In the sound of Kyrabi's leaking wind, like a storm, the hole turned into a streamer and crashed into Hinata. Yo, I still have spare energy, and the charm shines. The strongest Kyrabi, the most gorgeous. Yay, sincere. Clang. Burst. Various striking sounds sounded. In the ring, the palm shadows and knife shadows of the two were mixed. Compared to Kyrabi's ease, the more courageous he is. Hinata became angrier and angrier, and his muscles were bruised. The other party is despicable and shameless. Even with weapons, verbal harassment is carried out. Hayashi's anger is chaotic. The Bagwazang can't block the other party, and it is estimated that he will lose soon. I didn't expect that there were so many strong people in Yunyin. In the crowd, Narashikaisa had a solemn face. How come? The Bagwazang of the Japanese foot will be stronger and stronger, and the other party's chakra can't be mobilized behind, and the head wins. Companion Akimichi Dingza responded nonchalantly, then secretly looked around, saw that no one noticed, quickly took out a handful of snacks from his arms and stuffed them into his mouth. Look, it's coming soon. Narashikako rolled her eyes at her friend, who was out of tune. Sure enough, as time passed, Hinata's Bagwazang did not seal the other party, but was pressed by the other party step by step to the edge of the ring. Suddenly, Kyrabi struck the bladeless knife in his mouth as a dark weapon with a shake of his head. While dodging Hayashi, the left and right knives directly cut into Hayashi's ribs. Hayashi backhanded Kyrabi's forearm, and his dull pain hands were already trembling slightly. Yeah, little fool. Fly like a butterfly. Oh yay. Kyrabi stared at Hinata and smiled slightly. Self-created secret technique, Kyrabi's head hammer. Boom. A hard head blow directly knocked Hinata Hayashi on the edge of the ring and flew out. Kyrabi put away the iron bar and made a seal of reconciliation. Kyrabi wins. In an instant, the cheers and inverted sounds of Konoha and Union sounded again. Poof, the food that Akimichi Dingza just ate in his mouth all squirted out. Am I a crow mouth? That's too accurate, isn't it? This Kyrabi really wins. None of the opponents who came on the field were Kyrabi's opponents, and they were all knocked out with a few blows. Kyrabi, who was burly at a young age and had a head over his peers, obviously showed his physical strength to the fullest. Looking at Konoha-sensei, whose face was getting ugly, there was also Jushine, who was a little eager to go on stage and beat each other all over the other. Bo Feng Shuman's gaze gradually firmed, took a step forward, and shouted, 4th grade student Wave Feng Shui Gate, apply to go on stage to fight. 4th graders again? This Konoha Ninja School's grade is really in reverse order, right? Watergate? Isn't he one place lower than Hinata's actual combat ranking in the class? This is up to find abuse, right? That's all last semester. Bo Feng Shuman is improving so fast every semester, maybe this time can really bring us a surprise. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the blonde sunny boy from the leadership stage. This is the trainee that Jiraiya also paid attention to. It was indeed a talent. Then he nodded to Nomura-sensei. The next 4th grade student Wave Feng Shuman comes to power. After feeling the gazes around him, especially Juzine's different gaze, Bo Feng Shuman smiled slightly and jumped to the ring. This sissy didn't expect to have a man's side. Juzine in the audience looked at the confident Bo Feng Shuman and thought to himself, I don't know if the Wave Feng Shui Gate will fall directly from the air. After knowing Juzine's thoughts, well, it will. Yo, hello, my name is Bo Feng Shuman, your singing voice is very special. Bo Feng Shuman interrupted Kyrabi's rap with a smile on his face. Faced with opponents who did not play according to the routine, Kyrabi said that he was very uncomfortable, forgetting the lines he wanted to rap just now. Then let's get started. Bo Feng Shuman took the lead in attacking, and when he raised his hand, the shuriken in the sky sealed towards Kyrabi. Kyrabi's secret technique, big windmill. Kyrabi quickly pulled out the short knife on his back, and the swinging blade was so fast that it swept away all the shurikens that attacked him like a windmill. Then he threw out an iron bar in his sleeve to fight back at the water gate, and the figure rushed towards the water gate like a predatory cheetah. Watergate backhanded and threw a bitter inaccurate blow to the iron bar, changing its trajectory. The figure did not advance and retreat, and he threw out 2 shurikens, and at the same time his hands were sealed. Make up your mind not to play hand-to-hand combat with you. Cage Shuriken Art. The shuriken flew in the air, and suddenly 2 changed into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. A rain of shurikens flew towards Kiribi. Faced with the shuriken coming from ahead, Kiribi repeated his old skills, still casting a large windmill to sweep away the large number of shadow shurikens. Suddenly, there was a voice behind him, "Wind escape, big breakthrough." What? When did you run behind me? Could it be hidden in the shuriken that was just thrown? Kiribi, who had just tried his best to fight back against the shuriken rain in the front, suddenly found that there was also a wave feng shui gate in the rear. The wind-done big breakthrough carried the same rain of shurikens, and bombarded Kiribi with a faster and more powerful impact speed. It's too late to dodge. Suddenly, an electric light flashed, and Kiribi's whole person was quickly brought out of the attack range by a larger figure. My brother threw in the towel. In the next battle, I will meet you in the night and moon. Thunder armor. In an instant, if there was a substantial chukrab full of night and moon, the thunder light on his body was even more dazzling. At this time, within the Uchiha clan, the large chamber of commerce, the Jinchuan Chamber of Commerce, won the negotiation. Yushibo Brand Old Godmother gave full authority to the agent of the Jinchuan Chamber of Commerce. The Jinchuan Chamber of Commerce directly sold 5 million taels and the famous knife Broken Snow for the meeting gift, plus a 50-50 share of the profit. All other operating costs and combating copycat piracy are all covered by the Jinchuan Chamber of Commerce. When the Kanagawa merchants encounter an armed attack from their peers, they can also hire Uchiha people to escort. Of course, with such a big profit, the Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Jinjian, still has to have a real battle with the management of Konoha. It is inevitable to give away a certain amount of profit to the village, but this additional income can also greatly enhance the welfare of the clan. Uchiha Jinyin tried to rank the crowd and gave the biggest hero Uchiha Makoto a reward of 3 million taels, a famous knife, Broken Snow, and a fixed 20% of the income. That is, the one who took it to negotiate with Konoha is the other Sansei. Well, at most give Konoha Issei, drink the soup. Xiaochang is still too small, and I will take care of the 2% of the income first. Uchiha thought so. Subsequently, the 8 million taels of silver tickets that Uchiha Makoto had just received were taken away by his father Uchiha Jinjian in the name of saving his future wife Ben before it was hot. Of course, he still gave 300,000 taels of pocket flowers, and the envious brother Uchiha Fukiya was tearful. It is obvious that there are enough ninja tools, and too many ninja tools are directly stored with sealing scrolls and brought on the body. The famous knife Broken Snow, that blows hair and breaks hair over the waist. Suddenly, the temperament of the whole person rose by several percentage points. When Makoto Uchiha arrived at the school, a shout came from the playground. The night moon will win. The night moon will win. The night moon will win. At this time, after using the Thunder God armor to resist the Wei Feng Shuman with a slight injury, Jie Yuejian in the ring has won 9 consecutive battles after defeating the Watergate with a rapid hand. After all, although there is a unique cultivation method of Thunder God armor advancement, it is still far from enough to achieve the degree of invincibility of his father's 3rd-generation Thunder Shadow's strongest shield, but with defense and speed, it's still too easy to deal with the current ninja trainees. Even Yato Uchiha, who ranked first in Konoha's 6th grade actual battle, was defeated. It's scary. Is he a monster? Aren't you tired of even playing 9 games? The gap between our 2 ninja schools is so big. The main thing is that his speed is too fast. Without the shuriken throwing technique of Watergate, other people's shurikens can't even touch a single hair of his sweat. Except for Watergate and Yato Uchiha in 6th grade. Everyone else was seconds, and it didn't consume much of his physical strength at all. It's over. According to this situation, no one in Konoha Shinobi can beat him. Nope. Maybe that person can. Great Devil Makoto Uchiha. His actual combat ranking has firmly suppressed both Feng Shuman and others for several years. Yes, I almost forgot about the Great Devil, mainly because the entire grade was basically slandered by him, and I feel uncomfortable thinking about it, and I don't think of him if you don't mention it. And what about Makoto Uchiha? Makoto Uchiha, Makoto Uchiha, Makoto Uchiha. From the tone of inquiry in 1 or 2 voices, to the more and more uniform in the back, the overwhelming voice quickly overshadowed the shouting of the trainee on the opposite side. The night and the moon will win. Sound. Who is this Makoto Uchiha? Is this the strongest? I heard that it seems to be in the 4th grade? It's a matter of due, their 4th grade is the graduating class. Union's cheers were interrupted and exchanged ears with each other. Makoto Uchiha, who had already walked into the crowd, suddenly heard a system prompt in his ears. Ding. Your prestige has officially risen from the ninja school, and your legend will begin to spread in the ninja world today. This time the selection reward will be doubled. Ding. In the face of the heartfelt cries of the classmates, do you want to become famous or notorious? Please select 1. Ignore the shouts and keep a low profile. Don't fight. Reward 9 Ho, Rashomon. After doubling the effect, the reward is triple Rashomon. 2. Respond to the shout, fight high profile. Reward healing. After doubling the effect, the reward is palm cactus. 3. High profile battle. Let the opponent take military food pills to replenish physical strength. Reward 8 Gate Dungeon Array. After doubling the effect, the reward is can open the first 2 doors of the 8 doors of Dungeon without side effects. But seeing a huge wave of shouts, Uchiha Makoto, dressed in a dark blue Uchiha costume and a famous knife of broken snow hanging from his waist, slowly entered the room. Come on, here it comes. Did you find out? Brother Chang seems to be handsome again. Brother Chang is mighty. Yojutsu frowned and looked at this Uchiha who was obviously more popular than his brother. It's a pity that he doesn't know, in fact, most of this popularity is negative popularity. Another Uchiha? Just now I hit the next one, feeling so-so in vain. Oh? The one you beat was the bottom of my Uchiha, and I was really so-so, second to last in the clan. It's really enough to clean you up, though. I, Makoto Uchiha, never take advantage of people's dangers. You first go to take a military food pill to replenish your physical strength. Lest I say that I am invincible, Uchiha said lightly. Oh, are you sure? I've won 9 in a row, and I'm a little tired now, and this is your last chance. A 9-game winning streak is strong? I'll pick all of you later, so that you can see what is the strongest and why Konoha is called the first ninja village. Very good, let me see if your strength is as hard as your mouth. Yeah, you was also not reckless, and decisively went down and knocked a military grain pill. This time, the goal is to overturn the entire Konoha Shinobi school and attack the confidence of the future of the wood industry. Listen, Brother Chang is Brother Chang, as always, mighty and domineering. I know, when it comes to Uchiha, who looks at people with their nostrils is the most handsome. It's Makoto Uchiha. Are you boasting about people? Or swearing? Don't turn your head, the opponent is so strong. Don't you know the convergence point? Sorry, Brother Chang's dictionary does not have this word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-door Dungeon Array. Because the reward is doubled, the first 2 doors can be opened directly without side effects. At this time, after resting for a while to replenish the military food pill, you return to the ring in good spirits. So, the battle for the strongest in ninja school begins. Nomura-sensei skinned. Thunder armor, 8-gate Dungeon Array, the first door opens. At the moment of the beginning, both sides were aerated at the same time. 2 powerful forces compete against each other. Then both turned into a stream of light, directly rough, and came to a collision in the field without any fancy. Rumble. A powerful wave of chi rose from the field and spread in all directions. SHHH. 2 humanoid tyrannosaurs mixed in with the ninja school. An instant caused an exclamation from outside the venue. Both sides did not use dark weapons and ninjutsu again, and they directly fought against each other with the most direct physical skills. In their eyes, they only saw one after another swift after images, and they could not capture the complete figure at all. What a speed! These 2 people, and dozens of trainees are not their opponents, and they can't touch them. Isn't Uchiha known for his chakra eyes and ninjutsu? What the hell is such a strong physical skill? Rumble! The floor beneath Uchiha's feet cracked like a spider web. Second door, open. Boom! The blue flame rises again. Cool! It's been a long time since I met someone who could clash with me so physically, it's so cool. Makoto Uchiha, I remember you. Don't worry, it's just beginning. Boom! The floor exploded directly, and Makoto Uchiha's voice instantly disappeared in place. In half a year, he opened the second door with his re-strengthened physical fitness, and he was able to catch up with the third door at the beginning of Lilac in the original work. Syllable. Shovel the ground with both feet and stop at the edge of the ring. Embarrassed, the first time to use, the speed is too fast, almost can't stop the car. So, riding wheel eyes open. What to hide, enjoy the battle and it's over. And it's not too shocking for the 8-year-old Sharinan to be discovered by the 3rd generation. At most, the attention is increased by another order of magnitude. Turn around again and regain the night moon. This time, Yayu's rapid fist slowed down as if slowing down in his eyes. And your own body can catch up with the consciousness to make timely avoidance. So, Uchiha's secret technique, Pegasus Meteor Fist. In an instant, countless fist shadows hit Yayu, and the name was loud. In fact, it was just an ordinary fist that relied on speed. Syllable. Crackle. The 2 immediately exchanged hundreds of blows. A series of crackling sounds make people's scalps tingle. Euler 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 T. Not only that, but Makoto Uchiha also conducts sound interference. A series of attacks, everyone who watched was dazzled and amazed. Rumble. Night Moon was violently beaten out, plowing a faint mark on the ground. At this time, Yayu's eye was swollen, one tooth was knocked out, and the nosebleed flowed wildly. On the other hand, Makoto Uchiha, his body was unscathed, and with the airflow surrounding him, he looked fluttering and majestic. Yayuli lay on the ground and looked up at the sky, her eyes tingling. Later. Don't dare to claim to be the first in speed anymore. Let's call it the second speed, the most handsome Uchiha, invincible Uchiha. The cadets of the Konoha Ninja School changed their decadence of 9 consecutive defeats by the night moon, and shouted wildly, venting their excitement. Yayu looked at the dazzling sunlight in the sky, but for the first time there were clouds in his psyche. I haven't tasted the failure for a long time. No. Among his peers in Union Village, he simply did not taste a defeat. Suddenly, a figure only blocked the light in front of Yayu's eyes, and a hand stretched out in front of him. Get up, you didn't hurt your feet, what are you loading on the ground? You're just missing a front tooth, a black circle in your eyes, a swollen cheek, ears, enough. Yayu grabbed the palm handed over and jumped up. Let Uchiha Makoto continue to speak, the other face will also be swollen, shameful. Good. It is worthy of being the strongest trainee in Union Village, and when he falls, he stands up again, which is like a man. Look at our Konoha, although you have lost 9 consecutive battles, which one is not holding its head high and losing again and again? I believe you also caused a brief defeat just now because of underestimating the enemy, but you know, we in Konoha have a motto: failure is success. Come, let's fight again. Siyama Uchiha shouted with a serious face, casually patting Yojutsuya's shoulder. Meow, it's hard to find an opponent, don't knock out your other front tooth. How can you be worthy of the 9 trainees who were bullied by you? You know, all the students of Konoha Ninja School can only be bullied by me. Everyone in the audience listened to Uchiha's heroic words and looked at each other. Failure is success? When did we in Konoha have this maxim? Maybe there really is, but we are alone. Looking at the 9 people who were defeated by Yayu just now, they really held their heads high one by one, although their noses were blue and their faces were swollen, but they were proud and awe-inspiring. It was as if they were the ones who won. How? Feeling, what Brother Chang said makes sense. Also, still fighting. Yayu touched her swollen cheeks, and for the first time in her heart, she felt that she was not only physically uncomfortable, but also uncomfortable in her heart. Accept it, it really feels like you can't win. Seeing that the other party has been staring at his other face, this is trying to completely beat me into a pig's head? If you want to refuse, the righteousness you said earlier, the losers hold their heads high. If I refuse, I will not be a man, but a woman. I'll fight you. Young and vigorous, Yayu, who couldn't suppress her emotions, almost had a sweet throat, and was so depressed that she spewed out a few liters of red dye. A rap-like word sounded from behind him, and Kiribi walked up. Yaguya road, stupid, chop my yalu, bastard, mean Uchiha, take advantage of the mess. My brother won 9 consecutive victories, and his spirit was tired early. If you are really capable, it is better to beat our 2 brothers alone. Ding! In the face of emotions provoked by the host on and off the field, please choose. 1. Continue to fight against Yayu. Reward, healing. 2. Against the 2 brothers of Night Moon and Kiribi. Reward, B-level ninjutsu water escape, water formation wall. 3. Stand tall and let more than 30 students from the opposite Union School go together. Rewards, B-level ninjutsu fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb plus healing technique. Looking at the rewards in the system, do you still use selection? Originally, I was going to brush them all over, but now it's just to let them go together, so hurry up and solve it together. Oh, people in the ninja world talk about credit. I, Makoto Uchiha, actually said that if I want to pick all of you, I will definitely pick all of you. Don't come 1 or 2. Let's hurry up and eat later. All of you students can go together. Makoto Uchiha looked at the rising sun in the sky and said with his nostrils towards them, N.A. Nanny, too much deception. Help me up, I can fight again. I've seen the arrogant Uchiha, I've never seen such an arrogant Uchiha. Brothers, he actually looked for abuse, this time, beat his out for me. Immediately, the young and vigorous students of Union School did not wait for the permission of the person in charge, and they jumped into the ring with righteous indignation. This, Nomura-sensei glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage with an ugly face, wanting to stop this farce. Let them play. Rest assured, there will be no accidents with us. The 3rd Hokage shook his hand and stopped Nomura, then looked at Makoto Uchiha with interest. Funny little Uchiha. The students of Konoha School looked at each other again. This scene always felt familiar. Wasn't this their previous actions after being provoked? According to the convention, although it feels incredible, why does it feel Brother Makoto can win? This time, everyone was on Brother Chang's side, and suddenly found it so cool. This is what Brother Chang once said: stand under the big tree, so that you can enjoy the shade? Do you want to collectively mock the opposite wave? On this day, the students of Konoha learned to think differently for the first time, and the maturity of their minds was lifted again. Then the last 1v30 friendly match, begin. With Nomura-sensei's voice, it fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level ninjutsu fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb plus healing technique. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge and experience was absorbed by Makoto Uchiha, as if he had practiced countless times, and he mastered the fire dragon flame bullet and the healing technique. Thunder armor. The future of combination Yakuzuki and Kiribi take the lead and turn into two afterimages and rush towards Makoto Uchiha. Fire, the art of burning the undead. Oh no, the art of the fireball. A hot fireball hit the place where they had to pass. Yuejian didn't dodge, rushed towards the fireball head-on, and flew up. Righteous Thunder is angry with Thunder Axe. Focusing Lei Du Chakra on his feet, he kicked the fireball from top to bottom. Rumble. The fireball was completely kicked apart, and the fire wave scattered in all directions with brilliant light and shadow effects. Because Yuyi has just learned the Righteous Thunder and Anger Thunder Axe, plus Chakra is not enough, he can only be able to scatter the How fireball. It did not reach the power of the hereafter. This is decent. Makoto Uchiha smiled slightly, pulled out the sealing scroll he had just obtained from the family, and instantly threw out the physical shuriken that struck the two. With Night Moon Spirit blocking the fireball, Kiribi, who was 2 steps slower behind him, flashed in front of Night Moon. Kiribi Big Windmill. Facing the attacking shuriken, Kiribi quickly pulled out the 2 sharp blades behind him, plus the one in his mouth. It spun like a windmill, and all the shurikens swept away. 8-gate Dunji Array, the second gate is open. Makoto Uchiha pulled out his famous knife Broken Snow to open the 8 doors to accelerate a flying vertical and slash directly towards Kiribi. Bell. Kiribi used all his strength to stack 2 knives to be able to withstand Makoto Uchiha's slash. A 3-meter mark was plowed into the ground. Kiribi 3-blade flow. The knife in his mouth was instantly thrown over, and while Uchiha Makoto was dodging, the blade fell like raindrops. Ding ding. In 3 seconds, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of blows. Night Moon AI sneaks up from the flank and rushes towards Makoto Uchiha with an iron fist with the sound of wind and thunder. Kiribi took the opportunity to take 2 steps back with a slow sigh and looked. Nima, his 3 love knives with smooth and bright edges, have turned into saws comparable to woodworking, and the blades have been split. Looking at Uchiha Makoto's shiny knife light as one, he almost blinded Kiribi's bull's eye. Is this the Konoha clan? Too arrogant, too enviable. No way. In the future, I will also collect famous knives. It was during Kiribi's stunned period. A bloody front tooth fell in front of Kiribi with a click. Looking up, his brother Yojutsu was violently kicked and flown away by Makoto Uchiha. Now my brother's 2 front teeth flew and were symmetrical. Strange why I have such thoughts. Your 3-knife flow is indeed good, but it's still just a child's trick. Let you see my 1-knife flow. Makoto Uchiha, who freed his hand, turned the knife and stomped on the ground. Rumble. When the ground was shattered and dusty, people had disappeared in place. Ding ding. Clang. Nanny? You obviously rely on good knives and brute force. Are you really too young? Haven't you heard of a force drop of 10? This time, Kiribi only resisted 3 blows, and the blade in his hand was chopped. Then he was kicked and flew out. Ready. Suddenly, a clear girl's voice sounded. It was Asaka Takeda, who was the first to play. It turns out that this is the real means of attack. Take advantage of the strongest Night Moon and Kiribi to drag Makoto Uchiha. The 28 trainees behind him are ready for all the attack ninjutsu and shuriken that can be used. Lei Dun, go to the ground. Feng Dun, big breakthrough. Tu Dun, rotten mud. Coupled with the shuriken and kunao in the sky, it swept towards Makoto Uchiha like a tide. After holding out for less than a second, it was torn to shreds. A puff of smoke rises. Cool. Let you be arrogant and be beaten to ashes, right? Several of the 28 union trainees jumped up with joy and high-fived each other to express their excitement. After all, that Uchiha just now was really powerful, and he actually defeated the 2 most powerful people in the school so cleanly. Slow down. Don't get too happy. Don't relax until the last minute. Is the knowledge learned in school returned to the teacher after leaving school? Takeda Asaka frowned, reminding his classmates while staring at the chaotic and dusty ring at this time. Nanny? Didn't fight it. Impossible. Even if he used the avatar technique, he was finished with that range just now. The 3rd generation of Hokage knocked on the cigarette bag on the leadership stage and said with a smile, Union Village is indeed good. There are many people, and this girl will be a good seedling for battlefield command in the future. Teacher Nomura quickly responded, our school is not bad, and the young man of the Nara family, Nara Shikasa, is very good. It's this Uchiha kid, it's really surprising. The 3 generations seemed to appreciate it, but in fact sighed worriedly. The leader saw the battle below clearly, so he was not worried about Makoto Uchiha's safety at all. Because the one just now was indeed Makoto Uchiha's shadow doppelganger. It's really hard that Uchiha has such an excellent child again. 1,000 hands has already wasted a lot of energy, and it took many years to cut the layout to this situation. There are still a few steps left before Senju can truly break away from Konoha's leadership. At the same time, guide the Hyuga clan to drag Uchiha down, and the current situation. Can't wait any longer, the next generation of Hinata definitely can't even drag Uchiha back, it's time to advance the process of weakening Uchiha. Good. So vigilant at a young age. In return, I will show my true skills. The smoke and dust on the field gradually dispersed, and a scattered shuriken on the edge of the ring suddenly changed back to the appearance of Makoto Uchiha. This is transfiguration? It's too insidious. It turns out that the transformation technique and the most basic three-body technique can still be used like this. Learned. I learned that there is a cock, you become a pig, there is only one pig's head decent, but the body is still a human body. Can you turn into a shuriken in its entirety? Terrible, he has already laid out this from the beginning when he threw his shuriken. The trainees inside and outside the field showed shock, the same ninja trainees. Why is the gap so big? Whether it is strength or thinking, the gap is too big. Game over. Makoto Uchiha ignored the noise coming from the surroundings, and his hands turned into an afterimage, quickly sealing. Ninjutsu, the art of the shadow doppelganger. Fire dragon bomb. Feng Dun, big breakthrough. The body casts fire, and the shadow avatar casts the wind. Combined ninja. The wind fuels the fire is powerful. Like a cloud of fire that swept the ring. How to block, how to escape. Union's trainee's vision was full of desperate fiery red. I can never forget the fiery red color that fills the whole vision, let alone the suffocating despair. I was once convinced that in addition to strength, wisdom is the strongest weapon of a ninja. But in the face of absolute power, what does wisdom have to take to manifest its existence? Is my shinobi wrong? At that moment, the future Union commanded Asaka Takeda into deep self-doubt. Suddenly, a figure jumped into the room like a ghost. Water escape, water array wall. The huge torrent hood can protect all Union trainees. This was Kazuto Matsudera, the second person in charge of the mission visiting Konoha. Feeling the rapidly consuming chakra in his body, Matsudera and a drop of cold sweat quietly slipped down. This Konoha imp is so strong, you must know that he is a superior ninja. On behalf of Union students, I announce this friendly match. We lost. As agreed, we treat you. All ninja school teachers and students are invited to have dinner at Hayaka Senbo, Konoha's largest barbecue street. Just admit defeat, all the trainees go up and can't win the opposite person, it's too humiliating. Yay, thank you Naruto-sama, thank you brother Chang. I also want to thank my opponent and thank Union School for their generosity. The Konoha trainees were excited. It's so cool, with great battles to watch and a free barbecue feast. The more such activities in the future, the better. Anyway, we have the invincible Makoto Uchiha on our side. Sure enough, it's cool under the big tree. Looking at the proudly standing figure on the stage, the geniuses of Konoha have mixed feelings. Compared with the excitement of ordinary students enjoying a big meal, they value the gap between strengths. The gap is so big that I used to think that I had learned one or two ninjutsu and was complacent. As a result, after seeing Makoto Uchiha, he found that the other party's various ninjutsu were even more proficient, even B-level high-difficulty ninjutsu. Hinata clenched her fists unwillingly. How could this catch up? Younger brother Hinata took 2 steps forward, and his palm lightly rested on his brother's shoulder. He may be strong, but we are not weak. If you want to be an enemy with him one day, as long as my brother gives an order, my younger brother will definitely not take half a step back. In the psychology of the day difference, the rules, the family is everything. Hayashi turned his head, looked at his brother's eyes and the caged bird that was covered on his forehead, and nodded fiercely. Afterwards, all the teachers and students of Konoha went to Bakesi and Fang with Yunyin. Makoto Uchiha was left alone by the 3 generations of Hokage. Makoto Uchiha, huh? If it is terrifying, he already has such a strong strength at a young age. How? Do you think that the curriculum of the ninja school is too simple, and you want to graduate early and go outside to see the new world? The 3 generations of Hokage asked with a smile, like a kind wolf grandmother. It's not simple, I still have a lot to learn. Every time I took a theory course, how to get this score. The theory is actually very simple, and you can learn it every day. However, Nomura-sensei said that if you do not learn theory well, your thinking is biased, and you will only be a slave to strength. I don't want to be a slave to power. Nomura-sensei, who was standing next to Hokage, had a black brain. Nima, use what I said as an excuse? When did you take my class not sleeping? The exam is not directly called white rolls. I see that you are deliberately handing in white papers, want to rely on ninja school. About Makoto Uchiha, the 3 generations of Hokage are still very clear. Don't talk to him now, alright. Don't pull it, you really have the intention to get a good-looking roll score, and no one can stop you. You mess around at school every day, and there are so many small reports about you. I won't pursue these. As long as you graduate early, I can let you join Konoha's special unit, the Dark Department, without exams. You'll be Konoha's youngest member of the Dark Division. Ding! Faced with 3 generations of rhetoric, please choose. 1. Refuse 3 generations. On the pretext that there is no precedent for early graduation from ninja school, he continues to stay at ninja school. Reward: shuriken throwing mastery. 2. Join the dark and become the youngest dark part ever. Reward: master shuriken throwing, later Uchiha Itake level. 3. Promise to graduate early, and in the name of the Konoha garrison, refuse to join the Dark Department of Hokage's direct unit. Reward: Grandmaster level shuriken throwing, the first shuriken throwing technique in the ninja world. Makoto Uchiha, who originally wanted to continue to stay in the ninja school to feel comfortable in fish, immediately saw the third reward, and his eyes immediately shone with essence. Alas, the group of small fish and shrimp in the ninja school is really not interesting, and the boy is aiming in all directions. It is time to see the wider world outside. The third generation suddenly became excited when he saw Makoto Uchiha, touched his beard happily. Sure enough, he was still a child after all, and he was full of interest in what was the most famous name in history. Uchiha Jinji, and don't blame me for kidnapping your young son, it's up to him to decide. Then I will officially issue it to you. Slow. Makoto Uchiha raised his hand and stopped the 3 generations from telling. What does that dark part do? What are the benefits of joining? Makoto Uchiha's eyes were shining and curious like a baby. The dark part is mainly to perform some special tasks that ordinary people cannot do. After joining, the ninja tool can be picked at will, and you can quickly develop into an elite upper ninja. Do you think I look like a person who lacks ninja tools and ninja? Makoto Uchiha scratched his head deliberately. I don't believe you will take out the forbidden art of soil rebirth, flying thunder god and so on for us. The 3 generations looked at the large number of dark weapons on the field that had not been confiscated so far, and thought of all kinds of ninjutsu at a young age, even the fire dragon flame bullet. A black line suddenly came down on his face, a little embarrassed. I almost forgot that he even knew the 8 doors of the Mat family, and the hateful Uchiha was still making small moves behind his back. When did he actually cooperate with the inconspicuous Mat family? Can't control Uchiha, can't you still be controlled? In the future, the Mat family will not want to rise to the middle ninja, just give me a good hoeing job in the lower ninja. Besides, the dark part or something, the name alone sounds too dark. It's a far cry from my Uchiha of the Will of Fire. The full name is the Assassination Tactical Special Unit. That's Special Forces. And when did the Will of Fire become a symbol of your home? That's the symbol of Konoha. That's me. The characteristic ninja theory of Konoha's characteristic ninja by the great ninja doctor. For the first time, the teachers and students of the ninja school had been living in dire straits. That's not an assassination yet? Gloomy, too gloomy. My father told me that in the face of the enemy, we must defeat him with dignity and convince him. Assassination, sneak attack, these are always the left side of the door. Addicted to these is not able to reach the top. Also, my father told me to go to the Konoha garrison after graduation. Facing the rising sun, spring blossoms. Walking on the street has a lot of feelings. You are entertaining me. The 3 generations understood, and it seems that this kid has already decided. I'll never see you again. If it weren't for the fear that you Uchiha would find an excuse to make trouble, I really want to beat you up and discipline you. Phew. No, the self-cultivation of politicians, the self-cultivation of politicians. Naruto-sama, I remember, it turns out that the author of the Will of Fire is signed by you. How you completed such a long work, it's amazing. Don't give me skins, it really feels amazing. So why do you get 0 points every time? Mean Makoto Uchiha jumped and ran outside the school, ready to go to Bakshi and Fang for a big meal. By the way, the ninja tools on the field will trouble Nomura-sensei, you can clean up and give them to the students as gifts. A word floated from outside the school. Nomura looked at the 3 generations who still had an angry expression at this time. He shook his head in tears and laughter, and ran to collect the ninja tools all over the ground. Thank you again for the victory Brother Chang brought us. Yes, I used to blame Brother Chang, he bullied us to make everyone grow. You look at Union's 2 big guys, that's the real bullying. Miserable. One was like a pig's head, and he was knocked out of 2 front teeth, and he leaked air when he spoke. A 3 ninja knife was chopped to pieces, kicked off the ring, and has not woken up yet. It is estimated that his heart hurts and he does not want to wake up. One word, poor. Not poor, can he use so many pieces of iron as a knife? Alas, I suggest that he change villages and come to our Konoha, at least Konoha is the richest. Union's brother, eat quickly, don't be polite with us, and don't need us to pay. You don't have to pay. Our village has to pay. Union's trainees ate this delicious friendship meal of Konoha extremely uncomfortable. When Uchiha Makoto rushed to Bakshi and Fang, the students were already eating hotly. Even the twisted Union trainee let go of his arms and feasted. After all, they are still children, and there is no feud. At this time, Akimichi Dingza was full of people, and he was eating against Kiribi, who woke up and ate a lot. The trainees who saw them fighting hard next to them also joined the battle one after another. spontaneously engaged in a big stomach king competition. Eat. I'm a professional, Akimichi said with his mouth full of food and patted his swollen stomach. Ninjutsu multiplication technique. In an instant, the whole person swelled in a circle, flicked his arms, and after 2 moves, he let go of the mountain of food in front of him and ate it. It's just that at this time, chakra and the food in his stomach are rapidly consumed. My mother, can ninja still be used like this? Does that count as cheating? I took your Kanaha's ninjutsu use. The surrounding cadets were in a mess. When he found out that Makoto Uchiha was coming, a large wave of small fans and little fans surrounded him. Brother Chang, I prepared roasted corn for you. Fuck off, what's delicious about grilled corn? Look at me, grilled octopus, fragrant. Disgusting, I have no appetite to look at it softly. Brother Chang, I prepared roast chicken wings for you. Faced with the enthusiasm of his classmates, Makoto Uchiha shook his hand. Don't. I understand your kindness. Guys, don't be polite with me, eat openly, can't finish eating, go around. In addition, treat our rich man, Union's friends. Although they came crying, they must leave with a smile when leaving, lest others think that we are not well treated and dare not come next time. Received. Brother Chang. Don't worry. Brother Chang. Makoto Uchiha sent off his classmates and found Mikato Uchiha's location. At this time, Mikato Uchiha, Uzumaki Shina and others were quietly grilling beef skewers. Watching Makoto Uchiha come over, Mikato brushed the hair in front of her forehead and handed Makoto Uchiha Makoto the roast that was ready, brushed with honey and old godmother. It's still my sister who knows my taste. Makoto Uchiha took the roast meat and ate it in a big gulp. Mikato didn't speak, and with a drop of crystal sweat on her fair and cute nose, and a gentle smile on her face, she quietly watched Uchiha Makoto feast. Humph. And don't say a word of thanks. It was baked by Mikato's sister for a long time. Juzine next to him said dissatisfiedly. It's your words, I'll be thankful. Mikato, my own family, say anything, even if she wants the moon in the sky, I will go and take it off for her. Uchiha replied to Juzine. Who is with you is your own family. Mikato's face instantly turned red and she turned around and roasted the corn on the cob. Juzine bit the chicken wings fiercely. Don't look over, don't want to pay attention to someone. Makoto Uchiha, who had swept away all the baked food, also baked delicious food for Mikato with his own hands. At this time, Juzine suddenly handed over a bunch of roast chicken wings with seasoning. What for? If you have nothing to offer, you are either a traitor or a thief. You, not with your general knowledge. I just want to ask Brother Chang to teach me how to practice. Ding. In the face of Vortex Juzine's request, please select 1. Direct refusal. I am still a child, and I don't do anything to teach people. Reward, sand armor. The armor of sand has strong defense, and it is said that even the skin can be thickened. 2. Promise to teach Juzine to practice. Reward, medical ninjutsu, palm cactus. Bumps and bumps are inevitable during practice, and what you need is a mobile hospital. 3. Ignore Juzine, do not refuse, and do not agree. Reward, silent killing. Mist concealment. Sometimes in the face of things that you don't know how to deal with, you may wish to hide yourself first, calm. Well, the rewards for each option are pretty good, and it feels pretty matched. However, even if the sand armor is over, my face bullets can't penetrate. What sand armor do I need to strengthen? As for the palm cactus, this advanced medical ninjutsu, it's not something that ordinary people can learn. No, many medical ninjas don't. It turned out to be so. Guide your practice? It's not impossible. Makoto Uchiha took the roasted chicken wings. You promised. Juzine, his face was full of joy. With Makoto Uchiha's guidance, he was one step closer to the goal of the female Hokage. But, you're going to eat this whole roast leg of lamb. Makoto Uchiha tore off a whole leg of lamb and handcuffed it on a shelf. Looking at this amount, conservatively estimated, it can top several roasted whole chickens. Juzine looked at the huge leg of lamb, and his gaze gradually softened. Sure enough, I knew that there would be many difficulties on the road to Hokage. If I can't even pass this level, then what qualifications do I have to pursue becoming a Hokage? Good. Juzine nodded firmly. Makoto Uchiha was a little surprised, originally thought that according to her personality, there would be a bargain. Without saying anything, he seriously baked a fragrant leg of lamb and handed it to Juzine. Juzine held a huge leg of lamb in both hands, and his small body looked extremely happy. Then took a deep breath, the little head shook, and suddenly buried his head and worked hard. Brother Chang, don't fix Sister Juzine anymore. Mikato's white little hand pulled the corner of Makoto Uchiha's clothes and whispered, Anla, I'll make her stop when she can't eat. Juzine ate his face full of oil, stood up from time to time, and moved to help digestion. The last drops of fragrant sweat dripped down her white and tender cheeks. Sister, let me help you eat together. Mikato Uchiha, unable to stand it, stood up distressfully and went to help. It's okay. If you can't eat, forget it, this time even if you pass the level. Makoto Uchiha was impressed by Jushine for the first time. This little Nico is good. No, this is my agreement with you, I will definitely be able to eat it. Kushina refused Mikato's help, and her immature face, covered in sweat and oil, was an inhuman strength. But Mikato also wanted to persuade. Makoto Uchiha raised his hand to stop Mikato. Forget it, let her continue. This is her determination, or rather her ninja. As an agreement, I will carefully guide her in this aspect of practice. Thank you. Juzine began to bury his head in the hard fight again. Uchiha Makoto looked at this scene seriously. This girl who had experienced the destruction of the country and the destruction of the family was more resolute than many adults. Carefully cherish everything in front of you and not allow anyone to take it lightly. He also retains his innocence and strives to implement his own ninja path. This may be the strength that belongs to this girl alone, and it is also her strength. So, what is my shinobi? In the end, Juzine ate for 2 hours with a bulging little belly and wiped out the whole roast lamb shank. Fortunately, this leg of lamb has many bones, and the amount of meat is not as much as expected, and Juzine has always been a snack with an amazing amount of rice. At noon, everyone ate this big meal. At the same time, the trainees of Union also said goodbye to everyone after the meal and returned to Union Village with the envoy group. The group escorted them all the way to the gate of Konoha. Cheer loudly that they will continue to come next year, and that they can bring less other things, and that they must bring enough silver too. Makoto Uchiha, next time let you see the upgraded version of my thunder armor, the powerful of Thunder God armor. Goodbye, bastards of Konoha. The next 4 generations of Raikage AI Knight Moon Sora Shibai Braza. With his mouth open that had lost 2 front teeth, he shouted the words of the dewy wind and shook his hand at Konoha's trainees. He was then followed by Kiribi, Asaka Takeda, the envoys, and others who were waiting for him. Gradually cross the straight village road and disappear into the vast forest and sea. Afterwards, Makoto Uchiha accompanied Kushina for a slow walk around the village to digest the bulging stomach that had just been puffed up by gluttony. It's just that the words of pedestrians on the road are a little. Whose child is this? Have a big belly at such a young age. Maybe it's a dwarf, but it just looks small, maybe older than you. Little point, didn't you see the boy wearing Uchiha's costume? I'll arrest you and put you in confinement. Makoto Uchiha was full of black lines. How did he not know that Konoha's villagers had such a rich imagination before? It seems that it is time to put things in order, and it is imperative to join the Konoha garrison. That, or you go back, I can walk back slowly. Juzine was so shy that her ears were red. Don't, what if your stomach hurts? I really know how to palm cactus, release it against your little belly, it is estimated that it will be fine for a while, and you refuse. Sentimental, you're pretentious. How can a girl casually let others touch it? So you kissed me last time. Obviously, you deliberately stood in front of me. Boom. Why don't you hide? I'm afraid your stomach hurts when you run. What? Why did I suddenly cry? No one I was beaten cried. In the evening, Makoto Uchiha personally sent Jushine, who had returned to normal, home. Brother Chang, I'm home. See you tomorrow. Jushine, who was carrying the setting sun, shook his hand at Uchiha Makoto, and his long fiery red hair matched the sunset in the sky, which was very good looking. Makoto Uchiha also waved his hand and watched her walk into the house before turning away. It was about to get dark, and most of the pedestrians on the road went back to their homes early to prepare dinner. In this quiet evening, with the scattered houses, the sunset is like a fire. It's a perfect picture. That's not right. Too quiet. Just now, there are always some insects and birds chirping in other places along the way, but there is none here. Oops. Something happened, and Juzine had this calamity in the original book in my memory, but I don't know the specific time. However, remember when she had an accident, she was not wearing a brace? It should be graduated, and the current Juzine has not graduated yet. No matter, go back and take a look. The moment his mind turned sharply, Uchiha Makoto hurried to and fro. Returned to Jousune's residence. Shouted loudly, and sure enough there was no response. Rumble. Directly smash opened the door. A scream sounded, and Juzine walked out of the bathroom with a change of clothes around the bath towel, his face full of panic. Makoto Uchiha, what are you doing? Clams? It's embarrassing, can I say I thought you were in danger and smashed your door? Ha. Ha ha ha. Just now, I saw a dark shadow break into your house, afraid that you would be in danger and rush in. By the way, why didn't you agree to shout you just now? That black shadow is yourself, right? I'm just about to take a shower, can this respond? I don't care. You have to pay for this gate, Jushina said as she walked towards Makoto Uchiha with a change of clothes. When she approached, a cold light pierced the clothes in her hand, instantly penetrated Makoto Uchiha's body. At the same time, the figure of Juzine turned into a man with a blue mask on a white background. Mission accomplished. I didn't expect to have a chakra eye at such a young age, and still show off his skills in school, which cheapened us for nothing. After this time, Master Danzo will definitely use me again. Mizuki Lang let out a sneer, originally worried that this little Uchiha who was making a big show in the ninja school had something extraordinary, so he used this opportunity today to set up an ambush. I didn't expect to get it so easily. Sure enough, the little ghost is still a little ghost, no actual combat experience, and it is easy to succeed in a sneak attack. Rest assured, your chakra eye will shine in the hands of those who know how to cherish it more. Laugh at. Mizuki Lang drew the sword that ran through Uchiha Makoto, ready to gouge out his chakra eye. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose, and Makoto Uchiha's body suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. Nanny! Mizuki Lang was taken aback. This turned out to be a doppelganger? The next moment, sweaty hairs stood up, and a feeling of death enveloped his whole body. Mizuki Lang didn't hesitate to give in directly to the side, and a sharp sword light pierced in from outside the door. Laugh at. The arm holding the knife was directly penetrated, and blood gushed out. Mizuki Lang took several steps back, escaped from the opponent's attack distance, and quickly suppressed the wound. Full of doubt, how do you see that? The breath. I stayed with her all afternoon, and as soon as you got close, you were exposed. Makoto Uchiha walked into the house, and the famous knife in his right hand was still as bright as snow, not stained with any other color. Makoto Uchiha suddenly raised his left hand slightly, pointed to Mizuki Lang's side, and said lightly, "Sure enough, it's you, Tenzo. Regiment, Tenzo-sama?" Mizuki Lang, who stared at Makoto Uchiha, swept his eyes out of the corner of his eye slightly in surprise when he heard this, and the bedroom on the side. Really? Danzo-sama slowly walked out of the bedroom. Danzo-sama, I'll be right away. Burst. The heart hurts. Is this what it feels like to be abandoned by Danzo-sama? No, please give me another chance to solve this imp right away. No, it's not right. Where else was there in his sight? There was only a little imp holding a knife, and the bright knife was passing through his heart. Heart? Illusion? When? A large mouthful of black blood spurted out of Mizuki Lang's mouth. When I enter the door, your eyes are on my broken snow. The intelligence you have collected is not accurate. Will I make a seal with one hand and don't even know? Anyone will be wary at the first glance to stare at the opponent's weapon, not to mention the broken snow, which is known for its gorgeousness and sharpness. Can make the ninja stun for 1 second. No, 0.5 seconds is enough. Illusion, Narakami no Jutsu. It allows people to see the most fearful things in their hearts. The injury caused Mizuki Lang's state of mind to be confused, and Uchiha Makoto deliberately said Danzo, but also just wanted to make his state of mind more flustered. As a result, by mistake, what he feared the most was Tuanzang. Or what I am afraid of is Tuanzang's disappointment and disapproval of it, and sure enough, after some people in the route are completely brainwashed, Tuanzang is their sky, and every move affects their nerves. It is impossible for someone else to touch the vigilance that they have been trained for. Laugh at. Makoto Uchiha stopped dragging mud and water and quickly pulled out the broken snow. A swift search of the house followed. There is no need for the root people to leave a living mouth for interrogation. It is clear when black blood gushes out of his mouth. The other party had already harbored the heart of mortality, and bit the poison pill in his mouth. After walking around the house, I found no trace of Juzine. Sure enough, Juzine had indeed been taken away. Search for what will appear in the original book, although there will be deviations. But, sure enough, in the last rays of the setting sun, several bright fiery red strands of hair came into Uchiha's eyes. Like the first light of dawn, it is incomparably dazzling. Ding! You have found an important clue to the disappearance of Juzine. Please choose 1. Go back and report that the gentleman does not stand under the dangerous wall, and let the people of Konoha hunt him down. Reward, instantaneous. 2. Immediately catch up and fight the unknown danger alone. Reward, the total amount of chakra increased by 50%. 3. Immediately catch up and leave a conspicuous kunao next to each hair, so that follow-up support can keep up in time. Compared to reckless men, ninjas need to be brave and resourceful. Rewards, instantaneous plus chakra total increased by 50%. After reading the system information, Makoto Uchiha directly threw out a bitter nail next to his hair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the transience technique plus chakra for increasing the total amount by 50%. Then Makoto Uchiha's figure instantly disappeared in place. It is impossible to go back, and at this time, maybe Juzine will never come back. Although in the original work, Juzine was finally saved by Bofeng Shuman. But now due to the arrival of Makoto Uchiha, the future has already quietly changed through the butterfly effect. And even if there is no system reward, he will not really leave a little hint and go recklessly. Just don't capsize in the gutter in this ninja world where high attacks and low defenses are common. On the other side, the 3 Yunin, who had held Juzine hostage, finally converged with the connector. Originally, there was no connector, but after making a deal with Danzo, Danzo was responsible for luring away the dark part of the Hokage and guarding Konoha. They just need to take Juzine away and take him back to Union Village. However, before this operation, Matsudera Kazuto, the second head of the mission, suddenly contacted them and said that he would meet them in the dense forest. Sure enough, through the code, he soon converged with Matsudera Kazuto. Didn't follow anyone or imp behind. Matsudera Kazuto asked seemingly casually. No, everything was led away by the people of Tuanzang. Very good, then return to Union at full speed. Although this person of Tuanzang is insidious, he will not be a little sloppy in the agreed things. Matsudera Kazuto glanced at Juzine. The long fiery red hair belongs to the characteristics of the Whirlpool family. This is the most perfect container for the pillar power of the tailed orc. Recently, the Yao of Union Village is about to be replaced. It's just that I didn't expect that this container was so close to that Uchiha demon ghost, and I had to come out to pick it up. I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of what if. Uchiha Makoto followed the guidance of the red hair and quickly rushed up, and the hair along the way was nailed to the side. Suddenly, two root members with colored lines of white masks in the dense forest found Makoto Uchiha moving quickly. A little ghost. Up. We have 10 minutes left on our mission, and no one is allowed to pass in front of us within 10 minutes. The two were just about to fly and pounce, when suddenly a ghostly figure blocked in front of the two. Want to sneak up on young Master Cheng? Ask me again. In the red eyes of the person who came, the three Guyas slowly rotated like a windmill. Uchiha? Trouble. Solve him in 5 minutes. Ignorant. At this time, it is close to the Konoha border. You little ghost, you actually secretly leave your hair as a mark? It seems that we are too benevolent. A union held in his hand a few strands of hair that Juzine had just carefully flicked down. Report to Lord Matsudera, this little devil has been pretending to be unconscious, secretly leaving road signs along the way, and suggesting that he waste his hands and feet and take it away. These ordinary ninjas had no idea why they wanted to rob such a weak little ghost. Stupid, I think I'll waste your hands and feet first. This child will be captured in the future to become the pillar force of the eight-tailed man, and if the person is wasted, he can be captured and treated well. But hatred is also buried, and when it becomes stronger in the future, I don't know what will happen. However, it is the most important thing to have the safety belt out of Konoha's control now, then put her in a sack and continue on her way. The border is coming soon. Hey, Juzine watched as one of them Yunin held a sack and walked towards her with fierce eyes. Feelings of despair and anger abound. Again, it is true that weakness is the original sin, and you can only let others control your fate. The small fists were clenched, the nails were fiercely digging into the flesh, and drops of bright red blood dripped down the grass, seeping into the leaves, revealing a little desolation. Swish! A ku was shot out of the dense forest and stuck in front of Juzine. Stopped Yun Shinobu's continued approach. Enemy attack. The four Yunin immediately stood on alert. I saw the way, a little ghost's figure, rushing from afar. You guys crossed the border with the target speed, I'll solve this little ghost. Matsudera and people made a decision immediately, and chose to break off. Yes, although I don't know why Lord Matsudera is still so vigilant in the face of a little ghost, he chooses to break off alone, but they chose to follow orders. Because Matsudera-sama is a strong man known as the cunning rabbit of Cloud Ninja, the minds of such big people are not something they can speculate. One of them stepped forward 2 steps and reached out to drag Juzine. Find death. A broken drink came from the imp who rushed in. I saw his figure rise high again, leaping in the air, and then waves of shuriken kunao and other dark weapons quickly shot out. Matsudera and Renren reflexively connected, and the ninja tool was also thrown out of his hand like money. Ding dong! The dark weapons on both sides of the air collided violently, and then fell like raindrops. Matsudera and Kazuto fell steadily to the ground. Hehe, I'm still too young, compared to my Matsudera-sama, the dark weapon is poof, poof, poof. There were 3 sounds of objects falling to the ground behind him. What's going on? You guys aren't leaving yet. Matsudera Kazuto turned sideways, looked behind him out of the corner of his eye, and then shocked on the spot, Nanny. I saw that the other 3 Yunin's whole body was covered with dark weapons, and they had fallen to the ground and died. After all, how strong can the 3 people who were instantly knocked down by Xiaobo Feng Shui gate in the original work? Juzine, on the other hand, stood intact in place, his eyes excited. The surrounding dark objects surrounded her, and the hollow area in the middle where she stood formed a heart-shaped pattern. You're so nasty, you're too loud. Playing this on the battlefield. Compared to this, the deaths of the other 3 garbage seem mediocre. The point is, when you fight against my dark weapon, you can also kill 3 ninjas and form a heart-shaped pattern around the protector. Is the gap between me and him so big? Is he still a ghost? Matsudera Kazuto felt a pang of exhaustion. Talented? No, demon. It's so shocking. Burst. A bright blade penetrates Matsudera and the hearts of people. You also know it's on the battlefield? Still dare to be distracted? Uchiha said lightly. He possesses the first shuriken throwing technique in the ninja world, but when he used it later, he found that even Kuwu could use it like an arm, and it seems that this shuriken throwing technique includes all ninja tools. Boom! Matsudera Kazuto turned into a cloud of smoke, and a log fell in place. Avatar technique. At the feet where Matsudera was standing just now, several detonation talismans had already burned to the end. Rumble! The flames and impacts swept through everything around them in an instant. Brother Chang, Jushine, who was still full of excitement because of Makoto Uchiha's appearance just now, burst into tears. Still too young. It's a pity for your chakra eyes. Jumping down from a nearby tree, Matsudera Kazuto shook his head and slowly walked towards Jushine. Obediently leave with me at full speed, or do you want me to put you in a sack? I've lost patience. Matsudera Kazuto accentuated the words abolition. It's death. I won't go with you either. I want you to pay for Brother Chang's life. Juzine, who had red eyes, pulled out a kunao on the ground and scanned the heart-shaped pattern on the ground. Another pain in my heart. With his hand in his hand, he jumped over the heart-shaped pattern and stabbed towards Matsudera Kazuto regardless. Die. Die together in this place. Matsudera swept away Jushine with one hand, holding Kuwu's right hand. A little unexpectedly, it didn't sweep away her bitterness. But seeing that she was holding Kuwu's white and tender little hand, it was already red and even began to drip blood. Fight to get injured and don't give up the pain, it's fun. Then a hand stuck to Juzine's neck. At this moment, in the heart-shaped pattern behind Juzine, the first Kuwu that flew over from the beginning turned into a cloud of smoke. Little fool, Makoto Uchiha's figure jumped out of it, picked up Jushine's right hand holding Kuwu, and stabbed forward. Poof. A set of movements as clean and neat, as if it has been prepared for a long time. The two white and tender little hands held together once again fiercely plunged into Matsudera Kazuto's heart. At this time, Matsudera's raised right hand was able to reach Juzine's neck. When, the shock on his face instantly froze. Brother Chang? Juzine, who was originally unlovable, instantly smiled. A faint healing light lit up from the small hands of the two folded together. At this time, Matsudera in front of him suddenly flashed with electric light. Not good. Crackling. The dazzling electric light instantly bloomed. Lay done, lay doppelganger. From the ninja school ring, I noticed your move to transform into a dark weapon. You are still too young, and you exposed your skills early. I'm not an ordinary Sharingan, don't try to play a second role in front of me with the tricks I have used. Matsudera Kazuto jumped from the tree again. By this time, the sun had completely disappeared from the horizon, and even the last sunset had lost its color. Night began to gradually envelop the earth. After the dazzling thunderlight, the two people who should have been stunned actually disappeared in place. But seeing Uchiha Makoto and Jushina quietly showing their figures from about 10 meters away. Heck, is this an instantaneous technique? How can you master so many difficult skills as a little baby? It is impossible for you to cultivate from your mother's womb. It seems that yes, you are an old undead monster in a doll's skin. This appearance is preserved through unknown ninjutsu. The abominable old monster of Uchiha hides his true age everywhere to bully the small. I, Kazuto Matsudera, messenger of justice. Justice for the ninja world today. But seeing Matsudera Kazuto's whole body holding his head high, majestic, he threw out two short blades in his sleeves, and shouted with a righteous face. Juzine, who had just taken advantage of this time to be treated for the injury on his hand, looked at Uchiha Makoto speechlessly, and he had never seen such shameless before. Yeah, a child actually made an excuse. Brother Chang, be careful, this person is tricky, if there is danger, you run quickly, I should not be in danger of my life. Don't worry, this guy is too good at brain supplementation, IP yellow, watch me wake him up. After speaking, Makoto Uchiha made a move that made Jushine's face blush and heartbeat, and actually took out the crotch of his pants, and then held a trace of electric light in his hand. The electric light went from weak to strong, and it actually began to make the sound of birds moaning. After a while, it became loud, like 1,000 birds chirping in unison, and the shining electric light pierced the increasingly dim night, dazzling like a bright light. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This monster can even be such a strong thunderbolt. This ninjutsu is called Chidori, and your little bird the size of a toothpick will never be inspired. Before the words were completely finished, Makoto Uchiha had already pulled Chidori and rushed directly over. What are you kidding? My swelling is the size of an earthworm. None of the women who abandoned me saw the goods. Aaa Matsudera and Ren shouted urgently, seemingly trying to fight hard, but his body bowed and retreated backwards, but found that they couldn't beat each other? Hurry up and seal your hands, water escape, water array wall. The 1,000 birds that came by constantly accelerating plunged into the wall of water. Nourishment. Large swathes of water vapor rise. Want to spell the amount of chakra? Then use the one that is compatible, fire dragon bomb. After jumping back a few steps, the flames that erupted from Makoto Uchiha's mouth were left center right. The three directions danced like a dragon and slammed into the huge wall of water. Rumble. The powerful force completely broke through the water formation wall after a stalemate. Huge water vapor swept in all directions. This is the time. A figure fell instantly, and a knife handle struck, stunning Juzine. Short blade for both hands, thunder, lightning strikes a tornado. Swish! A bolt of lightning carried a hurricane and was triggered from the short blade of the exchange. Where the lightning tornado formed by the hurricane passed, the turf was blown away, and the earth was reduced to scorched earth. Makoto Uchiha, who had no time to dodge because of the release of the fire, was directly torn to pieces. Whew, difficult guy. It's always damn this time. To kill you, chakra is exhausted, you have to be proud. The visitor was still Matsudera Kazuto. This cunning guy just appeared in the doppelganger, all doppelganger. The first to be eliminated is the thunder doppelganger, which consumes a huge amount. After that, it was the water body that was only 10% of the strength that was destroyed by the fire dragon flame bomb, otherwise the school could block Makoto Uchiha's fire dragon flame bomb, but why couldn't it be blocked here? Chakra is not enough. This continuous ninjutsu has already consumed his chakra. Hurry up and run away with this human pillar power container. Then the individual can't stand it. Matsudera Kazuto, who wanted to take Kyushine, just turned around. Burst. Once again, the body was pierced. Matsudera Kazuto looked at Jushine, who should obviously be knocked unconscious. Or is it too young to prevent the transformation technique from changing its appearance? Jushine shook his head and said in Matsudera Kazuto's tone. After a puff of smoke, it turned into Makoto Uchiha. Poof! Matsudera was so angry that blood welled up in his mouth. This time, the cunning heart was completely cold in front of the more cunning people. Makoto Uchiha swayed in a dense tree above his head for a while, and then a small figure slipped down from the tree. It was Vortex Juzine. At the moment when Matsudera's thunder doppelganger was about to erupt, Makoto Uchiha took Kushina to the bushes above his head using the teleportation technique, then immediately created a shadow avatar. The body turned into Juzine, and when the thunder flashed, he once again used the teleportation technique to return to the ground. This time 2 ninjutsu were released, and the commotion angered his shadow doppelganger, finally attracting Matsudera's attention, so that the transformation technique successfully deceived Matsudera, who was in an impatient mood. No way, small birds are a pain in his life. However, after 2 battles, Makoto Uchiha's chakra was almost exhausted. Fortunately, when he rewarded the instantaneous technique earlier, he also increased the total amount of chakra by 50%, so that the chakra amount, which originally only had a special upper ninja level, reached the upper ninja level in one fell swoop. Brother Cheng, are you all right? Seeing that the powerful enemies were finally all solved, Kushina finally let go of the heart that had been hanging and flew towards Makoto Uchiha. Makoto Uchiha quickly caught Jushina gently. It's okay, this guy is far worse than your brother Cheng. Jushina hugged Uchiha Makoto tightly, tears quickly invading his clothes. I thought I had to leave the familiar place again, and I thought I would never see you again after that knife. The voice was choked and choked, making people inaudible, and the worry and fear all the way finally burst out at this time. After experiencing this incident, Kushina completely regarded Makoto Uchiha as a person he could rely on in life, and the strength he usually showed could finally be temporarily put down. Have a good cry. Makoto Uchiha also put away his usual playful expression and comforted softly. Okay, it's all over, I said it. Only I can bully you, we made an agreement. Well, why does that sound weird? Juzine grunted. Something is hidden in front of you, and the diaphragm has reached me. Makoto Uchiha took half a step back strangely, wasn't it? I'm still young, although it's really not small, and I'm just about to open my crotch to take a look. The famous knife hanging from the waist shook the broken snow. It turned out to be broken snow. What a hindrance. Through. You, do you want to do it? Jushina scratched his little head, looking at Uchiha Makoto's strange behavior of pulling the crotch of his pants. By the way, remembering the strange thunder that he made in front of him, what is it called, Chidori? Airplanes. The little head suddenly emitted a faint blue smoke, and his face was red. You, do you want to put Chidori? I'm still young, can I wait later? How could Brother Cheng create such a lewd ninja method? Clams? What are you talking about? Makoto Uchiha was completely stunned by Jushine, remembering the first time he used Chidori to deliberately loosen his air. Do you really think that I took out that bird and hit someone? What is your little head holding? Juzine, listen to me explain. At this moment, another small figure galloped in the forest. Juzine? Makoto Uchiha? Are you all right? The one who came was none other than Feng Shuman, who was holding a handful of kunao in each hand at this time, and his eyes were constantly vigilant around him. Terrible shurikens everywhere and badly damaged environments. Fierce fighting has definitely taken place here. And judging by the 4 corpses that fell on the ground that were obviously not Konoha ninjas, Makoto Uchiha won this battle? Also, suddenly found that there was a heart-shaped dark instrument pattern not far away. What the hell? Battlefield confession? Baka can. Look at the red-faced Juzine, nanny. My heart hurts, and I always feel as if I have lost something important. Yo, little Watergate, or your action is fast, why did you find it so quickly? I saw the signpost you left behind and chased me over, and I wanted to go to practice after dinner. You guys, got an attack? In fact, what I want to ask is, which of you confessed so quickly? Watergate shook his head and blew away the unrealistic thought. Well, the people of Union Village are poor and crazy, they became human traffickers, and they wanted to capture Juzine. Watergate glanced at Matsudera's body strangely. This person was obviously the second person in charge of the Union envoy group that appeared in the ninja school in the morning. No wonder his face was full of pain when he announced that he was admitting defeat. The attack is estimated to be a hemorrhage after the treat, and I want to recover some money. Remember, these people in Union Village are too stingy, and they should be more vigilant in the future. Young master, get out of here. Another figure fell, carrying a corpse with a mask with a white background. The visitor is Uchiha Yadu, who has been secretly protecting Makoto Uchiha under the orders of the Patriarch. Just fought 1 against 2 in the periphery of Konoha, killed 1 and escaped 1. However, according to the ruthlessness of these mysterious people who committed suicide when they were captured, they should not give up on this, and it was the right way to take the young master back to the village quickly. The body was brought back to the family for study. Good. Makoto Uchiha could see at a glance that this corpse that Yadu was carrying was not a person from Danzo. This root organization created in the original Book of Tibet, even 3 generations of Hokage dared to assassinate. What else did he dare not do? That 10-member assassination team organized by the regiment failed due to Kakashi's rebellion, but the 3 generations were suspected of pursuing Danzo for Konoha. So don't hesitate to agree, go to a safe place first. Everyone just got up and took a detour back. There was a sound of footsteps, and dark shadows kept approaching in the forest. Uchiha Yato, Makoto Uchiha, plundering important people in Konoha, wantonly killing Konoha's allies, and killing my subordinates who went to the rescue. I now declare them to be arrested as Konoha's A-class rebels. If you resist, kill on the spot is allowed. One after another, figures wearing black robes with masks on a white background surrounded them, led by Shimura Danzo, who was wearing a bandage to cover one eye. In Shimura Danzo's plan, 3 plans have already been prepared today. Plan A, trade with Union Village and assist the other party in capturing the human pillar power container. The other party provides precision instruments to study cell activity and ninjutsu of Lei Duen. Danzo, on the other hand, only needs to lead the garrison around the container and open a passage to escape from Konoha. Union Village delivered precision instruments first. Lei Dun ninjutsu requires the human pillar force container to be safely brought back to Union Village before it is delivered. Plan B, spy on the human pillar force container. When Kushina is in the air, he discovers that Makoto Uchiha, a ninja school student, uses the Sharingan in the ring. So he started Plan B, took this opportunity to capture Makoto Uchiha, and then blamed Union Village. Plan C, when Plan A fails, start Plan C, reverse black and white, and blame Uchiha. Before Konoha's other support forces arrive, kill Makoto Uchiha directly and take control of the body. He then blamed Union Village. At that time, whether the Uchiha clan wants to take revenge on Union or not, they can get the maximum benefit. Of course, it is best to take revenge to further weaken Uchiha. Shimura Danzo deeply inherits the cold thinking of his teacher, the second-generation Hokage, and suppresses the basic policy of the Uchiha clan. As long as there is an opportunity to weaken the Uchiha clan, he will definitely not let it go. It's not like this, Brother Cheng killed these Yunin to save me, they are all bad people. Jushina looked anxiously excusing Uchiha Makoto. This little girl has been cast by Uchiha, don't bother, take it away. Tuan Zhang was expressionless and waved to everyone behind him. Nonsense. Young Master Makoto is the son of the Uchiha Patriarch, how could he betray Konoha? Whoever dares to come up is to declare war with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yada roared loudly, and the 3-hooked jade chakra eyes of his eyes spun rapidly. The people on the other side were so excited that they suddenly stopped. I don't have illusions, don't. Makoto Uchiha pulled Jushine, who still wanted to defend, and made the carriage on the other side, not caring what you said. Yato is also hinting at Uchiha Makoto to leave quickly after the battle, and he also understands that the other party will definitely not stop. As for surrender, do not resist. It is guaranteed that the eyes will be taken away directly, and the bones will be gone. Really? Declaration of war? Are you going to declare war on all of Konoha? It turned out to be so. Die. Wind escape, vacuum wave. The sinister guy pulled the whole Konoha towards him with a flick of his hand, and then threw the high hat. At the same time, while speaking, he made a seal, and before he finished speaking, a wind was greeted. The horn of attack was fired. Shui Duan iron cannonballs. Uchiha Yadu, who was also secretly preparing ninjutsu with his chakra eyes open, quickly released ninjutsu that had been brewing for a long time. Rumble. The huge water ball collided with the vacuum wave and exploded instantly, splashing water. Watergate, if you believe our words, you will cooperate with me with the wind. Fire, fire dragon bomb. Makoto Uchiha's chakra amount can only make the last fire dragon flame bullet, and simply all the chakra is held on this technique. Watergate looked at the two sides that fought in an instant, remembered the scene when he had just met Makoto Uchiha and Jushine, and chose to believe Makoto Uchiha. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The fire dragon flame bomb, which was already very powerful, was strengthened by the wind. Wind fuels fire power. The fire is powerful. The flames soaring in the left, center, and right surrounded everyone on the opposite side, dancing wildly like a furious dragon. Tudun Tuliu City Wall. Tudun Tuliu City Wall. High walls of mud and stone rise from the opposite side. Boom! The huge flame combined with the large water ball just now formed a violent hot steam, which was blown away by the wind, although isolated by the earth escape. However, the approach to the opposite side was temporarily blocked. Quickly retreat. Uchiha Makoto picked up Juzine and rushed towards the forest, and Bofeng Shuman quickly followed. Uchiha Yadouden Queen. After running wildly for 10 minutes, Tuanzang and others, who were good at assassination and pursuit, gradually chased after them. After all, there were 3 children in the team, and Makoto Uchiha pulled one more person. Young master, you go first, I'll stop them. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Small fireballs erupt from Yado's mouth and are controlled to bombard incoming enemies. Uchiha Yado already has a desire to die, just to buy more time, so that young master Makoto can return to Konoha first and seek the protection of the family. It seems that you are dead set on declaring war on Konoha? All of them. Goal ahead, kill without amnesty. Tuanzang used psychological warfare again, wanting the other party to always have a mustard in the battle, and did not dare to go all out. The art of wind cut. Wind escape thousand faces wind. Shui dun shui gnaun. Dense ninjutsu is sweeping in. Except for the 3 generations of adults, who dares to represent the entire Konoha? A sharp break came from far and near, accompanied by a huge chakra-inspired knife chi fiercely cut into the battlefield. The ninjutsu along the way were crushed and separated by this sword chi that seemed to run through heaven and earth. A figure with silver hair took all the attacks and blocked in front of Uchiha Yado and the others. A tall figure, holding a short knife glowing with a white chakra. Although he didn't make any more moves, the powerful momentum like a knife on his back pressed on everyone's body like a mountain. One by one, the dark parts of the Hokage department with animal masks such as Tengu, Fox, and Cat Bear followed, and descended one after another. The silver-haired figure at the head was the only one who did not wear a mask, only because of the conspicuous special white chakra short knife, combined with the amazing knife technique that had reached its peak. As dazzling as the moon in the night sky, it is impossible to ignore. He has participated in countless missions, large and small, and is already a legendary ninja who is already the captain of the Dark Army at the age of 17. In the original World War II, it was even claimed by the enemy that as long as he encountered him, he could return directly to the village to recover his life without completing the task, which shows the horror of his strength. Tuanzang's eyes showed a gloomy and cold aura. Damn it! Konoha's support came so quickly, and he hadn't caught a useful chip yet. It seems that those 2 subordinates are going to die in vain, and they have not played any role, and it is estimated that they will be bitten by Uchiha. This time I was a little anxious, but I didn't expect that Uchiha's little ghost was extremely difficult. Otherwise, to deal with an inexperienced ghost, or a sneak attack, at that time, it should be captured. What a waste! Take your time, there are opportunities. It seems that he will continue to hide in the shadows and lie dormant for a while. There is no use in dwelling here any longer. Very well, I remember you. Tuanzang stared fiercely at Kimu Shuumao, who had ruined his good deeds, turned around and waved his hand, withdraw. Danzo-sama, please come with me to the Hokage office. Kimu Shuumao said lightly. I'll go alone to meet that old thing of Sarutobi-san, but not now. After Tuanzang finished speaking, he led everyone in the route and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. And Kimu Shuumao did not stop it, but just watched their departing figure deeply. So, Kimu-sama? Who are they? Bofeng Shuman looked at the figure of Tuanzang and their departing figure, and asked suspiciously. This group of strange people, when they saw them, they shouted and killed, and now they saw the Konoha reinforcements and immediately retreated, without dragging mud and water, thinking that the other party was expected to continue to come up and fight verbally. Kimu Shuumao looked at the slightly embarrassed people in front of him. Tonight's experience may have a great impact on these children. Maybe it's going to grow faster, maybe. They are the roots of Konoha. What is a root? The dark side of Konoha. Buried deep under the earth, it draws nutrients from the roots of Konoha. It is composed of absolutely loyal killing machines, doing unknown dirty work and tiring work. However, this cannot be an excuse for their wanton behavior, and the roots revealed on the surface of the earth will be devastated by the sun, moon, wind, and rain. Kimu Shuumao didn't explain too much. We will find out the truth as soon as possible, please follow me back to the Hokage office. This matter needs to be decided by Hokage himself. Good. In addition, Uchiha Makoto agreed, walked from behind everyone to Kimu Shuumao, and saluted, with a solemn expression, Lord Kimu, thank you for the knife you just lent a helping hand. I'm Makoto Uchiha. I owe you a favor. Kimu Shuumao smiled, just wanted to respond that this was just a matter of responsibility. However, looking at the little Yushibo on the other side, a different kind of momentum rose in his serious expression, and the two peers next to him were far from it. The ghost replied solemnly, and then shot away. Perhaps, in the future, do you really need his help? In the end, it is found out that Makoto Uchiha really killed Yunin in order to save Kushina. On the way, he and his escort Uchiha Yadu each killed a member of the root, and the Tuanzang side never mentioned that he had the intention of sneak attack, but only bit the two subordinates sent to find out that Yoshine was missing and killed by Uchiha. The pursuit of Uchiha in the back is to ask for an explanation. The Uchiha clan was furious about this, and they had to give Hokage a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise it will take its own measures. Makoto Uchiha claims that Danzo, an old thief who is blind in one eye, is trying to snatch his chakra eye. The next day, Makoto Uchiha officially graduated early from the ninja school and joined the Konoha garrison. He took over the post of deputy captain of the garrison from his brother Uchiha Fugaku, and began to sweep the entire Konoha that day. Any mysterious person who appears in a mask with a white background is arrested on the spot, and if he resists, he is killed. That night, there was a constant confrontation in the dark. 2 more root members who were not hidden were killed. After that, Tuanzang and his root organization were forced to change their appearance, and because they were unwilling to fight Pine Yushibo single-handedly, they completely disappeared for a long time. The third Hokage then officially recognized Makoto Uchiha for saving Kushina on the surface, saying that he added a reward for early graduation and was rewarded with the ownership of 6 shops. But those who knew it in private knew that this was the compensation that Hokage made. Moreover, it was crossed out from the business shop owned by Danzo. The amount of money required to support the operation of root tissues in various experiments such as studying thousand-hand resident cells and organ transplantation is very large. It is still difficult to rely on ninjas to take on missions alone, and some unknown transactions with the outside world. Therefore, Tuanzang himself secretly owns a large property, and does not hang his name. However, this can be concealed from others. How to hide 3 generations of Hokage. For some of the mess left by Tuanzang, the 3 generations were also annoyed, and now waved their hands and carved out part of Tuanzang's industry as compensation, so as to reduce the anger of some of the Uchiha family. Now is not the time to completely turn over. The Senju clan still has some strength, and it is not appropriate to engage in Uchiha again. You must cut them one by one in order. Boil the frogs in warm water. Too late. When Tenzo learned that his industry had been reduced, he still gave it to Uchiha, and his subordinates suffered heavy losses, so angry that they smashed several expensive research equipment in the basement. Some people at the root looked at it, shook their heads, and smashed it up and down. It's going to be harder. 1 year later, Makoto Uchiha leads the Konoha garrison out of a tailor shop, and the owner Shime Uragami carefully sends the big gods out the door. We received complaints that your store was shoddy and deceived consumers. This time you will be fined 50,000 taels, forget it. Also, give me all the inferior goods, and we will come back in 3 days. If there is no change in the slightest, you will be arrested for disrupting the Konoha market and deceiving consumers. Finally, your name is hard to hear, Shinmura Kamato? Is there still someone named Shinmura Shida? It is recommended that you use the name Zyaren in the future. Uchiha Makoto said loudly. Adults, those inferior products have all been turned out by you, and there are no more. There is also a brother who is indeed called Shinmura Shimoto, and my father hopes that I can become an upper shinobi in the future, and my younger brother has the strength to do business. Unexpectedly, the result was exactly the opposite. The owner Shinmura Kamato wanted to cry without tears, and since the Shinmura Danzo in the family offended Uchiha, even the people with all Shinmura surnames were implicated. Every 3 to 5 they were disturbed. Business is not as good as it used to be. It's as if just now, 30 inferior products were turned out of 100 clothes, whose products can guarantee 100% qualification. Although the quality of our clothes is indeed poor, doesn't this not cross the upper limit of the 30% damage rate? The main thing is that these are sold to civilians, those untouchables. Why use such good clothes? A little patch, isn't it normal for loopholes? Oh, you're reminding me that your family has a good patience, right? Okay, call your brother over in 3 days. I'm going to try his skills. Lord Makoto, I don't have this idea. Borrow me 100 dares. I don't dare. Well, you just need to manage well and ensure quality. Don't get complained about some evil ways. We won't come. You see, every time we move, we're tired. Yes. B. Lord Cheng, these are the tea fees for several adults, so you must accept them with a face. Shinmura secretly slipped an envelope over. Makoto Uchiha took a glance and found that it was a thick stack of silver tickets. Are you bribing on the street? Sin +1. Come. No need to wait 3 days, take it now, confiscate the stolen money. Yes. On the spot, 2 team members stepped forward to trap Shimura Kamato. Poof. Ding. Congratulations to the host for directly or indirectly hitting a large number of industries of the Danzo group and obtaining A-grade Muji Ninjutsu Spiral Pill. Refreshing. Finally, the famous Spiral Pill in the original book also started. Although the power of the Spiral Pill in the early stage is not very large, it is convenient and fast, and it can be released without sealing. And the upgraded version of the Spiral Pill in the back is amazing, such as the 9-tailed Spiral Pill, the Big Jade Spiral Pill, the Super Large Jade Spiral Pill, the Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, etc. It's really a trick and eats all over the world. Suddenly, a member of the Dark Division directly under the Hokage leaped over. Makoto-sama. Just leave this person to me. In addition, these trivial matters related to business do not dare to bother the garrison, and we have established a department to specifically supervise them. The dark man with a raven mask said respectfully. It's okay, we can do it. There is no need for Naruto-sama to spend manpower and material resources to open an independent department. If you have extra spare money, it is better to improve the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the villagers. We are the Konoha garrison, obligated to protect the safety and social order of Konoha, as big as fending off assassinations, cleaning up spies, and eliminating violence. From dealing with theft and fraud, helping grandmothers cross the street is our responsibility and obligation. We also received complaints from villagers that the owner of the shop really cheated customers and deceived consumers. Serving the villagers is our purpose, and we will not allow borers that harm Konoha. Uchiha said with great righteousness, his voice amplified through chakra, constantly attracting nearby villagers to surround him. Yes, the Konoha garrison is really good. With them, we don't have to close the door at night to sleep. These Uchiha have been particularly diligent recently, and last time I saw them on duty in the middle of the night, catching them for food, and I heard that they caught a big spy of an enemy country. The day before yesterday, my little cat was lost, and these Uchiha helped to find it. The key is not to spend money. Thank you so much that my pennant was ready and sent to their office immediately. What I used to say that Uchiha was arrogant and looked down on people was completely deceptive, and the rumors were really terrible. I don't know who passed it on. Let me see, I must let him see how big my slap is. The villagers who were watching exchanged their ears one after another. These city ants, their voices were still very loud, and they were gossiping for fear that others would not hear them. This dark person broke out in a cold sweat when he heard it. Hell, wasn't this group of Uchiha the master of fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days before? Don't talk about finding lost kittens for others. Even if they see 2 gangs of people quarreling and fighting each other, they will only stand by and cheer, let the 2 sides of the fight focus on it, and teach each other a profound lesson. It seems that these are all changes that happened after that little Uchiha took over the Konoha garrison. Alas, I can't win them alone, and I can't win them. Let's report to Naruto-sama. After the shadow left, Makoto Uchiha asked his subordinates to press people back to the Konoha garrison office area. Go to Konoha Gozen Forest by yourself. Hokage office. The 3 generations listened to the report of the dark part. He also asked the dark part to turn over all the big and small things that Makoto Uchiha had done in the past year, and these front Hokage let the dark part observe and record. It was found that the Konoha garrison had done more work this year than the previous 10 years combined. The point is that they are still doing their job openly, and they don't care about being watched. Large and small, and quite effective. In the large file, 11 assassinations were resisted, 6 murder cases were detected, and even the work of cleaning up spies from various countries in the shadows was robbed. It stands to reason that with such a huge workload, Uchiha can't be busy, and no matter how Uchiha is just a 9-year-old child, even if it is the son of the patriarch plus the position of deputy captain of the garrison, it should also not be able to restrain those arrogant Uchiha people. At least they will be lazy, and there is no such positive situation. But on his first day in office, this guy taught the members of the garrison to learn the shadow avatar technique for free, and stipulated that everyone must learn the shadow avatar technique. Those tedious little things are all left to the shadow doppelganger. A task point system has also been introduced, and points can be earned for each attendance. Depending on the difficulty and outcome of the problem solving, the points obtained are also different. Members who complete many tasks and have high points will receive Silver 2 rewards and even ninjutsu rewards, and it is said that there is a task maniac who has been rewarded with the latest ninjutsu. Learned a new advanced ninjutsu from Makoto Uchiha, Thunder, Chidori. It is said that he also created his own super genius and self-created A-grade ninjutsu at the age of 9. Unexpectedly, this Uchiha Makoto is not only a genius in ninjutsu, but also a genius in management. Now Konoha's overall evaluation of Uchiha has been greatly reversed. Although Konoha seems to have become much better, and the 3 generations themselves are much more relaxed. But how is the psychology heavy and unpleasant? Report. Danzo-sama asks for a meeting. A dark agent came in and reported. By the way, it must be Tuanzang here. Every time he comes over, he has to make a big fuss, let himself deal with Uchiha with all his strength, and he is bored to death. Also, don't look at what time it is. The major ninja villages are about to move, there are undercurrents everywhere, and spy assassinations and other actions emerge one after another. Some small ninja villages have been quietly cleaned up overnight. The 3 generations are clear that it is not far from another ninja world war. Alas! However, I still regret why Makoto Uchiha graduated early. In the past, I used to do things in the school at most, but now I do things in the entire Konoha village. At this time, Makoto Uchiha had already come to the grove where he often practiced. A winding river quietly passes through this grove. Mikoto Uchiha and Shina Uzumaki are standing on the surface of the river and fighting fiercely. It's been a year, starting from promising to guide Juzine in cultivation, and they have been practicing together for a year. Later, I thought that one was to teach and 2 were also teaching, so I brought Mikoto with me. Every day after school, or during holidays, I will come to this place to practice. Starting with the simplest chakra control, using tree climbing later, treading water gradually increases the difficulty. The 2 of them happened to be on the progress of cultivation together, which was a bit like you chasing me. Among them, the chakra control is slightly better than Mikoto, and Juzine couldn't control it from the beginning, stepping on the soleace of his feet, or stepping on the bark too hard, to the back of the easy to move between the trunks. The progress was not much slower than Mikoto, mainly because she used twice as much effort as Mikoto. She continued immediately after each fall, and she did not need to be treated by Makoto Uchiha for all over her body, only to grasp the moment of realization, and finally the pain was so painful that it greatly affected the action. I received treatment. Just because she deeply remembers the helplessness of that night when her life was in the hands of others, and the pain of that night that almost burdened the death of those she cherished. Vortex Juzine will never allow such a thing to recur. Crash! The foot suddenly exerted force, a circle of ripples swung out from under the foot, and the figure exploded. The fiery red hair once again rippled in the setting sun. Syllable. Mikoto Uchiha folded her hands and firmly blocked this leg blow. The figure has passed inertia and quickly slashed backwards on the surface of the water, and the surface of the water under the feet still ripples in a circle. Juzine is as powerful as a tiger, and Mikoto is as agile as a leopard. The 2 sides come and go on the water, and the movements are beautiful, with the green mountains and green water, and the gorgeous sunset fresh and pleasant. It's a pity it's a little smaller. Makoto Uchiha stood on a large boulder by the river, with staggered currents on his body, accompanied by the sound of thousands of birds chirping in unison, as if to score the 2 girls who practiced against each other. Sure enough, with this special sound, the movements on their hands became more rapid, and some moves that they did not dare to use just now also began to be played. It was as if I let go of my body and mind at once, and truly enjoyed fighting without reservation. Makoto Uchiha paid attention to the sparring on the surface of the river while carefully manipulating the stimulation of the Chidori stream. After that night, Makoto Uchiha, who knew that his strength was not enough, did not relax this year. In addition to continuing to swipe the selection reward, increasing the total amount of chakra by 3 times, he also obtained the nature change of Thunder Attribute and Wind Attribute chakra. As a result, he began to develop Chidori based on Chidori himself. Since it is not rewarded by the system, Chidori Ryu needs to slowly practice by himself to become proficient. Now Makoto Uchiha has been able to skillfully use the Chidori stream, which greatly improves his understanding of Lei Dun and prepares to develop the Lei Dun Chidori Sharp Gun Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Water rush, rumble. After 2 screams, a violent roar occurred. Then the 2 jumped ashore in unison and ran towards Makoto Uchiha. Brother Makoto, next time I will definitely be able to defeat Sister Mikoto. Her fireball is getting smaller and smaller. Clams? There is also a smaller and smaller principle. You are obviously fighting for the addition of sufficient water vapor in the river, and the water ninjutsu must have increased again. However, the Chidori that Brother Chang taught me is to be completed, and next time I don't need to use the How fireball. Let you see the power of the next Chidori. Mikoto said proudly. Really fake? Why is mine not moving? Send it out and take a look. Okay, then let you a little fool take a good look. My sister is enough to match Brother Chang's genius. Sister Mikoto, you were taken by him, you never called me a little fool before. Juzine pouted and muttered. Looking at the 2 people who came in front of them, when they were able to stand easily on the water and chakras control was greatly improved, Makoto Uchiha also taught them Chidori. However, this difficulty is still a bit high for them now. It hasn't grown in the slightest. Now that I heard that Mikoto could be released, I was a little curious. Could it be that Mikoto Uchiha is also a super genius? At that moment, he stopped Chidori's cultivation and quietly watched Mikoto's movements. I saw Mikoto's right hand press down Thunder Chidori. A trace of blue thunder really rose from Mikoto's white and tender little hands. Twitter, twitter. 2 childish chirps like chicks were emitted. And then, gone. Poof, What kind of door do you call Chidori? You call this a double bird, right? Juzine covered her mouth and grinned. Humph, then I did at least a little bit. What about you? If I don't make it, it must be 1,000 birds. Makoto Uchiha looked at the two little loli who were fighting with each other, and thought about Mikato's double bird just now. Involuntarily followed with a happy laugh. Thinking that in the original book, Naruto and Kushina have exactly the same personality and ninjutsu. From this, it can be inferred that at least the multiple shadow doppelgangers in the original work will be, and then, perhaps, Spiral Pill will also. Maybe her chakra attribute doesn't have rays, so it's completely unprogressible, and not because she's young? Otherwise, her chakra amount as a Vortex clan must be much more than Mikato, and according to her desperate efforts, she can cultivate much more than Mikato, but she still hasn't grown. I've been teaching them chakra control, actual combat sparring and shuriken throwing, but they forgot to check their chakra attributes. Minger tests them. The next morning, the Konoha police office. The Uchiha who came to the police office early are already sorting out various task lists. At this time, a girl with a pale face, a little baby fat, about 10 or 20 years old, hurriedly ran into the police room, carrying a breakfast bag in her hand. Overslept. Almost late. What are the tasks today? The girl greeted her colleagues while pulling breakfast, and walked briskly to the task wall. I'll go, Sister Lingyan doesn't have to work so hard, right? You were the last to leave last night. Also, you misread the time, and it will be time for attendance in an hour. That's right, do you know what everyone is talking about you behind your back? Mission Mad Demon, got the reward of Chidori in the shortest time, leave us some soup to drink. Captain Suzun, please bring it, let's go out on the mission later. Little Sister Lingyan, did you go out and wash your face? Steady down, has Chidori learned? Colleagues in the neighborhood quipped. Obviously, this girl is well liked in the Konoha garrison. Go, Chidori can cultivate at any time, and you can also feel it on the way to doing tasks. And I don't do tasks just for rewards. Didn't you find that after helping others, those villagers sincerely thanked each other? Is it very pleasant? Even if there is no reward, I will serve the villagers well. Mission Madness Uchiha Suzun responded happily to his colleagues. She was the first person in the garrison to receive Thunder Chidori from Makoto Uchiha. Yes. Before I knew it, I was enjoying my job, and I always thought I was so happy because I was rewarded. It turns out that there is also this reason. Yes, walking on the street now, many people will greet me. How could they have been like this before? When he saw us, he ran away. In the past, I always felt that helping these fools was a loss of identity, but now I willingly want to do more for the villagers. I now gradually understand what the vice captain said. People are not so difficult to get along with. What is lacking is mutual understanding. Yes, the vice captain also said smiles are contagious. Now people on the street greet each other with smiles. That's also, don't you look at yourself laughing like a fool, can others not laugh? A pleasant sound of fighting sounded, and the early guards added infinite vitality to the area like sparrows outside the window. Half an hour later, with the moment Makoto Uchiha stepped into the police room, all the noise stopped abruptly, and one by one they sat down, summarizing yesterday's events, sorting task lists, checking grooming, and so on. It was as if they were all at work in an instant, although there was still half an hour before the working hours. Makoto Uchiha rolled his eyes in his heart. What's going on? Is it so scary yourself? It wasn't when Makoto Uchiha first arrived. They saw a small child coming over as a vice captain. One by one, they are very unconvinced, regardless of whether you are the son of the patriarch. If you don't have the strength and want to manage things, then we can't work well. The result, of course, is that everyone, regardless of their attitude, has been taught a lesson. It's all experience. How can babies let go? So he swiped 1.5 times more chakra total rewards from them. Now they are afraid when they see Makoto Uchiha. They also don't understand why the same people, other people's 8 years old, 9 years old are so terrible. Later they figured it out, because Makoto Uchiha was Captain. The players got up one after another to say hello, Vice Captain, isn't it also the Captain? No problem. Anyway, Chief Captain Chien's Uchiha Kiin is also very resourceful, and he has rarely intervened in the increasingly powerful Konoha garrison. Really let Makoto Uchiha go and do it. Well, then, Makoto Uchiha nodded gently, all of them. Attention! Lined up. Playground assembly, meeting. The summary report of the 8 districts, starting from the first district, the northeast area as usual. Makoto Uchiha divided Konoha into 8 large areas in direction, each with a squad leader and a small team of members stationed in his own area. As a result, the division of labor in each region is clear and the efficiency of work is greatly increased. And because they have been here for a long time and are familiar with the local situation, they can detect any wind and grass faster. District 1 Squad Leader Uchiha Dapo reported, there was a wild boar arch incident yesterday, and in order to train the clansmen, the Hyaga clan sent a shinobi forward, and was arched again, failed and returned with serious injuries. We found out that it was not an ordinary pig, but a ninja pig with a chakra and a strengthened body. 2 members of the dispatch team have been captured. Uchiha Suzun, the captain of the 2nd District Squad, reported there were 3,752 people entering and leaving the east gate of Konoha yesterday. Among them, the number of fresh faces increased significantly compared with the previous day, reaching 572. 27 disputes were resolved. The total value of the smuggled goods found amounted to 12 million taels. 3 districts. After half an hour of the meeting, the leaders of the squads of each district began to go to Konoha's various areas to attend work again. Every day, the summary records and the standardized action arrangements of the garrison, the members scattered throughout Konoha, are like hardworking spiders, quietly sprinkling huge webs. It may not be very successful at first, but over time, the gains will likely surprise everyone. Makoto Uchiha returned to his separate office and looked at the file for a while. Found a lot of things. The squad leader has already solved the light. Alas, his subordinates are too capable of doing things, and it is also very helpless. Flipping through the books on his desk, suddenly a children's book fell into his eyes. Which naughty player put this thing on my desk? Really, when I was a child? Idle, and let's see. I opened the children's story collection and found that some of the stories here are not bad, but they are still too difficult for children to understand. It seems that there is still too little children's books and books such as Children's Enlightenment in this world. Even the famous Ji Lai wrote only adult books such as Intimate Paradise. Education should start with dolls, and Makoto Uchiha remembers many interesting works in his previous life. What Grimm's fairy tales, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, fables, 1001 Nights, and so on. The children of this world are too miserable, let me enrich their spiritual world. Ding, feel the host's desire to change the child's spiritual world, please choose. A. Creating dark fairy tales that make dolls realize the cruelty of this world from an early age will strengthen their dark side. Reward, Forbidden Ghoul Sealed. B. Create positive energy fairy tales, so that the dolls always have a pure land in their hearts in this cruel world. This will strengthen their bright side. Reward, Forbidden Technique, Reincarnated. C. Create positive energy fairy tales, add some ninja elements appropriately, and make them more grounded. In addition to growing up, the dolls can recognize themselves more clearly and will not easily go to extremes. Reward, Forbidden Technique, Multiple Shadow Doppelganger Technique. Well, the reward this time is very rich, 3 forbidden techniques. But what the hell are the first 2 forbidden techniques? Fight like Kilkenny cats. With self-denial? It is also the 3rd normal point and very practical. If so, what kind of fairy tale fables to write? Add ninja elements. Pregnant. I don't know why, Makoto Uchiha's mind flashed Tenzo's ugly face again. The first Little Red Riding Hood story. Tenzo is actually a cunning big bad wolf who can use transformation, and he was blinded by a hunter in one eye, so that after he used transformation to disguise himself as an adult, he was still blind in one eye, and his forehead was wrapped in bandages. There is a cute little girl in Konoha, pure and polite, and everyone loves her. Her favorite person was her grandmother, who lived in the suburbs, who gave her a little hat made of red velvet, and because she couldn't put it down, she often took it out with her, so people called her Little Red Riding Hood. On this day, when Grandma was sick, Little Red Riding Hood took her mother's instructions, a piece of cake and a bottle of wine, and went to visit Grandma. As soon as I entered the forest, I came across the big bad wolf Tuan Zhang, who transformed into an adult. Since this was still within the range of Konoha's guards, the big bad wolf Danzo had to endure his saliva and stare at this cute Little Red Riding Hood and said, "Little Red Riding Hood, where are you going so early?" "Well, with fairy tales and some more fables." Adapt yet gong how long, come to Tuan hide good snake. The one-eyed Danzo was very fond of snakes, and in his home, pots and pans, and wall pillars were painted with snake motifs. One day, the great snake Immortal heard what he liked and personally came to meet him. The huge snake's head is as huge as a house, and its eyes are like the bright moon in the sky. Frightened, Tuan Zhang lost his soul and stumbled to escape from his residence, and his hands and feet have been suffering from pain to this day, so he had to wear bandages. Satirizing this sinister character profoundly exposes his bad thinking and bad style of only singing high profile and not being practical. Well, I don't know if this will affect his cooperation with the big snake pill in the future. When I think of snakes, I think of big snake pills. Although the big snake pill is a little cold-blooded, it is undeniable that he has been smart since he was a child and has a maturity far beyond ordinary people. Give him a big snake pill smashing tank. The meaning is that when Orochimaru was still in ninja school, during an outdoor activity, the naughty Jiraiya stood on top of the large water tank in order to show off. Lost his footing and fell into the tank, was flooded by the water, and did not know what to do, while the other children panicked and scattered to find adults. Only the big snake pill picked up the big stone nearby, broke the tank in his hand, and he was able to survive. In this story, there is also a little loss, give him some compensation. Write a little tadpole finds Jiraiya. Now the two of them are also a little famous in Konoha. After all, they are disciples of the 3rd generation, and their strength is still very strong, but they are not as famous as when they were named the three ninja of the ninja world after World War II. Well, if it is to spread the story of the entire ninja world, then it cannot be limited to one Konoha village. Give other villages some photogenic characters. The story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is very good. Then write Cho's mother-in-law and the seven people of the ninja knife. It is estimated that not only children love to watch it, but adults are estimated to take a look at it. After all, everyone has the soul of gossip. Who does the prince let be the prince? Just 3 generations of Tokage 2 days of Oniki. It feels like they're a good match. This story involves 3 ninja villages. I wonder what will happen to the interesting story of them meeting on the battlefield after they became famous. Subsequently, Makoto Uchiha spent 10 days perfecting and revising the entire collection of fairy tales of the Ma Liang immortals. Drop pen name God Pen Ma Liang. Then used the many channels at his disposal to transform into a middle-aged person and find those publishers to distribute. In the early stage, he used his own small treasury, smashed hundreds of thousands of tales into it, and published it. The rest waited for him to slowly ferment and harvest the fruit. Usually go to work to find something to brush rewards, and after work, I go to practice with the 2 little loli. Life in Shinobi Village can also be very comfortable. Makoto Uchiha sat on the office chair, lay down for a while, and then jumped up again. No, the body is too young and energetic, I can't stop at all, find something to do, or continue to adapt and create world-famous books? Tuck tuck. A gentle knock sounded on the door. Come in. Uchiha Suzun, the captain of the 2nd District team, walked in with a file. Report Captain. The last spy identity information obtained has been eliminated by a series of exclusions, and now it is locked on 3 people. Please take a look. Ding. The spy who has been hidden in Konoha for many years has finally revealed his fox's tail. Please choose. A. Leave it to your men to crack. Reward, 50 small chakra energy pills. You can slightly increase your total chakra. Great items to cultivate your subordinates. B. The main work of the dark department, let it go back to them. Give your own people a day off for beauty. Reward, 3 resident yandan. You can stay youthful and maintain your body functions at your peak. Aging occurs instantaneously at the last moment of lifespan. Note, not an elixir pill. A spy is not the same as a killer who performs an assassination. There is no need to perform dangerous assassination missions that require tracking targets and are easy to expose themselves. Ordinary spies only need to find out some simple information, and ordinary search for intelligence is also cautious, trying to hide themselves to ensure that they are not exposed to inquire about information. Usually hidden deeply, some even like ordinary villagers, have lived in Konoha for decades, and no one knows his true identity until death, so it is difficult to identify such spies. Now that the Second Ninja World War is approaching, spies from all walks of life are all over the ninja world. Coupled with the fact that in order to get more accurate intelligence in an urgent way, abnormal tracking of targets, or changing living habits, more and more spies gradually began to be exposed. As for high-level spies, many times they have already broken into the enemy's upper echelons. There are very few of these kinds, and it often requires a huge amount of manpower and material resources to brush his merits and trust in the camp. When truly recognized and become a high level, the rewards are also extremely rich. Often a casual guidance can make a large number of ninjas fall into the trap, give their lives in vain. And what Makoto Uchiha wants to track is just an ordinary spy, but the important thing is that he has the information of a high-level spy in his hands. And this ordinary spy is hiding among 3 suspects. A beef shop owner named Hayato Hayakawa. It is said that the beef balls he made are fragrant and are Konoha's premier beef shop. A drink shop owner named Shota Maruyama, mainly engaged in milk drinks. His milk let people drink 1 glass, and want to have 3 more. That's right, that's how his ads hit. One is named Kensho Uehara. I have a small ranch that provides beef and milk to the 2 of them. At this time, Uchiha Suzun, disguised as a brother, was walking with Makoto Uchiha on the way to the beef shop. Tell me what you know about them. At this time, Makoto Uchiha, who was dressed in an ordinary civilian attire, asked. Hayato Hayakawa came to Konoha with his mother to escape the war when he was a child, and it has been more than 20 years. I have been running a beef shop for more than 10 years. In addition to staying in the store, my favorite thing is to go to Bakesean Place to eat all kinds of barbecued meat. Shota Maruyama, a native of Konoha, took over the drink shop from his father, and the current drink shop has been in his hands for 5 years. Because I am too obese, round and rolling. So basically don't go out. Kensho Uehara, an old man, is said to have come and settled shortly after Konoha had just established the village. I have lived in Konoha for decades. I usually only stay at the ranch, and occasionally come to the beef shop with the delivery master. By the way, beef shops and beverage shops are next to each other. All 3 of them are still ordinary people. The sound of Uchiha bells sounded like wind chimes in front. What life is good for decades? Yes, 1 is 1, yes 2 is 2, don't use exaggeration when answering these questions. Be accurate. Konoha has not been established for 30 years. Uchiha refuted Suzun solemnly, but these people have lived in Konoha for so long, it is really difficult to see who has the problem from the basic information received. The same mistake will never be made in the future. Suzun straightened up and replied solemnly. Then he playfully stuck out his tongue. Next year, there will be 30 years. I didn't expect that Konoha would be 30 years old soon, and there would be a grand celebration, right? Brother. When the time comes, my sister will take you to play. Ringtone. Ah, report captain. It was you who said to pretend to be a sister and brother. I have already entered the state. He brother laughs. You are so young and old, you have a tense face all day, you will be a young man. It is said that Konoha's White Fang-sama is like this. When I arrived at the beef shop, I found that there was a long queue. I saw the owner Hayato Hayakawa sitting in front of the store, with a chopping board and a large piece of beef in front of him. The beef was being beaten live, and the 2 rolling pin wheels flew up, beating as quickly as a drum. It is said that this will break the beef fiber. The resulting beef is more tender and tastes better. Sure enough, Konoha's premier beef shop is extraordinary, and you can peek at it from the popularity of the business. Relatively speaking, this beverage shop is not worthy of its name. The storefronts of the 2 suspects are close together, and compared with the heat of the beef shop, the beverage shop is a bit of a doorman. I'm thirsty, let's go get a drink first, okay? Sister. Uchiha stared at the slogan that had a drink at the drink shop and wanted to have 3 more cups. The image vividly swallowed his saliva. Not good. You've just eaten 3 rice balls and a large watermelon, and you'll gain weight if you eat too much. Suzun shook her head seriously. Nanny? When have I eaten? Say I ate so much when I was a pig? Big sister, don't add drama casually. Makoto Uchiha's eyes stared at Suzun, and his eyes were round. Okay. I'm afraid of you, I can only have 1 cup. Oh, there are no 3 cups, our family is poor, cluck. The little lady is addicted. When this task is completed, see if my vice captain doesn't clean you up, let you see what is called the official level, crush people. Suzun said, seemingly hearing the sound of grinding teeth. A dozen look at Makoto Uchiha. Worst, the vice captain seems to be angry. Quickly turn around. Raise your foot and kick open the door of the beverage shop. Is the boss blind? Picked up. We stood outside for so long and didn't come out to say hello? You eat date pills in this shop. Just in the store, Shota Maruyama, who drank milk alone, was so frightened that he sprayed a mouthful of Trensu. It's you girl again, my door has been kicked by you twice, next time I really have to pay. When Maruyama Shota saw the person coming, he suddenly had a headache. In order to investigate the information, Uchiha Suzun had already contacted 3 suspects as this civilian girl earlier. As I said earlier, your bad business must be the reason for your heavy wooden door, which makes the whole room's storefront gloomy. If you want to pay for it, how about I change the glass door for you directly with good lighting? Suzun sat down on the waiting table with a grin, picked up the drink list and looked at it. Don't. Just this wooden door makes me feel safe, and the 2 large windows next to me are not enough to let in the light. Do you hate glass doors the most? Do you think my figure is not noticeable enough? Maruyama Shota used to be charged protection fees several times when the village was not safe. It's a bit of a snake shadow now. You need a thick wooden door to feel a little safer. It is said that among the people who collect protection fees are people from the Konoha garrison. It's really a no-brainer. But fortunately, the Konoha garrison seems to have changed greatly this year, and the security in the village has been much better. Then Maruyama Shota noticed that Makoto Uchiha, who came in behind Suzun, was dressed as an ordinary civilian child, and his eyebrows were quite handsome. This is? My brother. Which drinks are available today? Bring me 2 glasses. Sure enough, it's a brother and sister. Not only do they look alike, but they also have clear eyebrows. Today's discount drink is chilled strawberry juice. Please wait a minute. Your eyes are not amazing. Where are we like? Do people with clear eyebrows look like this? Uchiha Makoto looked at the storefront, and the whole was clean and neat, plus the 2 large windows on the side, the lighting was still good. It is that the thick wooden door does not match this refreshing environment. Thief. It can be seen that the owner obviously has a problem with aesthetics. Well, his round body, estimated at more than 200 pounds, almost crowded the entire workbench, and it also affected the overall perception a little. Fortunately, the body is cleaned up, not as sloppy as others imagine, and there is always a faint professional smile on the face. After all, it is a business. Soon, Shota Maruyama took over the 2 glasses of chilled strawberry juice and brought a bottle of milk. First meeting, little brother, uncle give you more bottles of milk. Thank you, uncle. Makoto Uchiha took the drink and took a quiet sip. The taste can only be said to be average, not as good as imagined, which is a bit incompatible with the old shops in recent decades. Maybe that's one of the reasons for poor business? Uncle, your strawberry juice is so delicious, why is the business bad? Uchiha Makoto blinked his pure and innocent eyes and said something against his will. Ha ha ha, the little brother can really talk. In fact, the drink made by the uncle can only be regarded as average. The one made by my father is really delicious, but unfortunately, when I was a child, I loved to eat and play. Until his father's death, he did not pass on his craft well. Maruyama Shota said with a little bleak eyes, so now I can only make a living on the original milk. It's okay, Konoha is slowly getting better, and the business will definitely get better in the future. Makoto Uchiha had to quickly comfort him, and then poured the milk into the strawberry juice and stirred it with a straw. Well, it's time to call it chilled strawberry milk. Brother, why did you pour milk into the drink? Don't mess around, you'll eat a bad belly. Suzune saw Makoto Uchiha's move and hurried up to grab a drink. Ha, is this a mess? Haven't you mixed it like that? Uncle, you haven't done it like this either? No, milk is milk, isn't it strange to mix other things? The taste of milk is all diluted, so what is there to drink? And mixed like this, drinking it will spoil the stomach. Then I drink the chilled strawberry juice first, and then drink the milk, isn't it also mixed in the stomach? Feelings, the world is also so short of drinks. Makoto Uchiha took the drink from Suzune's hand, drank it beautifully, swept half a cup after a while, and then spoke. Boss, I have an idea to make your beverage shop fire again. You mean, mix the drinks the way you did just that? That's right, it's not just strawberry milk. Watermelon milk, mango milk, etc. are okay. If you don't believe it, you can mix and match it yourself. Of course, the main ingredient is milk, and the proportion should be adjusted. Good, try it now. Anyway, now the business is half dead, it is better to try this new thing. If it is not delicious, forget it, it will not be a loss. Just do it. Maruyama Shota quickly paired it with another cup of chilled strawberry milk. The first time I entered, I was still a little unaccustomed to it, but I watched Uchiha drink with relish. Just drink patiently to the end. Sure enough, then a different feeling came out. The sweetness of the strawberry juice, coupled with the mellow aroma of milk, is endlessly evocative. It is really much better than the previous monotonous way of eating. Then the eyes got brighter and brighter. Although Maruyama Shota's craftsmanship is ordinary, he has his own opinion on the quality of food. Otherwise, how did this 200-pound figure come from? It is all eaten. He can feel that this new drink must have a market, and there is a high probability that it will catch fire. Little brother, you really helped a lot. If the business really gets better in the future, I will make a profit of 10%. No, Urchinge was given to you as a gift. Thank you, uncle, I'll just say it casually, I don't need your reward. But if I really want to thank you, can I drink free drinks in the store later? This thing does not have any technical content, it just breaks the habitual thinking of people here about beverage pairing. If it catches fire, soon there will be a second, third beverage shop of the same type. It's just that this store, as the first store, can spread its popularity because of this. Of course, the main thing is not bad money, although I can rely on the experience of my previous life to make a prosperous chain store and the like, and constantly innovate, such as milk tea, lemon tea, and other new products. So definitely has the first competitiveness in the market. But there is no doubt that this still takes some effort. This is a bit of a sacrifice, occasionally make a little money to adjust life or something, and finally win the entire ninja world is their goal. Besides, Makoto Uchiha will not forget the real purpose of coming here. No problem. Don't say it's you in the future, the friends you bring will be free. So without further ado, let's try the effect of this drink today. In order to quickly make a name for yourself, let's have a free drink. We can help, right, sister? Uchiha Suzune, stunned on the sidelines. The younger brother gained the trust and gratitude of the owners so quickly, and he came up with something new and found an excuse to stay here. No wonder the clan elders dared to give the Konoha garrison full authority to their young son, who was still so young. After that, Makoto Uchiha stayed in the drink shop with Suzune to help. Said to help, in fact, is to be a cute baby at the door, help shout a few words, walk by, don't miss it, free big reward. The latest chilled strawberry milk, watermelon milk, mango milk free drink, not to mention, this novel way of shouting has attracted many people to come over. Of course, in fact, the new gravitational pull of the word free is relatively large. When customers drank this mixed drink that they had not drunk before, they were full of praise. In less than 2 hours, the long line in front of the beverage shop was longer than the line at the beef shop next to it. Then Suzune and Maruyama Shota were busy, one in charge of reception and the other in charge of making drinks. The owner of the beef shop, Hayabusa Hayakawa, ran over curiously with 2 rolling pins. Yohi, when did the fat man become powerful? Did you suddenly get the hang of your way and acquired ancestral craftsmanship? Go, I rely on this little brother, this is his whole thing, I don't dare to take credit. Really fake, so powerful? This is a blessing star, right? How about the little brother come to my shop and give you a taste of my famous craft? Hayato Hayakawa looked at Makoto Uchiha in disbelief. Although this fat man has a poor business, he is honest and never lies. Despite this, looking at Makoto Uchiha, who is still so young and dressed in civilian clothing, he can't believe that he can make a name for beef. Just be a lucky star, bring it in, dip, enjoy, and increase some luck. Okay, Uchiha agreed with a full mouth. This not only stops eating and drinking, but also allows you to go to and from the two stores in an open manner and better observe whether they have any problems. Of course, when I came to the beef shop, I didn't eat him in vain, but when I ate his beef meatballs, I said, I once ate beef balls made by a small vendor that were very delicious, and I spent all my money. What is it called? Burst pulp urine beef pills. I briefly said the feeling of deliciousness. As for the recipe, let him figure it out slowly. He is not a great benevolent. A bowl of beef meatballs wants to make a recipe for you? Hayato Hayakawa originally wanted to think of it as a children's joke, but seeing the new products made by the beverage store is indeed a bit of a doorway. Thinking if there really is such a popping pulp urine cow pill? After all, it is a person who has dealt with beef for most of his life, and after going around, he can no longer come out so suddenly. All the thoughts were full of cow balls, how to burst pulp, how to urinate. Still can't stand it, the name is too ugly. In this way, while the others were busy in the dark, Uchiha ate and drank comfortably, while secretly observing their every move. As a result, in the afternoon, the beverage shop was too hot and ran out of materials, so the activity stopped, but the fat man's Shoiki drink shop made a name for itself. Thank you both for your help in bringing this store back to life, which is a little gratitude. Don't get me wrong, it's just today's hard work. Maruyama Shota gave a large red envelope of 5,000 taels. Uchiha Suzun took the red envelope with a smile. Thank you, big boss. I don't need to pay for that wooden door, right? No thanks, no thanks. When I have money in the future, I will change the steel gate. Uncle, the red envelope you gave is too big. Are you going to buy milk now? How about we help you get more together? Makoto Uchiha blinked again and looked at Shota Maruyama. How can you help if you're a little one? I guess you want to go see the cows, right? Ringtone mends the knife on the side. Well, usually I wait for the ranch people to deliver the milk in the morning, but today it ran out so quickly, I can just go over and get some first, and by the way, tell the ranch to send more tomorrow. Maruyama responded knowingly. So they closed the shop and headed together to the outskirts of Kanaha, where the ranch was located. From time to time on the way, we chatted a couple of words. When it came to the rancher, Maruyama thought for a moment. Uncle Kensho's ranch provided us with milk a long time ago. That was when my father was still there. He likes our Kyoki tea the most, saying it is a great way to relieve his joint pain. No, I brought him another bag of tea. So he still has joint pain? Yes, it is said that it was the root of the disease that fell from the cold when he was young, and the left foot was unable to move. P.S. I originally wanted to make popping beef balls as carefully as a beverage store, but I felt that this was a bit procrastinating, so I cut it and changed it to a simple way. The next chapter is also released together, revealing the spy, completing a story, and not wanting to jam people. In order not to drag the number of words, these two chapters cut a lot, and also wanted to create a unique artistic conception. When I arrived at the small ranch of Uehara Kensho, the sun in the sky had gradually tilted to the west. Several simple wooden houses sit on a hillside covered with grass. Hundreds of cows are grazing on the hillside, and about 10 cows are leisurely plucking the grass. An old man and 2 apparently hired staff members were stroking milk. Maruyama's round body was the first to squeeze open the fence door and shouted at the old man on the hillside, Uncle Kensho, we have come to see you. Who? Kensho Uehara put down the work in his hand, carried the barrel full of milk, slowly stood up, and squinted at the incoming person. Seeing the round body with obvious characteristics, he suddenly said, it turned out to be Xiaoxiangtai, come in quickly, which wind actually blew you out the door. Haha, according to my size, it is estimated that a powerful tornado is required. That really needs a tornado. It's rare that you, who haven't gone out for a long time, remember that I like Kyoki tea. The little girl is also coming. Yes, is the old man in good health? My brother knows there's a ranch here that has been going to see the cows, isn't it? Bring him with you. Uchiha Suzun smiled and took the barrel in Kensho Uehara's hand and helped him carry it. Okay, I have more time to accompany my old man, and when I see you full of vitality, I always feel a few years younger. Kensho Uehara responded cheerfully. The voice leaked through a few of his teeth. Grandpa, let me help you milk the cows. Uchiha Makoto saw the 2 staff members milking the cows, and he looked eager to try. Brother, don't add to the chaos. Dare to move, I won't bring you here in the future. Out of the way, out of the way. Cows are docile and do not hurt people easily. How about I bring you some fresh milk? No need, old man, we drank a lot from Uncle Xiang's place just now. Afterwards, Uchiha Suzun went to milk with Shota. Makoto Uchiha ran around, occasionally chatting with the elderly. The old man was idle, and after a while he went to work together again. As evening approached, Kensho Uehara drove the cattle into the pen step by step. Although the body is still very stable, the steps are indeed a little faltering. There seems to be some kind of special rhythm in the deep and shallow footsteps, seemingly slow, but always just right to block the bend point of the herd. A shout caused the herd to enter the stall in a stable and orderly manner. The wrinkled skin on the old man's face was stacked together like the bark of a dying tree. Speckled age spots accentuate the dying dead air. However, the movements are very coordinated, and the spacing of each step is not bad in the footsteps that appear to be faltering due to joint pain. The body did not have the slightest trembling caused by the uncoordinated legs and feet of other old people. It's like forcing yourself to form a faltering habit. And not because of pain, the instinct of the body is displayed. This scene clearly fell 10 meters away, and in the eyes of Makoto Uchiha, who was looking for clams in the grass, two Guyu in his red eyes were slowly rotating. In the distance is another brilliant residual sun, breaking through the surrounding clouds, leaving a circle of golden red brilliance in the world. The dyed red sunset is like the most beautiful refining in the world, trying its best to absorb the last Deo afterglow of the red sun. This reminded Makoto Uchiha of a long time ago, a year ago. It really felt like a long time, like in a hazy dream. It was also such a picturesque evening. That time, the beautiful red hair of the immature girl reflected the sunset. That time, Makoto Uchiha killed for the first time, and the first time he killed a famous kami shinobu. The old man drove the cattle into the pen in order to treat a few visitors. Then he slowly went to the wooden room to make toast and hot milk. Slowly and methodically raise the firewood, then carefully divide the milk into the jars. The expression is serious and the movements are skillful. Grandpa, have you always lived alone? Makoto Uchiha took a few white loaves of bread and placed them on the oven. Yes, for decades, I have long been accustomed to living alone, with so many herding cattle accompanying me, and I don't feel lonely. So your foot, was it injured before? Walking with a limp? Yes, I got cold when I was young. I've got gout since I got old. Oh, I thought you were like me because of fun, learning others to walk, whether it is uphill or flat, the pace is average. The old man's focused eyes were slightly stunned, and then he touched his legs and feet expressionlessly. Yes, when people are old, many things are forgotten. I forgot that my legs and feet did hurt for a long time, and I forgot that I didn't know when my legs and feet would be fine. But I still retain my previous habits, just to not let myself forget gratitude, forget my mission, and forget who gave me such a good life. This place in Konoha is so comfortable. Smoke rises from the houses on the hillside, giving the place a little more poetic. A shout that the meal was open made Ling Yin and the others stop their work and walk into the room together, tasting the most serious dinner the old man had ever made. Then Makoto Uchiha, Suzun, and Shota followed the ranch staff to take advantage of the last rays of the sunset and quickly left with the ranch's carriage. Grandpa, it's fun here, we'll come back tomorrow. From a distance came Makoto Uchiha's crisp voice. Half an hour later, a ghostly voice sped into the illuminated cabins on the hillside. The old man Kensho Uehara quietly looked at the burning fireplace. Just knew you would come back. See something? The voice of the person who came was like a dancing wind chime, sweet and pleasant. Perhaps, he said I had a problem with my pace. For the rest, he didn't ask anything except for everyday life, and I didn't say anything. You should be glad that it wasn't the Yamanaka people who came this afternoon, but even they didn't want to get some secrets from me. Well, you actually came at this time, don't be embarrassed. If you can, just bury me on this hillside. I've loved this place for decades. Kensho Uehara said calmly with a faint smile on his face. People who don't know still think that he is saying something that has nothing to do with him. Good. Kensho Uehara tried to end his life, but was blocked by a shiny ninja knife as he approached his throat. Vice Captain, didn't you go back? The attacker, Uchiha Suzun, said in surprise. I'm also a little surprised. Didn't you also follow the carriage back? My squad leader. Through the transformation technique, Uchiha Makoto, who had been hiding in the room, smiled faintly. How? Want to kill people? You can't bear it yourself. In fact, I don't have a better way to let Kensho Uehara tell the whereabouts of the high-level spy. After all, he has already looked down on life and death, and you don't want to trust your subordinates. It was actually put by you. Should I say that I am worthy of being a vice captain? If you are so confident, let's solve it together. Only the dead who have been reduced to ashes are the safest. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. While speaking, Uchiha Suzun, who quickly jumped out of the house, directly hit a huge fireball. Water escape, water array wall. Another voice sounded in the room. Rumble. The big fireball slammed into the water wall, inspiring a large area of water vapor. After the eye-catching soot, Makoto Uchiha and his escort Yato Uchiha walked out of the intact room. I never said I had to deal with you alone. Well, tell me who you really are. You can't be Uchiha Suzun. Why? Uchiha Suzun asked puzzled. Because I'm real. According to the agreement, when the shadow doppelganger of the vice captain on the carriage is lifted, it is when I turn around and come back. At some point, the carriage that should have left long ago had returned to the gate of the ranch, and the real Uchiha Suzun who got down from the car surrounded the fake Suzun in a zigzag shape along with Makoto and Yadu. When was this bureau set up? The voice of a slightly old man came out of the mouth of the fake bell, and seeing this, he also completely dismantled the transformation technique, ready to go all out against the three Uchiha. This person is the captain of the 1st District Squad, Uchiha Dapu. the elder of the Konoha garrison, the oldest serving officer. When I realized that Kensho Uehara was a spy. The Uchiha family treats you well, why did you betray Uchiha and spy for others? Makoto Uchiha frowned, although he had already guessed, but when he was really his own person, his psychology was still a little uncomfortable. There is no betrayal without betrayal. Strictly speaking, you are the betrayer in front of the object of my allegiance. And, do you really think you will win? Uchiha Dapu's word exit. Makoto Uchiha suddenly felt a powerful momentum sweeping over. I only felt that the other party suddenly became extremely tall. No, it's really getting bigger. The body actually rose to the ground, the clothes quickly cracked, the burly body continued to grow to dozens of stories high, the thick beast hair all over the body came out, and the hideous blood basin roared towards Uchiha Makoto at a height of tens of meters. In an instant, like a Category 12 hurricane, the turf of the hillside was raised and swept over. This is one in particular, gorilla. No, Donkey Kong, how can it be? Not good, it's an illusion. A hand gently rested on Makoto Uchiha's shoulder, calmed the surging chakra inside him. Be careful, Dapu's predecessor's illusion is very strong. Uchiha Yato withdrew his hand, and Sangoya's blood chakra eye spun rapidly in his eyes. Then he pulled out Kumu and quickly supported Suzune, who was wrestling with Dapu. At this time, 2 wounds had appeared on her body. Uchiha Makoto's old face turned red, and he unconsciously read his way. The experience is still not enough, these guys, before the start of the fight, have already gone all out, and the eyes of the 3-hook jade riding wheel are fully opened. Recently, it has been too smooth, which makes Makoto Uchiha relax his guard a little. As a result, something almost went wrong. Sure enough, in this ninja world where high attacks and low defenses are common, there is a danger of capsizing in the gutter at any time. Ergu jade riding wheel eyes open. Multiple shadow doppelganger. The second door of the 8 doors of Dunjia is open. Plover. Makoto Uchiha is full of firepower. 3 shadow doppelgangers plus a body instantly pounced. At this time, Dapu uses a ninja knife that glows with bursts of chakra light. The sword light carried a variety of brilliant lights and shadows, and easily blocked the attacks of Yato and Suzune. Dapu's illusion has been integrated into his swordsmanship. Yato and Suzune must always keep an eye on their enemies and partners, and help them when they are stunned by the illusion. And Dapu's speed is very fast, and the two can't do it if they want to open the distance and perform ninjutsu. On weekdays, his performance is approachable, ordinary, and he is a small captain of the 1st district who survived by his age. It turned out to be so strong, so deeply hidden. An electric light flashed, and a figure with the thunder light of 1,000 birds singing fiercely passed through Dapu's body. It's a pity that it was an afterimage cut. Dapu, who was quickly dodging, dragged a long afterimage behind him, and the blade with a strong light and shadow in his hand was extremely dazzling under the moonlight. This is the time. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Fire, the art of phoenix fire. Fire, fire dragon bomb. The 3 shadow doppelgangers who have been preparing for a long time take the opportunity to use all-round fire to suppress it. Rumble. A huge wave of fire swept through, covering a radius of 50 meters. Even if you use avatar or substitute now, it will turn into a roast pig. Suddenly, a pair of big hands broke through the ground and fiercely dragged Lingian into the ground. Done, the art of decapitation in the heart. The fire wave in front of him rolled, and the bell on this side had been restricted from moving, leaving only one head exposed to the ground, and his whole body could not move. Where will the real battle wait until you have cleared the smoke and returned to calm? Done, the art of earth movement. Uchiha Yato put his hands on the ground and hurriedly cast a simple earth escape, just to force out Uchiha Dapu, in case Suzune is directly killed. Of course, if you can't die, then go and die together to see if you can withstand the squeeze of the whole earth. Bang! There was a gentle tremor throughout the hillside, and then the shaking grew larger and larger as more and more chakra was output. Click! Small cracks tore through the grass and gradually spread in all directions. Boom! A figure broke through the ground, and the figure rushed towards Yato with a deist psychedelic afterimage. Boom! Makoto Uchiha brandished the broken snow to block Dapu's path, and in an instant the 2 ninja knives collided fiercely. There is a shrill sound of gold and iron. The 2 extremely sharp cold rays seemed to twist the surrounding moonlight, and the 2 exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, and the reflection was as continuous as a stream of water. The attacks generated by Deo relying on dynamic vision were easily defused by the other party, and in front of the opponent's more powerful 3-hook jade blood chakra eye, in less than 3 seconds, Makoto Uchiha added 3 wounds to his body. The eyes were gradually affected by the other party's fusion illusion sword technique, the brilliant light and shadow, and the speed and consciousness gradually slowed down. The second one. Suddenly Dapu said softly, with infinite killing intent in his words. True 3 days and moon dance. Dapu instantly divided into 3 figures who slashed from all directions. Almost instinctively feeling the crisis of death, Makoto Uchiha quickly made a one-handed seal with his left hand. Break the snow with the famous knife in your right hand, do not retreat, but advance. Ding ding poof. Left, center, right, 3 sword rays struck at the same time, 2 were held by Makoto Uchiha, and the third pierced into the shoulder. These attacks are different from the ordinary 3 sun and moon dances tricks, and they are all real. Burst. The fourth attack like a shadow without warning passed through Makoto Uchiha's body fiercely. The real killing move is always the most unpretentious, Depiyu said lightly, without a trace of emotional fluctuations on his face. Indeed, the light and shadow effect of his sword technique in front is very strong, and the defense has been for a long time, according to inertia, who will reflect in time to defend against the killing moves hidden in the light and shadow of ordinary nothing. However, smoke instantly enveloped Makoto Uchiha. One-handed imprint again to show its power. Avatar technique. Spiral pills. Makoto Uchiha, who appeared from behind Dapu, a rapidly forming ball of energy slammed into his back. Secret technique sword return. Depiyu withdrew the piercing action of leaning forward, and a large wave of chakra sword airflow turned into streamers with this retracting action, forming an iridescent sword light wall behind him. Rumble. The spiral pill slammed into this wall of sword light, emitting an ugly sound like scraping glass. The power of the spiral pill was exhausted, and the wall of sword light was still as brilliant as ever. Depiyu slowly turned around, and the right hand holding the sword held the chakra output of the sword light wall, and the left hand quickly passed through the gradually blurred wall of light and pinched Uchiha Makoto's neck fiercely. Using a stand-in in front of the Sharingan? How big is the heart? Duh! A fatal grip. In an instant, Makoto Uchiha was like a leaky balloon, shriveled down, turned into a slowly burning detonation talisman, and was quietly caught in Dapu's hands. The pupil shrank slightly. Uchiha Dapu's expression changed for the first time. Rumble. The raging flames instantly engulfed Dapu. It's not very big, so it's just a ninja world. Therefore, it is easy not to die in such a small place. 10 meters away, after a puff of smoke, Makoto Uchiha, who was bleeding from his left shoulder, took shape. Speaking of which, the doppelganger left the detonation charm, and I also have to thank Yun and Foxy Rabbit, Matsudera and people for their contributions. In more distant corners where no one notices, a figure like pitcher plants quietly observed on the ground. What a clever little Uchiha. Use the cover of the stand-in technique to hide. The shadow doppelganger, however, uses the transience technique to pretend to be a body to attack. Finally, a detonator attack is also left. As a result, even the old guy from Depiyu was fooled. By the way, the energy ball that has never been seen looks powerful. Is this Xiaoyu Haibo's original ninjutsu? What a genius! A slightly surprised voice came from the pale-faced figure in the pitcher plant. Yes, a genius, and brother, and lovers you like. There is no one better suited than him to carry out the Moonai plan. No, it should be said that it was my plan. A shrill and annoying voice sounded in Baiju's heart, and half of his pale face was gradually infected with black. It's you nasty guy again. Ever since he was created by Madara-sama using the Senju resident cell to awaken the eye of reincarnation and summon the golem of the outer path. This all-black guy wrapped himself up. He could even assimilate his body at any time, or he could hide it so deeply that he couldn't even detect it. The main thing is to hear him say that he is another great being who was created as early as ancient times, and Madara just awakened himself, and there was no need to be truly loyal to Madara. And under the constant reminder of this guy, he did gradually have some residual pictures of the ancient period. It was the era of the release of unlimited monthly reading, and this is how self-whiteness was produced. This also makes him have to hide his secret in front of Madara, the eccentric guy who calls himself Koro. You're going to go on stage for all? Baiju asked. His body was still a little unaccustomed to the existence of the second person. Nope, it's not time yet. The black figure slowly disappeared into Baiju's body. I'm going to appear when Madara releases yin and yang and make him deeply mistaken. That is, his will. The flames that exploded in the field were gradually swept away by a brilliant sword light. At this time, Uchiha Dapu's left arm was completely blown up, and smoke and dust billowed on his body. But the sword in his hand became more and more brilliant, and the flowing chakra made the entire sword body as dazzling as the bright moon, full of danger. He really loves swords, and would rather his body be damaged than let the sword in his hand be dusted. There is no clear division of swords in the Hokage world, and the sword, the ninja sword, and the long sword can all be called swords. At this time, Lingyan had already escaped from the trap, and the three of them no longer chose the Pinza siege formation this time. This formation makes the single-sided offensive relatively weak, and the support is difficult, and it is easy to be broken by each in the face of a strong enemy. Instead, it forms a fan-shaped linkage array, which can be jointly attacked and retreated to coordinate the station. Plus, 2 shadow doppelgangers of Makoto Uchiha, ready to mend the knife at any time. Originally, the 3 shadow doppelgangers had just been eliminated, and therefore Dapu's left hand was abolished. Vice Captain, at your age, it is better to leave Konoha with me with such wisdom and strength. My lord will definitely do his best to cultivate you, and within 5 years, you will definitely have the strength that the entire ninja world is interested in. Otherwise, it's a pity to die in this place. Without a genius who has grown up, it is nothing. Uchiha Dapu said expressionlessly, obviously broke a hand, seeing that the strength should be lost by half, but the opposite side was almost intact. The words he said were staggering, and those who didn't know thought that he was talking nonsense and empty words. But the momentum of its own agitation was even greater than before, and the whole person once again returned to the state of ancient wells without waves, and his figure could not be seen clearly in the bright moonlight. Only the three-hooked jade chakra eye in his eyes was still dazzling, and only the long sword in his hand that was like a star and moon became brighter. Fart. Pigs and dogs are inferior. The Uchiha clan has never treated you badly, seeing that you are old and give you the idle position of the captain of the first district. The rich clan southeast of Konoha is the most comfortable and least turbulent area. But what did you do? You turned out to be a traitor. Before Makoto Uchiha could reply, Uchiha Yadu, who was a guard, opened his mouth and cursed. Just now, the young master was actually injured, although he was surprised that the young master himself could actually treat himself with palm cactus, but it was his dereliction of duty to let the young master get injured. I am ashamed of the cultivation of the family, I am ashamed of the importance of the patriarch, and I am ashamed of the trust of the young master. Me? An age lives on a dog. If your master is so strong, why are you so weak? Beat our 3 juniors, beat for so long without saying, and lost an arm. If I had committed suicide by seppuku long ago, lest you lose the face of your own master and increase the laughter of others. If you can cut yourself on the spot now, although the object of loyalty is wrong, Ayada still admits that you are a loyal old dog and will not lose the name of Uchiha. Uchiha Yada's cannon-like mouth gushed endlessly, and he forced a Pu's old face to turn red. Uchiha Suzun originally wanted to say 2 big words. Seeing that Yada was like setting off firecrackers, he couldn't insert words for a long time. I have always kept my mouth open. I want to say and stop talking and want to say, and forget what to say. Young master, you go back to seek support first. I use Haibo Yadu. Even if I die, I will also cut off the right hand of this old thing and make him a personal stick. No, I won't give up on you. It's enough for the 3 of us to clean him up. Makoto Uchiha said, unlocking the sealing scroll, and the dense ninja tools were revealed, and each ninja tool was even tied to the detonation charm. Ling Yin's eyes straightened when he looked at the side, and the deputy team was so rich. That's right, is this burning a detonator? It's money that burns. If you don't want to leave, then stay with them all. Let you also see the real strength of this old thing of mine. In Konoha, my sword art was only lost to one person, and this move is the strongest move I have created in decades in order to impact the shadow level. Use it for the 2nd time in this life. Uchiha Dapu's sword pointed straight at the sky, and the moon with a radius of hundreds of meters was all attracted, as if the entire heaven and earth were dark. The chakra of the whole person's body was dragged to the tip of the sword, like a stream of water, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate, rising from the soles of the feet to the palm of the head, forming an elliptical chakra flow trajectory, all injected into the entire bright sword body. Oops, what's this trick? This old guy is desperate, let's withdraw away. Baiju said with a solemn face, and then cast the ephemera technique, and his body instantly merged into the earth, moving backwards as easily and quickly as if in water. Yadu and Suzun, the sneak attack that had just taken the opportunity, could not break through this oval cover. It should be that the attack strength is not enough, this time attack together, Makoto Uchiha reminded. Then the hands turned into afterimages, and countless kunao shurikens were thrown out, and then layers of collisions continued to occur in the air. Form a large net that covers the sky. Relying on the ninja world's first shuriken throwing technique, a new move created 9 heavens and earth. The Heaven and Earth network, composed of a sea of 9 layers of dark weapons and detonation charms, was centered on Dapu, covering the surrounding 100-meter range. Fire Dragon Bomb. Shadow Doppelganger. Water Escape, Water Rush. Bell Tone. Fire, the Art of Dragon Fire. Yato. Fengdun, Big Breakthrough. Shadow Doppelganger. The combination of 3 attributes, ninjutsu, the violent energy stimulated swept towards Uchiha Dapu like a flood. What is Ninja Peak Shadow? Uchiha Dapu sought his whole life, and no one could tell him. The master who followed, the man who had a long-lasting battle with the ninja god in the Valley of the End, once said, Shadow? When the entire ninja world fears you, you are the shadow. Konoha White Fang, who had always pressed his own head on kendo, replied in that undisclosed decisive battle, I didn't want to be a Hokage, but when my sword wants to protect someone, even if it is 5 shadows, I have nothing to fear. What is shadow? Countless lower forbearances have endured and endured, but they have only achieved a few shadow-level powerhouses. Perhaps their strength is not only in strength, stronger in state of mind. In a short moment, Uchiha Dapu's thoughts flashed, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The brilliance dragged by the tip of the sword had already covered the moonlight in the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Mirage Moon Wheel. The tip of the sword was like holding up a moon and fell fiercely forward. Last time, I lost to Konoha White Fang. This time, win. No one can stop it. Faintly, all the people and things around them were ingested into that light. Airplanes. The light exploded instantly, and a circle of light waves. Rumble. The 9 heavens and earth net was directly detonated in the air. The explosion of light waves and detonators is worn out layer by layer. The combined ninjutsu of the 3 attributes wrestled against each other in front of the wave of light, and was subsequently crushed and engulfed. The entire hillside was slowly cut away by layers of light waves, and the herds of cattle in the nearby cattle pen turned into powder. Boom! The huge sound and vibration completely woke up Konoha, which had just fallen silent in the distance. Water escape, water array wall. Fire, how fireball. Faced with this unrivaled blow, everyone evacuated the hillside. It's just that the speed can't keep up with the erosion speed of the light wave. I had to run while performing defensive ninjutsu or attack ninjutsu to kill the waves of light. When they finally arrived at the foot of the hillside, at the edge of the area, the 3 of them were quickly engulfed by the wave of light. At this time, the entire hillside no longer exists, but there is still a scene before the big move battle on it. In the smoke and dust, on the hillside, the crowd and the cattle still stood quietly. It's like a mirage. What's going on? We are not dead. The 3 of them originally thought that if they were hit by the terrifying wave of light, they would definitely turn into powder. Unexpectedly, but it didn't hurt a little. Could it be that the old thing's chakra is exhausted, and what is behind this is just an illusion of light and shadow effects? That's right. If I had been able to perform this trick when I was young, you would all turn into dust in an instant. Uchiha Dapu's voice sounded, and a figure gradually walked out from the huge smoke. At this time, he had no other injuries except for his lost left arm, but the sword in his hand no longer had any light, and the whole person looked 10 years old, shaky, and the chakra eye was closed again. It's just that the whole person's momentum is more sufficient, and the eyes that should be cloudy and dull are getting brighter. At this time, no one dared to think that he would run out of oil. I only feel that he is back to basics, and the pearl goes to Chen. I actually stepped into this realm at the last moment of my life. There is no regret in this life and death. However, before you die, it should not be difficult to kill you. Uchiha Yadu immediately jumped out. Old dog, stop bluffing. Can you still wield a sword? Come and come, Uncle Uchiha Yadu will meet you. Depiyu stared at Yadu and smiled slightly. That's it. The sword in his hand, which had no brilliance, slowly lifted. Yato dodged quickly. Makoto Uchiha's whole body is surrounded by electricity. The eyes of the second hook jade writing wheel rotated rapidly, and gradually separated the third hook jade. Secret skill, Shadow Slash. Shui Dun, Water Array. Uchiha Madara, Burst. The sword technique, which was faster than the shadow, instantly crossed a distance of 10 meters, and before the water could be sent, it had already penetrated Uchiha Yadu's chest. It's just that because of Uchiha Makoto's broken drink, he was slightly stunned and avoided the point. At this time, the afterimage of Uchiha Dapu in place can hardly be seen. Dapu looked sideways at Uchiha Makoto in surprise. You actually know, old man? I'm not dead yet. Uchiha Yado interrupted Dapu's questioning, his hands firmly grasping his body. Young Master Cheng, Ling Yin. Attack me. Fast. Find death. You think you can hold me back? Depiyu said angrily. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent pillar of lightning instantly penetrated the bodies of Uchiha Yado and Uchiha Dapu. Lay done, 1,000 birds sharp gun. Uchiha Dapu looked at the thunderlight that penetrated his heart in shock. I don't understand why Makoto Uchiha was so decisive. Without the slightest consideration, he strung his loyal subordinates to death with this dying man. Suddenly, he saw Makoto Uchiha quickly flash to Yadu's side, his hands glowing with a strong green glow representing life. Palm Cactus. The Chidori sharp gun is passed through from Yadu's reserve, and Dapu is opposed to Yadu. So the damage caused actually penetrated Yadu's right chest, but Dapu is indeed the left chest where the more deadly heart is located. Depiyu looked stunned, the light in his eyes gradually faded, but a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good, Xiaoyu Haibo, you are the best candidate to inherit his will. Soon he will appear in front of you. Makoto Uchiha ignored Dapu's last words. It is indeed troublesome to be targeted, and what is even more troublesome is that he may make the whole set of soil on himself, but this is all for later. The most important thing at the moment is to save Yadu's life. The green light in the palm of his hand became stronger and stronger, and it was particularly conspicuous on this devastated earth. Uchiha Suzun, while anxiously waiting for the results, carefully looked around. What a great fight! This Xiaoyu Haibo will be the best executor of the future Moonai plan. Hey, Uchiha Dapu is actually quite good. In order to test Xiaoyu Haibo's strength, he actually sacrificed his life. Yes, just like that loyal Yadu, Depiyu is also loyal, but the object of allegiance is different. And he didn't really want to kill these little guys. It seems that he has lived here for too long, and he is still full of feelings for Konoha Uchiha. If he didn't want to show up, he actually started using a doppelganger to disguise himself as someone else to come and kill his subordinate Kensho Uehara. It was recognized, and the doppelganger was destroyed and could not find out who it was. It's a pity that in order for us to collect the true strength of Makoto Uchiha in advance. Okay, let's go. Kensho Uehara, we helped mend the knife, and now no one in Konoha knows about the existence of Madara. What about these three? Kill two and take Makoto Uchiha away. Nope, it's not time yet. There is no kaleidoscope of how to deal with the powerhouses of the 5 great ninja villages. Let him open a kaleidoscope while cutting off the bonds on the entire Konoha is the best time to take him away. Also, the people of Konoha are here. Hey Ju, you are so insidious, I am still not used to living with such a sinister guy living on my body. At this time, 2 ninjas wearing strange masks with black patterns and white backgrounds jumped into the eyes of Uchiha Suzun and others, different from the mask style in the dark part of Konoha. This, again a member of the Root organization? The light in Makoto Uchiha's hands is great, solve them. Ha! It's the abominable Uchiha. And there was a fierce fight? A godsend. You go back and report the letter, and I spy on them. Okay, the 2 members of Root completed the communication in an instant, just wanted to separate as planned. Uchiha Suzun pounced with one of his own shadow doppelgangers, preventing them from going back in their way forward. You guys, don't go anywhere. Uchiha, don't fool people too much. You guys made such a big move here, you don't know what shady things you have done, and you don't have much chakra, do you? Really think you can keep us? Ding! Facing the Root members who rushed to the battlefield so quickly, you felt that something was wrong. Please select. The well water does not violate the river water, as long as it does not provoke themselves, they can do whatever they want. Reward, B-level ninjutsu 1. Bead punch 2 Root members to deepen their impression of Uchiha. Reward, Lei Dun Chidori Chibansi, kill these 2 Root members. Reward, Day a spiral pill plus information on the human experiment base in the nearby Tuanzang. So it is, no wonder these 2 guys came so quickly. At this time, the light of palm cactus is in full bloom. Yadu, hold on, don't die. Makoto Uchiha suddenly shouted sadly. The other side has someone who is trying his best to rescue the wounded, and these 2 people can be solved first. The 2 Root members made eye contact and changed their plans in an instant. At the same time, he used the doppelganger technique and turned into 4 figures and ran towards Uchiha Makoto at full speed. Presumptuous. Water escape, water rush. The Kulu in Uchiha Suzun's hand was directly thrown at one of the figures, and then released the water done with the shadow doppelganger, wanting to leave them all behind. 2 done, earth flow wall. 2 done, Wonquan marsh. The opponent also hurriedly used the most suitable ninjutsu at this time, dragging the bell tone and creating opportunities for his teammates. Sure enough, the soil flow wall had an excellent effect on Shui Duan, completely blocking Shui Duan's attack. Suzun was also dragged down by the other party's ninjutsu that changed the terrain, Huang Senuma. A figure did not slow down and continued to run towards Makoto Uchiha. Abominable. You guys are looking for death. True electric light flashed from Suzun's right hand. Then 100, 200. A sight of 1,000 birds chirping in unison appeared. Thunder Chidori. The rapid flash of electric light, easily tearing through the wall of the earth flow, plunged into the chest of the ninja who stayed behind. At this time, another Root member who was already close to Makoto Uchiha, under the mask, his bloodthirsty eyes glowed with Deo excitement. Oh, 2. Let's die together. Silently shouted in his heart. The hand is not vague, and the seal is fast. Fangdun, 1,000 faces. Suddenly, a ray of thunder shot out from the hand of the Uchiha imp who was shining green, directly through the chest of the Root ninja who was holding the victory. Nanny? It's been treated a long time ago, just waiting for you to come. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ninja technique, Datama Spiral Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the location information of the illegal human experiment base of Tuanzang. Vice Captain, is Yadu all right? Lingian solved the opponent and came back as soon as possible to inquire about the situation. At this time, Lingian was already panting, obviously energetic, and chakra had consumed 7788. After the wound is treated, it should be fine, just wait for him to wake up naturally. Whew, lucky. Lingian let out a long breath, and the little hand cutely patted the small fierce body that was quite large. Why didn't I find out before? This grinning little Nizai is so material. At this moment, a large number of figures quickly approached. Vice Captain, are you all right? A team of the Konoha garrison of the Uchiha clan. Makoto-sama, what's going on here? Team 1 is the Dark Department directly under the Hokage. At this time, they were greeted by ruined pastures, small hillsides that had been cut off, potholes everywhere, and traces of battles. What a fierce battle it takes to fight like this. And Makoto Uchiha is actually safe and sound. Ding! In the face of an inquiry from Konoha, please select A. Clarify the facts. Rewards, 5 attribute chakra and master nature changes. B. Clarify that a traitor has appeared in Uchiha, which is purging the traitor, and thank the 2 Root members for their support. Reward S-Class Ninjutsu Thunder, Ratchet. C. Throw out the secret base of the regiment, lead the disaster to the east, and rake it backwards. Rewards, Rachel plus 5 attribute chakra and its nature changes. If you can bring trouble to Tuanzang and fold a few layers of black pots for him, don't reward me for doing it. We originally followed the drink shop Uncle Shota Maruyama to the ranch to buy some milk. As a result, suspicious elements were discovered, so I secretly tracked them down and found that they were conducting cruel human experiments. In order not to startle the snakes, we are ready to return to Konoha and look for reinforcements. As a result, we were accidentally discovered, so they surrounded and killed us all the way. When I got around this ranch, I finally couldn't leave, so I had to fight them to the death. Pity me on the elder of the Konoha garrison, the leader of the 1st District Squad, Uchiha Depu. In order to cover our retreat, burning their lives crushed more than 10 of them in one fell swoop, otherwise when you see us, there will only be a few corpses left. And these people are very similar to the root members of the regiment who attacked us last time. Uchiha said sincerely, and everyone who listened pinched a sweat for them. Didn't they see that the entire ranch here was bulldozed? And the loud noise caused by the battle can be heard even by Konoha. You can imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. Even the veteran of Uchiha was killed, but it is a pity that the dozen or so people killed by his burning life turned into dust like this small hillside, otherwise some way should be traced from the corpse. Fortunately, aren't there still 2 corpses left here? Of course, the most important thing is to quickly track down the opponent's secret base in case the target is shifted. The leader of the Dark Department this time, Saratobi Daisuke, looked at the mask with blue stripes on a white background on the 2 corpses on the ground, and chuckled mentally. It seems to be really the root organization of Tenzo, although it is different from the previous mask style, but it is still a little similar. Then, can Makoto-sama send someone to take us to track down the secret base for human experiments, in case these rats escape? Saratobi Daisuke said respectfully. Let's go too. The captain of the 1st District Squad died, the vice captain they were injured, and we Uchiha have never suffered such a big loss. Uchiha's support, Uchiha Iragia, the leader of the 3rd District of the Konoha garrison, said fiercely. No problem, I'll take you personally. Uchiha Dapu can't die in vain, you must kill them all, and leave no one behind. Makoto Uchiha nodded. Uchiha Suzun, stunned when he heard it on the side, Uchiha Dapu is not a big spy, was he killed by us? What does the vice captain want to do? And do you really want to take them to find a secret base that is out of nowhere? However, after seeing the eyes cast by the vice captain, he immediately concealed his expression with amusement. Then leave the 2 of you here, clean the battlefield, and take care of the corpses. The rest of the people come with me to sweep up the secret base, Saratobi Daisuke said loudly. Yes, more than 20 dark forces followed Uchiha's pace together. Makoto Uchiha asked the guards to carry him on his back and go to the secret base together, and he and Suzun must be in his line of sight. Then dozens of people instantly shuttled into the woods and rushed to the southeast, the secret base location provided by the system. It ran a distance of more than 7,000 meters. Small hills come into view. This is it, their entrance is well hidden. It is recommended to plow this place with ninjutsu. Good. Immediately, all kinds of fires flew up, and then the water extinguished the flames. On an inconspicuous mountain wall, a stone gate hidden by vines was found. Up, rumble. Slam opened the door. The dark part uses various doppelgangers to be the first to enter. Who, without a warrant, those who trespass into the secret realm die. There was a roar of anger inside. Then came the sound of various ninjutsu and the exchange of weapons. Everyone left 1/3 of the men and horses to guard outside the stone gate, and the rest all entered the secret base. At this time, Uchiha Suzun's inner shock was incomparable. What the hell? Is there really a secret base? And there are really enemies in it? Could it be that I fought with Uchiha Dapu for so long before, but I actually fell into a big illusion? What the vice captain said is the truth. With a huge disparity in strength, the battle ended quickly. A total of 8 people were won. It is a pity that these people, once they lost their combat effectiveness and noticed the signs of being captured, they immediately bit the poison pill in their mouths and decisively committed suicide. Saratobi Daisuke looked gloomy, which was indeed very similar to the style of the root organization. Others may not be familiar with the dark side of Konoha, but he is familiar as a dark part. After all, Gen is also a secret organization that trains the Dark Department, but only obeys the orders of Yutuanzang. And Root has always been hidden in the shadows, except for a few large families like Uchiha, Senju, Hinata. Other ordinary small families hardly know that Konoha has such a secret organization. This secret base hollows out the entire mountain, and the inside is abnormally wide, and various precision instruments are placed in the hall. In the transparent culture tanks, there were human corpses. In a small room deep in the hall, a group of refugees was imprisoned. From the conversation, it was determined that none of these refugees were Konoha's people, and they should have been captured from elsewhere. I didn't expect that human experiments were actually being carried out here. No, this matter must be reported to the Hokage immediately, and let the Hinata-sama decide. Early the next morning, Shimura Danzo, who had something to do outside, received a message from the Dark Department and his own route personnel, and hurried back to the village overnight. Walking on the streets of Konoha, there were obviously more early risers than usual. What happened last night? Did you hear that? Suddenly there was a roar. My mother frightened me and fell out of bed. I heard it too, and it seemed to be accompanied by a slight earthquake, and I ran out of the house naked. You know, I like to sleep. When the birds came out, that shame, the heart to kill. You sleepers don't know, I saw the end of the southeast direction of Konoha. It was daylight, and it was estimated that those ninja adults were fighting again. A word of small talk came into Tuan Zhang's ears. Suddenly, a dark weapon struck Tuan Zhang from the crowd on the street, and keenly turned out that it had been unblocked. Syllable. The incoming dark weapon was split in two. Snap. The castration fell on Tuan Zhang's face unabated, and suddenly it was yellow and white, and a fishy smell came. It's a raw egg. I'm special. Catch Little Red Riding Hood's big bad wolf. Smash you. An urchin on the street waved his arm and shouted, then turned around and went to pick up the vegetable basket next to his mother, who was buying vegetables. Half a basket of eggs inside. Tuan Zhang had a gloomy face, and his eyes glowed bloodthirsty. The woman heard the child's cry, looked back, was immediately startled, quickly hugged the child, and apologized to Tenzo. I'm sorry, this gentleman. The child recognized the wrong person. I'll help you wipe it clean. Mom, don't go over, he is the big bad wolf, he can eat people, and Little Red Riding Hood was eaten by him. The crowd on the street found that there was a bustle to see, and they all came up, and then a few children screamed, really, it's really a one-eyed big bad wolf, run wow. Tuan Zhang looked confused. I don't know why, I saw more people. It was difficult to calculate with a child. Quickly wiped his face with both hands and threw down a sentence, take good care of your children. Then he strode out of place. Faintly audible, this person really looks like the big bad wolf in a fairy tale book. Yes, looking at those fierce eyes, I was scared, as if I was going to eat people. Well, there is also a story called Tuan Zhang Good Snake. He seems to be called Tuan Zhang? The description looks exactly like him, and it is said that he likes to play with snakes? Gee, it's scary enough to look at this interest. Well, don't say it like it's real, it's just a fairy tale book. Maybe this person deliberately dressed up like this. Fairy tale books? Is there really some bastard who wrote my image into the book? Later, let people investigate, and if they find it, they will take it by 1,000 cuts. One of the symbols of Konoha, Hokage House, Hokage Office. Sarutobi looked at the dead Uchiha Deppu and a row of corpses suspected of being members of the root organization, and felt a faint pain in his head. How did these two guys get frightened? Seeing that the entire ninja world has been peaceful for too long, the power of the villages has swelled, constantly expanding outward, and it has begun to become more and more chaotic. Do you want to mess up your own village first? Naruto-sama, you must give an explanation for this. Our elder Uchiha Deppu, since the second Hokage founded the Konoha garrison. He has been working diligently in the garrison, making so many contributions to Konoha's shelter from the wind and rain, and now he has died tragically at the hands of his own people. It's chilling. Uchiha Jinji inside. Makoto Uchiha, as the first witness, stood obediently by the side. As for Suzun and Yuto who woke up, I passed gas with them overnight. Unless the people of the mountain clan come to forcibly destroy their brains and search for memories, don't want to know the real cause of Dappu's death. And Patriarch Uchiha Jinjian will let foreigners do this? Moreover, it is they who are justified at the moment. Wait a little for Tuan Zhang to come, I believe he will not do this kind of thing. There should be some misunderstanding. Of course, if it is really his people who do it, they will be severely punished. Explanation? What explanation? Only one of you died, but Tenzo died 10 people. However, Tuan Zhang actually concealed that I was still engaged in these studies, and it was indeed about to knock on it. It didn't take long for Danzo, who had slightly sorted out his image, to walk into the Hokage's office. Although he had received news from his own people, when he saw a row of 10 subordinates who had been loyal to him, now turned into cold corpses, the face that was thrown over the rotten egg obviously became more smelly. Uchiha Makoto observed the words, saw Danzo coming, and immediately mended the knife. This Danzo-sama? You should know them, right? Tuan Zhang just wanted to say that he knew each other, but he immediately realized that the secret base near his ranch had been exposed and completely destroyed. There's something shady in there. It cannot be admitted to the face, lest they find excuses to strike again. As for what they think behind their backs, that's their business. I see that these people are a little familiar. It turns out that their masks imitate the masks used by my subordinates. What happened to these people? Did they do something to blame me? Tuan Zhang shook his head and said with a gloomy face, my heart still hurts. My research base, that's a lot of manpower and material resources it consumes, although it's not the largest base. What planting? These people are your subordinates, and they even commit suicide in exactly the same way after being captured. Makoto Uchiha again, this little bastard? Together with the last time I engaged in a large amount of Konoha's industry, how many things have I lost? Even if I kill you 10 times, it is not enough to compensate me for my losses. Adults talk, children interrupt. Wind escape, vacuum deu. The more he thought about it, the angrier Tuanzang finally stopped paying attention to what place this was, and just wanted to kill this hateful brat on the spot. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly spat out a powerful air cannon from his mouth. Datama spiral pill. Makoto Uchiha, who had been on guard for a long time, raised his hand and fired a big jade spiral pill that had just been rewarded last night. Rumble. The powerful wind pressure and energy fluctuations completely swept the entire top floor of the Hokage Tower. Shimura Danzo, are you looking for death? Uchiha Kiin saw his son attacked. Suddenly, his eyes were red, and the whole person was furious, and he instantly stepped forward and pulled Makoto Uchiha into the air together, and then, Waju Hayanhua. 3 large fireballs like meteorites erupted from Uchiha Jinjian's mouth, instantly hitting the Hokage building where the group was located. Bang! Suddenly, the entire Hokage building exploded into a sea of fire. The ape flying sun slash who left the scene with the teleportation technique looked at the Hokage building that had turned into a sea of fire. A colic in the psyche. Changing hands is a psychic spell, summon the ape demon. Psychic change, golden steel Ruyi stick. You guys, did you put me in the eyes of the Hokage? The powerful momentum that belongs to the 3 generations of Hokage shinobi swept the audience. The King Kong Ruyi stick immediately turned into the Optimus Prime, slammed into Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Kiin, who were fighting. Under the bombardment of the angry ape flying sun, the 2 sides quickly calmed down. Danzo was then ordered to go on a mission to the Land of Rain and was not allowed to return to Konoha for 2 years. Makoto Uchiha was ordered to be confined to Uchiha clan lands and not allowed to leave for a year. The incident of this night battle is investigated by the Direct Shadow Department of Hokage. Of course, the time for the results is estimated to be postponed indefinitely. Uchiha and Tenzo and the others dispersed unhappily. Before Tuanzang left, he said coldly in front of the ape flying sun that little Uchiha was forced out of a new ninjutsu by me just now, and with such talent, he will definitely become the second Uchiha spot in the future. Your indecisive nature will sooner or later suffer the consequences of your own evil. Think about it, as a second-generation disciple, if Konoha is lost from you, then what face will you have to see the Hokage of the previous generations? Tuanzang flicked his sleeves and left. Obviously, the expression of sudden rage in the Hokage building just now was mostly pretended. One is that he really wants to take the opportunity to kill Makoto Uchiha, but in front of Hokage, this possibility is almost zero. Therefore, the name of the attack and killing is actually a temptation, so that Ape Flying Sun Chopper is more aware of Uchiha Makoto's strength. Sarutobi Hinata stood on the ruins of the former Hokage Tower, thinking of the letter from Hanzo, who had just become known as a demigod in the ninja world, and wanted to gain Konoha's support and become the 6th largest ninja village in the ninja world. On the side of the bed, how can others be allowed to sleep? Nowadays, accidents occur frequently within the wood industry. In the prime of life, the bold and spirited ape flew to the sun, and for the first time felt a little tired. For the rise of various small families such as Sarutobi, Shimura, Matere, etc., for the sake of Konoha civilians to take the stage, let Konoha really grow, suppress the Hao clan, and accept commoners as disciples, such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya. He has done too much. Even Konoha's most famous and influential Senju clan had been secretly cut by half by him. Now I really can't afford to engage in Uchiha anymore, unless I wait a few more years, when I completely uproot the 1,000 hands. Creating multiple wounds is far less than breaking a person's arm. Danzo, your vision is as narrow as your size, that's why you can never be a Hokage. Looking at the symbol of Konoha in the distance, the inheritance of Konoha, Hokage Rock. Oh, what face is there to meet the Hokage of the past? It is estimated that when there is a chance to meet on the Huangquan Road, the first generation of the second generation is to kill themselves. At this time, Konoha White Fang, who had been hiding in the shadows and determined that after Danzo and Uchiha left, returned to Sarutobi Hinata. Shuo Mao, Makoto Uchiha is so talented. You say, will he become the second Uchiha spot? The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the Hokage Rock, which carved his own human head and the head of the first generation and the second generation in the distance, and his eyes were deep. No matter what he ends up in, as long as he wants to hurt Konoha, the blade in my hand will cut off his thoughts. Kimu Shuomao did not answer positively, but his tone revealed strong confidence. What's more, there is Naruto-sama here, too. Sarutobi nodded. You said that I asked Orochimaru to accept him as a disciple and let him form a class with the graduates of the ninja school. Hokage is wise, this can increase his sense of belonging, and the bond between him and his partner. After all, he is still a child. It can also reflect your overtures of favor to Uchiha, which can slightly ease the contradiction. Then, when he is grounded, arrange for him. Ape Fei Ri smiled and brushed his black beard. In fact, there is another reason. If it feels that this person is really uncontrollable, then let the big snake pill take him to the front line. When the master and apprentice go into battle, others will not have much reason to stop it. If there is another accident, Uchiha's hatred will first be concentrated on Orochimaru. With the effort to develop you into a powerful ninja, it's time to share your worries with master. A year later, the Uchiha tribe range. On the edge of a clear lake, a young man stood quietly, and the shiny ninja knife in his hand pointed flat to the surface of the lake, and the blade's surface emitted a burst of breathtaking light. Suddenly, an identical figure rushed forward, holding a constantly rotating energy ball in his hand, and smashed it towards the teenager fiercely. Spiral pills. Sword back. A psychedelic wall of light appeared behind the boy, blocking the erosion of the spiral pill. Then the teenager turned around, true 3 days in moon dance. In an instant, 3 figures accompanied by 3 sharp sword rays completely cut off the shadow doppelganger in front of him. For a year, being grounded in the Uchiha clan, Makoto Uchiha has grown another wave of height in addition to eating and drinking. It is to continue to create new skills from the skills mastered, such as Lei Dun Chidori Senbon, and the sword skills learned from Uchiha Deppu. Of course, it is not as fast as the system reward, resulting in a faster increase in strength. That Dappu's strongest move, the Mirage Moonwheel. He still hasn't learned it. After all, the sword skills and illusion skills required are too high. Every time he thinks back to the thrilling battle at that time, Makoto Uchiha can realize something from the clear memory picture. It seems that there is a faint feeling that Uchiha Dappu did not want their lives, but on the contrary, he put each move very clearly, indirectly feeding them and teaching them generally. Maybe he really didn't betray Uchiha? No matter what, Uchiha gave him a funeral with a beautiful scenery. After all, he was a traitor in Uchiha, and Makoto Uchiha did not tell the people in the clan. It would only cause unnecessary turmoil, and it would be easy for the 3 generations of Hokage to detect. Brother Chang. A crisp and soft voice sounded. Mikoto Uchiha trotted over, holding in her hand the sweets that changed every time, and Konoha's forward protector? He, Brother Makoto. Look, I'm a ninja too. In the future, I can fight side by side with Brother Makoto. You? It's far from it. Have we graduated this class? Unknowingly, it has been 2 years since I graduated early, and the same class has also been promoted from the 4th grade to the 6th year of the graduating class, and graduated this year. Well, I miss those cute friends. Oh, I haven't bullied them for so long. I don't know if they think of themselves? Aha. Yes. All graduated together, and the graduates of these batches have far exceeded those of previous years. It is said that he was forced out by your high pressure from Brother Chang, And Bo Feng Shuman is so strong. He defeated the 2 Hyaga brothers as a civilian, and graduated with perfect marks in all subjects, become the 2nd ninja to graduate with a perfect score after Orochimaru-sama. It is said that in order to motivate such an excellent civilian, Hokage specially made him choose a forbidden art as a reward. Brother Makoto, today is still Konoha's 30th anniversary celebration. It's very lively. It's a pity that you didn't go out to play. Kuzina yelled for you to look good, but halfway through the play, she was recalled by Grandma Mito. Watergate's forbidden technique? It won't be flying Thor, right? It shouldn't be that fast, and even if it were, it wasn't something he could learn in just a few years with his current amount of knowledge. Otherwise, in the original work, he should have made a name for himself in World War II. Juzine was urgently recalled. Is this the 9 tails about to replace the human pillar force? Another elder of Senju, left. The wheel of history has finally moved forward by a great margin. By the lake, 2 young girls eat snacks while telling interesting stories in Konoha, which has become a daily scenery. The next day, a year-long retreat practice lasted. Makoto Uchiha was finally allowed to lift the lockdown. Dark then sent a message asking Makoto Uchiha to go to Hokage's office. Came to the rebuilt Hokage building, entered the Hokage office, and looked at the 3 generations of Hokage who were smiling in front of him. Makoto Uchiha always had the feeling of facing Grandma Wolf. I called you here today to thank you for your talent, and it is rare that another powerful genius ninja has appeared in our Konoha. It can't be buried gradually. It should completely unleash your huge potential. Although your Uchiha's own cultivation is also good, but in recent years there have been few particularly prominent figures, and my disciple Orochimaru, Kana has recognized super genius, graduated with a full score in ninja school since he was a child. What do you think of having him your teacher? Of course, I've already passed the gas with your father, Patriarch Uchiha. He also said that he would be happy, but he still wants to ask for your opinion. Ape Fei Ri said with a smile. Asking you is just a formality. Such a great opportunity, will you turn it down? Can you refuse? Ding, in the face of the indirect solicitation of suspected 3 generations of Hokage, please choose. A. Accept, become a disciple of the Great Snake Pill, reward, Psychic. Psychic snakes. B. If you refuse, you will eventually become a White Fang disciple. Rewards, Sword Mastery plus Uyi, Mirage Moonwheel. C. Refuse, lead a graduating class yourself. Reward: Super High Level Defense Ninjutsu, Triple Rashomon. Makoto Uchiha looked at the information suddenly prompted by the system, and in an instant, the scene of Orochimaru, Konoha White Fang, leading a graduating class passed through in his mind. Can you refuse? Orochimaru-sama wants to get the key. What does it mean that the sound of caution came into the ears of the ape flying sun? Is this to refuse? The three generations, who did not understand cold humor, suddenly froze with a smile on their faces. I feel. The big snake pill is not much stronger than me. As if he had made up his mind, the voice of certainty once again penetrated the ears of the ape flying sun. Clams? My disciple is not much better than you, little devil? Although you have awakened the Sharingan at a young age, although you have created several new ninjutsu in a row, although you now have the strength of Sharingan, Maz, is it so strong? Can the big snake pill be suppressed? Heart, suddenly so tired. Damn Uchiha. But the strength of upper patience, the upper and lower limits are also very different, and the elite upper patience is far from being comparable to ordinary upper patience. Let the big snake pill teach this kid who doesn't know the height of the sky and the thick of the earth. Pass. Orochimaru came to the Hokage office. Sarutobi knocked on the table with a gloomy face. Yes, a dark part suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. After a while, Orochimaru came to the Hokage's office. The moment he stepped into the room, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by several degrees. Orochimaru's icy eyes swept the scene in the house, especially on Makoto Uchiha for 3 seconds. Then staring at the three generations of Hokage, a unique hoarse voice sounded, "Old man, what's the matter with looking for me?" Well, Makoto Uchiha's strength has grown by leaps and bounds recently. I want you to evaluate him in actual combat, and if it is really good, he will be promoted to Sharingan. I don't want to be a disciple, and I think I am strong, then I don't care about your age, and I am ready to come out and carry the beam. Interesting, little Uchiha. Has the strength reached this level? So don't talk nonsense, let's start now. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. Slow down. Everyone moved to Konoha No. 1 training ground. Ape Flying Sun looked at his Hokage building, which had just been built for less than a year, and felt concerned. Konoha No. 1 training ground. Makoto Uchiha stood opposite to the Great Snake Pill, and passed the seal of opposition. Please advise. Salute before soldier. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, without any hesitation, he directly used the multiple shadow doppelganger technique, and divided 3 shadow doppelgangers and rushed towards the big snake pill. Orochimaru calmly threw out a shuriken, and at the same time clasped his hands together, and drank coldly. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger Art. Unlike the C-Class Cage Shuriken that came out of the ninja school Wave Fang Shuman, only one is real. And this Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art is an A-level ninjutsu, all entities, and each shuriken has extremely strong lethality. It is the ultra-difficult ninjutsu created by the 3rd generation Hokage, inspired by the Shadow Avatar developed by the 2nd generation Hokage. Use chakra to stack the number of shurikens to form a sword array of heaven and earth. The shuriken that suddenly flew in the air suddenly became a trance, turned into 2 afterimages, and then turned into 4, 6, 8, 16. Makoto Uchiha also quickly threw out the sealing scroll when he saw Orochimaru release his shuriken. The hands turned into afterimages, and waves of shuriken shot out, constantly colliding in the air. Unexpectedly, he was able to destroy 3 or 4 shuriken shadow doppelgangers on the opposite side with a single shuriken. Ding ding! The sound of gold and iron is like firecrackers. This shuriken throwing technique is really amazing, and I have to say that the shuriken training method of the Uchiha clan is really second to none. Yes, with such an achievement at such an age, I am afraid that I am not an opponent when it comes to shuriken throwing. On the side of the training ground, Ape-Face Sun Chopping and Chi Mushuumao were commenting on the battle in the field. Humph. Seeing that the dark device did not work, the big snake pill snorted coldly. The right foot chops the ground, and the serpent steps. 2 huge pythons broke through the ground under their feet, raised the big snake pill and rushed towards the 3 shadow doppelgangers who attacked. Buzz boom. A low thunderclap appeared. Lay done, 1000-bird sharp gun. The shadow doppelganger who walked in the front, the kuwu in his hand instantly inspired a strong thunder lightning, turning into a thunderbolt spear several meters long, swept towards the attacking giant snake. Suddenly, blood shot out, and 2 huge snake heads were washed into the sky. Boom! The big snake pill that jumped down from the python cut directly into the shadow doppelganger. Hidden shadow snake hand. The small snake shadow that quickly rushed out of the sleeve bit the shadow doppelganger with one face. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Feng done, big breakthrough. The other 2 shadow doppelgangers on both sides took advantage of the gap between the big snake pill attacking the first shadow avatar and directly released a set of combined ninja techniques. 2 done, earth flow wall. Rumble. The large fireball slammed into the rising earthen wall through the acceleration of the wind, and this earthen wall turned out to be extremely thick. Subsequently, under the wind and fire ninjutsu that the shadow avatar continued to consume chakra, the earthen wall gradually turned red, and then completely exploded with a roar. At this time, the big snake pill behind the earthen wall was still standing in place. A trace of a winding dirt road is revealed on the ground. The huge snakehead that suddenly broke through the ground quickly bit off one shadow doppelganger, and before the other shadow avatar could react, the entire explosion exploded in an instant. Evil snake wrist burst. In addition to devouring enemies, the giant snake summoned by this ninjutsu can also use chakra to detonate, causing second stage damage. One skill solves two shadow doppelgangers. All the shadow doppelgangers on the field were swept away. A sound of 1,000 birds chirping in unison sounded in the flying smoke, accompanied by a flash of electric light. Uchiha Makoto raised his right hand that mastered the thunder and slammed into the chest of the big snake pill. The big snake pill's cold and frosty expression gradually collapsed and disintegrated, turning into a puddle of dirt. "Too done, Earth stand in." At this time, the smoke and dust raised by the explosion just now gradually dispersed. But there was a sigh around Makoto Uchiha, and a large dense patch of poisonous snakes gradually surrounded him. These poisonous snakes are like colorful torrents, gradually covering the traces of the ground and emitting a numbing hissing sound. Psychic art, array of 10,000 serpents. The large snake pill that revealed his body was summoning these poisonous snakes endlessly on the edge of the training ground. "Nima, it's so disgusting. If I become your disciple, and I also learn this trick to spit poisonous snakes, I estimate that I won't be able to eat for a month." Makoto Uchiha shouted, and then bursts of electric light covered his body, and more dense birdsong sounded. Chidori Flow. The little viper that surrounded it was scorched black by electricity before it could get close, and died tragically on the spot. The larger vipers were nailed in place one by Chidori Senbon. "My trick is called 1,000 birds peck 10,000 snakes." The big snake pill stumbled, almost choking on the poisonous snake that spewed out of his mouth. "Bastard Uchiha, I'll see if you can call it later." At this time, Orochimaru also had to admit Uchiha Makoto's strength, and began to face this little Uchiha squarely, treating him as a real opponent. Strange, obviously these poisonous snakes can't work for the time being. Why hasn't the big snake pill stopped? Uchiha Makoto secretly thought, does he want to spend chakra with me, bullying me young? Or does his psychic art itself not consume much chakra? Can't wait any longer. Makoto Uchiha quickly pulled out two wind demon shurikens from the ceiling scroll and threw them at the big snake pill fiercely. At the same time, his hands were sealed, and when Orochimaru avoided the shuriken, a huge sea of fire almost burned all over the scene spewed out in his throat. "Fire, fire dragon bomb." Looking at the sea of fire that swept towards him, Orochimaru slid his hands lightning fast, and then slammed into the ground. Psychic art, Rashomon. Rumble. The fierce flames slammed into the Azura gate that had been summoned from hell. There was a roar, but Rashomon remained firmly in place. "It seems that your attack strength is not enough." Orochimaru smiled. "Really?" Makoto Uchiha's voice actually came from behind him. The vertical pupils in the eyes of the big snake pill shrank slightly, and he could only half turn around. A huge ball of energy came into view. Rumble. Most of his body was slammed into the ground, and the surrounding earth instantly shattered and collapsed. The huge Rashomon that was channeled out of the psychic is still standing on the ground, but the protected person behind him has been driven into the ground and does not know whether he is alive or dead. It's kind of hilarious. Fortunately, after a while, a cloud of smoke rose from Rashomon and disappeared. The huge evil ghostly face on the door wall seemed to be slightly red. Well, it was burned by the flames. This kid, his little head is very active, and he actually relies on the transformation technique to turn into a wind demon shuriken. Unexpectedly, he gave the big snake pill a blow. Alas, now it seems that there is really no need for the great snake pill to teach him. As soon as he spoke, the big snake pill suddenly came from the field, and the shadow avatar of Makoto Uchiha, who had just finished releasing the fire dragon bomb, broke through the ground beside him, and a latent shadow multi-snake hand was extinguished, and there was no shadow avatar of chakra. At this time, the body of the big snake pill was covered with faint mucus, like a big snake that had just molted. Great Snake Flow Avatar. With the external body as a stand-in, it does not need to be sealed, and it is the most perfect stand-in technique, and even Amaterasu can avoid it. And the body of the big snake pill in front of Makoto Uchiha gradually dried up. It is undeniable that you were really underestimated earlier, and this time you really need to show your real skills. There was a hint of anger in his hoarse voice. Then I have to be more serious. Uchiha Makoto responded without timidity, and a violent thunder light suddenly rose from his right hand, bringing a terrifying thunderous sound in his hand, which gradually took shape in his hand. Ratchet. More than 10 meters away, a violent threat can be felt. Dangerous. Orochimaru felt the sweat hairs on his body stand up vigilantly. At the moment, he no longer hesitated, opened his mouth and bit his finger fiercely, and just wanted to press his hand to the ground for a larger psychic technique. Result. Okay, it's okay to assess this. There's no need for a life and death fight. The voice of the 3 generations of Hokage came clearly through the field. The big snake pill stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Why didn't you say it earlier? Looking at the thumb that had just been bitten by himself, Orochimaru turned his head to stare at the 3 generations outside the field with resentment, and his cold eyes flashed with memories of being harshly educated under the 3 generations of shinobi in his childhood. He must have done it on purpose. Makoto Uchiha put away Ratchet and forged a seal of reconciliation with Orochimaru. Then came to the 3 generations. Your strength is indeed good, you have already embarked on your own path, and you really don't need to worship a teacher. In this way, today directly cross the middle ninja, break the rules and promote you to the upper ninja, and you can lead the team yourself in the future. Upper shinobi is the elite of a village, and will have rights different from middle shinobi and lower shinobi. It also represents extraordinary glory and is the embodiment of strength. Walking on the street, others will cast their eyes in awe and envy. Of course, with as many rights as there are responsibilities and obligations. With such talent, can you also bring a few ninja school students to help them grow quickly? Now that the ninja world is in turmoil, the manpower is gradually a little insufficient, and talents are needed everywhere. Is it just that this imp will guide others? Maybe immediately send you out to carry out the mission of visiting the intelligence of the enemy country. Don't waste such combat power. 3 generations of eyes like knives. No, 3 generations of adults. In fact, I had already used my full strength just now, and Lord Orochimaru was obviously quite at ease, and when fighting, I used my mouth to distract Orochimaru-sama a little. Please don't mind Lord Orochimaru, after all, I have to bring out 120% of my strength to make 2 moves with you. Actually, I don't want to be a disciple of the Great Snake Pill. It's because I admire Lord White Fang's sword skills for a long time. I hope Lord White Fang can guide me in my sword skills. Uchiha Makoto said with a sincere face, his eyes fixed on the Konoha White Fang on the side of the 3 generations. Mouth escape? Is there such ninjutsu? Is this an attempt to worship the White Fangs? The 3 generations and the White Fang looked at each other. White Fang secretly is not only the leader of the Dark Army, who is in charge of the affairs of the Dark Department, and on the bright side, Kana has powerful ninja leading the team. In the future, on the battlefield, as the commander-in-chief, he will face the first front. This would be much more dangerous than the situation faced by the Great Snake Pill. And if he really became Makoto Uchiha's master, his Kimoclan sword technique would not be easily taught, and at most he would point out his understanding and experience of sword art. So, in an instant, 3 generations flashed in their hearts, thousands of thoughts. Then in the eyes of White Fang, he nodded gently. So, Shuwu Mao, what is your opinion? The 3 generations of Hokage asked politely. Yes, I will definitely not bury his talent so that he can quickly grow into a Konoha ninja who can stand alone. Kiki Shuwu accentuated his tone on the word Konoha, and his eyes stared at Makoto Uchiha with complicated eyes. If that's the case, then you can also pick 2 more graduates in this class to form a class. Just give you a holiday on the eve of the storm. 3 generations and 1 hammer. Compared to the high-intensity tasks that White Fang has been performing, this work of nurturing new students can indeed be called a holiday. Then, I've seen the teacher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword Mastery plus Mysteries, Mirage Moonwheel. Uchiha smiled in his eyes. It doesn't matter if the current White Fang can truly guide his practice of swordsmanship. There is no distinction between the swords of the Hokage world, and they can be collectively called knives, or swords. I just need a name. When he became a White Fang disciple, the sword art that had not been revealed in front of people shone brightly in the eyes of everyone. What will the 3 generations think? What's more, if you feel a deeper kendo comprehension on White Fang, can you make the sword art go 1 step further? Although Oyi Mirage Moonwheel. At present, it seems to be powerful, and it can flatten a small hillside while blocking many attacks. But compared to those perverted Heavenly Barrier Shock Star, Super Shen Luo Heavenly Sign, Earth Explosion Heavenly Star and other skills, it is still not enough to see. It will be interesting to see how strong the Konoha White Fang, which Uchiha Dapu said can overshadow his strongest mysteries, is. So the 3 generations of Hokage and Makoto Uchiha, 2 big and small foxes, were satisfied and left with a smile on their faces. Just wait for the next day's placement. Oh, the only one left with a gloomy face. Big Snake Pill. I refused Tuanzang's request for cooperation some time ago, and this time I have to take the initiative to seek cooperation. I need to improve faster. Not enough ninjutsu? Then forbidden to come. The Big Snake Pill, who has always been proud of his talent, thought of that little Yusaibo, and a cold light flashed in his 2 amazing vertical pupils. P.S. The foreshadowing of this paragraph was directly released through Makoto Uchiha's psychological description. Lest you have to have a headache guessing. I only explained 2 sentences when the White Fang appeared earlier, and the foreshadowing that would only appear for the death of the White Fang was discovered. The setting of the person in front of Uchiha Dapu is not only to pull out the plan of Jima, Madara and so on, but also to allow the protagonist to naturally obtain extraordinary swordsmanship. Let the unbreakable trust of the 3 generations and the White Fang create reasonable cracks. 1,000 miles of embankment, destroyed in an anthill. The class will join Mikoto Uchiha to describe a period of her growth. then cut into the Second Shinobi World War. Early the next morning, the graduating class of the ninja school arrived at the classroom early. They eagerly discussed who would be able to follow the class and which teacher would lead the team. "Hey, I heard that the 3 disciples of Lord Hokage will also become the leading teachers this time. They are powerful elite shinobi." "Really fake? If it's true, I hope to become a disciple of the great snake pill master who smashed the tank. It has been extraordinary since childhood, and it will definitely be the protagonist of the times in the future." Yes, I thought so too. Jiraiya adults have been stupid since childhood, and they fell into the big water tank, which is the life of the supporting role. If he is taught, it is estimated that he will be a supporting role at most, right? SHH, what kind of logic are you? However, it is said that after a group of small tadpoles find Jiraiya-sama, he can channel the Big Toad. Big Toad? Just ask if you are afraid? Big Toad? How big is it? It's not a big deal, it's the kind of, "Hey, you're pulling away, aren't you? Where did this come from? Are you falling behind? Haven't you seen that collection of fairy tales of the Maliang immortals that is now popular in Konoha? Don't you have neighbors, no younger siblings? You're an orphan." Near 8 o'clock, Mr. Nomura entered the classroom on time with the placement schedule. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent, holding their breath one by one, silently praying to form a class with a familiar classmate, and hoping to have a good teacher. Nomura stood on the podium and said with a smile on his face all that should be said. "It was already said yesterday, and here the teacher once again wishes you a successful graduation and an admirable ninja. Of course, the path of ninja is still very long, and today we will assign some more powerful and experienced ninjas to personally lead you through this initial path. Start splitting now. The first class, Nara Shikesa, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Haikit second shift, Uzumaki Shina, Mina Shimura, Nanako Kishimoto. The third shift, Bofeng Shuman." Then one by one, the teachers also walked in and took away their students. Sune didn't come over, just asked people to bring words, and let the 2 trainees of the second class. At 10 a.m., go to Konoha's third driving range, where she and Kusina will wait for them. When Orochimaru came in and took away the team where the Senju rope tree was, it immediately caused a noise of envy. Some children still want to coax, ask the big snake Piljun how he felt about smashing the cylinder when he was a child. No way, although it feels like a fairy tale, it must be made up, but the real name and image depiction on it have to make people think of it. As a result, the big snake pill was too noisy, and a cold and harsh look swept over, and suddenly the classroom cooled down by 10 degrees, and the audience immediately fell silent. I was stunned and quiet for several times. When Zilla also came in and took away the team where Bofeng Shuman was located, he returned to the children's nature and forgot things quickly. In turn, there were enthusiastic cheers to Jiraiya, and of course, a burst of boos to the third shift. After leaving the school, Watergate couldn't help but blush and asked, "Teacher Zillei, did you fall into the big water tank when you were a child?" Hardy G. Lei, still immersed in the warm welcome of the trainees just now, thinking that his image has finally penetrated into the hearts of the people, didn't he see the enthusiasm they had just now? And he actually knew that he could summon a big toad, and sure enough, his strength had spread to the entire ninja world. Me? Fell into a large water tank. Zi Lai also listened to Watergate's question and was stunned. A fairy tale book says that teacher, you fell into a large water tank when you were a child, and you were rescued by Lord Orochimaru. What are you kidding? Who wrote it? I'm going to go to him, get him to change it, and throw the big snake pill into the jar, or I'll write him into the intimate heaven. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Bofeng Shuman shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the teacher's brain circuit was still so peculiar. Mikato, who is our class teacher? There was also a teammate who was not there, mysterious. Everyone else was gone, and the 2 of us were left to wait here. A girl with crisp short hair and a handsome spirit muttered dissatisfiedly. The green onion-like left hand is supporting the white and tender face, tilting the little head, and the index finger of the right hand is stuck with a bitter sleeve, spinning in a circle frantically. Obviously a master who can't sit idle. It should be coming soon. Nomura-sensei said that our class teacher is very strong, and our teammates are also very strong. Uchiha Mikato brushed the bangs in front of her forehead and replied calmly. Sitting straight on the seat, 2 small white jade-like hands, quietly folded on the thighs. Mikato, aren't you anxious? You're about to start your ninja career, so don't you look forward to your companions and teachers who will always be with you in the future? When Mikato heard this, the picture of Makoto Uchiha instantly flashed in her mind, and then shook her head, feeling impossible. He graduated 2 years early. It's nothing, it's useless to be anxious, you'll know who they are later. Wait quietly, continue to think cranky, and it will not change the established facts. I'm going crazy, Mikato, I'll never be able to reach your state. I feel, well, you're about to become an immortal. Is this the ladylike cultivation of the big family? At this moment, the classroom door was suddenly opened, and a familiar voice came in. Sorry, we're late. As Makoto Uchiha pushed the door and walked into the classroom, then Konoha Hakiya Kikishuo Shigeru also walked in. Brother Chang. This is new, Konoha White Fang? The short-haired girl who was playing with bitterness widened her eyes when she saw the comber. Her face was full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but stand up. I didn't expect that my teammate turned out to be Makoto Uchiha, who graduated early. And his own leading teacher turned out to be Konoha White Fang. The silver hair and the small ninja knife on his back were too easy to identify. Suddenly everything unhappy was thrown to the back of the mind. Brother Chang, Lord White Fang. Uchiha Mikoto was also surprised at this time because she did not receive the news, but she quickly adjusted and immediately got up and saluted. Mikoto Uchiha and Anna Tachibana. Okay, everyone. Everyone moved to the training ground of Konoha 17. Shuomao looked at Mikoto and Anna slightly, and after making sure it was him, he dropped a sentence, turned around and left. Brother Chang, we already knew it was you, and we would like to wait a long time. On the way to the training ground, Tachibana Anna said to Makoto Uchiha with excitement on his face. Oh, looks like we're early. Why don't you go back and wait? Don't, kidding, joking, hey, Konoha number 17 training ground. As one of Konoha's traditions, Shuo Shigeru asked Makoto Uchiha to introduce himself. My name is Anna Tachibana. From a small family that has declined. I like to eat bitter melon and other bitter foods, because the taste of bitterness is the most wonderful thing in this world. My dream is to become a great ninja and revive the former glory of the family. Although I am a girl, I firmly believe that I am no worse than boys. Even keto boys are not as hardworking as me, and I hope that the teacher will not have to worry about it in daily training. Even at the highest intensity, I can persevere. Looking at the resolute eyes of this short-haired girl, everyone was slightly stunned. Kimu Shuumao, a bit unexpected. Although I already knew all the information about this person, the focus was still on the other two Uchiha, but I didn't expect that this female trainee was not bad, at least in terms of attitude. She had the foundation to become a strong person. Although she is a down-and-out family, she has her own set of practice methods since she was a child, and she practices harder than many people, and the information shows that she has also mastered the chakra control of climbing trees and treading water. Also, if you arrange a foundation that is too poor, then the gap between the team members is too large, and many cultivation progress cannot be coordinated together. This is at odds with Hokuge's policy of requiring the team to complete more difficult tasks on their own right away. My name is Mikoto Uchiha, my hobby is cooking, and I specialize in 3-flavored onigiri, steamed cod, and honey barbecue. I like a lot of things. My dream is to taste the world's cuisine, make more delicious dishes, and have enough strength to accompany someone so that he can always eat the best food. It's such a taste of hobbies and ideals, and I almost drooled when I said it. Is this child a little inclined to fall in love early? Correction must be given. Chinyu Shuumao thought silently and nodded as always. My name is Makoto Uchiha, and my hobby is eating. I like Mikoto's cuisine, Kushina's vortex massage, Tsunade-sama, ahem, well, that's a joke. My favorite is Mikoto's cuisine, and after eating it, I taste someone else's, and I feel like one word, hard to swallow, because it's too full to eat. My current dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world. Poof, Mikoto couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. Report teacher. Tachibana Anna, after Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, deliberately raised his hand timidly. I suspect that I am a superfluous person in this team. Did you just know? X3 Kiki Shuumao took a deep look at Uchiha Makoto, took out 2 silver bells from his pocket and threw them to him. If you want to be the strongest in the ninja world, then you stand still, let one hand fight them, and if the bell is lost or moved, then you will lose. I didn't have anything to eat at noon today. You two will snatch the bell from Makoto Uchiha, and if you can grab it, or let him move his footsteps, even if you win. In the same way, if you lose, you will not eat. Then let the teacher have a good understanding of your strength. Start now. Wait. Ane quickly raised her right hand. Teacher, you underestimate us too much. There is no need for Brother Chang to stand still, just beg, just ask him to let us have our hands. I remember that he would seal it with one hand, and if we had a powerful ninjutsu, wouldn't we all stop? I was wrong earlier, it was the teacher who looked up to us. Are you sure? If Makoto Uchiha has no opinion, it can be like this. Kimu Shuumao replied with a smile. I'm sure, right? Mikoto-san. Uchiha Makoto rolled his eyes. If that's the case, then do as you say. 30 minutes later, Anna Tachibana, who ran quickly 20 laps around the entire number 17 training ground on his long legs, looked at Makoto Uchiha, who was still running vigorously in front of him. Finally couldn't hold on. Poof! A fall to the ground. Wearing shorts, bandages on her thighs, and a ninja bag, Anna rubbed her slightly reddened knees with her hands, and tears shone faintly in her eyes. No more. What a bully. Unexpectedly, Makoto Uchiha, who let his hands rely only on his legs, ran extremely fast and lasting. During the ninjutsu released during the period, all the ninjutsu were dodged. When Ane was so angry that he wanted to hammer him up close, he ran a marathon around the entire training ground. The most hateful thing is that she slows down from time to time, and when she catches up, she suddenly accelerates. Whenever he thought he could grab the bell, he drifted away. As a result, he was unknowingly led to run 20 laps. For a while, he was angry, and his small chest rose and fell rapidly. I also want to be a powerful ninja and revitalize the family, but it seems that I can't even pass the first lesson of ninjas. Okay, don't pretend, the eye drops you secretly took out of the ninja bag just now are exposed. You can't do this trick if you let a long-haired, pitiful weak woman play it. Maybe there is a possibility of success, well, such as Xiao Mikato. Makoto Uchiha dodged the sneak attack behind Mikato, one pretending to cry and play the emotional card, and one person sneaking attack. Want to rely on the sympathy of others? You still haven't been beaten by the ninja society, it's a little naive. Ha! Was this discovered? Hateful, sure enough, Uchiha's eyes are sharp. Is it that your manners are too fake? Okay, this time I'll stand still, let you have one hand, you let go and grab it. I'll put the water. I will definitely be able to grab it this time, Mikato. You put ninjutsu in the distance, and I will twit him with a melee hammer. See which one he fights first in ninjutsu. Ana held Kumyu with his backhand, leaned forward, and quickly rushed towards Uchiha Makoto like a swooping cheetah. So vicious, I can't move now and let you have one hand. Decided, no more water. The eyes of the writing wheel are open. The second door of the 8 doors of Dunjia, the door is open. Ana only felt a sudden gust of wind rising in front of him, and involuntarily closed his eyes, but the kunao in his hand went unabated towards Uchiha Makoto. Unexpectedly, Kuwa was directly shot away, and his right wrist was captured. Opportunity. If you want to defeat Makoto Uchiha, you can only win in danger. Open. Ane took advantage of the right foot to step on, and the force that instantly erupted and shoveled a burst of sand and dust on the ground. Spin around, draw your wrists. The arm was able to shrink in a circle and slipped out of Makoto Uchiha's hand, a unique secret technique belonging to her small family. Whiplash legs. The big white long legs came towards Uchiha Makoto with a strong wind like a long whip. Syllable. Good strength. Although he was still easily framed, Ane did not come down, and his other leg was quickly wrapped up. With Makoto Uchiha as the fulcrum, feet facing up and body facing down, his hands quickly reached for the bell around his waist. You little Nizai is so wild. Not playing with you anymore. Makoto Uchiha's right arm shook fiercely, lifted, and slapped. Syllable. Ane suffered a blow on the butt, and the whole person flew into the air. Mikato quick. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Mikato, who had been preparing for a long time, directly pushed a large fireball over. Mina, who was slapped in the air and her face was red, did not want to give up this opportunity, turned around, and pulled out 2 more kunao, wanting to fall and fight Mikato up and down. Result. Water escape, water array wall. The new ninjutsu of the retreat for 1 year was sealed with one hand and released at a rapid speed. The huge wall of water circled Makoto Uchiha and fiercely blocked the large fireball. In the air, the kunao in Anachibana's hand submerged into the wall of water for half an inch and couldn't enter further, but instead stirred up bursts of splashes, slipped on the semi-elliptical wall of water, and rolled down the wall. When he almost landed on the ground, a pair of strong arms crossed the wall of water that was disappearing, picked up Ana, and hit him the shoulder by the way. At this time, Ane, who was like a chicken in soup, closed his eyes tightly, his face was red, and his nose twitched. Really sobbed silently. It's so humiliating. Makoto Uchiha felt the strangeness on his body and quickly put her down gently. Wouldn't you? Really crying this time? Brother Chang, you bully people again, she is a girl. Mikato came over and said in disgust. You blame me for this, how wild she played just now, plus she had short hair, I treated him like a boy. Also, to teach you another lesson, in the world of ninjas, the strong are honored, regardless of gender. I didn't cry, I was just blinded by the splash. And, Ane opened his clenched right fist, Bell, I got it. Well, I can't prevent it, I was really deceived by your tears this time. Sure enough, no matter what world a girl's tears are in, they are still a sharp weapon. Uchiha shook his hand helplessly, although your wet figure is a little embarrassed, you who successfully got the bell are indeed a little handsome. Ane shook his head, snorted coldly, quickly steamed his body with chakra, and then took 2 bells to the teacher to receive credit. Brother Chang, thank you. Uchiha Mikato pulled the corner of Makoto's clothes, the bell, and others knew that he had deliberately given it to her. It's okay, it's better for one person to have no food than for 2 people without food, right? Makoto Uchiha smiled and rubbed Mikato's little head. After that, I only received 2 bento boxes for lunch. Mikato won, Ana won. Makoto Uchiha lost, no food. Kimoshu Umao, on the other hand, said to pick up the task and leave on time at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wow, today's meal is extra fragrant. Ana Tachibana opened the lunchbox and deliberately sat in front of Makoto Uchiha to eat. Look at your smugness, this is far worse than Mikato. It's better than you didn't have to eat. Brother Chang, eat me, I can't eat so much. Mikato divided most of the meal and handed it to Makoto. It's still my sister who is cute and humane. Humph, make me eat like I can? I can't eat this meat, I have to stay in shape. Ane also divided half of the meal out. Also, thank you earlier. I will try not to hold everyone back. She is not a fool. Makoto Uchiha did not release water, can't she see it? From a distance, he silently looked at the silver-haired man who had gotten along on the first day of the squad, smiled slightly, and a cloud of smoke rose and disappeared in place in an instant. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Kimushuumao returned to the number 17 training ground on time, holding a mission scroll in his hand. Given that your strength has actually surpassed many of your peers, and some basic cultivation has already been completed by you, so, we go straight to the task, skim over the D-level task, C-level task, and go directly to the B-level task. That is to say, this mission must meet with blood, must kill or be killed. You guys have 5 minutes to think about it. Turn around and go back, away from the world of ninjas, and be an ordinary person who loves and teaches children from now on. Or go and complete the task, face the cruelty of this world, and be a strong person who can protect one side. Kimushuumao said very calmly, giving people the feeling of not caring about what to eat tonight. Brother Makoto Uchiha Mikato habitually went to look at Uchiha Makoto, her small hand tugging at the corner of his clothes, trying to get an answer from him. Makoto Uchiha smiled slightly, looking at Mikato quietly, with no intention of speaking. I can help you with other questions. Only this one can't help. The Uchiha clan, as a high-profile clan with a powerful bloodstain limit, from the moment of birth, it is destined to be unable to easily leave this cruel world, unless I have the day of King's Landing. At that time, even if you want to be an ordinary person, I will definitely be able to keep you safe for the rest of your life. If you want to be a true ninja, then I, Makoto Uchiha, will never let you leave before me as long as I don't die on the road to growth. Teacher, I won't back down. I see life and death a lot. If I don't even have this awareness, I won't boast about Haikao. I want to become a great ninja. I want to revitalize the family. Mina Tachibana was the first to shout. Me too. Mikato clenched her small fists. If you choose to be ordinary people, we, as Konoha ninjas, will definitely protect you from natural and man-made disasters. In the same way, when we choose to become a Konoha ninja, remember that there are thousands of villagers behind you who need your protection. So, now the mission goal is to eliminate the cottage controlled by a ninja. The bandits inside were taken in by a wandering ninja a week ago and began to become more bloodthirsty and brutal, and the looting passers-by basically left no one alive. Let's talk about the specifics on the road. The mission is located on Black Tiger Mountain, far from Konoha, where it is said that a black tiger appeared a long time ago. The four of them quickly ran out of the training ground and rushed outside the village. When passing through the gate of Konoha, Kimushuumao did not turn his head, and a kunai flew out with a shake of his hand. Sincere! A village exit order was slammed into the doorframe on the side of the gate. The long devastated wooden doorframe finally couldn't hold on, and the whole fell off. A slightly older Konoha Naka Shinobu walked out of the guard's room next to him and looked at the four people who had gone away. Full of grumbling, who brought down this bad habit? Don't you know how to take care of public property? After checking the order to leave the village, he picked up the kunai tied to the doorframe, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Earned. It is a delicate bitter nothing. The land of fire is border, Black Tiger Mountain, and it is another evening at this time, but it no longer has a bright sunset. The entire sky was like black clouds, and the clouds were surging. A cold wind whistled by, rolling up the fallen leaves in the sky like moths, adding a bit of desolation. Kimushuumao led the three people, climbed the steep mountain wall, and quietly sneaked into the cottage. This Black Tiger village has a total of more than 200 bandits and a ninja, each of whom is a habitual bandit who is a monstrous crime, and the mission requires that they all be cleaned up. If you can't do it, stay in this cottage forever. I won't shoot. Now, strike. The voice without the slightest emotional fluctuation came out of Shuumao's mouth, and at this time, his whole person had no vitality, and he was completely integrated into the surrounding environment like a decaying wood. Makoto Uchiha didn't say anything. Like a silent night owl, a few flashes swept towards a thief standing guard with a spear. The thief, who was blowing the cold wind and numbly looking at the scenery outside the cottage, suddenly felt a sore throat, reached out and touched it, and his hands were full of scarlet blood. The enemy. Gollum. His face was full of shock, and as soon as he wanted to say the enemy attack, the blood in his mouth had already spewed out, and the power was withdrawn from his entire body. Hesitate and lose. Makoto Uchiha did not hesitate in the slightest, and continued to rush to the next target without saying a word. He has long been familiar with the rules of the ninja world, and he realized the cruelty of the Hokage world in his previous life. If you hesitate in battle and doubt your life, you would have lost your bones 2 years ago. Mikato and Anna stared blankly at Makoto Uchiha, who was harvesting blood like the Grim Reaper. The body trembled slightly, and the little hands loosened and tightened, as if they were making the biggest decision in life. Maybe you can think that killing them is just to save more people. Sometimes in times of crisis, you have to make difficult choices, such as giving up the lives of the other 99 for the survival of the remaining 101 people. Of course, in fact, these are all excuses to comfort yourself. The path of ninja is not as simple as you think from the beginning. Kiki Shuumao lightly reminded that this is a process that all ninjas must go through. You won't turn yourself into a cold-blooded and emotionless machine, but at least you must have the ability to ignore life, both the enemy's and their own. Isn't there a more peaceful way? Mikato's brows furrowed slightly. Maybe there is, but at least not yet. Ane clenched the kunao in her hands and took the lead in attacking, although she had sworn before coming. But when the hot blood on the opposite side spilled on his body, goosebumps rose all over his body, and he still had a strong sense of discomfort. Mikato stared closely at Makoto Uchiha's leaping figure, remembering her dream of facing the storm with him, and finally gritted her teeth and joined the assassination sequence. In a house, a thief with a face full of centipede scars was specially picked and used the speed of sneak attack and full attack. Poof! Ku slammed into the man's heart from his back, and the hot blood sprayed out made Mikato close her eyes tightly and tremble uncontrollably. A piercing scream came from behind Mikato. A woman dragging a wash basin stared at Mikato in panic, and the wash basin slipped from her hand, splashing with water. Mikato slowly turned to look at the woman. Don't kill me, I was caught in this cottage." The woman backed away in panic. "I'm sorry to scare you, you hurry up and leave this cottage." After Mikado finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door of the house, and there were already gongs and drums beating outside, and the bandits were all in a commotion. Just as Mikato turned around, the woman suddenly turned hideous. Drawing a sharp dagger from his boot, he swooped towards Mikado. A shuriken flew in from outside the door and pierced the woman's forehead accurately. Uchiha Makoto heard the sound and rushed to solve Mikato's crisis. Mikado turned her head and looked in disbelief at the woman holding the dagger and falling to the ground with a hideous face. "Don't trust anyone, especially women and children, on the battlefield." Makoto gently helped Mikato dry the blood from her face. Then he turned around and jumped into the bandits who had already gathered and flocked to them. "Even a few little fart children dare to attack our cottage. Brothers, go up and unload them in pieces." "Hee, the man kills, the woman I want to make her live better than die," a thief with a machete shouted angrily. When Uchiha heard this, he put down the kunao that was ready to project, and the ninjutsu that was ready to be released, and drew the famous knife, Broken Snow, that was like iron. Three-hooked jade riding wheel, eyes open. Just like the legendary Black Tiger of Black Tiger Mountain, it directly and rudely penetrated the crowd face to face. Each blow throws several big heads, setting off waves of blood wherever it goes. Along the surrounding houses, up the first step of the council hall, blood flowed in a moment. The leader who was ready to exhaust the opponent's physical strength, the only ninja. As soon as he walked out of the council hall to get out of the water, he was slammed into the beam of the hall by the broken snow flying with electric light. Heavy rain poured down. Mikato and Anna stared stunned at the boy standing at the highest place in the sea of blood in the mountain of corpses. The black clouds pressed down, and bursts of fierce electric light shone on its head. My eyes were gradually infected by the rain. This battle. Uchiha Makoto kills, 205. Anachabana kills, 3, Mikato Uchiha, 1. Do you want to carry the whole hell alone? The rain mixed with tears, and the double-hooked jade blood chakra eye slowly rotated in Uchiha Mikato's eyes. End of squad growth. Hakuju crossed the gap, a year and a half later. The camp of the Konoha mission in the Land of Rain. Although it was late at night, the whole camp was brightly lit and the atmosphere was high. They are excited about the news that an agreement is about to be reached to form a strategic alliance with the Land of Rain. Tomorrow is the time to actually sign the agreement. You know, this negotiation has been going on for a long time. The Land of Rain is the junction of the three kingdoms of fire, earth, and wind. Moreover, it is rich in resources and abundant water sources, and it has always been a battleground for soldiers. And the Rain Country Yuin village, under the leadership of the ninja world demigod, Hanzo of the Mountain Pepperfish, is strong, no less than the 5 great ninja villages. It is only because of the embarrassing geographical location and the collective suppression of the 3 countries that such a situation of survival has been created. And this time, to be able to reach a strategic alliance before the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, it is undoubtedly a great achievement for everyone in Konoha. In this way, the head of the envoy group, Senju Asakura, was also so excited at this time that he stayed up all night, waiting for tomorrow dawn to reach an agreement. Poof! Suddenly, the sound of objects falling to the ground sounded in the camp. Although fleeting, it was quickly captured by Senju Asakura in the dead of night today. Wrong. So quiet. Even the insect sound, which had not stopped after nightfall, disappeared. Enemy attack! Asakura roared, instantly waking up the entire camp. Suddenly, the explosions caused by various ninjutsu and detonation charms resounded. Senju Asakura quickly opened the tent, and saw that there were many figures in the entire camp, and a few Kuwu flew towards him. Jumping out of the tent, "I am the messenger of Konoha, and you are doing this to make enemies of the entire Konoha. Konoha? It's the Konoha ninja who killed. There was a faint response from the other side. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. A huge water dragon roared and rushed over. Two done, earth flow wall. A huge earthen wall instantly rose up, blocking the attack of the water dragon. Captain, you run, go to the Konoha border to find reinforcements, I'll hold them back. A scarred Konoha ninja ran over from the other side of the earthen wall. At this time, the more than 20 Konoha ninjas in the entire camp were basically killed and wounded. No, I'll stay, Oda, you go back. I can hold them back. Don't rub it, I'm full of injuries, and I can't run far. Help me take care of my sister when I go back. Xiao Tian said, taking out the kuwu hanging on his body full of explosive charms, obviously having the intention of death. Oda, good. You are the hero of Konoha. Senju Asakura understands that time is urgent, and although he feels extremely uncomfortable, as a ninja, he must make a judgment. Turn around and get ready to leave the place quickly. A sharp kunai ran directly from its back through his chest. Asakura's entire whole immediately froze in place, and turned back in disbelief. Oda burst into tears at this time. I'm sorry, Captain. For the sake of my sister, I had no choice. By the time Hanzo arrived with a large number of rain shinobi, he saw the destroyed Konoha camp. Almost all of Konoha's legions were killed here, except for the corpses of the captains, Senju Asakura and Nishimura Oda. Who did this? Investigate the matter thoroughly. Hanzo was furious, and as a person who was so cautious that he had to arrange a large number of cronies to guard him every time he slept. It was not that the Konoha ninja was killed, but that someone could make such a big move under his nose. Also, immediately strengthen the border garrison of Konoha, and it is estimated that this matter will not be washed by jumping into the Oblivion River. In the early hours of the next morning, Oda ran into the Konoha border again scarred, bleeding profusely and dying. When Yuji Senju, the commander of the border of Konoha stationed in the Land of Rain, arrived, he only said one thing: the negotiations of the embassy broke down, and on the way back they were attacked, and the captain took the initiative to lure the enemy in order to cover our evacuation, and his whereabouts are unknown. Then, he died of anger. Senju Yuji slowly stood up, his slightly old face was like a dark cloud, his right hand was raised high, and then clenched into a fist. More than 1,000 Konoha ninjas behind him quickly crossed the border of the Land of Rain like locusts. I received the message just now, and all of them cheered me up and raised my vigilance. Soon a unit will come to change defenses. On the border of the Land of Rain, the captain of the Rain Shinobi Brigade shouted. Yes, more than 300 subordinates are in unison. Report, Captain. Here they are, so fast. Suddenly, a rain ninja pointed behind the captain and said. The captain looked back, and sure enough, a team of about 1,000 people quickly approached the side from the direction of Konoha. Then he turned around and slapped the subordinate in place. Silly. Is this our change of defense? This is Konoha's ninja. All on alert. Hello, I'm Konoha Border Commander, Uchiha Yuji. After the Konoha ninja stood still, a Konoha ninja wearing a ninja vest stepped forward and shouted. I am Yuichi Ohara, the border captain of Yuin Village. May I ask you Konoha ninjas to cross the border privately? Ohara Yui's heart is heavy. The Konoha Senju clan is famous, and there are more than 3 times more ninjas on the other side than his own. Our Konoha mission has been attacked in the Land of Rain. The whereabouts of the captain are unknown. We need to find his whereabouts and find the murderer. Yuji Senju's voice was like the cold wind of winter, exuding a chill. Please be calm. If there is such a thing, our Rain country will definitely thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. Ohara wiped his cold sweat and whispered the official words. Then please get out of the way, we will thoroughly investigate the matter ourselves. It's impossible, this is the Land of Rain, don't mess around. We in Konoha never mess around and have been polite with your small projectile country for 2 years, and that's how you repay us. Yuji Senju's eyes flashed coldly, all of them. Kill. In an instant, a torrent of various ninjutsu poured down. The guns of war began first in the Land of Rain. Then a group of mysterious people disguised as Konoha ninjas went on a killing spree in the Land of Rain. Most of the country of Earth is a desolate rock wall, and the cold wind blowing from the north will cross the high mountains and blow the fine rocks on the mountains to various places, forming the famous rock rain phenomenon. The ninja village in the Land of Earth is Uwain Village, which is surrounded by natural dangers and defends the famous ninja world. At this time, the leader of Uwain Village was the 3rd generation of Tokage 2-day scale Oniki. During his reign, he pursued a policy of military power and vigorously developed ninja education. As a result, Uwain Village cultivated a large number of ninjas, creating the heyday of Uwain Village. Of course, the resources consumed to cultivate so many ninjas are also extremely large, and the burden on Iwahide Village, which is already barren and not rich, gradually increases. In order to relieve the pressure, in the past few years, ninjas have been continuously sent out to pretend to be wandering ninjas and go out to plunder the surrounding small countries. Report. Konoha's envoy group stationed in the Land of Rain was attacked, and the whereabouts of the leader Senju Sakura are unknown, and it is suspected that he has been killed. His father Yuji Senju led the border garrison to launch a blitzkrieg and officially invade the Land of Rain. At present, Konoha's troops have penetrated 30 miles into the Land of Rain and set up camp to establish a frontline position. The top management of the wood industry acquiesced to the behavior of Yuji Sentei, suspected of using him as a forward, and there are indications that there is a high possibility of entering the main force in the future. In the Earth Shadow Building, a dark person speaks in a colorful voice about the situation in the Land of Rain. When an area suddenly changes drastically, the dark subs of that area will be overloaded in order to obtain the most accurate information as quickly as possible. This is just the war machine of the great shinobi village, running like a warm-up. Onaki's huge rosacea seems to have become redder from excitement. Finally waited for this time. Konoha, as the richest and most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, if it does not move, other ninja villages will always be a little afraid that the action will be too big, and when the time comes, they will bear Konoha's first shot. And now, pass the order down to the major captains and elders, assemble in the Earth Shadow Building, and convene a supreme military meeting. Yes, the next day, the huge Yaninja Legion, divided into 3 ways, took the lead in mobilizing a group army of more than 10,000 people to deter the 3 kingdoms at the same time, shocking the ninja world. The first way, invading the Land of Birds. The Land of Birds is located between the Land of Earth and the Land of the Wind. The second way, the border of the country of Rain, the establishment of a border front, and the formation of logistics. The third way, invading the country of Grass. The Land of Grass is located between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Kusanagi is better known as Kusanagi Village, which has established good diplomatic relations with Konoha. Although their strength is weak, they make good use of diplomacy to maneuver between the great powers, and can grasp the situation early to protect themselves. The Land of Birds and the country of Grass are only small countries, and they do not face the strength of the great shinobi village. So letters of help, missions for help, rush to neighboring countries. The first time is to ask for help from the country of Wind, the country of Fire. Sand Hidden Village. A village nestled in a sea of sand. As the strongest military force in the Land of Wind, it is greatly dependent on the assistance of the daimyo because it does not even have enough water for Zigong. Wind Shadow Building. The battle plan this time has been issued, please be sure to go all out. The third generation of Wind Shadow said with a gloomy face. We also fight on 3 fronts? What kind of joke, our Cheyenne village can only hold up 2 lines at most. 3 lines, 3 logistics departments, and what about grain? Wars are not won by a single call like a madman. Hai Lao Zhang slapped the table angrily and roared. This is an order from the daimyo, and he will support a batch of grain. The logistics of the bird country don't need us to worry about. As for the rest, where to hit, where to grab, the grain will be solved on the spot. This is the early stage of the war, and the only opportunity to quickly plunder resources while other countries are not responding. There are enough resources, and then consider the operation of the captured area. Do you want to be trapped in this damn desert for the rest of your life? For the future of Sand Hidden Village, get rid of everyone. Known as the strongest Wind Shadow, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow are even more pure in terms of power and strategy. Well, all right. Umi Lao Zhang and his sister Cho's mother-in-law looked at each other and finally agreed. After the high-level executives left, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow slammed a heavy hammer and smashed the entire meeting to pieces with a large round table. Damn the daimyo. Unexpectedly, for the sake of face, he said, Union Village can fight on 3 fronts, and we should not be left behind. He didn't think about the problems of Cheyenne Village itself at all. The face of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows was gloomy. Originally, according to his thinking, the whole army was directly in one direction, which would completely control the initiative of the war situation and seek the greatest interests. The hateful daimyo has no place in his eyes for us ninjas born into death. One day. So, the next day. Cheyenne Village followed the example of Union Village and also divided into 3 routes to open a 3-line battlefield. The first way, respond to the call for help from the Land of Birds and go north to support the Land of Birds. To this end, the Land of Birds had to supply all the logistical needs of the Wind Nation's expedition to the army, while paying for a portion of the resources in advance. The second way, Tunjun Rain Country border, waiting for the change in the war situation in Rain Country. The main goal of this road is the water source of the Rain Country. Even if you can't occupy the whole territory, you have to win a water source. The third way, invade the country of Kawa. Kawanakuni serves as a buffer zone between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The territory is not small and surrounded by vast nature. Therefore, communication is difficult and easy to hide. It is most suitable for establishing a secret base here. In the original book, Iai Lua was drawn out of a cave in Kawanakoku, and Akaza no Scorpion, Harano Sakura, and Cho's mother-in-law then fought here. So it will also be the country of the wind, the first target of the plunder sweep. While the Konoha side strongly condemned the brutal slaughter of the Konoha envoys in the Land of Rain, the army marched out, with Mito as the commander-in-chief to press the land of rain. At the same time, Koharu and Tsunade led a force north to support Kusanagi. On the Kawanakuni side, a large number of ninja squads penetrated, drawing up the latest topographic maps of Kawanakuni and collecting humanistic data in the form of missions. At this time, the Orochimaru squad, which was on a mission in the Land of Grass, suddenly received the latest mission from Hokage: detect the movement of the army of Union Village. Provide accurate location information for incoming Konoha reinforcements. A protracted Second Ninja World War has finally broken out in full force. P.S. The map about the Ninja World War has been posted in the work related. If you are interested, you can take a look, you can deepen your understanding, and you don't see it and don't hinder reading. Also, thank you to the Dark Guy for the 20 reminder tickets. It's a pity that the concubine can't do it. Last night's chapter was at 2:30. Thank you for your support. Urge more tips, no need. Just want to give a subscription when it is on the shelf. The Land of Grass. On each of the 3 avenues leading to Green Cloud City, there were caravans of different sizes, moving forward without hurry. And behind these 3 caravans, there are ninjas from Konoha secretly tracking. Among them, the largest caravan in the middle of the road, tracking the ninja, is Kikishuo Shigeru. The second largest caravan on the right avenue, tracking the ninja, as Makoto Uchiha. The smallest caravan on the left avenue, tracking the ninjas, as Mikato Uchiha and Inachibana Anna. That's right, this is an A-class mission for the White Fang squad. Konoha's intelligence agents operating in the Land of Grass were repeatedly assassinated by a very well-known IWA shinobi force. Later, Kiki Shuumao took over the task of eradicating this assassination team. After half a month of tracking, the target was temporarily locked on these 3 caravans leading to Green Cloud City, but only 70% sure. So in order not to startle the snake and get more clues, I had to continue to track secretly. Now, it's been a year and a half. Mikato Uchiha and Anna Tachibana finally shed their immaturity in the blood and officially became experienced ninjas. The 2 of them are relatively weak, and they only need to hang this small caravan far away. The task of truly probing the details of the caravan was left to Kiki Shuumao and Makoto Uchiha. At this time, 12-year-old Makoto Uchiha followed closely behind his target without hurry. The eyebrows have gradually matured, and with a height of more than 1 meter and 6 meters higher than most of his peers, unfamiliar people will think that this is a handsome boy of 15 or 16 years old. The caravan tracked was about 30 or so people. Along the way, like other caravanserais, they seemed to be ordinary people, and even the hired guards were just some samurai who had not practiced chakra. Either it's really just a group of ordinary people, or they have a special secret method that hides their ninja breath. Ding! You're a little troubled by an unpredictable enemy. Please select. I'd rather kill the wrong and don't let it go. Cut through the mess quickly and directly destroy this caravan. If you make a mistake in this move, the enemies hidden in the other 2 paths will continue to hide. Bonus: open without side effects, the 3rd door of the 8 doors of Dunjia. B. The gentleman hides the weapon and moves when the time comes. The biggest advantage of ninjas is that they can endure and continue to track silently, and even the most cunning enemies will show their feet. Reward: no effect to open the 3rd and 4th doors of the 8 doors of Dunjia. C. If you can't kill and can't bear it, then wave up. Use the riot operation to determine if there is a problem with this caravan before it enters Green Cloud City. Reward: no side effects to open 8 doors Dunjia 3rd, 4th, 5th door. Originally, Makoto Uchiha still wanted to track it silently and get the reward safely, but after seeing the 3rd option, they involuntarily racked their brains to think of what kind of commotion could determine their problems. No way, each of the 8 doors of Dunjia is a world apart, not to mention that there are no side effects, and you must strive for the best reward. In this way, after 15 minutes, the frowning brows slowly evacuated. Boss, I'll be in Green Cloud City soon, and I can treat everyone to a drink at that time. In the midst of the caravan guard, a young samurai walked up to the big man and said, "Haha, no problem, this trip the employer is generous, the pay is good, when the time comes, I treat and everyone drinks openly." The boss in the samurai's mouth, a big man with a scar, laughed heartily. At this moment, a shirtless man suddenly ran quickly in front of the caravan, followed by a handsome young man wielding a kitchen knife. "Don't run! Secretly drank my 8-altar-old wine, what do you take to pay it back?" The 2 whizzed past the caravan. "What's going on? This is from Green Cloud City, are the people there so plagiaristic?" Just feel that the shirtless man is a little familiar. Idiot, isn't that person very similar to Lao Tian of our team? No, it can be said that in addition to dressing, he is simply like Lao Tian. All on alert. Scar Man had just alerted the caravan to be vigilant, and suddenly 2 more people ran up behind the caravan. This time running ahead was a young man wearing only a pair of pants, and a young man with a kitchen knife was still chasing behind him. "Don't run! When will the 1 million taels of silver owed to me be repaid?" The 2 of them roared away from the caravan at a staggering speed, and after a while, they could only see a back. "Nanny?" Yaga, next to the Scar Man, the young man who had just spoken, was excited. and he wanted to pull out his sword and chase him, because he found that the young man in his trousers was exactly like him. Don't be impulsive, they are obviously ninjas who can use transformation techniques, be careful. Scarman shouted around while holding the young man. Sure enough, a moment later, 2 more people ran to the left of the convoy, then 2 more people ran on the right. As a result, the caravan would run past the 2 from time to time. The only constant is the teenager with a kitchen knife. The people who were chased were changing all the time, and the appearance of everyone in a caravan was almost rounded. Moreover, the people who felt the entire caravan were disheveled, and even owed the young man a lot of things. Nah, just ran over again and owed 2 steamed buns. Boss, I can't bear it anymore, please approve me to cut him. I can't stand it either, as long as I can cut him, I don't want the reward this time. The crowd of the caravan was excited. Cut? You have to catch up. Give me patience, and I will be in Green Cloud City immediately. That is, the boss is still patient, and more is better than less. Everybody dissipated. Just have fun. In the escort, the only woman teased that since she did not appear in the chased figure, it seemed that this ninja was still very good at cherishing women. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the convoy. This time it was a beautiful woman in a bikini, that white and dangling, running up thief with a feeling. Sure enough, the kitchen knife boy chased after him. Don't run. You also have to wait for 1,000 men before you can leave. Poof, poof, poof. The nosebleeds in the caravan sprayed wildly, and the voices that couldn't help but laugh sounded one after another. This bikini beauty looks like the only woman in the escort. I didn't expect this guy to be so material. I'm going to kill. Soil, hold on. The girl's voice was just about to exit, but was interrupted loudly by the boss. Scarman, hold on. Hold on. The men in the team gloated and repeated Scar's words, while everyone was joking with each other. The 2 men chased after them from the rear of the convoy. This time, the person who was chased was a big man figure, with a whole body and a toothpick-sized jiji moving with the wind. The most important thing is that the big man has a deep scar on his face. The kitchen knife boy behind him shouted angrily again, don't run, rape the sow on the street, are you still human? The Scar Great Han walked with Wang Ba's steps and quickly paced away from the caravan. The entire caravan was silent, and they all aimed at the Scar Man. Rumble! The naked eye visible waves of chi surged from the caravan. Scar Man, and the huge chakra made the clothes on Scar Man's body hunt like no wind in waves. Kill, whoever dares to stop me, who dies. None of the other team members stopped the boss Scarman, because they have long wanted to that kitchen knife boy. Kill! At this time, I saw that the Scarman finally tore his disguise and shot with all his might. One by one, the team members no longer had patience and chased the kitchen knife boy away. Two done, rock pillar gun. Two done, Tuliing Danzi. A row of sharp rocks suddenly appeared on the ground where the kitchen knife boy passed, and suddenly stabbed up. As a result, he evaded it with an instantaneous technique. An uncle with bulging muscles suddenly pulled a staggering amount of mud and stones from the ground and smashed it at the kitchen knife boy. Rumble! A flash of knife light flashed, and the mud and stones were directly blasted into pieces. Rubble hit the pursuing people like bullets. Two done, the art of petrification. X2 The 2 team members quickly petrified their bodies to help everyone behind them resist the splash of rubble. Then, the kitchen knife boy jumped into the dense forest without stopping. Scar Man led the crowd in hot pursuit. The other ordinary people of the caravan were stunned to look at the escort samurai regiment who suddenly burst into flames. This group of samurai consisted of 12 people, who were hired to protect the caravan. As a result, I didn't expect it to be all ninjas who hid their identities. They were all lured away by a funny teenager halfway. Go quickly, rush to Green Cloud City at full speed. The head of the caravan shouted loudly, and now the ninjas disguised as the samurai regiment all ran away. If you don't hurry into the city, if there will be any danger, it will be finished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening 8 doors of Dungeon without side effects, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th doors. This kitchen knife boy is obviously Makoto Uchiha, and the other person used to act as a shadow avatar who uses transformation techniques. Sure enough, no matter how good the cultivation is, if they are spoofed by such an unlimited limit, they will also jump out. The transformation technique of the Hokage world is actually a bug existence. In the late middle and late stages of the original work, Naruto's reverse harem technique was even overturned by Kaguya. Of course, this technique cannot be used indiscriminately, and some people do not eat this set. After stepping into the forest, Makoto Uchiha dragged them towards the place where the trap was set. At the same time, they are ready to use signal flares to inform Kiki Shuumao that the enemy has appeared. Ding! You have succeeded in getting the enemy to abandon the disguise and pull a wave of hatred. Please select A. Use signal flares to contact Konoha White Fang, mainly steady, but will disturb enemies and make them more vigilant. Reward, Ninja's Psychic Beast. Cultivated crows can be easily paired with various ninjutsu illusions, B. Fight and retreat, and lead the enemy to Konoha's white fang. Reward: 1 soul returning pill. Soul returning pill can live and die human flesh and bones. If the person is deceased, the time of death must be within 3 days to take effect. C. Annihilate the enemy army with your own strength. Rewards: Ninja Psychic Beast plus Illusion Bubble. Return 3 soul pills. Wealth is in danger. Makoto Uchiha put the signal flares back and at the same time drew his famous knife to break the snow. Little ghost, isn't your purpose to lure us out? Now you do it. How? Your companions, call them out. Seeing that Makoto Uchiha suddenly stopped, Scarman quickly surrounded him with his men, while carefully looking around out of the corner of his eye. He didn't believe that this little devil had such a big mind to lure them out. There was only one person. At least there was another guy who used the transfiguration technique just now. Don't look, it's just me. Killing you rats who can only hide and hide, one person is enough. Uchiha replied lightly, and at the same time opened the Sangha Jade writing wheel eye. Uchiha? It's really a hitchhiker to pick up treasures. No wonder you have so much courage. Should you say that you are confident or arrogant? June, it turned out to be Uchiha, then you are welcome, go together. Scar Man sneered. Everyone no longer hesitated and was ready to join forces to destroy the enemy. After all, the daimyo of Uchiha was famous in the ninja world. And if it is safe to kill, then the Sharingan. Forgot to tell you, there are traps here. Makoto Uchiha chuckled and pointed his fingers at their feet promptly. Sure enough, the light of the Deo detonation charm came into their eyes. Flash, rumble. The 4 people running in front were surrounded by detonation charms and could only use all their strength to jump into the air. Oh, forgot to remind, there are also in the air. Sure enough, the shadow doppelganger who didn't know when he came back had already thrown out the kuwu in the sky, and each kuwu pulled a detonation charm behind it. From the heavens to everyone, it was like a large net made of bitterness and detonation charms. Drag net. Boom. The sound of huge explosions continued like large firecrackers. After the smoke, 6 mutilated corpses were half buried in the dirt. The Scar Man was dumbfounded and incredulous. One Face, IWA Shinobu's assassination squad was killed and wounded half. Don't you need money for the ninja starter charm? And what's with that delicate throwing technique? This little ghost turned out to be so strong. It should have been thought long ago that this imp had everything ready from the beginning, even if he was just a person. The Scar Man's face became extremely ugly, and he thought that he had found a treasure. Now, it is possible that a mine has been picked up. Tudun, Rock Pillar Gun, Tudun, Tuliing Danzi, Wind Escape, Wind with 1,000 faces. The teammates around them were also shocked one by one, but years of cooperation made them react immediately and unleash ninjutsu one after another. Wind blades carrying huge mud and stones, as well as rock spears piercing the ground, attacked Uchiha Makoto. The figure that was instantly shattered rose into a cloud of smoke, and a broken piece of wood fell to the ground. Avatar technique. One of the outermost team members was suddenly pierced through the chest by a long snowy knife. It then turned into dirt and scattered on the ground. Earth stand in. Little ghost. You're still tender. IWA Shinobu, who looked like an uncle in the team, appeared behind Makoto Uchiha, who had just appeared. Earth enchantment, no dirt prison. A large area of earth rose up around Uchiha Makoto and quickly gathered together, forming a sealed semicircular wall of earth, covering its entire inside. Good job, Lao Tian. His shadow avatar is also resolved. Quickly squeeze his chakra, and he will become a piece of meat on the board. Sharingan, hee, I can't wait. The remaining 6 IWA shinobi were so excited that no one would think that a little devil had any other means to break this earth escape enchantment. It should be known that this closed earthen wall can absorb the chakra of the trapped people, and at the same time, it can also repair the broken places in the wall. There is no powerful means of attack, and I want to break through this thick wall of earth. Lao Tian maintained the clay dungeon with both hands, feeling the chakra swarming inside, and his relieved and excited expression was undoubtedly revealed. Suddenly, a faint thunder sounded inside, through the thick earthen wall, clearly into Lao Tian's ears. Rumble. Whoosh. The thick earthen wall did not even have time to repair, and was directly torn apart by a strong electric light. With a burst of thunder, a thunderbolt instantly passed through Lao Tian's body. Ratchet. Makoto Uchiha emerged from the collapsing clay dungeon and stepped over Lao Tian's body. A trace of blue electric light bloomed in his left hand, the broken snow in his right hand reflected a dazzling light, and his ruby eyes did not have a trace of mood swings. Like a demon. As if he had just done something trivial and cleaned up an ant by the way. What? How is this possible? How old is he and his strength has reached this level? The crowd that was still excited just now showed shock at this time. If you talk about the detonator trap just now, it was a surprise. Then now it's time to really fight against the rapidly consuming chakra. Even if they were trapped in the clay dungeon, except for the boss Scarman, no one dared to say that they could come out on their own. No, you must win back around, otherwise if your teammates become afraid and cause chakra to fluctuate, they will easily be hit by the opponent's illusion. You must know that Uchiha's illusion is also a must. 2. Done, the art of the Tulun gun. The Scarman suddenly froze, and his hands pressed to the ground fiercely. Bang! The earth shook wildly, and large swathes of rock and soil rose from the ground. Compared to the rock pillar gun, the number is more denser, and the rock and earth spear with more segments blasts through the air, as if to string Uchiha Makoto into a stick on the spot. Faced with this move, this time Makoto Uchiha didn't even have the idea of dodging, and stepped lightly on his right foot. Chidori flow. Large expanses of electricity-like substance shredded the rock and earth guns that penetrated it. Airplanes. The broken snow also attached a layer of blue electricity, and then broke through the blade and extended forward. Laid done, 1,000 bird sharp gun. The rock guns that continued to be bombarded in the back row were once again swept away one by one. In the Hokage world, it is not too simple to tear ordinary earth ninjutsu. The Chidori sharp gun on the broken snow, like a laser of the future world, went unabated, crossing 20 meters and directly cutting a dodgeable IWA shinobu in half. A proper 20-meter long knife. Damn it! Can't fight anymore. Split up. Scarman roared, kicked his legs on the ground, and quickly retreated backwards. These rats, who can only disguise sneak attacks and rarely face the enemy, are finally frightened and dare not go head-on with Uchiha Makoto. Makoto Uchiha seemed to ignore IWA Shinobu, who was left with only 4 left, but scattered and fled. Gently raise the broken snow with your right hand. The 4th door of the 8 doors of Dunjia, the wounded door, is open. The skills rewarded by the system can be mastered instantly, and the door of the back door can be opened directly alone, and it does not need to be the same as Xiao Li, who is not yet skilled in the original book, and needs to open the 3rd door superimposed before opening the 4th door. And when the blue beast Matkai fights the ghost mackerel, it is the 6th gate as soon as it strikes, which is a matter of proficiency and physical fitness. Rumble. The powerful aura visible to the naked eye swept the audience in an instant. The 4 people who escaped looked back, only to feel that their sweaty hairs stood up, and they ran more cheerfully. The first one. As soon as Uchiha Makoto stomped on the ground within a radius of several meters suddenly collapsed and cracked, and the person disappeared directly in place, and it only took 3 seconds to catch up with the first person. Then the hand rose and fell, and the first person was already in a different place without the time to connect. The second one. Instantaneous. With the power of the 8-gate Dunjia, the body is like a ghost, the second pawn. The third. Just glad that he ran away, the only woman, the big wave beauty. Suddenly, there was a snorting sound in my ears. A pillar of light formed by lightning suddenly burst out through the chest. What's going on? Turning back with difficulty, I saw a lightsaber more than 40 meters long penetrating through that Uchiha's hand to his chest. Somehow, at the last moment of my life, I suddenly remembered the toothpick that was spoofed by the boss Scarman. A slight smile. So short, so long. A sharper gun with skyrocketing length. In the original book, Suzuki used this move to hurt Deidara, who was flying in the air. The 5th gate of the 8 doors of Dunjia Duman open. Along the way, leaves flutter and weeds dance. Using the time created by the death of 3 teammates, as soon as he left Makoto Uchiha's sight, he used the Tsuchidani Wahai technique to move stealth. At this time, he stood in place in fear and hid his figure. Just glad that Uchiha Little Ghost ran too fast, jumped past him, but did not find himself. Unfortunately, good death does not die, just like a transparent body, it is not really a return to nothingness. A bird feather landed on his shoulder. A few flying weeds stuck to his trouser leg. Damn, as long as I live, I will slaughter the birds of this forest and pluck their feathers. Just after shaking off the bird's feathers, a pillar of lightning fell from the sky. The 4th, Scar Pawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ninja Psychic Beast plus Illusion Bubble. Return 3 soul pills. A moment later, the White Fang arrived at the scene, and they were greeted by a messy battlefield. And the range of traces of the battle is far apart. Obviously, he chased and fled and experienced several big battles. Where is Brother Cheng? You okay? Uchiha Mikato shouted anxiously, her gaze on Konoha White Fang, who had come one step ahead. Judging by the current traces, it should be fine, and the battle is over. Konoha White Fang looked at the battlefield, and then locked on the line where Makoto Uchiha was the last to pursue Scarman. No way, a long, shoveled trail of grass on the ground extended into the depths of the dense forest. Sure enough, Makoto Uchiha's figure walked out from the depths of the dense forest, and the whole person was refreshed, and his body was not stained with blood. If it weren't for the person on his left hand, others would probably think that this was a traveler wandering in the dense forest. It's getting stronger again. Konoha White Fang's eyes froze. They had been getting along for more than a year, and White Fang always paid attention to the growth of the cadets in the team. And Makoto Uchiha obviously has gained another point in momentum and strength. What a terrible talent. Brother Chang, are you alright? Are you solving them alone? It's great, but next time we wait for us, we are comrades in arms, we should work together. Mikato and Anna saw the person coming and happily greeted them. After more than a year of getting along, Makoto Uchiha's system rewards were mostly brushing out some chakra energy pills. The only new skills he acquires are the defense technique, psychic Rashomon and triple Rashomon. As for the five-fold Rashomon between the strongest 1,000 hand pillars, it will not be yet. And most of these chakras were secretly fed to Mikato, and some were given to Anna. As a result, their total amount of chakra skyrocketed. The strength has improved much faster than others. Well, these people are too cunning, and it took some means to expose their disguise. Then these people will run away whenever they see something wrong, and in order to completely annihilate them, they have to give up signaling. Otherwise, it will be difficult to catch them next time. Makoto Uchiha responded with a smile. Okay, don't be alone next time, we are also very strong, we can help Brother Chang. Uchiha Mikato pouted. She has always been a lady image in the eyes of others, gentle and elegant. But every time in front of Makoto, her girlish heart will be revealed. Well, more sensitive than when I was a child. Brother Chang seems to have become more handsome. Feeling the heart beating faster, Uchiha Mikato shyly lowered her head. Strange, this feeling was not strong before. What's wrong with myself lately? Is this what others call the feeling of growing up? Sort out the battlefield, we are ready to return to the village, Konoha White Fang said as he took out the sealing scroll. Yes. Then everyone sealed all the corpses in the scroll, which could be used when returning to the village to hand over the task. Boom! At this moment, at the end of the sky, a shining signal flare exploded, and the fireworks converged into a pattern of leaves. There are ninjas in Konoha looking for support. Everyone quickly sorted out the battlefield, and then rushed in the direction of the signal flare. An hour later, a piece of land that was billowing with smoke and was burned by explosions and fireworks appeared in front of everyone. The terrain that has been transformed by ninjutsu, with the broken and burning trees, and the remnants of the eaves and broken walls left by the earth-done ninjutsu, the corpses are 7 vertical and 8, like a small doomsday ruin. Chinmu Shuumao led everyone to step into the ruins first, walking quickly, changing his gaze at the entire battlefield. Suddenly, a corpse half covered by sand stood up, scarred with his right hand, clutching Shuumao's trouser leg. Quick, hurry up and save young Master Rope Tree. After speaking, he fell to the ground and died. Shuumao let go of the hand holding the knife, if he hadn't sensed the murderous aura, otherwise when this corpse caught it, it was estimated that the body and hands would have separated. After identifying the appearance of this person, he found that it was a member of the Senju clan, and it seemed that he was secretly protecting the person beside the Senju Rope Tree. No longer hesitate at the moment, shout, keep up. The body turned into a streamer, quickly schemed over the ruins, and followed the traces of the battle towards the depths. After a while, a group of IWA shinobi figures in front came into view. Through Chakra's blessed eyes, see clearly in the distance. In addition to the corpses all over the place, a teenager whose body was blown up and mutilated was surrounded by several IWA shinobi, one of whom took out a scalpel and stabbed it into his abdomen. This teenager is none other than Senju Rope Tree. I can't help but think of the scene when I first met this child. Konoha's Hyakushen shop. Tsunade was holding his cute younger brother and happened to run into Konoha Hakia, who came to eat barbecue. Silver hair, are you the Konoha White Fang that my sister said? Wow, you are also my idol, can I ask you for an autograph? Yes, then you have to say your dream. I only sign for those who have dreams. Ha, listen up. My dream is to become a Hokage admired by everyone. I want to be as great as my grandfather. Hey, not big, not small. Don't underestimate me, I'm very good at eating. That, Lord White Fang, Uncle White Fang. How about we go to the competition to eat barbecue? I eat 1 stick and you eat 2, whoever eats more, who can be a Hokage in the future. Scenes flashed through White Fang's mind, it was Konoha's hope. Stop! An earth-shattering thunderous slap spread through chakra to the audience. The white chakra short knife is instantly unsheathed. The terrifying chakra surged on the short knife and made a buzzing sound. Using an extremely advanced chakra flow technique, a brilliant light lit up on the White Fang blade. Then it was waved. Airplanes. Rumble. One seems to run through heaven and earth. Like a crescent-shaped huge sword light erected, it quickly rushed towards the place where the group of rock ninja was densest. Along the way, the earth crumbles and the mountains and forests roll upside down. Two done, earth flow wall. Two done, Tuliu's city wall. Rows of earthen walls, earthen city walls rose up, blocking in front of the huge sword light. It is a pity that it was destroyed and cut off in an instant like paper paste. This giant sword light containing a huge chakra flow and extraordinary sword skills is simply indestructible, and even ninjutsu can cut off. Everywhere it passed, the earth was violently plowed into a deep ravine. Suddenly, Iwa Shinobu, who could not dodge around, was killed and injured. It's Konoha White Fang, the mission has been completed, everyone withdraws. A IWA shinobu shouted loudly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of IWA shinobi withdrew in the opposite direction of the White Fang. The power of one move scared dozens of ninjas on the opposite side to scatter birds and beasts. Is this a shadow-level powerhouse? At this time, Makoto Uchiha also followed. You stay where you are, protect the site. I'll go get something back. White Fang stared closely at the few IWA shinobi who had taken the entrails of the rope tree. The figure turned into a streamer again and chased away. Makoto Uchiha looked around at the battlefield that seemed to have been devastated by a magnitude 10 earthquake, full of pothole blast remnants and broken walls left by ninjutsu. After the White Fang's sword, the corpse of the rock ninja on the ground was obviously much more than the corpse of the Konoha ninja. Uchiha Makoto slowly walked in front of the corpse of the Senju rope tree. His eyes were a little complicated. At this time, the body of the rope tree was blown to pieces, and the internal organs were removed. What a miserable word. Your hands gradually glow green. Palm cactus. Although this technique cannot revive you, it can at least leave you with a good face. As for whether to use the precious soul restoration pill to save you, the person of the opponent family, it still needs to be considered, at least now is not the time. At this time, Uchiha Mikado and Tachibana Anna, who had just caught up, quietly guarded Makoto who was performing palm cactus. A faint breeze with the smell of gunsmoke blew through everyone. More than a dozen kuwa with detonation charms suddenly attacked Uchiha Makoto and them. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly picked up the body of the rope tree and jumped back. Boom! To Dun, Wonkwon Marsh. Together with Mikato, they had just escaped the range of the explosion, and their feet were not yet on the ground. Then I heard several indifferent voices. Suddenly, the ground under his feet turned into a swamp that swallowed people, and the body that had just jumped down immediately sank into the mud. Gee, caught a few big fish. Look at this costume with a fan pattern, it's Uchiha, right? I didn't expect to get 1,000 hands of the brat, and also come with a gift of Uchiha. Buy one get one free. I really have to thank the guy who provided the location information of Senju. The White Fang who left is estimated to be ambushed at this time, and he is not safeguarded, and he will not come to rescue you. Give you a chance to cut yourself so we can consider letting go of the two girls next to you. Several used the art of Iwahi to reveal their figures hidden nearby. Looking at the few imps trapped in the swamp, they already felt that the victory was in their hands and they were happy. You guys look ugly, but your ideas are quite beautiful. I also give you a chance. Anyone who kills his teammates around him, I will spare his life later. Makoto Uchiha didn't seem to have the consciousness to be trapped in the depths at all, shaking a finger to mock them in reverse. Fine death. It seems that you will not shed tears if you do not see the coffin. A bearded Yenren said coldly, stepping forward, his hands quickly sealed, wanting to come to a big river of earth, bury them in one fell swoop, and then dig up the corpses before it was too late. Halfway through the seal, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and a bitter stick pierced into his heart from behind. Turning his head, he saw that the companion behind him just now actually assassinated him with a hideous face. At the same time, several people in the vicinity also got into a mess. What's going on? Kill you abominable little devil? Naza, his companion, pulled out the kunao and stabbed it back again. Which eye do you see me like a ghost? Is my beard all over my face a decoration? Troops, his eyes did not focus at all. Damn it! It's magic. Unfortunately, the heart hurts so much, and it is too late to wake up. Illusion bubble illusions that can be released with your fingers can also be released with chakra eyes and crows. Can make opponents unable to move. But when Makoto Uchiha used it, he found that this illusion could even manipulate people with low mental states to hallucinate. So a person with high spirit and strong willpower like Luoziha was fine, but the little young man behind him instantly fell into illusion. Several people in the melee immediately knew that it was an illusion, and quickly used chakra to stabilize their teammates and help them lift the illusion. Only one more seriously wounded. And here Makoto Uchiha directly pulled out the broken snow. Chakra plunged into the broken snow and slashed with a sword. The sharp wind pressure directly split the entire swamp in half. Everyone stepped on the ground several meters deep and just wanted to jump out. Earth Dragon Bomb. IWA Shinobu, who noticed the situation outside, hurriedly escaped and wanted to press Uchiha Makoto back. Unlike the Earth Dragon bullet released by the third generation of Tokage, it can also spit mud bombs on its own. These are the blows of the image of ordinary dragon heads formed by dirt. Psychic Art Rashomon sincerely slapped the ground, and as summoned from hell, the Azura Gate firmly blocked these attacks. Then the three leapt up. Fire Dragon Bomb. Fire, how Fireball. Fengdun, Big Breakthrough. Mikato's Fireball, Anna's Big Breakthrough. Plus the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb with amazing power. 3-person compound ninjutsu. Layers the flames. In the blink of an eye, a fire that seemed to cover the sky blew up from the side of Rashomon, engulfing all these IWA shinobi. At the same time, in the distance in the direction of Konoha White Fang's pursuit, there was also a huge white light, as well as a strong roar. A moment later, the dust servant's banner Mushuumao returned, carrying the organs of the rope tree. Apparently Iwa Shinobu's ambush against him also did not work. Then, the green light in Makoto Uchiha's hand lit up again. After a while, 1, 2, 3 at the end of the line of sight. A figure leaped over, and after a while, it was already densely packed like a locust crossing the border. It was obviously attracted by several fierce battles here. Mushuumao's gaze froze, and then he relaxed, and he was slightly relieved. The crowd that came were all companions with Konoha's foreheads. Reinforcements have finally arrived. The leaders are Kohara Shu, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Tsunade saw Mushuumao's dazzling silver hair from a distance, shook his hand and said hello happily. After all, looking at the battlefield that was full of chaos around them, you can imagine what kind of battle they went through just now, and it is a happy thing to be safe and sound. It's just that this guy Mushuumao still has a stinky face, and he can't look back. It's too rude. If it weren't for the fact that you are a senior, I will definitely let you see my matchless iron fist. Then his gaze fell on the young man who was holding up a green light and wearing a Tuanfan costume. Uchiha? Palm Cactus? When did Uchiha also appear a junior with a good medical ninjutsu? Aren't these stinky farts guys the ones who hate treatment the most and like to directly solve battles with powerful attacks? Finally, look at the person being treated. My heart suddenly clicked, and it seemed a little familiar. Suddenly, the earth under his feet thundered, cracked, and the figure had already shot over. What's going on? Mushuumao. This is my brother? Liar, huh? Who is this in disguise, right? Tsunade looked incredulous. The person on the ground who had no life was his younger brother? Hands tightly grasped Mushuumao's collar, his red eyes seemed to choose someone, and his voice trembled slightly behind him, hoping that Shuumao could reply, yes, it was disguised. Mushuumao looked at Tsunade, who repeated the deceptive words over and over again, shook his head slightly, and lamented, sorry we're late. When we saw the distress signal arrive, the rope tree had already killed in the attack. Makoto Uchiha is repairing his body. Rumble. The chakra visible to the naked eye covered Tsunade's entire body, and strong air currents surged around. What about Orochimaru? As a teacher, something happened to his disciple. What about him? Where did he die? Sorry, the big snake pill hasn't been found yet. Ha, ha, dodge, I'll do it myself. 2 lines of tears flowed down Tsunade's soulless face, then he crouched down, picked up the rope tree, and pressed his right hand on his chest. Thank you, thank you. Looking at the tattered clothes on rope tree, as well as his body that was already intact on the surface, Tsunade looked slightly sideways and gently thanked the little Uchiha. At the same time, a huge amount of chakra surged from his body, and a green light lit up in his right hand. After a while, it continued to grow, and finally burned like a substantial green flame within a few meters of the surrounding area. Rope tree, wake up, sister take you home. Aren't you the favorite barbecue at Bakesy and Fong? This time my sister will take you to eat enough. Won't stop you anymore and say you're little fat. If you have the ability, you will eat me into a big fat Don't you dislike the big snake pill? This time which teacher you want to choose, my sister promises you. You open your eyes and answer your sister, are you making a little tantrum again? And then your sister will be angry. You snort. Woohoo, green, vibrant flames illuminate the entire ruin. But the people in Tsunade's hands were still cold and motionless. Finally, Tsunade's emotions broke down, and he clung to the corpse of the rope tree and cried. Kikishuo Shigeru, Jiraiya, and Kohara stood silently behind him. The thousands of Konoha ninjas around felt the sadness, and they all silently mourned. Here, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is already the strongest, stronger than Koharu. She couldn't help it, and neither did the others. Later, Xiaochun announced that he had set up camp in place. Thousands of ninjas worked together, relying on ninjutsu and superior physical strength, and the camp was quickly erected. At this moment, a tired figure came from the north and came into everyone's eyes. Exactly the big snake pill. Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, Orochimaru-kun, what the hell happened? There were constant greetings in the crowd. Orochimaru ignored everyone and walked to Konoha's high-level dormitory, Kohara Banner Mushuo Shigeru, ready to report the situation. A dazzling green light attracted his gaze. Slightly tilted his head, oh, Tsunade and Jiraiya, that fool is also here, this time the reinforcements are not bad. Moving his gaze down, he saw the apparently breathless rope tree in Tsunade's arms. The pupil shrank slightly, and the whole person was suddenly stunned. What's going on? Why rope tree him? This is received ambush. Orochimaru walked towards Tsunade in disbelief. We also have to ask you, as a teacher, why are you not by their side? Jiraiya behind Tsunade shouted dissatisfied at Orochimaru. Our last reconnaissance was discovered by the enemy's main forces. I stayed to hold them for the time being. Then let the rope tree they withdraw first. I didn't expect, Orochimaru explained dumbly. Then he walked up to Tsunade. Tsunade, I'm sorry. Who are you? Tsunade raised his head, his teary-eyed hazy eyes, and looked at the person who came blankly. I am. Large snake pills. I'm sorry. I didn't expect Iwa Shinobu to have an ambush. Oh, very familiar name. Tsunade shook his body and stood up. Rumble. The suddenly raised right fist directly hit a gas explosion, and there were even ripples in the air. A straight mark was cut in the air, and the big snake pill was directly shot out of the camp range. With a bang, he crashed through several large trees in succession, only to snap. The whole person Pia is on the tree. The next moment it was like a snake, sliding down softly. Oh, he's a big snake. Then a pair of wet hands poked out from his mouth, and another large snake pill with his whole body intact drilled out. A punch blasted out a large snake pill flow stand-in technique. Just after coming out, I sat down on the ground, physically and mentally exhausted, and my eyes looked at the ground blankly. The images in my mind quickly flashed the life and death parting with my parents, and the joy and laughter of the rope tree close in front of my eyes. Human life is really, it's so fragile. At that moment, the heart of the big snake pill seemed to have undergone a new transformation. A belief called attachment or madness takes root in the heart. Eternal life? Does this world really exist? The person you're going to say sorry for isn't me. Tsunade also knew that in fact, Orochimaru was really to blame for this, and he couldn't be blamed. It's just that now that the rope trees are dead, what's the use of blaming anyone? It's just that Punch, I, as a sister, have to fight. Tsunade held the rope tree in his hand and turned and walked into a tent. The soft green light of life lit up again. Tsunade, don't be like this, you won't be able to hold it like this, Jiraiya reminded worriedly outside the tent. There was no response inside. It's just that the soft green light appears brighter despite knowing that doing so is useless. Medical ninjutsu cannot resurrect the dead. But maybe there will be a miracle. The whole camp is brightly lit. Rope Tree-san didn't expect it to be like this. Is this war? I really hope that one day there will be no more wars and everyone will live in peace. Uchiha Mikato, looking at the only tent glowing green in the distance, said sadly. Well, there will be a day. You go back to the tent and go to bed early, I'll go out for a walk. Uchiha replied seriously, and then walked towards Tsunade's tent. During the day, a system prompt appears. It's just that during the day, everyone is focused on Tsunade, and it's not the time. Now it's late at night, and enough of it is enough to think about it and do something shocking. Came to Tsunade's tent. Poor Zilla is still guarding here, bitterly persuading outside the tent. Tsunade, you can't go on like this. If your body collapses, Rope Tree won't be happy if he finds out. Don't be too sad, know that people have souls. Maybe the Rope Tree went to the pure land of bliss and really practiced happily with the ancestors. In the world of Hokage, there are souls in the pure land of bliss, and the pure land of bliss is actually the underworld, but I have also said it better. The original book has a lot of soul-type ninjutsu, such as the art of spiritualization, ghoul sealing, and soil rebirth. Dirt rebirth is the resummoning of the souls of people who have long died from the underworld. Fuck off. Don't bother me. Tsunade's numb face was finally annoyed, and anger appeared, and after angrily snorting, he took out a military food pill to replenish the chakra he consumed. The slightly muted green light lit up again. Even with her Senju clan's physique, she couldn't resist releasing ninjutsu for so long. The whole person was actually exhausted, chakra had bottomed out, and he could only rely on military food pills to squeeze his spirit and restore chakra. But the effect of military food pills has become weaker and weaker, and the side effects are gradually manifesting. Uchiha Makoto slowly came to the door of the tent, glanced at Jiraiya, who was staring inside the tent, wanting to enter but daring not enter. Suddenly, he stepped into the tent. What do you want to do as a little Uchiha? This is not a place where you can be wild. I didn't pay attention just now, when suddenly a boy wearing a Uchiha fan costume walked in. Suddenly he was so frightened that he also rushed in. You know, the Uchiha family has not dealt with Senju. At this time, maybe this Uchiha wants to mess around while Tsunade is not in the state? Maybe, I can help you save the rope tree. Ignoring Jiraiya, he said something amazing directly in front of Tsunade. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't react at all, still numbly releasing medical ninjutsu. And I heard it. Then I thought it was impossible, and today I guess I went crazy again. Immediately reached out to catch this troublesome kid out. Ding, in the face of Tsunade, who was already overly sad. Please choose. A. Just slap her awake. Reward, 1 random advanced ninjutsu. B. Ignore them and just leave. Reward, 1 random advanced ninjutsu. C. Take a bite of it with lightning speed. Reward, 1 random advanced ninjutsu. The rewards for all 3 options are exactly the same. It seems that this time the choice is all about your own will. If you choose B, there will be no follow-up, and you will lose the reward of choosing the rope tree, which is also inconsistent with your own wishes. C. It is estimated that it will be broken into 2 sections by the self behind him. A. Will it be 2 people in 2 sections? For a moment, Uchiha's heart turned. Just when Jiraiya can pull Makoto Uchiha. Syllable. A fierce and heavy slap landed on Tsunade's delicate face. Maz, I've long wanted to find an opportunity to hit you. It feels good in the hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ninjutsu fire escape, fire extinguished. The huge force even pulled Zi forward a few steps. This sudden slap was so frightened that Zi mouth was open enough to stuff a goose egg, and his face was full of shock. Is this Uchiha dead? Such a fighter. I saw Tsunade being knocked to the ground fiercely, and bright red slap prints quickly appeared on his face. After crying for a long time, the face that stopped crying turned over tears again. At first glance, it is a little moving, no longer the image of a fierce and heroic strong woman in ordinary days. After a moment, the pain in his face finally made Tsunade react, looking at the two people who broke into his tent, and the rope tree lying on the bed. A wave of anger flourished. What are you doing here? Want to lie in bed too? Jiraiya nodded reflexively, and then shook his head quickly. Only then did Tsunade notice the movements of the two people on the other side. Makoto Uchiha naturally put his hands on the outside of his legs, seemingly just standing there quietly. After beating people, quickly stand back where they were, and Jiraiya originally held Makoto Uchiha's right hand, because he was taken a few steps, and then he was so shocked that his right hand was still hanging in the air, or did he know that the kid had withdrawn? Suddenly, Tsunade's angry eyes fell on Jiraiya. It's you annoying guy again. Tsunade, it's not. Jiraiya also knew that Tsunade had misunderstood, and quickly withdrew his right hand and scratched his head, explaining. Rumble. Yes, with a scream, Zi was directly blasted out of the camp. In the next second, Tsunade's gaze fell on Makoto Uchiha. I have no contact with you, Uchiha. What are you doing here? I'm here to help you save the rope tree, Uchiha said lightly. I have received your wishes, but your ability is not enough. Please leave here now. Tsunade recognized this little Uchiha as the one who helped treat the rope tree in the morning, but if he didn't succeed during the day, his medical ability could skyrocket at night? You may not know what you want from the rope tree. It's okay, this is the only hope you have given up on yourself and saved the rope tree. Makoto Uchiha stopped looking at them, turned around and walked outside the tent door. Wait, can you really? Tsunade's eyes stared at Makoto Uchiha with complicated expressions, and his heart suddenly tightened. That is, I don't believe that he has the ability to do it myself, and I am afraid that he will suddenly say, this is a joke. You can stay in the tent and witness the miracle with your own eyes. The corners of Makoto's mouth pulled up a slight arc. Well, if you close the curtain of the tent and don't let anyone in. Makoto Uchiha waved his hand, interrupting Tsunade's words, and turned to walk in front of rope tree. Reconfirmed the system prompt obtained during the day. Ding. Face the dead rope tree. Please select. A. Resurrect the Thousand Hands rope tree with the soul returning pill. Reward, Junior Immortal Body. B. Do not resurrect the Senju rope tree. Reward, double the total amount of chakra. C. Resurrect the Senju rope tree on the condition that Tsunade become his own slave. In doing so, you will gain a program that gradually loses your personality. Reward, Illusion Dark Walk. Tips. Soul returning pill has the effect of living and dying human flesh and bones, but it can only resurrect people who have been dead for no more than 3 days. Please make a choice within 3 days, it is outdated. Through the consideration of almost a day, Makoto Uchiha has already decided on the choice. During the day, if everyone is watching, take out the soul restoration pill to revive a dead person. Then it is estimated that Makoto Uchiha will not have to return to Konoha, and he will be plundered halfway to the bones. But now here, blocking the sight of others, although the final result cannot be concealed from the high level of the wood industry. But they love to doubt, so let them doubt it. It's better than being confirmed with their own eyes. By the way, Tsunade was also pulled into the water, so that they had one more object of suspicion. Uchiha Makoto took out the soul returning pill that had been prepared long ago, in a half-palm slap-sized, crystalline, flawless jade box. A black and shiny pill occupies the entire space, and bursts of fluorescence circulate on its surface, and you can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary thing. Closing the curtain, he stared at Makoto Uchiha's Tsunade and opened his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything. Although I am still a little worried, I can only die as a living horse doctor at this time. I saw Uchiha Makoto pinching the mouth of the Senju rope tree, and then slapped the soul returning pill into his mouth in one fell swoop. After a while, the Thousand Hands rope tree was still breathless, motionless. At this time, Tsunade had already walked over nervously. Eagerly asked, what's going on? Is it that the effect of the drug has not yet worked? That's for sure. Have you seen anyone's medicine? Do you eat it right away? Uchiha replied confidently. Then, it suddenly occurred to me that the system did not tell itself whether to take it orally, apply it, or stir it with water. This is the first time I have used it. If I use it wrong, isn't it a waste of such a precious divine pill? I only have 3. If you don't fill him with some water, I guess the pill is too big and stuck in his throat, Makoto Uchiha reminded embarrassedly. Tsunade listened, and almost couldn't help but punch Makoto Uchiha as well. Feelings this guy is doing experiments on my brother, and I am not familiar with how to take it? Ignore this person at the moment, and quickly check the status of the rope tree. Just pinch his mouth to see that there is nothing in his throat. Just now, I obviously saw Xiao Yushaibo stuffing a large pill into his mouth, and he really didn't see anything enter the esophagus. Can it still melt in the mouth? Right now. The rope tree, which had been treated well and had no injuries on his body, suddenly had a strong glow on his body. Bright and not dazzling. The light is fleeting. Ahem, what's going on? Who threw the poop in my mouth, so unpalatable? A stirring spirit, the rope tree sat up straight, touched his throat, and vomited violently. After retching for a while, he propped up on his left hand by the bed, soaked with a drop of water. When I looked up, I found that Tsunade's sister, who scared me the most, was staring at her with tears in her eyes. Tears dripped down his cheeks onto his hands. What's going on? I've never seen my sister cry. This is a fake sister, right? The next moment, he found Makoto Uchiha standing next to him. Makoto Uchiha, well, you bastard, you actually let people pretend to be my sister and feed me shit, right? Too much deception. Others are afraid of you, I am not afraid, come, I will. The words are not finished. He was hugged into his arms by Tsunade. Okay, don't be afraid. My sister is here. Rope just wanted to struggle, but immediately felt Tsunade's sincere feelings, and the affection that blood was thicker than water. Really a sister? Then by the way, didn't I fall into a trap and get blown up by the detonation charm? It must be dead, right? I vaguely remember that after my black circle, I went to a place, but I couldn't remember anything. My head hurts, I'm so tired, I want to sleep for a while. What? Hold on to the rope tree, don't sleep over. Tsunade was startled when he heard the muttering of the rope tree, which is how many dying people can't wake up. Quickly grabbed his shoulders and shook them vigorously. Makoto Uchiha rolled his eyes in the back. It was really pitiful to have such a big-hearted sister. Hurry up and stop it, don't shake it again, and the living will shake you to heaven. Tsunade listened and quickly stopped. At a glance, sure enough, the rope tree had already circled its eyes, and then tilted its head, completely passed out. Wow, rope tree, Tsunade's tears burst out again. Is this endless? Women are really made of water. Well, he just came back to life. Too tired to sleep over. Don't wake him up. Makoto Uchiha quickly gave Tsunade a brain melon, knocked her hard and woke her up. The authorities are obsessed, and the concern is chaotic. Sure enough, after Tsunade calmed down, he found that the rope tree still had a breath, and he really slept over. Thank you. I've never said thank you much, but I said it twice today. I have never been rightfully slapped in the face and head by others, but I was beaten twice today. Tsunade's originally swollen face couldn't help but blush again. Quickly set up the rope tree and brushed my slightly messy hair by the way. Then he stood up and came to Makoto Uchiha. Thank you again for saving the rope tree, so tell me your purpose. You won't tell me that you are here to do good deeds, right? Xiao Yushaibo, your pill is worth a lot, what else do you need to pay? Tsunade said solemnly. Maybe you covet the physique of our Thousand Hands clan, right? Reward, Makoto Uchiha sneered, looking at Tsunade Rika's face with rain, a serious businesslike expression. A sudden boredom arose in his heart, and the gap between Uchiha and Senju was not ordinarily deep. The ghost made a divine scream, kiss me, don't you hate Uchiha and can't wait to pay the price to draw a line? Then I won't let you get your wish. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes immediately widened, and the majesty on his chest rose and fell rapidly. Then he actually leaned down and kissed him with his eyes closed. Feel the warmth and smoothness in your mouth, and the bitterness with tear tracks. Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it for a while. Can he say it's just a joke? The snorts of the two were entangled, and the temperature was rising sharply. At this moment, the door curtain was opened by a big hand, and Zai Lai also walked in shaking his head. Suddenly saw the two people pasted together. His face appeared as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth was wide open enough to hold dinosaur eggs. You guys, lip splitting. Makoto Uchiha looked at Jiraiya, who broke in, brow furrowed. Not enough. In the small voice, there is a resoluteness that cannot be refused. Thereupon, Tsunade pasted it again, not glancing at Jiraiya from beginning to end. Tsunade, I can't think of you taking this bite. Jiraiya closed the curtain, turned around and ran into the woods outside the camp. Stand in front of a towering tree, and then slammed both fists into the trunk. Euler, rumble. The huge tree was interrupted on the spot and fell precariously. And then the second, the third, the fourth. Shadow doppelganger. Flame bomb. Big flame bomb. Zai Lai also frantically vented his grievances, anger, disappointment and frustration. The Konoha ninjas in the camp were awakened one after another. Who is that? It seems to be Jiraiya-sama. Is he helping the camp cut down trees? Jiraiya-sama is so generous. It doesn't look like it. He set fire to escape. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary immortal body. A belated system prompt sounds. Suddenly, Makoto Uchiha only felt a surge in his limbs, and a huge chakra was surging. The total amount of chakra, which had originally been several times more than usual, now skyrocketed again with the abnormality of his body, and it increased by nearly 6 times. In terms of the number of chakras alone, it has far exceeded that of ordinary shadow-level powerhouses. And with this change, the body seems to be more enjoyable than drinking your favorite cold drink on a hot June day. I can't help but forget the scene I am in. Moaning out, Bar's mouth dropped. Tsunade, whose mouth was still close to Uchiha Makoto, closed his eyes tightly, immediately widened his eyes. His fair face and neck were quickly stained with an intoxicating red glow. Hurriedly pushed away Uchiha Makoto, and himself took a few steps back before standing. Bastard, your saliva. Tsunade was shy and angry, his head seemed to be buzzing. It's rare and strange, such an adult, I don't even have this experience. Makoto Uchiha rolled his eyes, counting in turn that Tsunade was not. You. Tsunade clenched his fists. Well, earlier, in fact, I was just joking with you, but I didn't expect you to actually kiss you. It turned out to take away my first kiss today, and you earned it. Makoto Uchiha gave Tsunade a thumbs up. I'm going to kill you. Slowly, get down to business. Do you really think that the rope tree was an accident this time? Makoto Uchiha quickly diverted the topic and stopped Tsunade, who was about to run away. Moreover, the use of silent enchantment can prevent their conversation from being overheard by outsiders. This is when cultivating with Vortex Juzine. One of the sealing techniques taught to him by Juzine was the 4-elephant seal. Uzumaki has always been unique to the sealing technique Vajra Blockade, and she has not yet learned it. And Makoto Uchiha also taught Orochimaru to her, compared to Chidori, who was suitable for Mikado. Juzine is easier to master with the skill of spiral pills. Accident. Sure enough, at present, as soon as she talks about the rope tree, her thoughts will be led away. Indeed, there was no time to think about the problem here. It stands to reason that the main force in front was attracted by the big snake pill, and a few of the rope trees followed Konoha's other intelligence officers to the rear. Why did I encounter an attack, and I couldn't run? Tsunade gradually calmed down his mood, and now the rope tree is fine. Finally, they could relax and think about the doubts of their attack this time. Even if it's an accident, when there are too many accidents, coincidences. Do you still think it's an accident? Think about it, not to mention before, now that World War II has just begun, how many people have you lost to the Thousand Hands clan? I don't believe that there was an accident only in the rope tree. Uchiha Makoto stared into Tsunade's eyes and said seriously, the Senju clan, as the #1 tycoon in Konoha, even the powerful Uchiha clan has to stand slightly aside. But since the first generation, the second generation of Hokage died, and the third generation took the throne, the Thousand Hands clan began to die many clansmen every year due to various accidents. And the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War is a good time to consume Senju. The rest of the families Doguang raised obscurity one by one, and saved their lives on the battlefield. Only 1,000 Hands led the civilian ninja, willing to go forward in charge. As a result, the elite of the entire family was gradually lost, resulting in a situation where thousands of hands were not picked up and there was no successor. If it weren't for Makoto Uchiha this time, Senju Roppongi, as the future successor, would still not be able to change the outcome of death. But can you save once? Can you guarantee to save the second time? You mean to say that there are people in the upper echelons of the wood industry who want to deal with our Thousand Hands clan? This can't be. Grandfather, second grandfather bowed to the village. If nothing else, even the current 3 generations of Hokage, as well as the high-ranking Konoha level, are basically disciples of my second grandfather Senju. How could they do such a thing? Tsunade roared loudly in disbelief, but his voice trembled a little. Actually, you have already guessed, but you just can't believe it. You don't want to believe it. I want to use my love for the village, my sincerity to the village, and give everything I can to awaken the gratitude of those high-level officials to Senju and return Senju to the leadership of Konoha. It's a pity that you think too well of politicians who eat people and don't spit out bones. As everyone knows, when you give silently, give everything you have. In the end, only the heroic monuments filled with the names of your Senju people remained. What strength do you have to negotiate conditions with them, and when the time comes, even if there is a fire pit in front of you, let you jump, you have to jump. If you saved the rope tree once now, will you save the rope tree a second time in the future? Makoto Uchiha's merciless words were like a heavy hammer smashing Tsunade into the cruel reality. Indeed, there are people in these Konoha high level who have to deal with Senju. Even Uchiha knows how they are not clear. It's just that this village is, after all, a village created by their grandfather. How can they not do their best? And those high-level people are basically the disciples of the second grandfather. I think they will not cut the grass with 1,000 hands and remove the roots. But I didn't expect to be boiled frog by the other party because of this. If there is no Uchiha Makoto wake up, in a few years, I just can't jump up if I want to. It's just that this time even the rope tree didn't let go of a child, which was really too much. So what should I do? What should we do with 1,000 hands? You said so much, I guess it's just to remind you, right? Remind you, at present, I am not alone in the clan, and I can't even rank in the top 3. Although my status is quite special, I didn't want to manage things before. After all, it is the character in the original work who can sit on the 5th generation of Hokage in the future. As long as he does not fall into the game and be deceived, he can figure everything out with a little silence. First, you go and fight for the leadership of the 1,000 Hands clan and bring the 1,000 Hands out of this quagmire. It's for your family, for your brother, and for your own good. Your older generation is too decayed in thinking and out of touch with the rapidly changing behemoth of Konoha, and if necessary, it is recommended to use some extraordinary means. Unless you really want to be buried with those old people, then you can do nothing. Second, remind the clansmen to pay attention to protecting their lives and be vigilant in battle. It's not about not going to the battlefield, it's about not being the only striker. At least when you want to fight the capital, you will bring other families together. Third, secretly ally with the Uchiha clan, communicate with each other, and watch and help each other. Makoto Uchiha said seriously. Number 1, number 2, I can do my best. But third, with my current prestige, even if I win the leadership of the family, I cannot immediately force the clan to let go of their prejudices. Besides, you're not too old, can you represent your people? Tsunade could hear the sincerity in Uchiha's words, and these were indeed good plans for her. I couldn't help but be a little surprised by this little Uchiha's thoughtfulness, and I thought that he seemed to be the same year as Rope Tree, and he was still the strongest genius in the class. I couldn't help but sigh silently in my heart. The Rope Tree is far worse than him, and it is estimated that he will be crushed to death in the future. The matter of alliance does not mean now, but just to prepare you mentally, and you'll soon have a chance to make a name for yourself. As for Uchiha, you don't have to worry, this is what I need to do next. Relatively speaking, I can save the dead. Will these things be difficult? Well, it's not early. Leave first, and then stay, others will think that the child will be born because of this. Makoto Uchiha smiled and waved his hand, walking towards the camp tent. Bah, little bastard, it stinks. Tsunade was stunned for a moment before reacting, his last words. Kanken walked to the door. Makoto Uchiha. Makoto turned to look at Tsunade, who stopped him suspiciously. I saw that Tsunade seemed to have taken a deep breath and stood upright, then bowed deeply to Makoto Uchiha at a 90-degree angle. Thank you. Thank you for saving the Rope Tree, and thank you for your kindness to Senju. If there is a need in the future, I am willing to agree to any request from you without going against the interests of Konoha and the family. This is my Tsunade. A commitment to you. Makoto Uchiha stared deeply at Tsunade. No, maybe several glances. He also responded seriously, okay, I'll talk about it then. Then he raised his hand to remove the silent enchantment and strode out of the tent. My yes, that chest is too majestic, and the groove is so deep. Fortunately, the concentration is enough, there are no nosebleeds or anything. It wasn't until Makoto Uchiha left that Tsunade got up, because he had been taking care of Rope Tree all day, and his clothes were a little messy and a little loose. When he got up, he obviously felt that his chest trembled twice. Thinking of the way Xiaoyu Haibo left in a hurry just now, and of the two people in front. The next day, the news that the Senju Rope Tree had been revived by Tsunade's miraculous healing technique spread throughout the camp. This greatly boosted the morale of the people before the war. Unlike ordinary ninjas, when they saw a living Rope Tree, they really thought that Tsunade's healing ninjutsu had a miracle. The Konoha high-ranking people were extremely skeptical of this, so they thoroughly investigated everyone who had approached Tsunade's tent last night. The existence of the most suspicious Makoto Uchiha was discovered. However, Makoto Uchiha, as the son of the Uchiha patriarch, is also a student of Konoha's White Fang. They don't know what to do or torture to extract confessions. He was simply summoned by Koharu and asked if he knew about the resurrection of the Rope Tree. Uchiha denied this, saying only that because he had treated Rope Tree in the morning, he had gone to Tsunade in the evening to accept her thanks. Whether they believe it or not is their business. At this time, because Konoha built a large camp next to the ruins of this battle, therefore, Iwa Shinobu on the opposite side quickly determined the location of Konoha's army. At the same time, the troops besieging Kusanagi village were withdrawn, and the army gathered together, ready to solve Konoha's reinforcements first. Although it is reported that Konoha White Fang appeared here, Konoha's troops supporting the country of grass this time are only more than 3,000 people, and they have more than 5,000 people, and a single White Tooth cannot fill this gap. Although their ninjas are generally less powerful than Konoha ninjas, but they firmly believe that quantity can close this quality gap. It's just that Iwa Shinobu doesn't know, and Konoha Sanshin, who will become famous in the ninja world in the future, is also in this support. Now the so-called Konoha Sanshinobi has not yet gone to the Land of Rain to fight with the ninja world demigod Yamasako Hanzo, so he did not get this title. They are still only known in Konoha as elite shinobi, and their strength is spread in this smaller area. And the spies of other countries in Konoha only think that this is just Konoha himself creating momentum for some potential stocks. The tricks that every shinobi village will use, both true and fake. 3 kilometers away from the Konoha camp. Even though it was already noon, it still didn't give people the warmth of the blazing sun. There was an oppressive atmosphere in the air, and a powerful killing intent brought people a trace of coolness. The army of Iwane village took up a position and pulled out a long semicircle formation, intending to give Konoha a siege posture at the beginning of the battle. This 3-sided encirclement causes psychological pressure to people. He gave full play to his superiority and strength, and immediately hit the morale of a wave of Konoha. Compared to the aggressiveness on the IWA shinobi formation, the Konoha Legion opposite it was also lining up. It's like IWA Shinobu is across the shore. Kikishua Shigeru suggested to Koharu, the commander-in-chief of this battle, to disrupt the previous formation of the upper ninja sharp knife, the middle ninja square team, and the lower ninja cannon fodder C. Because, when the opposite side launched a group dash, Konoha, which only had half of the troops on the opposite side, could easily be disrupted in formation and fall into a melee. And with 3 upper shinobi, 20 middle shinobi, and 100 lower shinobi, forming an inherent phalanx small hole, this situation can be avoided. After thinking about it with the staff group, Kohara decided to adopt Konoha's White Fang's suggestion. So more than 3,000 people formed more than 20 small phalanxes, and then formed a rock formation as a whole, ready to run over step by step. Originally, there were 3 disciples of Hokage, and when he was accidentally rescued by the rope tree, Konoha White Fang, who remained here, helped. In the eyes of Xuan Xiaochan, it is basically a stable victory, because the real elite troops on the opposite side are not placed in the country of grass. The hot wind brought by the scorching sun whistled through the small plain outside this forest, bringing a huge murderous aura that the entire legion could not disperse. The 2 armies faced each other, and they were clearly distinguished. The commander-in-chief of the IWA ninja at this time was a middle-aged man named Mihara Otake who had just made a name for himself in Iwane village. Its reputation in Iwane is a little higher than the current Sanshin's reputation in Konoha. This mission to take the weak Kusanagi country seemed to him to be a simple matter of brushing up his reputation, although it was a little unexpected for Konoha reinforcements to come so quickly. Pass me orders. The Chinese army upper ninja cluster opens the way with psychic beasts. Give me a formation that gouges through Konoha. Left, right. After the Chinese army chiseled into the Konoha array, close from the left and right, surround 3 and put 1, and clamp down on the scraps of Konoha. Kill me, Wyu. As one order after another quickly passed. IWA Shinobu was the first to attack, and a huge trumpet sounded throughout the audience. Rumble. A huge white smoke composed of psychic techniques rose from the elite troops in the center. Giant lizards, iron-hooved oxen, pachydermed wild boars and other psychic beasts were summoned in front of the formation. With the sound of a cannon, a group charge was launched. Countless sturdy figures jumped up in the air and followed closely behind. In an instant, the sound of rumbling iron hooves hitting the earth made the entire battlefield shake. Some of the lower shinobi on both sides, who had never participated in the war, were suddenly shocked pale. Not to be outdone, Konoha also channeled a group of psychic beasts, but compared to IWA Shinobu's huge psychic beasts with the characteristics of the Great Gobi environment, it was a little inadequate. Fortunately, 3 huge plumes of smoke followed. 10,000 snakes, slug, toad boontat, 3 huge psychic beasts like a small mountain appeared in unison on the entire battlefield. Like an unbreakable copper wall, an iron wall blocked in front of the Konoha army. Such a big movement suddenly attracted the attention of everyone on both sides. The big snake pill stood on the head of 10,000 snakes, coldly staring at the army in the middle that was swept up by the wind and sand on the opposite side. Humph. A bunch of rabble, this time I'm going to eat. 10,000 snakes' icy vertical pupils were full of contempt for the psychic beast on the opposite side. The slugs and toads on its side both glanced at it with great displeasure. This bastard 10,000 snakes has always been a nobody, and I really wish it was planted in this battlefield. Later, my slugs will concentrate on treatment, and these psychic beasts will be handed over to you. Tsunade stared at the army opposite, his eyes were on fire. It was they who sneaked up on the rope tree, although they couldn't wait to immediately wave their iron fists and kill them directly. But she knows her positioning, a lot of chakra still needs to be used for treatment, war is not a child's play. I can only temporarily suppress my anger, hoping that my comrades around me can beat them all over the place. No problem. Orikimura nodded, and the fact that the rope tree could be resurrected almost made him drop his jaw. The subsequent investigation also made him pay attention to Makoto Uchiha again. Tsunade, I'm going to prove your vision wrong. Ji Lei, who has been languishing since last night, looked at this bold war scene, and his psychology brightened again. After throwing down a sentence that made the big snake pill inexplicable, he slapped the frog head, and the huge toad took the lead in leaping up. Bang! The earth trembled again. Then, Toad Wantai rushed towards Yan Shinobu with Wang Babu in 8 steps. Hiss! Don't rob my prey. 10,000 snakes roared, and the snake's body twisted, meandering, and crawling, as if slow and fast. Another landslide cracked, leaving a winding ravine behind him. The army of small psychic beasts watched the two big guys take the lead, and immediately strung out. Makoto Uchiha dragged Mikato to a melee point on the outermost periphery of the battlefield. The small phalanx of Konoha here has been washed away. Both sides are in the region, fighting each other in a role-less manner. Casualties occur almost every minute. 2 figures flew from behind Konoha, and as soon as they stepped into the scope of the war, one after another Kuwu flew over. Ding ding! Makoto Uchiha pulled out the broken snow and easily swept away all the dark weapons that came at him. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. I'll fix them. Iwa Shinobi, as soon as he saw 2 young people of young age coming, he suddenly felt that he could pinch a handful of soft persimmons. Immediately rushed out and killed the 2. Makoto Uchiha didn't say a word, pulled Mikato, and ran further out, as if he was really frightened. The speed of running was not fast, and only after they caught up did they reflexively fight with him. As soon as he exchanged hands, the knife wind was fierce, brushing, and instantly cut out dozens of swordlights. Frightened, the 2 Uwain Murasa hurriedly blocked a communication with Kuwa Cheo, and then found that they didn't have anything to do. Immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were a guy who pretended to be a pig and a tiger, and it turned out to be all tiger racks. You go deal with another little girl, I'll teach him how to use swordsmanship. One of the Iwa shinobi pulled out a sword and said to his companion beside him. As a result, the man just wanted to leave, and was brought back by the sword light. Damn, this person is looking for death, then solve him first. Uchiha Makoto smiled slightly, pulled the 2 to dance, and played Tai Chi. It seems that there is a relationship between the 2 sides, but there is no real harm. When fighting in groups on the battlefield, if there are many powerful enemies around, or when your chakra and physical strength are already low, you drag an opponent who is obviously much worse than you and fight him slowly. Otherwise, you can easily kill him, and when you will be in good condition, you will be stronger, and if you kill more, you will be set on fire. Makoto Uchiha slowly beat the 2 shinobi while teaching by example. Moreover, not only is it easy for myself, but I also have the spare power to help my teammates. As soon as he finished speaking, his left hand threw out a bitter and far-reaching plunge into the body of a Iwa shinobu in the battle circle who was ready to sneak up on others. Rescued next to him, the Konoha ninja cast a grateful gaze, and then entered the battle circle again. The 2 Iwa shinobi, who were pressed and beaten by Uchiha Makoto, were flushed at this time. I didn't expect that the teenager in front of me was really a big tiger. It's so bullying. At the same time, you can also teach experience and hit others with cold guns. It's too much to put them in their eyes. Too much deception. Too do-un off. As soon as he jumped, he wanted to have a ninja spell, and only half of the handprint was knotted, and 3 fingers were cut off. I still want to put ninjutsu in front of me, save it, play with me, maybe I'm in a good mood later, maybe I will release you. At the same time, I remind you that you should never underestimate the opponent in front of you, do not let your guard down, and be careful of capsizing in the gutter. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he threw a knife flower and let this injured Iwa shinobu out. Mikato, you come and try, and we will slowly move towards the battle circle later. Mikato's little face was red, although she felt that Brother Cheng's experience was very reliable, but she always felt a little obscene, and she couldn't get on the table, which was different from the villages always promoted, enthusiastic and hardworking. But it is undeniable that it is indeed very practical, and if nothing else, the battlefield survival rate is definitely higher than others. Hurriedly pulled out Kuwa's useless hand to cover the hideous face and desperately fought Yan Shinobu. So both of them pulled their opponents to play Tai Chi. The movements were more fierce, the fights were more coming, but there was still not much actual damage. Move slowly through the battle circle. During this period, there were several waves of cloudy people. Every time the first 2 people wanted to take the opportunity to ask for help, they would be interrupted in advance by Uchiha's sincere sharp eyes to find out the movement of their mouths. At this point, their teeth were all knocked out. During this period, Uchiha Makoto threw out a shadow doppelganger turned into a kunao towards the crowd in the distance. In the crowd of Konoha who were injured the most, the shadow doppelganger fiercely plowed ratchet down a piece of Nakata shinobi. Another wave of comrades was relieved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the reward, large commission fire extinguished. Of power. Ding! Congratulations to Mikato Uchiha for mastering Rachel with the help of the host. At this time, Konoha White Fang in the middle had also joined the battle group, and he did not amplify his moves, but relied on his quick body and strong knife skills to quickly harvest the enemy. Every time he appears, the place must be the most dangerous, and almost every stab can take away an enemy. Coupled with the Great Snake Pill, Jiraiya's powerful attack, Tsunade's battlefield medical technique made Konoha's middle path like a stubborn stone, seemingly stormy, but as strong as ever. Iwa Shinobu's Chinese army began to gradually weaken, and at this time it was only possible to rely on the strength of the left and right wings to reverse the defeat. Ding! You are on the periphery of Iwa Shinobu's right wing. Select an instant option to trigger an impact on the outcome of the battle. A. Keep bobbing with Mikato on this peripheral edge. Immediate reward, Intermediate Chakra Energy Pill, available to others. B. Use all your strength and cooperate with the Konoha small phalanx to defeat the right wing of the Rock Shinobu. Immediate reward, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. C. Cooperate with Mikato to attack and fight Shinobu on the right wing. Instant double reward, S-Class Ninjutsu Lei Dun Lei Den, can be used together. Does this still need to be selected? Okay, no more playing. Mikato, join me in cleaning up these Iwa Shinobi and relieve the pressure on your comrades. Use your latest ninjutsu. Makoto Uchiha flashed his sword and winked at Mikato. The two sparring finally returned to Zishin bliss. Before leaving, the two burst into tears, as if to say that they were finally relieved. Ding! Congratulations to Sujia for obtaining S-Class Ninjutsu Lei Dun Lei Chuan. Mikato was stunned for a moment, and just now she had inexplicably mastered Ratchet skillfully. I also thought that I learned it when I saw Brother Makoto's Shadow Doppelganger released. Now, I suddenly feel that I have learned the change of Ratchet, Thunder Chuan. That's incredible, isn't it? Am I a legendary super genius? No, Brother Gangchang winked at me and asked me to perform new ninjutsu. Could it be that Brother Chang did all this? Is this a new technique? Or is Brother Chang's chakra I mutated and can give his skills to others? Although Uchiha Mikato's face was full of doubts, but now it was a battlefield, and his incomparable trust in Makoto instantly made him stop thinking about it and began to keep up with Makoto Uchiha's rhythm. Use the Shadow Doppelganger. Let the thunder pass. Clear words came from in front of her, and Mikato released a Shadow Doppelganger without thinking. I saw Makoto Uchiha's Shadow Doppelganger walking in front of Mikato's Shadow Doppelganger. Then the two of them interlocked their fingers, and bursts of dazzling thunder light bloomed in the hands of the two, as if they had a common heart, and as if they had already honed their skills countless times. Brother Makoto, how do I feel that our Shadow Doppelganger is like a couple? Uchiha Mikato, looking at the action of the Shadow Doppelganger, her pretty face turned red again, and ripples rippled in the bottom of her heart. A team of Mandarin ducks with the same fate, right? Hit you, what are you talking about? They are Shadow Doppelgangers, they only exist for a moment, and they will run to death when they come. Makoto Uchiha didn't think it was a big deal and deliberately teased Mikato. Humph. I don't listen, airplanes. Sure enough, according to the idea of the beginning, the two Shadow Doppelgangers pulled up a long laser composed of thunder and lightning, and rushed towards the crowd of Iwa Shinobu. Everywhere they passed, whether it was people, ninja beasts, or earthen walls, they were cut off one after another, split and defeated. With a physical quality that far exceeds that of this group of middle and lower ninjas, he easily set aside the attacking dark weapons and dodged sporadic ninjutsu. However, in a matter of more than 10 seconds, a large blank space has been swept out, and it continues to cut deep into the right wing. What kind of ninjutsu is this? For a time, the audience was shocked. Two young figures pulled a strong thunderlight, corpses were strewn everywhere, and the earth wall that had transformed the environment for defense was also torn. Ninjutsu that has never been seen before, amazingly powerful, and fast and convenient. The key is that those two are still so young. If there are a few more shots on the other side, in Shinobu's group of middle and lower shinobi will not live. Stop them. The commander of the battlefield on the right flank roared loudly. Two done, rock pillar gun. Two done, mud bomb. Fire, flame bomb. Boom. Finally, at this moment, the ninjutsu that did not care about consumption buried all the retreats of those two figures. Dead? Should be dead. Who lived this? No, those two seem to be just Shadow Doppelgangers. Nanny? Poof. A large number of Iwa Shinobi in the rear retreated for a distance in order to chase the two of them, so those who had just besieged Konoha's small phalanx quickly retreated without support. This caused the right wing to retreat by 20 meters as a whole. Nearly 10 small teams of 100 people on Konoha's side were able to continue to adjust the formation. Fire extinguished. Feng Dun, big breakthrough. At this moment, Uchiha Chindle came out of the crowd and used a strengthened version of the fire to extinguish it. Mikato Uchiha followed behind him. It's those two just now. Iwa Shinobu, who was sharp-eyed on the other side, shouted loudly. Rumble! The huge sea of fire created by one person was accelerated by the wind, and the already devastated earth was instantly burned dry and divided, and where the powerful fire passed, the surface of the earth was blown up and flew away. Two done wall. Water escape, water array wall. Of the 10 or so earthen walls that reacted sporadically on the opposite side, the water wall was submerged after only blocking for a moment. This enhanced version of the fire extinguishing has reached the power of the dirt spot in the original work. It took nearly 20 ninjas to unite and simultaneously cast the water formation wall to block it. Rumble! In an instant, the densely packed ninja standing in front was drowned in this sea of fire. The battlefield on the right was suddenly quiet. All the ninjas nearby gasped, "What happened to this fire?" One person actually broke the defense of 10 people and really burned in. Kill. Then the Konoha phalanx reacted, one by one, morale was boosted, the fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, and suddenly let go of the pace and began to counterattack. Damn it! It's those two imps again. It seems that the other party at least has the strength of Shangnin. You guys go up and chop him up for me. Iwa Shinobu's right-wing battlefield commander shouted angrily. Several upper shinobi who received the order answered one after another, and then mixed into the large army of Iwa shinobi. Follow the Iwa shinobi to kill Makoto Uchiha in the sea of ninja soldiers. Phew! Shout! Makoto Uchiha and Mikato, following Konoha's policy, were emptied in a circle, and were in the right wing of Iwa Shinobu's right-wing legion that was scattered in formation and demoralized. The two cooperate closely, like butterflies flying up and down, with graceful movements but killing intent. Every jump and fall can basically take a person's life. A pair of 3-hook jade, a pair of 2-hook jade riding wheel eyes complement each other. Suddenly, a rock pillar gun that suddenly rose from the ground rushed forward, and Mikato, who had just leapt up to dodge 2 detonation charms and was about to land. Makoto Uchiha grabbed his tender ankle with his left hand, and grabbed it hard at himself. Then the blade turned, stimulating the flow of 1,000 birds, and countless electric rays quickly flew out of the flashing blade. Like a thin laser, it shot out from the sword. It is the change in the flow of birds that has been used by it to become fascinating, lay dun Chidori Chiban. Uchiha Makoto put his arm around Mikato twice before stopping, and quickly pecked Mikato's delicate face. Poof, poof, poof. At this time, several Iwa shinobi who sneaked up around fell to the ground and died. It's too tumultuous. When can I have such strength? Too envious. A Konoha ninja next to him who saw this scene shivered with excitement. Don't make trouble. It's at war. Mikato's face quickly crawled red, and her jade-like green onion little hand helplessly pinched a handful of the soft flesh around Makoto Uchiha's waist, and the force was itching. Makoto Uchiha just wanted to respond, but suddenly felt several strong murderous auras. I immediately understood that I was targeted, and the strength of the enemy was not weak, and it was not these mass-produced cannon fodder in the vicinity. Sure enough, how can you be so wavery when you are at war? Quickly separate a shadow doppelganger and let it use the teleportation technique to take Mikato away. The body stays where it is, preoccupied, perceiving abnormalities. Because although he felt the murderous aura, the figure did not see one, obviously a ninja who was proficient in assassination, and used ninjutsu such as rock hidden art and earth dragon hidden art to hide. Come out! If you don't come out, then I'll go and slaughter your cannon fodder brigade. Uchiha Makoto wanted to stimulate them with words, but unfortunately there was no response, and even the murderous aura became insensitive and difficult to sense. Sure enough, he specialized in assassination. Cold-blooded and ruthless enough. If you don't come out, then I'll force you to come out. 8 doors Dunjia, the 3rd door opens. Rumble. The earth under Makoto Uchiha's feet suddenly cracked, forming a huge pit. The figure took the debut path after image directly into the opposite rock ninja group. Airplanes. Shadow slash. All of the sword skills of the dead Uchiha Deppu have been learned, although the Uchiha is learned through systematics. What is fast as a blade without a shadow, it easily cuts into the human wall. On the Sharinan and the 8 gates of Dunjia, the middle and lower levels of the shinobi were solved like stakes practicing swords, which were cut vegetables. In less than a minute, there was a sea of corpses and blood all around, and dozens of ninjas hated on the spot. Makoto Uchiha was like an Asura from hell, standing alone in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain. The surrounding Iwa shinobu looked terrified and did not dare to step forward. Suddenly, there was a subtle movement at his feet. Finally, the assassination force could not hold back and acted. There is no way, if you don't move, when you will let Makoto Uchiha kill again, the commander will take their lives. Suddenly, 4 rock pillar guns ran in 4 directions. Moisture. Lay done, 1,000 birds sharp gun. A blue-white electric light shot out from the knife, instantly swept around, and shattered all the incoming rock pillars. In the next second, a figure broke through the ground. With a sharp killing intent, he slammed a punch at Makoto Uchiha. Clang! It was fiercely framed by the broken snow, and it actually made a sound that was suspicious of gold and iron. Looking closely at the incoming fist, it turned out to be wrapped in a layer of unusually strong rock. It is the art of Tudun rock fist. The first blow failed, and the second punch from the other hand came again. Too slow. Makoto Uchiha kicked sideways, came first, and directly bombarded the person, knocking down a group of people like a cannonball thrown. Tudun, slate casket. A cold drink came. Makoto Uchiha hadn't had time to close his feet. On the ground around him, several stone walls rose up, tightly entangled, and pressed towards him. Endless? Datama spiral pill. Rumble. The stone slab exploded in an instant, and the fragments scattered. The third wave. Not dead yet. Two angry shouts. Two more rats that used the earth dragon hidden art to dig holes appeared underground. Two Shu, the art of the rock pillar prison, earth escape, the art of the earth cloister. Suddenly, Makoto Uchiha's foothold was tens of meters away, running through huge rock pillars and earthen walls, and in a blink of an eye, the rock pillars and earthen walls gathered into a sealed stone pillar corridor. Strangle. The entire stone pillar cloister is tightened inward and continuously thickened. Even if it is partially blown apart this time, it can be quickly patched with chakra. Just when the faces of these assassination Shangnin were beaming, an icy voice sounded from the stone pillar cloister. Uyi, Mirage Moon Wheel. Whew, this is going to be a dam, right? This guy is so difficult at such a young age. He is still too young. I don't know if I am dead or alive. I killed ourselves in the back row alone, and there are so many cannon fodder to accompany him to be buried. He should also be happy. The three upper shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a low groan sounded. The rock and soil walls that were constantly compressed and gathered cracked without warning, and the trend of compression and collapse suddenly stopped. A glimmer of light lit up from the gap, getting stronger and brighter. Instantly tore through the entire heavy stone pillar rock and earth wall. Rumble. A bang. A huge wave of light swept through. How is it possible? The dazzling light drowned out several kami shinobi who were full of astonishment in the blink of an eye. The waves of light surged in all directions with an unstoppable posture, and the landslides cracked everywhere they passed. The surface of the earth was plowed fiercely, and all the rock ninja along the way were torn to pieces in an instant. The back row of Iwa's right wing was blown out of a vacuum. A combination of illusion and swordsmanship, the Mirage Moonwheel. The first time it was revealed in front of everyone. Strong light and shadow effects, the entire battlefield is clearly visible. What's wrong? What happened? What's that? Ninjutsu? Too strong. IWA Shinobu's right-wing troops exploded, and there was a complete riot. It's good that it's a little far away from us, otherwise give us this blow up. Why are you stunned? Hurry up. The entire battlefield fell into a brief state of silence, and then the noise like a vegetable market exploded. The Konoha ninja and Iwane ninja on the right wing widened their eyes and showed a look of disbelief. In front of them, waves of light that seemed to cover the sky spread out. The entire 100-meter radius was razed to the ground, and all the people, psychic beasts, earthen walls, and everything else were cut to pieces. Tsunade, who was standing on the giant slug, swept back and saw the man standing proudly in a vacuum. Pupils shrank slightly. Is that Makoto Uchiha? Sword art, there can be no mistake, this kid actually has extraordinary sword skills? Kimushuumao took a deep breath. Although this sword art mysterious was not as strong as his own, but it is also far more than a large number of swordsmanship masters. Many people can't do this in their lifetime. And this kid's trick, I remember seeing it in an old man of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that he taught Makoto Uchiha? He has obviously only taught some fur and kendo comprehension. This little Yusaibo's talent is too amazing. That's swordsmanship, right? Could it be that the White Fang gave this kid what he had learned all his life? Xiaochun, who was in the command formation, froze his eyes, and his heart inevitably became worried. Cultivate such a strong Uchiha with your heart? Konoha White Fang, what the hell do you want to do? Right flank battlefield. The rock ninjas, who were almost blinded by the huge wave of light, returned to their senses one after another. Looking at the figure standing alone in the field, boundless fear could not help but rise in his heart. Even those upper shinobi around the battlefield commander had a trace of fear in their eyes. What are you doing? If he unexpectedly made such a powerful move, then he must not have chakra and physical strength. Why are you stunned for me? Give it all to me, chop him up, and unload 8 pieces. Only Iwa Shinobu's right-wing battlefield commander remained calm, and a huge roar that penetrated chakra resounded throughout the right-wing battlefield. Suddenly, the surrounding Iwa Shinobu woke up like a dream. Yes, no matter how strong he is only one person, afraid of what he will do, kill. It's just a little ghost. I don't believe he still has physical strength. I want this credit. In the blink of an eye, fear seems to have found a cathartic point, either run away, or bombard this nightmare into slag. A large number of Iwa shinobi came towards Uchiha Makoto. 8 doors Dunjia, the 5th door opens. Originally stagnant, the ordinary momentum instantly exploded again. The pale blue air stream visible to the naked eye shot up from the entire human body. The ground beneath your feet cracked like a spider's web. Fire extinguished. The huge flames erupted again, and Iwa Shinobu, who was running in the front, was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Doesn't it mean he didn't have chakra? That bastard fuck us. Run! This guy's chakra is simply endless. Finally, when it was discovered that the nightmare could not be broken, the large number of these Iwa Shinobi could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. Death is not terrible, there is no dawn, and sending death in vain is the most terrible. Suddenly, one by one, they began to run to the rear. And the Konoha ninjas on the slightly further side looked at the suddenly chaotic IWA Shinobu, and finally woke up like a dream, no longer maintaining the defense-oriented small square team. Start chasing with all your might. Kill, rush. In addition to the considerable number of these soft-footed shrimp, what advantages do IWA Shinobu have? The morale of the Konoha ninja rose again, and the entire team was fierce, condensing into a flying dragon, and slammed into IWA Shinobu's right wing. This completely destroyed IWA Shinobu's right wing legion. Block me. Whoever dares to retreat, there is no amnesty for killing. The right wing battlefield commander was blinded and roared loudly. The next moment, the roar stopped abruptly, and a bright 40-meter lightning-long knife passed through the chest. I don't know when, Makoto Uchiha, who was already close to him, revealed a Chidori sharp gun from a distance. The thunder and lightning long blade that passed through the chest did not bring a trace of blood, and in the subsequent lift, the battlefield commander was completely crushed. Kami Shinobu, who was guarding beside him, roared angrily and threw himself at Makoto Uchiha, who was 40 meters away. It's a pity that only the crows in the sky were pounced. The crow group chased towards the IWA shinobi group who ran for their lives due to terror, and everywhere they passed, there were constantly IWA shinobi who fell into illusion and stood in place stunned. It was then engulfed by the Konoha ninja behind. At this time, in addition to opening the 8 doors, the huge amount of chakra obtained from the immortal body was undoubtedly revealed. Makoto Uchiha, who greatly delayed IWA shinobu's escape. It turned into an afterimage again, bringing up a blue burst of air, stabbing the crowd fiercely. Here, unstoppable and unbeatable. The right wing was completely wiped out and collapsed. Along with it, Konoha White Fang and others took the opportunity to become powerful. No longer retaining chakra, carrying boundless momentum, one after another huge sword light lit up in the Konoha army formation, attacking the back row of the IWA Shinobu army. Konoha Suninja and many upper ninja have played the strongest ninjutsu, set off a tide of various energies, fiercely scattering the formation of the IWA Shinobi Central Army. Konoha's overall battle formation changed accordingly, from the attackable and defensible rock formation, to the all-out attack of the forward array with Konoha White Fang and Konoha Miku Shinobi as sharp knives, fiercely penetrate the entire rock ninja army formation. At this time, the battlefield is like a millstone of flesh and blood has long flowed into rivers, and corpses are everywhere, like a purgatory on earth. The commander-in-chief of IWA Shinobu, Mihara Otake, fled under the desperate cover of a group of Shangnin guards, leaving behind the super-large meat shield behind the temple, and the psychic beast Yinshin Dragon was also beaten back to the psychic world. Originally, I wanted to fight to the death, kill a few geniuses on the opposite side, and then it was not too late to go, but I found that my troops collapsed so quickly, and I became a big cake in the eyes of the other party, and it was difficult to leave. The morale of the army on the battlefield is particularly important. Once there is no strong belief support, once completely collapsed, it also represents the end of the war, and then it depends on how many can escape. Bastard! These useless cannon fodder are really just some mass-produced garbage. The most hateful thing is Konoha, how small grass country, so many elites came. Mihara Daitake hated in his heart. This time he originally came to the country of grass to make merits, but now he has become a stepping stone for others to obtain merits. How could he not be angry in his heart, especially in order to cover his retreat and lose 10 Shangnin guards? However, looking at the more than 2,000 ninjas who escaped with him, although only more than 2,000 remained of 6,000, but as a newcomer to the battlefield, their eyes began to fade from the immaturity of the first battlefield. I believe that in the next battle, they will be able to serve as the backbone. As Mihara Otake withdrew with the remaining 2,000 odd remnants of the defeated army, it completely announced the defeat of IWA Shinobu's first invasion of Kusunoku. In comparison, Konoha is a big win. At this time, Uchiha Makoto also stopped, relying on the speed of the 8-door Dunjia, and chased Yin Shinobu for more than 1,000 meters. Only after they converged with the elite troops of the Chinese army did they stop chasing and killing. IWA Shinobu's army with a total of 6,000 troops this time. After the entire battle, the 2,000 ninjas on the right flank were almost completely killed. It was the legion that suffered the worst losses in the entire IWA Shinobu. At this time, the battle on the battlefield is basically over, and the Konoha ninja is sorting out the entire battlefield and counting the number of people. Makoto Uchiha stopped the killing and returned the same way, walking on the red carpet covered with blood. Behind, the 8-door Dunji's statute of limitations had expired, and his body was inevitably stained with a lot of blood, and his gray-white civilian clothes had now turned crimson. The famous knife in his hand was broken, but it was still dripping blood, smooth and translucent. The whole person exuded a strong smell of blood, like an Asura who came out of hell, and behind him was a terrifying mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The invisible momentum is like a hot furnace. The Konoha ninjas, who were sorting out the battlefield on the side of the road, looked at him in awe one by one. As Makoto Uchiha passed, several nearby ones even took a few steps back in fear. Then he came back to his senses. This is his own person, and he couldn't help but blush. Uchiha Mikoto ran over from a distance, ignoring the dirt on his body. His small hand firmly held Makoto Uchiha's palm, and his fingers interlocked. Makoto Uchiha looked worriedly. "It's okay, it's all someone else's," Uchiha said with a smile. Retracting the broken snow, he gently helped Mikoto with his clean right hand holding the sword, brushing the messy long hair next to his ear. The two came to Kimo Shuumao's side together. "Didn't you stay in the camp? Why did it run out?" Kiki Shuumao frowned. This battle was Shuumao himself to stay. They should have submitted the task to Konoha. If Makoto Uchiha made any mistakes on the battlefield just now, he would be blamed, and at least he would face Uchiha's constant difficulties, although he was not afraid of these in his heart. Ding! In the face of Konoha's white fangs' light reproach, "Please choose." Answer: "I just came out to make a wave, but I didn't expect Yan Shinobu to fight so much." Continue to spread the proud and know one side of Uchiha. Reward: Water Dragon Technique. B. I just took Mikoto out to practice, and I just wanted to put soy sauce on the edge. Reward: 3 intermediate chakra energy pills. C. Dei replied awe-inspiringly that as a member of Konoha, he could not shrink in the rear. Reward: to Dun Tulia River. I'm sorry, watching Konoha's compatriots fighting bloody battles, as a member of Konoha, I can't stay in the rear and enjoy the protection of everyone. Uchiha replied awe-inspiringly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the Tudun River of Tuliu. Kimo Shuumao stared at Uchiha Makoto tightly, suddenly smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, it's rare that you have this heart, moreover, you did very well this time. I am extremely proud to be your teacher. It's all the result of the teacher's hard work." Uchiha Makoto looked at the nose and looked at the heart. "Your swordsmanship was also taught by the teacher?" Kimo Shuumao took the opportunity to shake out the doubts in his heart. "Those swordsmanship learned from Uchiha Dapu. Originally, I didn't know the essentials, but I followed the teacher for so long, comprehended a lot from the teacher's kendo, and finally fully grasped its meaning." Uchiha Makoto opened his eyes and said, "Impeccable nonsense. Sure enough, it is the sword skills of that old-timer. You don't need to be presumptuous, your talent is so strong, it is really rare. Without me, you can learn it sooner or later. Moreover, it will be stronger," Kimo Shuumao said with a sigh. "Thank you teacher for your attention, I will work hard." "Shinjun, I didn't expect you to show great power on the battlefield this time, especially your fire escape and sword skills. Speaking of which, it is true that only Konoha-sama can be your teacher." A hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. The future Konoha-sanshin walked over, and it was Leng Jun Great Snake Pill who walked in the front. Emo personally also said that he wanted to prove something, and as a result, the limelight was all stolen by the juniors. Orikimura continued to tease. "What kind of joke? His side is full of middle and lower shinobi, and he wants me to go to the left and right wings. I can play better results." Jiraiya took it seriously, and suddenly shouted, especially not wanting to be looked down on in front of Tsunade. "Oh, do you go up and be a roasted toad?" The large number of middle and lower shinobi is not something that ordinary people can deal with, let alone the coordinated operation of the Legion. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then nodded to Makoto Uchiha as a greeting. Then seeing the intimacy between Makoto Uchiha and Mikoto's 10 fingers, for some reason, his psychology suddenly overflowed with displeasure. Humph! With a cold snort, he turned and left. This time I came to make sure that his body was injured, and if he was not injured, there was no need to stay. Uchiha and Senju have little contact to be true. Jiraiya saw Tsunade leave, and hurried to follow, so as not to continue to stay here in vain to increase the embarrassment. Since the incident with Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade that night, now he looks more and more like a love rival. At this time, a ninja quickly arrived, in front of everyone. "Lord Shuomao, this is the battlefield statistics this time, and the other copy has been transmitted to the Commander-in-Chief Koharu in advance." The ninja saluted respectfully. At the moment, the attention of the elites and upper ninja in the vicinity was also attracted to see how the actual overall battle record was. The total number of IWA Shinobu is more than 6,000, the death toll is 3,254, and 529 people captured alive. More than 2,200 people escaped. Our number of casualties was 405. Among them, the Big Snake Pill killed 9 upper shinobi, 257 middle shinobi, and 112 lower shinobi. Jiraiya killed 8 upper shinobi, 167 middle shinobi, and 254 lower shinobi. Tsunade treated 1,271 comrades on the battlefield. Kill 1 upper shinobi, kill 54 Naka shinobi. Kimo Shuumao looked at the numbers on the statistics sheet, did not hide them, and read them out on the spot. After all, it is the first big victory, which can very well boost the morale of the entire Konoha, and it should be respected for the strong. Creating heroes in troubled times can boost morale very well, and the side promotes the strength of Konoha. After a pause, he continued to read, and when he saw Makoto Uchiha's number of kills, although he was a little mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Makoto Uchiha killed 1 commander of the Right-Wing Legion, 5 upper shinobi, 301 middle shinobi, and 729 lower shinobi. Hiss, the surrounding crowd gasped. Originally, hearing the achievements of the 3 disciples of the Hokage was unmatched. Outcome. This Makoto Uchiha alone killed more than 1,000 ninjas. In addition to the mass-produced shinobi prepared for war, Naka shinobi also killed more than 300, and Kami shinobu, the pillar of a village, killed 5. You must know that in some weak countries, the total number of ninjas has not reached 1,000. Doesn't this mean that this little Uchiha has been able to destroy a country alone? Of course, when it really is 1,000, it will not be so easy. Makoto Uchiha is basically when the other party is weak and chakra is used similarly, and the Konoha Legion is in short contact. Only then did they rely on Lei Chuan's new ninjutsu to make a surprise attack on them, caught them off guard, and the formation retreated. He also used fire to attract attention, and then relied on the 8-door dun armor to accelerate and cut the back row to cause such a result. Moreover, most of the kills are still when the opponent is defeated, relying on the speed of the 5th gate of the 8 Dunjia and the group illusion to pile up the kills. But no one can deny his strength, and it is possible to complete it with another person, except for Konoha White Fang. The others, even the big snake pill, are estimated to have this killing speed. Everyone present substituted that scene for themselves, and then found that it was good to survive. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other, faintly feeling that a rising star would rise rapidly from Konoha. Uwayne Village Earth Shadow Building. 3 generations of Tokage, 2 days of Tonoji sits on a special Tsuchikage high chair with a gloomy face. Mihara Daitake hunched over with a dejected face and stood on the opposite side. The atmosphere is oppressive. He was defeated in the land of grass, and all the responsibility was on him, and he must come back to give Oniki an explanation. This time I underestimated the enemy, but I didn't expect Konoha to deliberately come only 3,000 people, and it turned out that all the elites hidden inside were elite. Without further ado, I am willing to accept any punishment. I only hope that Lord Tsuchikage can give me a chance to make meritorious contributions. Mihara Daitake deeply admits his mistake, and at the same time secretly hates the Uchiha kid who defeated his right-wing legion and caused a chain reaction. Through his investigation, he already knew the specific situation of the man. If it weren't for this kid, the outcome would not be known whether he would win or lose. At the very least, he wouldn't have lost so completely. In this matter, you have a responsibility that cannot be retreated, and punishment is inevitable, but now is a time of war, and it is allowed to be postponed and punished. At the same time, I also have a certain responsibility, too small to see the importance that Konoha attaches to neighboring countries. I did not expect the support of the other party to be so fast. I didn't expect that there were so many geniuses of the younger generation on the other side, and there was one who had just graduated from ninja school a few years ago, which is really worthy of being the strongest ninja village. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage looked at the ninja map on the table and sighed silently. I'm going to give you a task. Oniki pulled out a letter that had already been prepared from the drawer and threw it to Mihara Daitake. You personally sent the Taki shinobi village in the country of Taki to make them our strategic allies, and at the same time send troops to the country of grass, and then go to Konoha. On the other hand, we have to abandon the strategy of the country of birds and temporarily follow the country of the wind to peace. This time, only success is allowed, not failure. Oniki's body slowly floated up unconsciously, his short body exuded an incomparably amazing momentum, and his eyes were cold. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Mihara Dazu shivered and quickly answered. Sand Hidden Village. The 3 generations of wind shadows quietly looked at the sand table in front of them, the country of birds, the country of rain, and the country of rivers. The 3-way soldiers and horses are currently small fights, and they do not really want to expand the results of the war. Because he is waiting for the current war situation in the land of rain, waiting for the war situation in the country of grass. Although the strength of his Cheyenne village is not weak, it is slightly inferior to the other 2 major ninja villages, and even the rain ninja village in the country of rain and the cracks, and there are too few resources. I can't afford to lose, I can't lose, I have to be careful step by step. Report, Kazekage-sama. Frontline emergency. Just as the 3 generations of Wind Shadow were thinking about it, a dark part flashed into the Wind Shadow building. Say, hopefully it's good news. Kazekage-sama, the war in the land of grass is now over, and Iwahide village is at war with Konoha Hidden Village. Konoha won more with less with 3,000 troops. Yinyan's army totaled more than 6,000 people, with more than 3,000 killed and wounded. Hearing this news, the 3 generations of Kazekage were slightly startled, and sure enough, Iwahide village was not Konoha's opponent. Then Yuxi, it seems that regardless of the others, the battlefield of the country of birds should be stable. This Iwayne was greatly injured, so he didn't believe that the old man of Oniki still wanted to fight with Sandian village in the land of birds. What about Konoha? What about casualties? This Konoha dared to attack with only half of the strength of Iwayne village. Even if it was victorious, there should be a lot of losses, right? Very good, dog eats dog 2 mouthfuls. Lord Wind Shadow, Uchiha village has been defeated. Konoha's casualties were only 1/8 of Uchiha's. This dark ninja also felt that the intelligence was wrong at first, but after collecting it from many parties and repeatedly confirming it, it was still this result, and he had to confirm this fact. Nanny? What did a group of rice buckets in Yin village eat and grow up? 6,000 people beat 3,000, and they were also greatly counter-killed? Could it be that Konoha's Hokage led the team and threw his shadow guard on it? The 3 generations of Kazekage knew that the dark part could not joke with him, but this result was too funny and could only be regarded as a strategic fog bomb. Kazekage-sama, Hokage didn't play. The commander-in-chief of Konoha is Koharu, but Konoha White Fang also goes. And this time the 3 disciples of the Hokage also went. Each of them is extremely powerful and is a big killing weapon in the battlefield. But the most dazzling, killing the most enemies, and causing the collapse of the Yin army in advance is indeed a Uchiha kid. The dark man spoke back cautiously. Uchiha? Is there any information about this person? Yes. Subsequently, Makoto Uchiha's information was presented to the Kazekage table. Looking at the first place in the actual combat assessment shown on the data, he graduated early, and the age is only 12 years old, but he has already opened the 3-hook jade writing wheel. Uchiha Makoto. Kazekage slapped the tabletop fiercely. It's really a jealous bloodstained family. I hope there won't be another Uchiha spot. Pass on my order and let all the elders come to the Wind Shadow building for a meeting. It's time to increase the power to invade Kawanakuni, at least so that Konoha's elite can't gather in one place. I've relieved your stress. Oniki, how would you choose at this time? After this battle, Makoto Uchiha became famous in a battle, and information quickly spread among various countries in the ninja world. At only 12 years old, he opened the 3 jade writing wheel eyes, extraordinary thunder, fire, and swordsmanship. In front of the battle, he killed 1 commander, 5 upper shinobi, 301 middle shinobi, and 729 lower shinobi. When the news of the front line came back to Konoha, Konoha shook up and down again. The villagers were all happy that so many talents had appeared in Konoha again. And the Konoha high level is mixed. Look at this battle report. Your most trusted dark captain really taught a sword master. A few years ago, I told you to find an opportunity to kill this Makoto Uchiha, and you kept pushing and blocking. What now? Another goshawk with plump wings. At this time, in a room on the highest floor of Konoha's Hokage building, Shimura Danzo was sneering at Sarutobi Hinata. No, from the intelligence point of view, the sword skills that Uchiha Makoto displayed are actually different from Kimu Shumao's. He should have learned it from somewhere else. But to be able to have such achievements at such a young age, and not to pull down in other aspects, except for his own talent, it is estimated that Shumao has indeed pointed out some kendo experience. 8th Fari took a sharp breath of dry smoke, and his face in the smoke was deeply frowning at this time. Now what are you going to do with him? I suggest that if controlling this path does not work, it is better to directly erase him. Otherwise, in a few years, I am afraid that you and I will not be able to suppress him. If you can't get off, I can help you. Tunzo thought of his large number of industries being severely suppressed by Uchiha, and his heart itched his teeth. In particular, the fairy tale books that have become popular in recent years describe him as a wolf in human skin, walking on the street by some unreasonable people and children, throwing vegetable leaves and garbage. Make yourself like a rat crossing the street. Although I haven't found out who the author is until now, but who is familiar with him and hates him except Xiao Yujibo, who has the most ghost ideas and makes trouble all day. Now that he has just become famous in the ninja world, you will get rid of him. What will Uchiha think? What will the outside world think? Are you trying to provoke civil unrest in Konoha? But this matter can start from the other side, greatly fry him, make him a hero of Konoha, and then let him go to the front. This time he must be separated from Kimu Shumao. 8th Fei Sun's cold eyes flashed from time to time. Just think, as a hero of Konoha, should continue to go to the front to fight for Konoha. And the greatly famous Makoto Uchiha went to the front, which force will not be wary of him and target him? When Yang conspiracy is used to conspire against people, it is always stronger and more invulnerable than conspiracy. A week later, when Makoto Uchiha returned to Konoha village with the expeditionary team, a grand welcome ceremony was held throughout Konoha. At this welcoming ceremony, the major heroes of this battle were fiercely commended. Makoto Uchiha, who was the first contributor to this battle, was officially promoted to Shangshin in front of the villagers. He is also known as the hero of Konoha, and is a bridge to consolidate the friendship between the land of grass and the land of fire. At the same time, a power of attorney was sent to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Family Council Hall. At this time, the patriarch Uchiha Kiin, the eldest son Uchiha Fugaku, the second son Uchiha Makoto, and the family elder in Kamishinobu were all here. Everyone, with the outbreak of World War II in the ninja realm, the war situation in various places is becoming more and more fierce now. The country of Kawa, the village of Sand Hidden, has begun a large-scale invasion. The troops of Konoha in the land of rain were frustrated. Outside the country of grass, Iwa Shinobu quietly gathered heavy troops again. We, as a member of Konoha, Hokage also gave the order for our Uchiha clan to choose to support all the way, and named our little heroes of Konoha to go to the front line, saying that this can greatly boost the morale of the frontline troops. Uchiha Jinjian picked up the teacup and said slowly word by word, without any expression change on his face, making people unable to guess his inner thoughts. Fart, little young master, oh no, Makoto-sama has just become a hero of Konoha and is about to go to the front, isn't Naruto-sama clearly showing a pit man? I suggest that it is okay to send troops to support, but Lord Makoto is still young and inexperienced, so he can resign from the front line, and he should polish in the clan for a few more years, one of the upper shinobu in the hall said loudly. No one knew that this person was a henchman of Uchiha Jinjian. At this time, with the improvement of Uchiha's honesty, prestige, and fame, the people in the clan gradually no longer looked at him in the eyes of their juniors, but put him on an equal footing with themselves, or even higher. Now walking in the clan, everywhere you can see the reverence, envious eyes, and greetings of the sincere adults from those middle and lower ninja and even the upper ninja in the clan. It is precisely because of becoming a hero of Konoha that it is difficult to shirk. Now is the time when Konoha needs people, others can find a reason to retreat, but Makoto can't push it. The second elder said with a solemn face. Yes, Lord Makoto is now a superior shinobi, and his strength is recognized as strong, and it is estimated that it is impossible to shirk with age. We Uchiha have no seeds. If Makoto-sama goes to the front, I am willing to serve as Makoto-sama's guard, as long as I don't die. Others don't want to hurt Makoto-sama without a hair. Fuck off, not one or two people can protect the battlefield. Makoto-sama is our clan's greatest hope for Hokage in the future. I suggest resolutely not going to the front. Face problems are not worth mentioning compared to human life and family hope. Presumptuous. When did we Uchiha instigate the glory that our ancestors fought for? Are you going to discard? Suddenly, the council hall was noisy, and everyone expressed their opinions, fighting for a blushing face and a thick neck. Enough, my brother just came back and needs to rest, let me go for him. The Konoha high level simply wanted someone of sufficient weight to go to the front line, and did not want us to go through the motions. Uchiha Fugaku stood up suddenly, his voice low but clearly covering the noise of the entire hall. Uchiha Fugaku has always been very low-key, especially after his younger brother Makoto Uchiha began to sing all the way from the ninja school. He was more like a little star next to Haoyu, only relying on the identity of the patriarch's son to occasionally make people look sideways. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who had always been silent but was now trying to arrange for everyone, in his eyes, Sangoya's chakra eyes slowly rotated. Everyone woke up at this time. It turned out that the patriarch had two Kailan children. It turns out that Uchiha Fugaku is also a genius. Although the Uchiha family is a bloodstained family of Sharingan, not everyone can open their eyes, and not everyone who opens their eyes can easily evolve to the three-hook Jade Sharingan. Therefore, an individual's talent is often measured by the opening of the Sharingan and the degree of evolution of the Sharingan. And Uchiha Fugaku is now 17 years old. Strictly speaking, he is not yet an adult, and he has already opened the eyes of the three-hook Jade Riding Wheel, which is undoubtedly a rare genius. I didn't expect to hide so deeply, but this time I had no choice but to show it in front of my brother for my brother. In the original work, Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope was hidden in his memoirs, hidden until the last moment of his life, before being released to Uchiha Itachi, which also deeply shocked Uchiha Itachi. It turns out that in addition to stopping the water in the clan, he is not the only one who has opened a kaleidoscope. It turns out that his father's love is such as good. I didn't expect Fugaku to have such talent. It's really heaven to help me Uchiha. I should be a big scene, clan elder. I also think it's safer to let the older Fugaku fight. The great elder touched his beard, squinted his small eyes and laughed heartily. The great elder is Mikoto Uchiha's grandfather. He had long known that Mikoto had a close relationship with Makoto Uchiha, and he was happy to see it. He had already looked at Makoto Uchiha with the eyes of his grandson-in-law, and he was certainly happy to be able to prevent him from going to the dangerous battlefield. However, this patriarch's family is really strong. It seems that no one in the next generation of patriarch can shake this family, so it is best to invest in the more talented Uchiha Makoto. The great elder touched his beard and thought with a smile, when people are old, things have to be considered more comprehensively, and they must pave more ways for future generations. Ding! For the question of whether they should fight or not, the parties have more power to speak. Please choose. A. Silently huddled in a safe family. Reward 1 random B-level ninjutsu. B. Support your brother Fugaku and let him fight for him. Reward 1 random A-level ninjutsu. Ding! For the question of whether they should fight or not, the parties have more power to speak. Please choose. A. Silently huddled in a safe family. Reward 1 random B-level ninjutsu. B. Support your brother Fugaku and let him fight for him. Reward 1 random A-level ninjutsu. C. Can't let the family fight so much for itself. When did I Uchiha Makoto shrink? Go to the front line and face all the dangers. Reward S-class ninjutsu. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Looking at the moment when the choice appeared, Makoto Uchiha knew that he couldn't wait any longer and looked at the attitude of the clansmen towards him. At present, except for the high-level black, most of the clansmen are still very supportive of themselves. It is reasonable to go to the front yourself. Thank you, brother, clan elders, and seniors for your love. But I was actually called the hero of Konoha, no matter how many high-ranking people in the wood industry were hypocritical inside. To the villagers, I am a hero. No hero is appreciated and revered on the side. On the one hand, he cowered and hid in the rear. So I have to fight in person, and if I don't have a genius who has experienced storms, I will only end up in the end. Thank you all for your love, but this time I have to go and I will be able to stand last. Makoto Uchiha also stood up, his voice sonorous and powerful. For a while, there was silence. Most of the people turned around the corner to protect Makoto Uchiha. As a result, he stood up on his own. Sure enough, young people are still impulsive, but they really impress everyone again. You must know that the battlefield is not a child's play, and the first time you have luckily achieved glory in the weak brigade. Now he has been elevated to the position of Konoha's hero, and when he goes out, he is a live target, and he will bury his corpse on the battlefield if he is not careful. At this time, there is a reason to stay in the family safely, but don't want to face the danger. Perhaps this is the reason why he is a genius, and I am an ordinary person, right? 1,000 thoughts flashed through everyone's hearts. Originally, some clansmen who were unhappy because of Uchiha's sincerity were too revealing, but now they also began to look at him squarely. Perhaps he really is the best hope of the Uchiha clan to rule Konoha in the future. Makoto, sit back, you are still young. In a few years, wherever you want to go, I will not stop you. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Makoto Uchiha with complicated eyes. Last night, when his father approached him and wanted him to fight instead of his brother, he was indeed a little uncomfortable. His talent is very strong, but compared to Makoto, there is still a big gap. His father wanted to put the burden of the future on him so that he could safely survive his formative years. Not to mention anything else, the Thunder Thousand Birds ninjutsu he took out has now become another symbol of the Uchiha clan, which shows that he is extraordinary. It also allowed him to gain a lot of support, and the position of the future patriarch, although he is the eldest son, is estimated to have little hope. In this way, after thinking about it all night, he found that after unloading the burden that should have been on him, he felt extremely relaxed, and the two-hook jade writing wheel eye in his eyes also quietly evolved into three-hook jade. Perhaps, it's not bad to really be an older brother who loves his younger brother? Moreover, this younger brother has never disappointed both his family and his family. Brother, you don't know my strength. There will definitely be no trouble, and if you go to the front, it is more dangerous. Makoto Uchiha did not back down. Although at home, the three masters usually rarely communicate, but secretly caring is no less, or even more, than any family. They can't let them take this risk. They have a system, strength, in terms of survival rate, no one in the family can compare with themselves. Are you clearly saying that I am inferior to you? It seems that years of tolerance still make you a little blindly arrogant, so let's give it a try. If I lose, I won't stop you. Uchiha Fugaku said with a half-squinted eye. Although he is rarely shown in front of others, he is still full of confidence in his strength, and at this time, he is not willing to compete for the position of patriarch, so there is no need to hide too much. Seems to have said the wrong thing, brother. I mean, my escape skills are top-notch. Makoto Uchiha scratched his head. Don't talk nonsense. See you in the family school. Humph. Come, since childhood I have had a broken face. I have long wanted to hit you. Oh, the same. You wander around all day, and you look happy when you see people, for fear that others don't know that our family is a big fool. If it weren't for your father protecting you, you would have beaten you up a long time ago. Everyone in the hall looked at the two brothers stunned. You scolded each other out one by one. The painting style is not right. This meeting cannot be opened? Uchiha Jinjian of the first seat smiled slightly. Go, follow, and take a look, and judge according to their results. Family school. The two stand opposite each other. With the great elder's smiling eyes, an order began to be given. The momentum of the two skyrocketed instantly. Two pairs of three-hook jade blood chakra eyes are facing each other. The air was filled with an oppressively powerful aura. The ninjas, who were familiar with illusion, soon realized that the confrontation between the two had begun. In Makoto Uchiha's field of vision, the entire sky curtain suddenly dimmed, the surrounding figures gradually disappeared, and a bright moon rose from the sky. Magic solution. Makoto Uchiha raised his hand and a magic lift. As if there was an uproar, the voices around him appeared again. The space was transformed into a school field again, and the sky lit up again. Uchiha Fugaku on the opposite side moved. Closing his hands instantly opened a sealing scroll, and then a sea of dark weapons like a storm was thrown out. Attack Makoto Uchiha in all directions, and the shot is the Uchiha card dark weapon throwing technique. Play with a big knife in front of the gate. Uchiha laughed and touched his right hand in his pocket. Nanny? What about my dark seal scroll? Hurry up and quickly seal the seal with your left hand. Water escape, water array wall. Poof! The rolling rapids can block all the dark instruments. As soon as the water array was withdrawn, a figure held a shiny tie knife and slashed over. Bite. Pulled out a handful of kunao from his pocket and held it fiercely. As long as it was not a large-scale use of the dark weapon C, the dark weapon in the usually convenient ninja bag was enough. Uchiha Fugaku, who was held back by Kuwu and still maintained his downward splitting motion, smiled slightly. Look around you. At this moment, they were blocked by the water formation wall, fell to the ground, and the Kumu shuriken that surrounded Uchiha Makoto turned into Uchiha Fugaku holding a shining tie-sword. Without saying a word, it was cut from all directions. This time is to compete in swordsmanship. Sword come. Makoto Uchiha's right hand quickly touched the famous knife on his left waist to break the snow. Groove, where's my knife? Poof. In the blink of an eye, he did not touch the knife, and in the moment of losing his concentration, his body was pierced by countless swords. Actually, you are still in my illusion, and you don't notice that although the crowd around you is noisy, you can't hear what they say. This is my original illusion called Moon Curtain. By arranging scenes and scenes, the recipient is deeply immersed in it, and directly judged by spiritual power. As long as the spiritual power is weaker than mine, no matter what your will is, it will definitely be hit. Stupid brother, it's not just you who can create your own ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been keeping the next splitting motion, finished speaking, and with one force, he immediately split Uchiha Makoto, who was gradually losing his strength, in half. At the last moment when darkness came in his field of vision, Makoto Uchiha realized that the bright moon that had been summoned by Uchiha Fugaku at the beginning of the round in the sky had not disappeared at all. In the fantasy of Moon Curtain. At this time, the shocked eyes of Makoto Uchiha, who was split in half, seemed to show his reluctant attachment to this world. The pupils in the eyes are getting bigger and bigger, and black fills the entire eye socket in the blink of an eye. A crow leaps out of its eye socket. After a sharp crow, countless crows flew up from Makoto Uchiha's corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the sky and formed a black torrent, blocking the light under the moonlight, and each crow's eyes actually had 3 jade riding wheel eyes. Raven C ignored Uchiha Fugaku, who was on the ground with a shocked face. A black spear that stretched through the sky pierced towards the bright moon in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The crow flock in the sky is like a moth to a fire, endlessly, constantly hitting the moonwheel. Crackling. The sky with a bright moon hanging in the sky was actually hit like a mirror and cracked. Black bird feathers continued to fall to the heavens and earth, bird blood fell like rain, and the black torrent hit the sky mirror endlessly. Thunder clap. Finally, the entire moon curtain world was shattered. This is a showdown of spiritual power. In reality, the two brothers are still standing opposite each other. The powerful chakra rushed through the bodies of the two. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the audience, and everyone in the audience was so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. Suddenly, with Uchiha Fugaku's first footing, the tranquility was finally broken. I saw Uchiha Fugaku smiling, and walk step by step towards Uchiha Makoto, who was still standing. What's going on? Did they have an illusion duel just now? Yes, and not ordinary illusion. No wonder, there was obviously no movement just now, but I seem to be out of breath. They are too strong. So what now? Is this brother Uchiha Fugaku one? Maybe. Sure enough, he was also a genius, and Fugaku was 5 years older after all. The Uchiha people talked about it. Since this time it was a showdown in the family school, and there was no restriction on the clansmen watching. Many of the Uchiha who remained in the clan ran over to watch the battle. Mikoto Uchiha was standing behind the crowd at this time, biting her lower lip tightly. Just learned the content of the family meeting through my own way. She doesn't want Makoto Uchiha to win right now, so she goes to the battlefield. And I don't want him to lose in front of everyone, affecting his glorious image of Konoha's hero. Sister Lingian, did you say that Brother Cheng is going to lose? Mikoto asked, inwardly entangled beside him, Uchiha Makoto's subordinate, Uchiha Suzun, the captain of the 2nd district of the Konoha garrison. Think too much. The vice captain is the strongest. How could he lose? Since Suzun and Makoto Uchiha and Yuta defeated the master of illusion and swordsmanship, Uchiha Dapu, Suzun has developed a bit of blind worship for this vice captain who is several years younger than himself. Fugaku walked to Uchiha Makoto step by step, already feeling that the victory was in his hands, and the younger brother standing still in front of him was obviously trapped in the spirit world of illusion. You better admit defeat, obediently go back and exercise for a few more years. This war, I will go. The right hand snapped into Makoto Uchiha's neck. Do you think my spiritual power will lose out to you? Fugaku, you have to admit that you are old. Suddenly, Makoto Uchiha, who had been standing in place with his eyes blank, tilted his head, a smile pulled out at the corner of his mouth, and then the crack became bigger and bigger. A crow flew up from its mouth, and in the blink of an eye, its entire body turned into a flock of crows and fled. Crow doppelganger. At this time, a tingling feeling of the sea of spiritual knowledge was transmitted. Fugaku's eyes widened and he felt incredulous. Since he was a child, he found that his spiritual power was amazing, and the illusion he used was still invincible, but he did not expect that his brother's spiritual power was still above him. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Makoto Uchiha, who appeared 10 meters away, opened his mouth to be a huge fireball. Fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Uchiha Fugaku did not back down, and the needle pointed to my mang. Fire, flame bomb. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. Fire, the art of dragon fire. Fire escape, the art of dragon fire. The two of them use the three-hook jade chakra eye vividly. Even if they can't get out of the fire, they can instantly copy it on the way to the other party's seal. The use of fire is also all fire, just like two fire control masters, making the entire school field blaze. The crowd of onlookers only felt a wave of heat hitting them, and as they walked a little slower, their hair was scorched. Suddenly, in an uproar, Chi-Chi retreated a long distance. Finally, Makoto Uchiha's printing speed was more than a step faster, and the amount of chakra was more. Fugaku finally couldn't keep up with Makoto's rhythm. Hurry up and end the ninjutsu fight with the powerful dragon fire. The opposite side immediately used the fire dragon flame bomb. Rumble. With this move, the entire school field was in a sea of fire, and the figure was still completely invisible. My mother, will something happen if this fights? I originally thought that their illusion skills were already very good, but I didn't expect ninjutsu to be so strong. Is this still human? Patriarch, how do you usually educate your children? My children are also very hard every day. How Fireball vomited so much that his cheeks hurt, and now he is 13 years old, so he will only be a How Fireball, and he has not even opened his writing wheel eyes. The onlookers outside the venue were shocked, thinking back to what they were doing at their age. If this were the enemy, wouldn't it have been solved in a single way? Then he came back to his senses. Fortunately it was his own people. Then some of the older ones thought of the indisputability of their own children, and hurriedly learned from the clan elders to see if it was too urgent to change the way of education. Oh, this. In fact, they were too sensible when they were young, and the children went early, and I was all free range. Uchiha Jinjian's face was full of glory. I went. It turned out to be a single-parent family. The reason for the child's precocious puberty? That's a bit expensive. However, the mother-in-law in my family is too fierce. I have already seen her unpleasantly, isn't it? Some middle-aged men had fierce glare, and then found that they couldn't beat their mother-in-law at all. According to this method, he is the one who sacrifices. So, I quickly dispelled that stupid idea. Ding ding. In the sea of fire, bursts of dazzling swordlight continued to flash. A series of weapons collided sounded. The two did not stop their hand movements because of the flames, and they both chakra-protected bodies, turning into a battle of physical and ninjutsu. Water escape, water rush, thunder, Chidori. A shot of aimless water smashed the entire sight. The sound of 1,000 birds chirping sounded from Uchiha Fugaku's hands, with a strong thunderlight, piercing the pervasive dust and revealing in front of everyone's eyes. It is Chidori who has become the symbol of the Uchiha family. You're getting an axe in front of the creator. Lei Duan, 10,000 birds. Uchiha Makoto drank loudly, and suddenly divided into 10 or so shadow doppelgangers. Mandori, is this through improved ninjutsu again? No, look at the field. Aren't 10,000 birds exactly 10,000 birds? Impossible, plus the ninjutsu released earlier. Is his chakra endless? Did we also fall for illusion? Sure enough, more than a dozen Uchiha Makoto made 1,000 birds one after another, and the entire school field was suddenly like 10,000 birds chirping, with a huge and long voice. The birds throughout Konoha were frightened and hovered in the distance. Chidori, it also depends on who uses it well. Fugaku was undaunted, and pulled up the 1,000 birds and plunged into the pile of people. Thunder, natural thunder. Another Fugaku suddenly appeared on the edge of the school field and smashed a natural power towards the doppelganger holding Chidori himself. Without thunder teeth and knives and other lightning items, all rely on consuming their own huge amount of chakra, triggering thunder and lightning in the clouds formed by a large number of fires on both sides. This blow, they are unable to fight again. It turns out that this is the use of that water escape, and he wants to rely on the powerful power of natural lightning to crush Makoto Uchiha by conducting electricity in one fell swoop. He never thought that his own Chidori could hit him, just using the shadow avatar to attract firepower. Although it is also possible to take Chidori's electricity to penetrate the water, the power is simply not enough to break Makoto's protective chakra, and it is difficult to even paralyze people. Bang! Suddenly, because of all kinds of fire, in the large pile of cumulus clouds that gathered in the sky at an unknown time, a sharp lightning bolt slashed towards Fugaku's own shadow doppelganger. Since the damage could not be controlled, he did not dare to smash into his brother. Just want to use this trick to restrict his movement and it's over. Want to use natural lightning? I'm afraid you don't know the power of real thunder. Thunder, ratchet. After a low drink, ugly Dunshen. The stamping is completed in an instant. A strong thunder force wrapped around Makoto Uchiha's body, and then formed in his palm. The strong thunder light can't make people look directly at all. The strong sense of oppression, as well as the thunderous sound, made the onlookers in the distance feel that the roots of sweat stood up, as if the body surface was full of static electricity. Makoto Uchiha's figure jumped up to meet the shining thunder. Airplanes. Nourish, crackle. The dazzling thunderlight in Makoto Uchiha's hand instantly cut the thunder with a deafening sound into two halves. The deadly arc of electricity that permeated the air gradually disappeared into nothingness. At this time, the air seems to be burned, making people feel a different smell. When he fell, he turned around, and by the way, he also killed the shadow doppelganger of Fugaku who was holding Chidori below. What? What do I see? Thunder and lightning are all cut. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Could it be Makoto-sama's original new ninjutsu? Create this trick, it is estimated that it was not less slashed by lightning, right? It's a big life. Do you believe in the sight? I don't believe it anyway. I think I must have fallen into their illusion. Countless terrified eyes converged in unison, looking at the center of the blue light in the air. At this time, whether it was that powerful thunderlight or that amazing figure, it seemed to carry 1,000 rays of light, and people could not look at it directly. It turns out that Ratchet can still use it like this. I guess this is the origin of this name. Uchiha Mikato in the crowd, listening to everyone's exclamation, secretly rejoiced. This is the ninjutsu that currently belongs to him and her, and it seems that no one else will be. And she will also have a higher level of thunder transmission, and can have the same kind of ninjutsu that others will not like with people she likes. It is like sharing a precious secret that others do not know. It is intoxicating, and the heart is like filling it with nectar, full of refreshing and sweet. Well, I admit defeat. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said with a wry smile. That thunder was blocked, so there were still 10 shadow doppelgangers with thousands of birds in the field, and his own chakra was used up again. How to fight this? Simply put, throwing in the towel is the right way. And that incomparably shocking ninjutsu of angry thunder is really domineering. If this hit a person, Fugaku shivered, not daring to imagine. What's the name of this trick? You created it yourself? Let's just say that. Well, didn't you just cut the thunder? Then call it Ratchet. Uchiha Makoto responded indifferently, removing all the shadow doppelgangers by the way. Such a strong ninjutsu, your name is too casual. However, it is quite apt. Fugaku rolled his eyes, then waved his hand, indicating that he would not stop his actions again. After this battle, no one doubted Makoto Uchiha's strength, and certainly could not stop his willingness to go to the front. On that day, under a dazzling thunder, the entire sky was eclipsed. A figure with an indomitable momentum that fiercely attacked the deadly thunder was deeply reflected in people's minds. Just as he was determined to fight for his clansmen without hesitation, who could stop it, and who could refuse? Ding! The choice has been confirmed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level ninjutsu Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. Tip: the Spiral Shuriken has been improved by the system, and it can be thrown out like a dark weapon for long-range strikes without the need for immortal mode. The effect is equivalent to Senjutsu Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. 3 days later, Makoto Uchiha used to teach Mikato that in the grove of Kushina, the meandering river flowed slowly as always, emptying into the artificial lake not far away. On the sparkling river, two figures are rapidly clashing. Makoto Uchiha carried his left hand on his back, idly dodging Mikato's attacks, and his right hand, which strikes from time to time, always disrupts Mikato's attack rhythm just right. Ha! Uchiha Mikato, who was barefoot and wearing a light white kimono, let out a coquettish sigh. The whole body quickly swiped across the water, shot like electricity, and in the blink of an eye, a small fist swung out 5 fist shadows towards Makoto Uchiha. Syllable. Too many feints. It was easily slapped away by Makoto. Mikato snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, chopped the surface of the water with her left foot, and slashed her right leg towards Makoto Uchiha in the air, bringing a splash and a sharp wind sound. Whiplash legs. Stealing the tricks of Ana Tachibana. Syllable. Caught with ease again. Unnecessary jumps, use less. You have to take advantage of your dynamic vision, choose the most time-saving and labor-saving method for each attack, and sometimes even need to hit the enemy's foothold in advance by anticipation. Makoto Uchiha said, grabbing Mikato's right hand and pulling it. Suddenly, Mikato's left foot supported the surface of the water, and her right foot volleyed straight into the air, forming a straight shape. Oh, yes. Mikato barked shyly twice. The little face was red, and he was embarrassed to ask Makoto to put it down. After all, he was cultivating. Yo, no screams, no pain? Body flexibility is okay. Do you have to secretly practice dancing or something? Jump 111 and take a look. Makoto quipped. No. You let go. Mikato's voice became lower and lower, and even the roots of her ears were slightly reddened by this time. Okay, let's end there, let's eat. Makoto Uchiha said, let go of his hand, rubbed Mikato's little head by the way, and turned and walked towards the shore. My hair is messed up by you again, and I feel like I should get a short haircut. Mikato pouted. Don't, long hair looks good, change it when you get tired of it one day. The two sat on a large rock by the river, eating a bento box prepared by Mikado. A faint breeze blows, and the flying blue silk adds a bit of tenderness to Mikado. With a small mouth like crucian carp, he ate rice balls little by little, chewing slowly and swallowing. The little white feet gently lay on the surface of the water, playfully patting from time to time, splashing delicate splashes. As if sensing that the people around her were watching her, Mikado subconsciously put down her chopsticks and turned her head to look. What's wrong? Is today's meal not to your taste? What came into view were Makoto Uchiha's slightly stunned bright eyes. Why are you eating so carelessly, like a child, with oily rice grains on your mouth? Uchiha Makoto opened his bright eyes and said something nonsense. Ha, is it? Mikado believed it and reached out to wipe it clean. Don't move. I'll help you. Makoto Uchiha quickly held the right hand she wanted to raise and stared at her beautiful eyes like water. The whole figure continued to enlarge in Mikado's eyes. The breath that belonged to him came to his nose, the corners of his mouth were gently brushed, and then there was a warm and moist smoothness on his lips, and finally, Mikado's eyes widened blankly, then she closed them shyly. The little head was hot for a while, and when he felt like he was about to suffocate, Makoto Uchiha slowly left. Okay, clean up. Concentrate on the next meal, you know. Hearing this, Mikado rolled her eyes helplessly. When the breeze blows, I feel the heat on my cheeks, and I quickly hang my little head, so that a green hair blocks the shame that is inadvertently revealed. The surface of the water under the little feet quickly rippled in circles. On June 21, 32, Kanaha, the village of Tsunahide invaded the jungle covered in strange natural scenery of Kawanakuni. Kawanakuni serves as a natural barrier between Kanaha and Tsunahide village, and if it is completely captured, Sunoka village will solve the problem of resources that have been in short supply. At the same time, Kanaha will directly face the soldiers of the Tsunahide village. Therefore, on that day, Kanaha White Fang was appointed commander-in-chief of the Western Front, that is, the country of the river west of Kanaha, and led an army of 5,000 to retreat from the enemy. Cho's mother-in-law, the commander-in-chief of the Sunan village front, knew that after Kanaha White Fang led the army to come, he changed the war strategy of occupying one step at a time and plundering in 10 steps. Using the entire infiltrated and familiar Kawanakuni as a chessboard, evading Kanaha's main forces, and dragging the army of Kanaha's western front into a protracted tug-of-war with guerrilla tactics. If it weren't for Kanaha's deepening understanding of the terrain and customs of Kawanakuni in the form of squad missions in previous years, as well as the White Fang's force deterrence and the strategizing of Staff Officer Nara Shikagawa, the army on the western front of Kanaha has long been broken by the diversion and suffered heavy losses. On June 29, 32 of the same year, the Land of Rain, the main forces of Kanaha, who had been fighting with Yuin village for months, were already slightly tired. While passing through Mount Hiramatsu, the main force of Kanaha was ambushed and divided by shinobu, so that the main force and the forward force were completely separated. Soon after, Kanaha's forward force of more than 1,000 ninjas was besieged at Mount Matsudera by the ninja world demigod, Hanzo, the mountain pepperfish. The striker commanded, and Yuji Senju did not know whether he was alive or dead. On the night the news arrived, Tsunade secretly met with Makoto Uchiha. Makoto Uchiha then decided to go to the Land of Rain. Due to the brother battle after the family meeting, Makoto Uchiha's strength deeply shocked everyone in the family, and according to the agreement, the family no longer prevented him from going to the front. And now he has a lot of support for his decisions. The evening of July 1, 32 of Kanaha, with the Great Snake Pill as the command, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Makoto Uchiha supplemented, and Kanaha's 5,000-strong army marched towards the Land of Rain. Rescue Mito Manita, who was trapped in the Land of Water, and the troops led by Yuji Sentei. In the early morning of that day, the sky had just appeared white, and the originally calm and peaceful village was already full of people. Kanaha Square was filled with a dense crowd. A wave of killing aura emanated from this group of ninjas, and many of them returned from the country of grass. Son, you must be careful, I taught you to use the avatar technique more. Okay, I've got that family heirloom log on my way. Whenever I saw a stranger approaching, I threw it out and used a stand-in. Tei, use psychic techniques when you see people on the battlefield. I worked hard to catch the ninja pig that made you a psychic beast, don't waste it. I'll catch it when I'm running out. Dad, as soon as I cook, I don't expect to meet any enemies this wild. The ninja pig is too thin, next time scratch the head fatter. Have you brought enough ninja tools? This side, you also bring it, although our family is poor, but the weapon must not be less. Mom, no need, I just carried a hoe. Can't bring it with you. This time, there are also many young people who have just graduated from the army, as well as the shinobi cannon fodder that has been mass-produced through standard training. The first time they went to war, the families were not at ease, smashing pots and selling iron, for fear that the child would lose to others in terms of equipment, and one accidentally slept in a foreign country. Uchiha clan land. Brother Cheng, you must be careful this time. I'm waiting for you to come back. Mikoto said seriously while gently helping Makoto Uchiha sort out her clothes. No problem, you can rest assured of my strength, this time can still be glorious and triumphant. Makoto Uchiha responded with a smile. Originally, Mikoto had been making a fuss about following, but Makoto Uchiha strongly disagreed, and said that if Mikoto can master the changes of Chidori Ryu and Chidori Sharp Gun, etc., Thunder Dun Chidori Chiendori, then she will be taken with her on the next expedition. In this way, Mikoto quieted down. That, be sure to come back safely. When you come back, I will surprise you, Mikoto said with her head bowed and blushing. What surprise? Say it now so I can come back faster. However, I always feel that this is not a flag. If only I really can't come back. Don't say it, you'll know when you come back. Mikoto pouted, quickly half-turned around, and her small hand unconsciously circled the corner of her clothes. Hey, it's going to hang people's appetites, who did you learn from? Forget it, it's not early, I'm leaving, and if I don't go, the expedition team has all run. Makoto Uchiha had just turned to leave when his hand was suddenly grabbed. Wait a minute, came the hurried voice. Makoto turned his head suspiciously. Mikoto, who was instantly on tiptoe and flushed, kissed her. This time it was Uchiha's turn to widen his eyes, and every time it was he who took the initiative. When did Mikoto-san become so brave? Here's for you. After touching it and mouthing a gentle whisper, Mikoto quickly covered her face and ran away. Meow, prodded and run, isn't this your own style before? It's really good not to learn. Next time let her come a few more times, it is also too rusty. Then I felt like I had an extra light object in my hand. A delicate waistplate engraved with the character of sincerity, lying quietly in his hand. This little Nizai. Uchiha Makoto smiled and shook his head. It turned out that he hadn't seen her figure in the past few days, so he was doing this. When Makoto Uchiha arrived at the assembly square, the nascent rising sun had already sprinkled golden brilliance throughout Konoha. The whole levy team is ready to go. Looking at the dense crowd, I scratched my head with a little headache. I really want to shout and look for Uchiha's team. In the distance, a slender arm had been flicked non-stop. Uchiha Suzun stood at the front of Uchiha's team and was desperately waving to Uchiha Makoto. This expedition was led by the experienced clan elder, Uchiha Digi, and Uchiha Makoto was temporarily the deputy team. Uchiha Yadu and Uchiha Suzun are also listed. This time, because of the addition of Makoto Uchiha, the little hero of Konoha, the family only needs to send about 300 people, and not all of them are surnamed Uchiha, some are retainers and vassals of ninjas. Sorry for being late. Makoto Uchiha came to the front of the group to greet everyone. No hurry, it's still early. Uchiha Deki responded with a smile. Makoto-sama. Makoto-sama. An excited greeting came from the queue. Later, nearby ninjas and distant family members also discovered the young little heroes of Konoha. Wow, it's Konoha's little hero. This is the pillar of Konoha's future. With him, it is stable. Yes, I'm going to quickly ask my kid to follow him and drink soup after him. Safe and comfortable. You're such an old clever ghost, so handsome. I wonder if it's too late to raise a kiss now. Wake up, isn't your daughter only 3 years old? What's wrong with being 3? Won't he be the same age as him in 10 years? You algorithm. No problem. At this time, the big snake pill on the high platform built in the square had already given the conscription troops a cue. Go. A loud, emotionless voice came from the mouth of the big snake pill and spread throughout the square. Suddenly, the expedition team marched towards the gate of Konoha. The moment Makoto Uchiha followed the team and turned away, his eyes swept over the crowd of family members watching outside. In the alley on one side of the wood square, there is a brick wall with a touch of green moss. A girl with red hair, wearing a well-fitting pale yellow robe, 2 slender long legs, and black over-the-knee tights was leaning against the corner with her head bowed. The long eyelashes slowly trembled, and in the shimmering eyes, a drop of crystal water fell on the delicate silver bitterness held in his hands. There was a sincerity engraved on Kuwu, slowly soaked with tears. I don't like a monster. The body is sealed with the 9 tails, and since it became a human pillar force, it has been limited. In the past year and a half, except for practicing with Tsunade, most of the other time was spent stabilizing the state after becoming a human pillar force, and cultivating and perfecting the sealing technique. Every time I saw other groups going out of the village to carry out their tasks, I was envious to death. And this time, seeing that Uchiha Makoto was about to go on a campaign, he obviously prepared a gift and wanted to see him off, but unfortunately he retreated again when he saw him. If he doesn't like a monster, then won't he even have to do it with ordinary friends in the future? Whew, a rough horse sound suddenly sounded. When Juzine heard the prestige, a black crow stood on the roof and let out a strange cry. Strange, after becoming a human pillar force, no animal has ever dared to approach him. Hey, aren't you afraid of me? Juzine couldn't help but shout softly. The crow actually scratched its little head with its wings humanely, and then stared directly at Juzine with both eyes. Well, what a stupid bird. Juzine wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, just trying to find some breadcrumbs or something to feed it. No, its eyes. Juzine sensed that something was wrong and continued to look intently. Sure enough, that crow actually had a 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the heavens and the earth were spinning. The neighborhood has become a familiar classroom of yesteryear. At this time, the class was very lively, and the students in the audience stared at themselves one by one. What, Hokage, did she put us in her eyes? People from other villages who don't know the height of the sky, do you know how many geniuses we have this session? It's so funny, why, with her red hair, I won't give up the position of Hokage. Fuck off, it's like you're Hokage. Have you asked about my fist? The class erupted into bursts of laughter. Isn't this the scene where he first entered a ninja school after he just arrived in Konoha? Boom. Enough. Are you qualified to laugh at other people's dreams? From today, I will cover you in this class. A tall figure in the audience suddenly slapped the table angrily and issued a strong declaration. Makoto, brother Makoto, said Juzine with a surprised face. Petals flew from the battered table, and a shimmer of light gradually lit up. Then it became brighter and brighter, and in the soft and non-dazzling light, a large sea of flowers bloomed in front of his eyes, and an endless plain of flowers appeared in front of his eyes. And that figure also continued to grow taller and grow up, standing quietly in front of him. As I said, I will cover you, no matter what you become. Makoto Uchiha stepped through the sea of flowers and gently walked in front of Juzine. Brother Chang, I'm a monster of long eyelashes, gently trembling, slender fingers uneasily stirring the corners of the clothes. Blame a few, isn't it a little nine-tailed? When I'm free someday, I'll help you catch it and get through. Uchiha Makoto rudely interrupted Juzine's words. You know too. Juzine's face was full of surprise. I know more, don't worry, I'm trying to get stronger now, and let you walk sideways throughout the ninja world in the future. You also don't look at who you hooded. A towering tree grew rapidly around the two. Makoto Uchiha pulled Juzine and sat next to the big tree, and there was a sea of gorgeous flowers in front of him. The young girl exudes a faint leisurely fragrance, the air is also filled with grass roots mixed with earth, and the flowers carry the sweet smell, which makes people feel pleasant. Makoto Uchiha held Juzine's hand tightly, feeling the throbbing of the other party in his warm hand. The little body trembled a little, she struggled a little, hesitated, and slowly calmed down. The psychological reserve made her want to withdraw her hand, and she was afraid of traveling with him from now on. Why aren't you afraid? Juzine asked softly. Because I'm a monster too. Makoto Uchiha comfortably half lay by the trunk of the tree and slowly responded. Humph. You're not a monster, you're the best person in the world right now. Why are you being so nice to me? Since the 9 tails were sealed on my body, even small animals did not dare to come near me. Juzine's eyes were hazy again. Fart, look, doesn't that butterfly like you very much? Makoto Uchiha turned around slightly and knocked on Juzine's little head. Sure enough, a pale blue gold-rimmed butterfly gently docked on Juzine's black tights. With the shaking of her ankles, she was gently flapping her wings. It's so beautiful, Brother Chang, although I know that this is an illusion, I still, thank you. By the way, this kuwa was given to you, be careful when you go out on a campaign. Juzine gently placed the delicate silver kunao engraved with the character Makoto Uchiha in his hand all the time. Thank you. Is there any special significance in this? And this illusion may be real. After speaking, Makoto Uchiha pulled Juzine to run in this sea of flowers. After a while, butterflies, bees, birds, tanukis, sika deer, white goats, snow foxes, and many other animals also followed behind the two. The sun gradually circled from east to west, and a burst of laughter like silver bells resounded throughout the world. Okay, it's not early, I'm leaving, wait quietly in Konoha for me to return. Makoto Uchiha gently hugged this Juzine, his forehead pressed against his forehead. Colorful petals flew in the sky, and dazzling sunsets reflected the ground. The two blush on Juzine's cheeks exuded a charming luster like the setting sun in the sky. Then, close your eyes and see you back. There was a warm touch on the lips, and then the birds and flowers of the whole world faded away. When he opened his eyes, the crow in front of him was long gone. The silver kunao on his hand also disappeared, and a light blue gold-rimmed butterfly made of unknown materials lay quietly in his hand. At this time, the morning light of Konoha was shining. Located at the junction of the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind. Since it borders the 3 major countries of the ninja realm at the same time, its strategic position is extremely important. And the country is also characterized by many rainy days and few sunny days all year round. At this time, the leader of the land of rain is none other than Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja realm. Not far from the direction of Konoha into the land of rain, there is a swamp with many wildlife. This swamp, in some places people and animals will gradually be swallowed up and disappear, in other places it is only some shallow water, there is no dangerous quagmire. At this time, a group of rain ninja are quietly lurking here. Yum-sama, will Kanaha's reinforcements really go this way? With a snap, the questioner slapped the big mosquito on his arm fiercely, and his hands were covered with blood in the blink of an eye. My mom, the mosquitoes here can suck people dry. Don't worry, they are on their way, you hit it for me. Tell you to paste some mud on your body, you can block mosquitoes, you don't listen. Kazeno dreams. Kami Shinobu of Yuin village received an order from Hanzo this time to come to this swamp to ambush Kanaha's reinforcements. Dreamfall is not a native of the land of rain. 15 years ago, he fled from other small countries with his parents to the land of rain. During this period, he was displaced and arrived in the land of rain that he completely had a stable life. And in the ninja training institution of Yuin village, he stood out and gradually became a ninja who can stand alone. Today, his family is doing well in Yuin village, so he is extremely grateful to Hanzo, the pet perfish who brought him all this. Now, as an independent leader, Kazeno Yum, who carried out this important ambush mission, feels that the time has come to repay Hanzo-sama. Yum-sama, look quickly, Kanaha's ninja is really here. Sure enough, outside the swamp, a large number of figures leaped over. After a while, it was already dense, like locusts passing through, gradually coming into view. Pay attention to concealment, if you don't hear the order, everyone is not allowed to move. Kazeno Menji reminded in a low voice, and then his whole body slowly dived into the mud, revealing only half of his head, covered with watergrass. At this moment, a large black bison slowly approached the side. As you walk, you nibble on the grass on the ground. The tail of the ox flicked one after another, and when he walked near the dream death, it happened that a cow flicked its tail. Syllable. Swept away the dream of death. Half a slap, the head used to cover the water grass was pumped away. Baga, wait for this to pass, slaughter this cow. Mengyan roared angrily, and quickly pulled his hand twice, wanting to continue to grab some water plants to cover up. At this time, the army of Kanaha had approached, and the sound of more than 5,000 people walking caused the entire earth to tremble slightly. The entire swamp surface rippled in circles. Birds, animals, insects, and fish fled in all directions. The big black bison, who stood dumbfounded for a while, looked back and saw that the revenant was bursting out. Burst! At once, he released the feces and urine that had been held for a long time, and at the same time spread his hooves and ran away. Mengyan only felt that suddenly a black cloud covered him, and a large lump of things was pasted on his face and head. A stench quickly rippled. Gag, the first subordinate beside him, couldn't stand it, retched, and quickly gently moved back a few meters away. Lord Menjian, your head is full of cow dung, get out of here. The subordinate kindly reminded. Still using your reminder? Hold it for me, the task matters. Line groove, flowing into the mouth. Mengyan was originally confused by this unexpected lump, and his subordinates didn't know why they specially reminded him. In an instant, the dream felt even more powerful, and the whole heart was filled with stench and anger. One accidentally opened his mouth and cursed lowly. This time it was even worse, cow dung along with the muddy water of the swamp completely flowed into the mouth. Originally, the quality of the ninja made him have to endure, but unfortunately the physiological reaction could not be controlled, and he suddenly vomited out and felt sick to his stomach. Disgusting! What sound? Enemy attack! At this end, Kanaha's army had just arrived at the edge of the swamp. Looking at the vast swamp, everyone frowned. This swamp knows at a glance that there are many dangers, and when you go down, the troops will fall into a trap and it will be finished. It is recommended to take other safe paths. At the front of the line, Zi Lai also frowned and reminded. Nope. It's the quickest shortcut to Songping Mountain, and it would take a lot of time to detour elsewhere. In this way, if we miss the rescue time, then the meaning of our support will be lost by more than half. You can let a group of earth ninjas use some chakra to fill in a path. Tsunade directly opposed Jiraiya's suggestion, and the forward troops led by his uncle Yuji Sentei were being besieged at Mount Matsuhara, and Hanzo had passed, and if he went slowly, he would only be able to collect the corpses. Good. Arrange for the Tsuken ninja to open the way. The temporary commander-in-chief, or Akimaru, made an immediate decision. If this support force converges with another main force of Kanaha led by Mito Minion, the command will be transferred to this Kanaha elder. Subsequently, one by one, the Earth Ninjas quickly performed the Earth Ninjutsu and filled in a temporary dirt road to come out. Then Uchiha Makoto suggested fortifying the dirt road with fire, otherwise the 5,000 strong troops would not be able to pass at all. So this task was given to Uchiha's team. Of course, the advantage is, as a team that consumes chakra in advance, when it comes to fighting on the front line, you don't need to take the lead, and you can take a break behind the troops. Just as the troops were speeding through one-third of the road, a clear vomiting sound reached the ears of everyone in front. Enemy attack! Fire! Fire extinguished! Without the slightest hesitation, Makoto Uchiha, who was walking in the front with Tsunade, directly came to a system-enhanced version of the B-class fire, which was comparable in power to the S-class fire extinguished. Suddenly, a sea of fire with a strong impact swept away the large swamp in front of him. A group of rain ninja who had not yet had time to burst into flames fell silent directly with the smelly mud of the swamp. Kill. Gagging as a last resort, Feng Menjian had to launch this failed ambush in advance, and as a result, this mouth roared out one by one, and immediately poured a large pile of cow dung. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Water escape, bursting water rush. Water escape, water tooth bomb. Fire, the art of dragon fire. Two done, earth formation. Two done, earth spear. Boom. Swish. Countless ninjutsu on both sides sounded, and the sound of breaking the air of the dark weapon in the sky tore the air, cancelling each other out in the air, and descending the sea of dark weapons. Two done, great river of earth. The mire that had just been scorched by the fire understood it again in the blink of an eye, and then rolled up like a mudslide. Makoto Uchiha cast a large ninjutsu again, and suddenly the ninjutsu that had just jumped out of the mire on the opposite side released ninjutsu, but the ninjas who had not yet stood firm themselves were swept into the mud and rock flow into the mud again. Reminded his teammates to go first, but he was still hiding in the dung heap quagmire, watching his troops being cleaned up so much by a person on the opposite side. He was immediately furious. Boy, take his life. The art of water dragon bullets. Suddenly, the huge amount of water in the cement pool around him soared into the sky, turning into a vicious shark and rushing towards Makoto Uchiha. The art of Tsuchiwa fist. The whole person also soared into the air, and his right fist turned into a huge rock hand and pounced. Makoto Uchiha, who was standing at the front of the line, releasing a river of earth, was facing this attack from the dung heap, and he couldn't dodge it. Get out of here. A coquettish sound sounded, and a figure slammed into the air and kicked the foul-smelling guy. Burst. Click. Blood spurted wildly, and several ribs were directly kicked off. A coquettish sound sounded, and a figure slammed into the air and kicked the foul-smelling guy. Burst. Click. Rumble. Blood spurted wildly, and several ribs were directly kicked off. Fengya dreamed, did not notice at all, the person who came actually had the speed and strength, and suddenly the whole person was knocked back into the dung heap like a cannonball, penetrating into the ground. With this powerful air force, Tsunade flew towards Makoto Uchiha like a cannonball, and the last came first, unexpectedly faster than the water mackerel bomb. Makoto Uchiha only felt that his whole person was pulled into his arms by a pair of soft and powerful hands, and then he was brought into the air, and where his head touched, he felt a soft comfort like a wave of water. Boom! The water mackerel bomb exploded violently below. Tsunade held Makoto Uchiha in his hand, and after escaping the attack range of the water mackerel bomb, he turned around and raised his foot. There was another shaking in the chest. Keep feet. Bang! The whole ground shattered as easily as tofu, and it crushed fiercely towards the guy who had just penetrated the surface. That guy just now was too insidious, hiding in the dung heap, and his strength was good. I was afraid that he would not die, so I had to make up for it again. Suddenly, Tsunade felt how the guy in his arms didn't say a word. It wasn't like his personality. Quickly looked down, and saw Uchiha Makoto's face flushed. Quick, let go. It's too big, I'm going to choke. Uchiha Makoto said with difficulty. Yes, I'm sorry. Tsunade thought that her hands were strangling him. She knew how strong she was, and completely ignored that the pair was even stronger. It's okay, you're also a saver. I also want to thank you. Okay, don't talk so much, let's clean up this garbage first. Makoto Uchiha waved his hand, indicating that he did not pay attention to it, and turned into an afterimage and penetrated into the enemy group again. Well, in this way, he gradually calmed his restless heart. Tsunade saw Uchiha Makoto so attentive and desperately killed the enemy. Thinking about my uncle's safety, I was suddenly moved in my heart. The battle is over quickly. Because the Konoha ninja had already discovered the ambush before they could get close, the small-scale ambush by Yoshinobu was declared a complete failure. The entire army of Konoha ignored the corpses all over the ground and quickly passed through the swampy area. After the swamp area gradually calmed down, a pair of rocky hands suddenly broke through the surface, and a bloody figure turned out. It was the wind and wild dream that was beaten into the ground by Tsunade with the foot of the keep. At this time, the dream ribs were broken by more than a dozen. There were many internal bleedings all over the body, and he was already dying. Cough. A large amount of blood came out of the mouth. The eyes looked blankly at the gloomy sky. Sorry, Hanzo-sama, disappointed your expectations. Dream muttered. Suddenly, a shadow obscured his vision. I tried to open my eyes that began to be confused, and found that it was the big black bull again. Mengyan just wanted to curse angrily, but suddenly, another large lump of excrement fell on his head. Another stench swept through, except that this time there were no companions to tease him and make him speak. Yaga, don't let me live, or I'll take out all the big black bulls in this swampy area. It's a pity that this time the dream was so angry that his whole body was bruised, and he couldn't wait to swallow the big black bull in front of him. However, the manure once again passed through his wide-open mouth and filled the room. Suddenly, in a burst of nausea, Mengyan felt unlovable for the first time. At this moment, an invisible force surged up from the stomach of the wind and nightmare, and flowed to the 100 limbs in the blink of an eye. The injuries on his body are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be that this is my blood succession limit? Meng Yan's face was full of surprise, and he felt the changes in his body incredulously. At the same time, he also felt that the power in his body was rapidly weakening. Nope. I also need more. His eyes quickly swept over the large lump of cow dung beside him. Strong to hold back the nausea, closed his eyes fiercely, held his breath, and then buried his head one by one, plunged in. A day later, Songping Mountain rained down and the village commanded the camp. The number of Konoha support troops is about 5,000. The leaders are the 3 disciples of the 3 generations of Hokage and the newcomers of Konoha Shura. Hanzo listened to the news from his subordinates and asked, "Yes, Hanzo-sama, although the other party is full of young people, all of them are very strong. These should not be bluffing cannon fodder troops." A dark part wearing a raindrop-patterned mask replied respectfully, "Letting Kazeno Yume go to ambush in front is just to test the reality of Konoha. The real backhand layout is still on the side of Songping Mountain. As early as the ambush battle in the swamp began, there has always been a dark department of Yoshinobu, observing the battle situation in secret, and collecting and summarizing battlefield intelligence and transmitting it back to the range Shinobu base camp. What the hell is this guy doing? Is this for young people to come up and grind? Maybe it's too small to look at me half hidden. Hee, that's the case, don't blame me for sending you a big gift." Hanzo's eyes were full of coldness. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to teach Konoha a profound lesson, he deliberately waited for their reinforcements to come. With Yuji Senju, did the 1,000 or so ninjas really think that they could rely on the land to hold on for so long? Sent a message to Karazo, who sent a message to Shien, saying that Konoha's reinforcements are about to reach Mount Matsuhira, so that they should stop dragging Mito Minion's 3,000 main forces. Just let Konoha's main forces all converge, and I'll give them a catch. Hanzo took out a token of his own and handed it to the dark part in front of him. Hanzo-sama, if so, isn't the pressure on us too great? And just let the Sand Ninja out of the battle circle. The member of the Dark Division quickly knelt down on one knee and reminded Hanzo, "Don't question my decision, I said so that they will not really retreat, otherwise these gerbils will definitely run faster than anyone when they see Konoha's large number of reinforcements. Go back quickly, don't make a mess for me." Hanzo turned around and waved his hand, and the expression in his gas mask was cold. Yes, guaranteed completion of tasks. The dark part, who knelt on one knee, immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in place after receiving Hanzo's token. In front of Songping Mountain, there is a large river called the Nan's River. At this time, the main forces of Tsunahide village were firmly stuck in front of the troops led by Konoha Mito Minion, preventing them from crossing the river to rescue Kite Yuji and others. Konoha reinforcements have arrived, 5,000 main forces. Hanzo doesn't join us in splitting the main forces of Konoha, but wants them to merge the 2 main forces? Give them a catch. It's worthy of being a ninja demigod. This is completely ignoring everyone. After receiving the news, Hai Lao Zhang held a high-level meeting in the camp overnight. Then let's withdraw, just see how strong that demigod is. Anyway, it's not our territory that is happy to be easy. It's best for the 2 gangs of people to fight half to death, so that we have a chance to take a large part of the territory of the Land of Rain, and the country of Kawano, which borders Konoha, must also be in our pocket. No longer because of the problem of strength, I will talk to them here, Ichigo said with a sneer. That said, but as long as you have the opportunity to weaken Konoha, you must not let it go. In this way, retreat now, and then wait for Konoha's army to cross the Nanzawa River halfway. Go up and attack another wave, it can be regarded as another helping Hanzo. The commander-in-chief of Shien stationed in the Land of Rain, every step must be through careful consideration, and then the strategy of Hai Lao Zhang finally decided on the strategic deployment. Just like he had decided to cooperate with Hanzo a week ago, he caught Konoha off guard and attracted enough attention. Konoha was completely pulled into the deep pit of the Land of Rain, and could not increase his efforts to interfere with the raiders of the Land of River. That night, the Shadow Jojo in the camp of Nan's River in Shien village. The 5,000 troops led by Orochimaru converged with the 3,000 troops of Mito Minion. The Konoha Legion, which had condensed an army of 8,000, as if taking a reassuring pill, took a short rest and decided to cross the river and push toward Songping Mountain. At the same time, it occupied the Shien base camp by the Nan's River and had long been empty. Although spies had already discovered Cheyenne's change last night, because rescue was the first goal, Konoha did not go after Cheyenne's troops. At this time, at the occupied camp of Hara Cheyenne, Konoha was conducting a pre-war meeting. Mito Minion, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uchiha Deki, Makoto Uchiha and some other family leaders are here. According to reliable sources, under Songping Mountain, 5 kilometers across the river, Hanzo's troops did not retreat because of our arrival. In this way, we must be prepared to fight a hard battle after crossing the river. And be careful of the ambush that the other side may make on the other side of the river. Mito Minion, who was sitting at the top, said. No problem, this can be handed over to Zilaya to lead an army to cross the river first and take the lead. The hoarse voice of the big snake pill sitting in the lower position clearly reached everyone's ears. Why should I take the lead? Zilai also immediately responded dissatisfied, always dissatisfied with the old man's arrangement of the big snake pill as the temporary command. He didn't think he would be worse than Orochimaru. Because your toad can swim, it's great for protecting your makeshift rafts, the big snake said with a chuckle. Fuck off, don't your snakes know how to swim? Sorry, you let it drink the water of this river, and it is still possible, but swimming really can't. In terms of debate, the 10 Jiraiya tied together are not the opponents of the great snake pill. In the end, Mito Minion clapped, and sure enough, Jiraiya took the lead, and the big snake pill was in the center. Well, the pioneer was identified. Then the people behind the rear temple must also have. I don't believe that Cheyenne will completely evacuate this area. Who wants to hold the rear and guard the retreat for Konoha? Mito Minion shot everyone present and said with a serious expression. Ding! In the face of an inquiry about Mito Monitis, please choose. A. Apply to take the lead with Jiraiya. Bonus, 10x physical strengthening. B. Without squeaking, follow the army to cross the river and go to the battlefield of Songping Mountain. Reward 8 doors Dunjia 6th gate, no side effects. C. In response to Mito Minion, choose the queen of the temple and guard the Konoha camp. Reward 10 times more physical enhancement plus 8 doors of Dunjia 6th, no side effects. Makoto Uchiha glanced at the reward and immediately made a choice. Standing up, he said in a loud voice, I am willing to guard the camp after the palace. Just as everyone in the camp was considering the danger behind the temple, a righteous and awe-inspiring voice sounded. Everyone followed the prestige and found that it was Konoha Shura Makoto Uchiha. Sure enough, young people are vigorous and never look ahead. As soon as the people Mito Minion finished speaking, he followed. Never. Little young master, this matter still needs to be discussed. Weak clan elder Uchiha Digi quickly stood up and stopped him. Good. Worthy of Konoha's little hero. With people like you, why doesn't Konoha prosper? That's it. In addition to the more than 300 people you have brought with me, I am transferring 700 of you, which is enough for 1,000. The rear camp is the foundation of our existence, and we must not lose anything. Remembering Danzo's secret proposal, Mito Minion quickly interrupted Uchiha Deki loudly, and directly accepted Uchiha Makoto. As usual, the rear camp is the safest place. Unfortunately, now it is cut off by one river and two, and Cheyenne is watching the tiger nearby. With Mito Minion's understanding of Kai Lao Zhang, the other party will definitely attack. And Hai Lao Zhang's troops have more than 4,000 people, and there is a tail of people. The men and horses of their own 3,000 troops were completely unable to take them, and Makoto Uchiha has only about 1,000 people. When the time comes, when we are fools? There is also a large number of sand ninja nearby. How can 1,000 people hold it? How about your old man come to guard the camp and we cross the river? Uchiha Digi, blushing, loudly refuted. He was polite to his own little young master, but in the face of these bastard high-ranking people in Konoha, Digi has never given them a good face. I didn't tell you to hold on to the death. Just delayed for a while, and when our army solved Hanzo's troops, we could immediately return to the camp. You know, we're facing the Ninja World demigod mountain pepperfish Hanzo, and it's still in their home turf. Large camps in the rear are not necessarily really dangerous. Mito Minion scanned the faces of everyone in the tent, feeling that he was indeed a little excessive, and quickly explained gently. It is a pity that the troops are still in their hands and do not want to give one more. As far as I know, there are 4,000 people in the sand-hidden area this time. If the commander-in-chief of Minion himself did not pay attention to this rear, then I don't want to take this errand. Makoto Uchiha shook his head and said slowly, although the system reward behind the palace is tempting, if it is a heavy loss ending, then don't do it. Don't kill all the clansmen you brought this time for a reward, then add another 500 to you, no more. Mito Minion said with an ugly face. Master Minion, it's better to give them an extra 1,000. After all, if the back road is cut off, we will be extremely passive in the land of rain, and relying on our remaining 6,000 people, it should be enough to break Hanzo's 5,000. After all, we once defeated the 6,000 troops of Union Village with 3,000 people. At this time, Tsunade stood up and said, she didn't understand why Makoto Uchiha chose to stay in the palace, but she thought that this very assertive teenager must have his own ideas. It is better to support him in a wave, and the number of people left behind is 2,000, accounting for a quarter of the main force, even in dangerous situations is already the limit number. You guys. Good. 2,000 is 2,000. Uchiha Makoto obeyed the order, appointed you as the rear commander, led 2,000 troops to guard the Konoha camp. If you can't hold out until we return, you will be dealt with as a Konoha rebel. I am the commander-in-chief this time, and if anyone still protests, I will be directly expelled from the camp. Mito Minion's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his orders were repeatedly blocked, and he felt that his majesty was swept away. The most infuriating thing is that Tsunade will help Uchiha. Could it be that the successive accidents of the Thousand Hands clan made her perceive something? For Konoha, you have to focus on the big picture. This is the philosophy that my grandfather once taught me. Tsunade scanned the people in the tent who were staring at him with doubtful eyes, explained lightly, and then sat down and said no more. So, I accept. Also, thank you, Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Makoto pretended to salute, and while everyone was not paying attention, he winked at Tsunade. Quietly paying attention to Uchiha Makoto's Tsunade, his face was slightly red, and he quickly turned his face and closed his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 times physical enhancement plus 8 doors of Dungeon 6th gate, no side effects. Suddenly, Makoto Uchiha felt a huge warm current flowing out from between his limbs, and then washed and quenched his body like a rushing river. With the strengthening of physique and physical strength, one's own strength also felt explosive growth. The whole person's spirit was extremely surging. Just so as not to attract attention, Uchiha sincerely suppressed this agitation. 2 hours later, on a quick-built raft, Konoha's army began to cross the river in large batches. Among them, the most conspicuous and manned is undoubtedly the luxury towed cruise ship of Jiraiya. By the afternoon, all 6,000 troops had crossed the river safely, and Hanzo's troops did not even come to attack them. After a short rest, the 6,000-strong army marched to Songping Mountain, 5 kilometers away. In the evening, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the Battle of Songping Mountain was completely launched. At the same moment, Makoto Uchiha was guarding outside the rear camp. A dense array of sand-hidden troops appeared at the end of the field of vision. At the head were Hai Laozang and a man dressed as an old monk. When the two armies confronted, a sense of slaughter permeated the area, and there was no sound. The thick clouds that had accumulated for a week began to fall drizzle, adding a bit of coolness to everyone. 2,000 vs 4,000. It reminded Makoto Uchiha of 3,000 beats and 6,000 under the scorching sun of the country of grass a month ago. Victory! Only this time, there were less Konoha White Fangs around, less Sanshin and others. And this time, the combat power on this side is faintly the strongest one. Therefore, this time you can't put up a position to fight a legion battle like the last time, otherwise you will lose or lose. It is necessary to find a breakthrough point and break the deployment on the opposite side. At this time, the old monk-like person from Cheyenne village came out of the crowd and walked far towards the side of the Konoha military formation. On his open hands are the words heart and receive. Together, it is love. That is, the words on my Iluo's forehead. He was evaluated by Shaorhi as a person very similar to the 6 Dao Immortals, a one-tailed human pillar power to share blessings. He has been a human pillar force since birth, and currently holds the record of being a human pillar force for the longest time. Today's ninja world is too murderous, and there is a lack of mutual understanding between people, and only with motives can we bring the distance between the two sides. Gentlemen, can you listen to the advice of the old immortal to stop the aggression against the land of rain and stop this war? As long as you go back to Konoha now, we will immediately give way and not move a single soldier from you. A tale of people stood between the two armies, and a deep voice sounded from its mouth, clearly spreading throughout the battlefield. Put Nima's shit, the old monk doesn't eat the Buddha well. What are you doing when you run to the battlefield? You led the team to cut our back, but you were there to talk to us about peace. Our comrades who crossed the river, don't you let it go? Don't say more. There is a battle in the backwater, there is no life or death. In a battle against the back, there is no life or death. Konoha's crowd was excited, especially the sentence that was secretly instructed by Makoto Uchiha to shout, after a battle in the backwater, there is death or no life, and the overall morale has improved. No way, when there is a big gap between quantity and hard power, we must seize any opportunity to cut this gap. Feel the powerful energy surging in your body due to the tenfold improvement in your physique that you have just obtained. Stay where you are and follow my instructions before acting. Makoto Uchiha took the lead and slowly walked towards Fenfu. Young master, don't act rashly, Cheyenne is just a group of miscellaneous fish, let's kill it together. Lord Commander, you should sit in the center and let us charge. Makoto-sama, what are you doing? Don't be congested and do stupid things. That old bald donkey left me alone to solve him. A burst of noisy voices sounded in the Konoha army formation, some shocked, some worried, some disdainful. Never seen the army command, the first to go into battle. It's child's play. Quiet, believe in Makoto command. The clan elder Uchiha Digi stopped the noise of everyone. You keep saying that we are invading, so how do you explain your behavior in Kawanakuni? Makoto Uchiha stood in front of Ichigo Zulifu, his eyes sharp as a knife. Konoha little Shura? What a genius that is terribly young. Fenfu clasped his hands together, and his eyes were full of admiration for the young genius. Sorry, I can't help myself too. But here, as long as you retire, I can decide to live in peace. Including my 5,000 comrades who have already crossed the river, Uchiha said jokingly. No, from the moment they crossed the river, their life and death were in Hanzo's hands. We can't decide where they stay. You can retreat now, at least 2,000 people will survive. Fenfu shook his head. We will not give up on our comrades, and Pin Hanzo can't leave my 5,000 comrades in arms. But I personally am very interested in the master's peace philosophy. How about coming to my Konoha as a guest? After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, a sharp edge flashed in his eyes, and as soon as he stepped on the ground with his right foot, he directly captured the super blessing. Thank you for your attention, next time. Fenfu let go of his hands, clenched into a fist, and immediately a set of Tanuki fists brought a gust of fist wind up. Bang bang. The power of both sides is amazing, and the speed is also very fast. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves have already passed. Fenfu was secretly frightened, and he had been practicing like an ascetic for decades to polish such a strong body. The other party, at most a teenager, is not inferior to himself by virtue of his flesh? I've been training dogs for decades? Just thinking about it, two powerful punches came from the opposite side. Easy to hold. Fortunately, this young man can't punch. Boom! Caught off guard, his forehead was violently hit by the other party, and his head hammer hit him. Suddenly, the whole person was stunned out, and he was in the air, feeling the dizziness in his head. Maz, the horizontal, is afraid of death. His own body that has been trained horizontally is estimated to be unable to bear the other party's desperate fighting style. Fenfu quickly turned over, clasped his hands into fists, and streams of quicksand began to surround his body as if it were life. On the other side, Makoto Uchiha's body also bloomed with powerful blue air currents, threatening and powerful. Rumble! The two slammed together again, and the surrounding ground shattered and cracked like paper paste. Fist to flesh, sound shock for wild. I remember that Fenfu is a human pillar force, right? What is the situation of this imp on the other side? Nine-tailed man pillar force. Stupid, that's Konoha little Shura. Does Azura know? That's not people. It's so strong, I feel like I've been living on dogs all these years. Makoto-sama is so strong. Come on, Makoto-sama. Neither of them seems to use ninjutsu. Is this posture still human? Can Naka ninja bear it? At least be tolerant, right? Don't ask me, I'm just a shinobi. Commander Makoto once asked me to form a cheerleading team. At this moment, looking at those two inhuman battles, everyone was stupid. The fist-to-flesh blow hurts to watch. The problem is that both of them are fine. As if in a dream, I feel that I have taken the wrong path to learn ninjutsu, and my physical skills can be so strong. Rumble! 8 doors Dunjia, the 4th wounded door opens. An even more powerful blue air stream flew up from Makoto Uchiha, and the shattered earth blocks around him were all blown away. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his figure turned into a blue light and shadow and quickly bombarded Fenfu. Bang bang, the powerful attack directly scattered the armor of the sand that divided the blessing protection. Cool, I haven't been so cool in a long time. Old man, hold on. My blue fire burned out quickly. I believe you're a ghost, you said the same 5 minutes ago. As Fenfu spoke, he was almost kicked again. Fortunately, he is good at boxing, otherwise he would have been beaten into a pig's head by the opponent's superior speed and strength. Fenfu took advantage of the dodge and slapped his right palm on the ground. A powerful quicksand instantly rolled up and entangled Makoto Uchiha. Sand coffin. Sorry, the combination of ninjutsu and physical skills is the best thing. 8 doors Dunjia, the 5th door is open. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the blue airflow was like blue fire, and with Makoto Uchiha's spinning movement, it completely exploded the stranglehold of the sand. Falling to the ground like 1,000 pounds, on the cracked ground of the spiderweb version, the figure has long disappeared. Rumble. This time, Fenfu was finally unable to rely on his fist technique to block Makoto Uchiha's attack. The whole person was directly blasted out more than 20 meters away, and a deep trench was plowed on the ground. The armor of the sand on his body was also cracked by inches. At this speed, how is it possible? Shufu looked at Makoto Uchiha incredulously. Who is the tailed orc pillar force? The tailless tailed beast understands. Uchiha Makoto laughed, and in the blink of an eye the person disappeared in place. Bastard! It rains when it rains. Hitting the ground, a large string of circular sand bombs was activated to seal Makoto Uchiha's path. Too slow. Suddenly, there was a voice behind him. Suddenly, the whole person was bombarded into the sky again. Bastard, don't force me to do that trick, or this place will be razed to the ground. The armor of the sand exploded one after another, and Fenfu couldn't help shouting, "Oh, is it Moritsuru?" Before reaching the highest point, he was intercepted by Makoto from a high altitude and slammed into the ground again. Rumble. The Fenfu was knocked into the ground like a cannonball, and the entire radius of 10 meters was shattered and sunken, forming an amazing bowl-shaped crater. What's going on? Lord Fenfu lost. This is impossible. Lord Fenfu is a human pillar power. Lord Hai Laozang, let's go up and rescue Lord Fenfu. It's too late, don't go yet, the guy came out. Under the horrified gaze of countless sand ninjas, Ichigo Rensuli first had dealings with Konoha Little Shura, and then Little Azura suddenly burst into blue fire all over his body, beating fortune at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Who would have thought that in just a few minutes, the life and death of the blessing would be beaten? After Yushibo Makoto had 10 times his physique, the bonus obtained by opening the 8 doors of Dungeon far exceeded the state of the blessing of Xiao Kai 5 doors in the original work. At this time, many sand couldn't help but want to go up to the rescue, but unfortunately they were stopped by Hai Lao Zhang, because, under that deep pit, a powerful evil momentum suddenly rose and swept the audience in the blink of an eye. It was the momentum that belonged to Ichigo Moritsuru, the art of false sleep. Only then did a dull sound come from the air. Rumble! A violent chakra brought up a fierce wind, instantly blowing away the drizzle in the sky. A huge figure flipped over the ground, and all the fine sand around it was dragged together, as if the wind grew and grew bigger and bigger. Soon, a cute yellow body, covered with purple seal patterns, a huge body, and a tanuki-like Moritsuru appeared in front of Uchiha Makoto. Roar, roar, roar. Uncle Ben still came out after all, the world that has been absent for a long time. Let Lord Shao'erhi greet you well. Wind escape, practice air bombs. As soon as Shao'erhi came out, he roared up to the sky, as if he wanted to vent the depression that had been sealed for so many years. The terrifying chakra surged wildly, rolling up the yellow sand in the sky, and a huge wind attribute chakra ball erupted from its mouth. Like a huge cannonball, it suddenly slammed into the low clouds. Rumble! Another earth-shattering roar. Everyone on the battlefield, whether it was Shinobu or Konoha ninja, all retreated in shock. Oops, Shaojiru was completely released. Who can stop this power? No, it's not really complete yet. Lord Fenfu is still there. Wake up, Lord Fenfu, otherwise we Sand Shinobu will also be attacked by this monster. This bastard guards the crane, and every time he is released, he must kill his own people first. Fortunately, just now, Lord Hai Lao Zhang told us not to go up. As the sand ninjas spoke, they collectively retreated 100 meters back. Now, only the small figure with blue fire in the field stood quietly in the field. Come, Chang-sama, run. Or let's fight together, and save Commander Makoto first. It's not much use for us to go up, one paw will be slapped away. Young master, I'm here to help you. The faithful guard Uchiha Yuta roared, and his figure shot away. The Uchiha bell behind him also moved with the sound, and he was not afraid. Don't come and get in my way. I'm alone enough. As soon as the angry shouts sounded, Makoto Uchiha stopped everyone who wanted to save him. Various noisy sounds finally caught the attention of Shao'erhi, who slightly lowered his head and looked at the ants at his feet, as well as 2 densely packed piles of ants in the distance. Ninja! In Moritsuru's eyes, these ninjas are nothing more than a group of ants. The hateful thing is that it is this group of ants that has sealed it for so many years. Damn it, you all deserve to die. It starts with you. Shao'erhi stared at a figure with a pale blue light mass in front of him, and his huge claws fell with a bang. Before the claws arrived, the wind pressure came first, and the timid people were probably too frightened to move. But Makoto Uchiha, he is said to be as bold as a goose egg. Airplanes! Without dodging or dodging, the broken snow around his waist suddenly came out of the sheath, and a huge knife light greeted the claws. Boom! The light of the sword brought up a large area of sand and dust in the palm of the claw, and after a slight obstruction, it disappeared. The claws continued to shoot down, but unfortunately Makoto Uchiha had disappeared in place. Rumble! The dirt and dust on the ground were rolled up like churning waves and spread in all directions. A pale blue figure rushed along Shao'erhi's arm to its head. Raise your legs, burst kicks. Bang! Shao'erhi was kicked slightly sideways in the head. Are you tickling me? Makoto Uchiha, without saying a word, the falling body rotated, filled with Thunder Thousand Bird sharp gun, broken snow and slammed into Shao'erhi's neck, and then a stroke. The body, which is made of sand aggregated, is cut with a huge scratch from top to bottom. Although he recovered quickly, it still made Shao'erhi feel pain. Bastard, I'm going to slaughter you. Shao'erhi, who felt that he was being teased, suddenly felt a monstrous anger in his heart. Suddenly opened the blood basin and mouth. Wind escape, practice air bombs. Sue! A huge wind attribute chakra ball erupted from its mouth and quickly smashed into Makoto Uchiha on the ground. With the chakra contained in this air bomb, as long as it lands, it will be a large-scale collapse explosion around it, and it is useless to use the avatar technique. Me Rashomon. Uchiha Makoto was not in a hurry or slow, and only slapped the ground until the air bullet volley attacked, which was the signature defensive technique of the Great Snake Pill, the triple Rashomon. Rumble! 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 It can offset the power of the air training bomb, and the power of the resistance is dispersed on the left and right sides, and the ground is cut off another layer. This, good, so strong. The Uchiha clan is worthy of being a wealthy clan with a reputation in the ninja world. Nanny? This is the strength of Konoha Little Shura? Is he making a move with Shout Tsuru head-on? Why is there an endless stream of young geniuses in Konoha, and we Saiyan are all old immortals? The people who raised this thought in the Sand Ninja Army formation silently looked at the figure of the sea-old hide. At this time, the people on both sides of the field were firmly attracted by this battle, and all kinds of thoughts arose in their minds. Xiaojuro suddenly widened its small eyes. Well, it was indeed a little smaller compared to its huge body. This little point turned out to be unexpectedly tenacious, which reminded it of some bad memories. No, you have to kill him. It can actually block a training bomb, so what? Xiaohe suddenly slapped his stomach with two paws. The mouth suddenly bulged like a hamster, and the chakra like a tidal tide quickly converged on it. Wind escape, serial air bomb training. Su, su, su. A huge chakra ball burst out of its mouth with 3 shots, this time, vowing to crush this little devil into powder. As early as when Xiaojuro patted his stomach, Makoto Uchiha had already sensed the danger and quickly divided 5 shadow doppelgangers. At this time, a huge chakra energy ball also lit up in the hands of the 3 shadow doppelgangers, and the sharp wind attribute chakra poured into it. This ball of energy glows up with a dazzling white light. Buzz! A piercing buzz sounded, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from this swirling mass of energy. Wind escape, spiral shuriken. People who jump to the order see, it has been improved by the system and can be thrown out without immortal mode. Equivalent to Senfa, Fengdun, spiral shuriken. With the wave of the shadow doppelganger's arm, the spiral shuriken quickly flew into the air and the air was shattered, and the sight cast was distorted. Although the spiral shuriken is not small, it is still like a soldier's tennis ball hitting a watermelon in front of the air bullet, and the size gap is huge. But, laugh at bang bang. 3 huge air training bombs were directly exploded in mid-air, and the huge wind pressure swept away, turning into 3 rotating tornadoes. The terrifying spiral shuriken went unabated and smashed into Xiaohe's body. Suddenly, 2 huge arms were torn off. The big belly that covered the sky was blown open with a large hole that could see the sky. What a wail that resounded through heaven and earth came from the mouth of Xiaohe. It's not over yet. Seeing that Xiaojuro had not yet been scattered, Makoto Uchiha and Chakra's other 2 shadow doppelgangers, at this time, chopped their feet and grabbed the ground fiercely. Grab another person's ankle, spin on the spot, and throw it into the air with all your might. Airplanes! Another spiral shuriken lit up in the air. Then he followed the shadow doppelganger fiercely into the head of the wailing Xiaohe. Bang! With a roar, Xiaohe's huge head exploded directly. The yellow sand in the sky rained down. The huge body collapsed like an entire hill. At this point, everyone felt a hint of absurdity. Looking at the arrogant and invincible Crane who had just come out, he frightened everyone to retreat one after another. As a result, before he could make a big difference, he was knocked to the ground and did not know whether he was alive or dead. This is the weapon of war in our village? The monsters that we have feared like gods and demons for so many years have been cleaned up like this? I don't want to say anything, I feel so uncomfortable. At this time, everyone in Cheyenne village, as one of them said, was heavy and uncomfortable. The monsters they feared and could not be solved were solved by the imps in the outer village in 3 or 2 clicks. Really, unacceptable. At this time, smoke and dust billowed from the place where Xiaojuro fell, and the sand and dust raised were all over the sky, filling the entire space, obscuring everyone's sight. Suddenly, as if they had life, these gravels produced some kind of throbbing, and then all of them poured back and recondensed on Xiaohe's body. The surrounding earth turned into sand, surged in, and poured into its body again, and the broken arm, the shattered head, and the big pit in its stomach were repaired in turn. As a tailed beast of a weapon of war, terrifying is terrifying here. It has a huge amount of chakra that ninjas cannot match, as well as the endurance of battle. What's more terrifying is that the tailed beast basically can't be killed, and even if it is really killed, the chakra of the tailed beast will not disappear, and it only takes a while to be reborn again. In this way, with their huge chakra, they can fight almost from beginning to end, until the battlefield side is shattered. Therefore, in the face of the tailed beast, it is generally sealed using the sealing technique, and if there is a human pillar force, it will directly control the human pillar force. Just now, Makoto Uchiha hit it on the stomach and head in order to find the person hiding in it. This human pillar force has been running in with Xiaohe for too long, although it is not a perfect human pillar force. But after passing the false sleep technique, it was well hidden. He didn't sleep on his head like Ai Luo. It hurts. It hurts. I haven't tasted pain for a long time, so long that even I have to forget what pain is. A bitter cry of pain sounded on Xiaohe. The pain of reshaping his body after being torn apart made Xiaohe feel the deepest pain as soon as it came up. This makes it gradually fall into madness. The 2 claws hammered madly on the ground, and the quicksand was shaken into the air, and as the sea of sand lifted, chakra rushed like a life. A radius of several hundred meters turned into an endless desert, and it also swept away into the distance. As soon as Makoto Uchiha tried to escape the range, a huge wave of gravel easily submerged him. Sandstorm burial. Endless sand frantically squeezes everything within range. The view is full of vast sea of sand. Young Master Chang, don't come close, it's too late to go up now, everyone retreat. It's over, and then you will withdraw to the river. Everyone in Konoha retreated, faintly reaching the dangerous riverbank. The sixth gate of the 8 doors of Dunjia, the gate of Jing, is open. Rumble. At this moment, a dull sound sounded in the sea of sand, and the roar became louder and louder. A figure that seemed to be burning blue flames broke through the ground. Volleying swordlight brought up a cloud of flames towards the Ichigo crane, towards the peacock. However, seeing that the body surface of the Shoujuru was beaten back one after another by the dense flame shockwave, the body surface made of sand and gravel on his body was pitted, and the severe pain made Shourhi almost crazy. Just when Shourhi wanted to give him another big move, a dazzling thunder flashed, and the position of Shourhi's heart was directly pierced. From the hollow that was pierced, it was faintly visible that the human pillar Li Fenfu was sleeping there. Finally, found it. The pale blue figure directly crossed the distance of tens of meters and instantly appeared on Shourhi's shoulder. I've always liked to convince people. Oh, and it's the same with monsters. Give you a choice, or join me in slaughtering the group of shinobi who have sealed you for so long, or I will kill this person Zuli, let you feel an extreme pain and die, and wait for you to slowly resurrect yourself, Uchiha said lightly, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes in his eyes slowly rotated. A terrifying light lit up on the broken snow in his hand, mysterious, mirage moonwheel. Hide and don't speak. Shoujuru tilted his head to stare at Makoto Uchiha, feeling the terrifying fluctuations from his shoulder, and his pupils shrank slightly. Are you threatening me? Are you threatening Uncle Shourhi? Although there is a threat of death in sleeping for a while, the dignity of the crane as a tailed beast cannot allow a small ant to trample on? Not a threat. It's about cooperation. The people of Cheyenne Village have imprisoned you for so long, and you obediently work for them like this? You see them stealing fun one by one. Konoha founded the ninja village from the original Hokage, and the tailed beast was also distributed by the original Hokage to the major ninja villages to maintain the balance of the ninja world, and then the tailed beast was distributed to the major forces and the corresponding sealing technique. This creates a small chance that the tailed beasts of other ninja villages will lose control. However, only one tail of Tsunahide village was not separated from Konoha, but was first made smaller by the Nara monk with a spell, and then sealed it at the altar of the wind with the magic weapon Antler Cup. In the end, it has been suppressed on the body of the human pillar and the blessing. This also made the seal of Cheyenne village incomplete, and the human pillar force was interfered with by the tailed beast almost all the time. Because Shoujuru said that although he hated humans, he hated these ninjas in Sand Ninja village even more. Hee, I'm not stupid, help you kill the sand ninjas, and then be sealed by you? Your eyes are not much purer than mine. Shourhi's eyes swayed, as if he was moved, but the human was too cunning, and he still didn't believe this guy. Oh? It seems that you also know these eyes. It's not surprising that you've spent much longer than ordinary humans in the entire ninja world. Then you should also know that my eyes are not in their final form yet, right? Do you think I can forcibly control you? If you directly kill the army formation of Shinobu now, then I will help you get out of the seal and let you regain your freedom. Having said that, which one do you want to choose? Give a cheerful answer. After 10 seconds, I'll help you choose. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, the light on the broken snow became brighter. Shoujuru stared at Makoto Uchiha's evil eyes, and sure enough, he felt more powerful than most of the Uchiha he had seen before. 10 times the pupil power plus the primary immortal body was further strengthened. Could it be that his eyes really evolved to the final form? 1098 Bastard Uchiha, I remember you. If you dare to lie to me, I swear to spend my life attacking you. Konoha and the people of the Uchiha clan. After Shourhi said hatefully, he suddenly turned around and stared at the huge sand ninja army array in the distance. A pair of eyes lit up with hatred, and his body was filled with quicksand that swept over, and his injuries quickly recovered again. Roar! A roar full of anger shook the four wilds. As if to vent all the anger of being imprisoned and the grievances that were beaten and suppressed by Uchiha, a basin of blood opened as if it could swallow heaven and earth. Chakra particles converged in its mouth, gradually condensing a huge purple-black energy ball. What is that Shoujuru doing? I saw that Konoha little Azura standing on its shoulder for a while. Do you say that this Shoujuru is controlled? What kind of joke, if that person can control it earlier? So, what are you guarding the crane doing with the energy ball at us? Bastard, Shourhi's target is really us. Withdraw, retreat. Everyone dispersed at once. Disperse. The sand ninjas, who were watching the show, suddenly panicked like a bombing camp. The Shourhi who belonged to their village seemed to be completely out of control at this moment. Airplanes. The huge-tailed beast Jade burst out. An energy storm was stirred up along the way, and the yellow sand in the sky was swept away in an instant. Bang! In the formation of the sand ninja army that was just about to disperse, there was a huge explosion. The sand ninjas at the center of the explosion instantly turned into powder. Then it swept away. It's not over yet. Shower he roared again, and his figure was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, and immediately pounced towards the group of scattered ants. Ah, Shinobu's screams rose one after another. Bastard, Ichio is really controlled? This bastard will fucking bully the soft and fear the hard, and the nest will be crossed. Showerhe's huge ears shook twice, and then he held his breath and opened his mouth. Swish! Wind escape, serial train air bomb. Immediately, the crowd was swept away like beans. At this time, by the river bank in the distance, the Konoha ninjas, who were staring at this drama scene, a voice belonging to the conductor Makoto Uchiha came over, first imprison the crane, awaken the human pillar and divide the blessing. Hai Laozang watched Showerhe break into the Saiyan position, killing, and his heart was dripping blood. Quickly commanded the Shangnin beside him, and solved this big killing weapon first. Received. Lord Kaizang immediately received several responses. Wind escape, Luo net. Ninjutsu that integrates attack and defense, and Hai Laozang's chakra is frantically injected into the wind. In the blink of an eye, a large area of net-like wind formed, fiercely strangling into the surface of Showerhe's body, wanting to bind it in place. Not enough. Tudun Mountain Earth Art. The upper ninja next to it combined forces to make a superimposed earth ninjutsu. Suddenly, two mountains rose up, and it was impossible to move the crane in place. Suddenly, a spiral shuriken flew out of the smoke and dust and slammed into one of the mountains. Rumble. The entire mountain was cut off by lazy waste, and Shoujiro was able to release a hand to struggle out of the trap. Your opponent is me. In the smoke, Makoto Uchiha's figure slowly walked over. Konoha little Shura. Hai Laozang and the others' pupils shrank slightly. Don't think that if you can suppress Shoujiro, you think that you are invincible to the ninja realm. Kill him for me. Let him see the true strength of Saiyan. Hai Laozang said fiercely. I'm not going to fight you to the death. I just need to hold you back and let Morizuru have a good time. Uchiha Makoto smiled and waved his hand, but his feet were unambiguous, and he quickly retreated into the wind and sand. 8. Yaga, shameless. The faces of the Sandyan elites were flushed, and it was true that Showerhe did not have high-end combat power to contain them, and it was an invincible existence in the crowd. Ordinary ninjas' attacks are almost always to tickle it. At this time, Konoha's 2,000 troops also cut in. Hai Laozang closed his eyes in pain, and his right hand made a weak move. Order, withdraw. As the commander-in-chief, you must make a decision immediately, delay 1 minute to lose 1 more minute, and this field will be recovered later. Alas, why did the battle, which was originally well fished in the back, become like this? 5 miles away from the Nans River, under Songping Mountain, more than an hour ago. At this time, it was already dark outside the Yuyan base camp. In addition to the detonation charm traps that were all over the ground at the beginning, Yoshinobu actually used various poisons, one of which was called mountain pepperfish, the most terrifying. Now there is a burst of poisonous gas in the air from time to time. Although they were immediately blown away by the wind of Konoha ninjas, some ninjas were touched and immediately lost their combat effectiveness. Moreover, on the ground, some poisonous traps also appeared from time to time. Yuji-sama, shall we rush down the mountain now? Konoha's large army has gradually pushed towards Yuyan's base camp. Now that they've been fighting for hours, it's the best time to run through now, and we can play a bit of a surprise role. On Mount Matsudera, a Konoha shinobu proposed beside Yuji Senju. At this time, as a forward force, there were originally more than 1,000 ninjas, but now there are less than 500. Fortunately, Konoha reinforcements arrived in time, otherwise they would definitely not be able to withstand it the next day. Okay, pass on my orders, and all of you will give me 12% strength. Life and death in one fell swoop, give me a desperate breakthrough. Kill. Senju Yuji led the last 500 or so people to rush down Mount Matsuping with all their might. Report. Hanzo-sama. Senju Yuji had already led his troops to rush down Songping Mountain, or should his subordinates lead people to surround and kill them? Still sitting in the camp, not paying attention to the battle situation outside, Hanzo, who was closing his eyes and raising his spirit, only then opened his eyes were full of fierce murderous intent. Nope. Let them converge. Let them see the hope of winning. What I like most is to give them hope and then give them despair with my own hands. The feeling of having an enemy decline from heaven to hell is so intoxicating. You continue to pester them, just drag them with poison. Without my order, do not engage in a decisive battle with great attrition. The huge momentum filled the entire base camp, and then Hanzo's figure finally slowly stood up and led a large group of elite guards out of the base camp. At this time, Konoha's army, led by the 3 shinobu of the sharp knife, was advancing towards empty Matsuhira step by step. However, although the two sides seem to be fighting hotly, ninjutsu, detonation charms, etc. are bombarded like death. But casualties on both sides were not as high as expected. The main reason is that Yoshinobu relies on highly poisonous traps, which greatly slows down the progress of Konoha's army. Although Tsunade has excellent medical skills, because he has just arrived here, the general antidote can only solve ordinary poisons, but there is no way to deal with poison such as pepperfish. You can only evade and hit it carefully. After half an hour like this, after seeing the figure of Yuji Senju, he finally rushed in to pick up people regardless of casualties. Just as all the Konoha troops under Songping Mountain were combining, Hanzo also appeared on the battlefield. Snap! It is worthy of being the three disciples of the Hokage, but his strength is quite good at a young age. No wonder he can make a small name for himself in the country of grass. By the way, what about a Konoha little Shura? Isn't it also coming? Hanzo applauded as he said in the tone of an elder. It's enough to have the three of us, you are already old, even the war cowers and hides in the rear. Seeing the heavy losses of his subordinates, he was indifferent. Orochimaru's unique husky voice said sharply, I'm indeed old, but it's more than enough to clean you up. Give it to me. Hanzo gave an order, and the rain ninjas behind him responded in unison. Then it rushed to the big snake pill and the others like a school of fish. Seeing this, the big snake pill was not preserving his strength, and immediately bit his fingers, his hands quickly froze, and pressed to the ground. Psychic! Boom! A large amount of white smoke flashed, and a hideous 10,000 snakes appeared at the feet of the big snake pill. SHHH. Not bad, so much meat again. But 1 yard to 1 yard, the last time I was called out, I almost knocked my teeth out. Orochimaru, after this battle, I want 100 sacrifices. 10,000 snakes shook their huge heads and said, no problem. The big snake pill glanced at the 10,000 snakes coldly and responded with an expressionless face. 10,000 snakes nodded in satisfaction, and just wanted to crash into the crowd and prepare to kill, but the ground shook. A huge pepperfish broke through the ground, and a divine dragon swung its tail and fiercely fanned 10,000 snakes out. Fire, great flame bomb. Zilla next to him also hurriedly released a fire to stop the pursuit of the pepperfish. The huge flame is so imposing that it seems to make a grilled fish from a pepperfish's toad buntai, summoned when crossing the river, fought in front for another hour, too long, and had already returned to Miyama Mountain to rest. Insect tricks. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Hanzo, who was also standing on the head of the giant pepperfish, sneered, and his hands turned into an afterimage, instantly completing the seal. Everyone immediately unleashed defensive ninjutsu. Block the impact of this first wave, then use body protection ninjutsu. Pay attention to the priority of protecting the head. Mito Minion's tone was solemn, and his voice spread through chakra. Yes, 2 done, earth formation. 2 done, Tuliu city wall. 2 done, petrification. Water escape, water array wall. Rows of earthen walls, rock walls rising from the surface. It looks extraordinarily spectacular, but it still looks a little small in front of the flood beasts that roared like a tsunami. Bang! The flood relied on strong potential energy and kinetic energy, mixed with mud and rocks, trees and other debris that were pushed all the way, and slammed into the defensive front of the earthen wall. The earthen walls of the first row and the second row collapsed instantly, and then the third row finally suspended the pace of the rapids for a few seconds. When he rushed to the last 8th row of earth flow city walls, he finally blocked the impact of the flood. Unfortunately, although the front blocked the impact, the torrent from the side was already rushing from the side. In the blink of an eye, countless ninjas were rolled upside down, and the earthen walls and rock walls in front of them slowly collapsed and disappeared. Just when the torrent was about to sweep in front of a large number of elites on the side of the command, the big snake pill had already finished communicating with 10,000 snakes, and at this time he beckoned. The blood basin of 10,000 snakes opened up hugely, and one surrounded, swallowing Mito Minion, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a group of elite ninjas. The next moment, the torrent completely engulfed the huge figure of 10,000 snakes. At this time, Makoto Uchiha led the 2,000 Konoha ninjas who had not crossed the river, and cooperated with Ichio Moritsuru. Kill the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village to the point of losing their armor. In order not to let the village of Tsunahide return to the troops, he continued to trip Konoha in the back. Uchiha Makoto led everyone and chased and killed them for more than 10 miles, completely dividing their troops into countless small detachments. Suddenly, there was a monstrous roar behind him, and a huge torrent rushed in. Fortunately, at this time, it was more than 10 kilometers away from the river, and the power of the flood no longer had the power to choose people and devour in front of this. Makoto Uchiha hurriedly asked the group to stop chasing and killing Shinobu, and ran out with all his strength until he reached a safe distance. How could there be such a big flood all of a sudden? This is the upstream bursting. There was a crisp sound like wind chimes behind him, and Uchiha Suzun walked to Makoto's side. Definitely yes, and this amount of water is probably the work of a ninja. Those who can make such a big move in the land of rain, except for Yoshinobu, there will be no one else. Uchiha looked at the rapidly flowing flood, his eyes solemn. And what about the troops we crossed the riverbank? It is estimated that there are many murderers. Unless you can take Matsuhira Mountain and run to the mountain to avoid the flood, but Yoshinobu actually made this move, then he will definitely not let the Konoha ninja take Matsuhira Mountain. It's over. More than 6,000 troops. Fortunately, Tsunade-sama proposed to support us with an additional 1,000 troops, otherwise the losses would only be more. Suzune sighed slightly. After all, they are all ninjas, it is impossible to completely devour 6,000 troops by relying on these floods, and the subsequent attack and killing in the river is the main thing, and the lower reaches of the Nan's River will become a piece of Wangyang, which is very conducive to the water of Yuninja. Everyone obeyed the order and immediately followed the river downstream, searching for the survivors of Konoha. Don't fall in love with the rain when you encounter it. Work with nearby teammates to break the enemy, only to fight more and less. You can't be angry and fight more with less. Makoto Uchiha's smooth voice without a trace of emotion completely spread to the ears of everyone present. Yes. More than 2,000 Konoha ninjas behind him responded in unison, and the sound resounded the universe. The troops in front also had many of their relatives and friends, and at this time, the good mood that had just won a big victory against the enemy shinobu had disappeared. One by one, their eyes are red, and if a rain ninja appears at this time, it is estimated that he will be directly bombarded into scum. Subsequently, more than 2,000 ninjas, led by the clan elder Uchiha Daigi, quickly jumped towards the lower reaches of the Nan's River. What about Ichio Morizuru? Only then did Uchiha Makoto realize that the conspicuous giant crane had disappeared. It just chased the ninja of Sand Hidden Village all the way out, and this desperate fight is much more ruthless than us outsiders. I've already sent someone to follow it. Uchiha Yato walked up. Well, I don't have time to pay attention to him for the time being. It is important to search for Konoha survivors, now that our power in the Land of Rain has been severely damaged. Be careful. Received. Young Master Chang. On Songping Mountain. At this time, a large number of rain bearings set up camp here, looking at the huge flood rushing below. Hanzo-sama, the main force of Konoha has been engulfed by the flood beside the river. A dark ninja stood half cat behind half hiding, quietly reporting the situation. Very good, continue to pay attention to the water, wait for this peak tide to pass, all kill downstream, completely eat Konoha's troops. I really want to see the expression of the old thing of the 3 generations. It is said that there are still 2,000 Konoha troops who have not crossed the river, right? I think they should also be surrounded by Suna. I hope they can give some strength, hold on until now, and then let them and the shinobi be swallowed by the flood together. Hee, the country of rain, it will always be my half-hidden, whoever dares to stretch out his hand, chop whoever claws. The unique respirator blocks most of Hanzo's expression, but his eyes are full of avoidable murder. That Hanzo-sama, how to solve the matter of a large number of civilians dying in the lower reaches of the Nan's River. Subordinate suggestion: if Tsunahide quickly solves the 2,000 Konoha troops, and then just happens to avoid this flood, blame them. The dark ninja spoke his mind carefully. After all, this man-made disaster caused the destruction of life, and it is reasonable for this big black cauldron to be dumped on other big ninja villages. It will not affect the reputation of Hanzo-sama. No, there is no need to hide it. Now countries are eyeing our rain country. Our country of rain has long reached the time of storm and survival. How loud the voices of civilians in the country are. As long as we can carry this war, these can be slowly resolved. At the same time, I just want to let the countries of the ninja world know, don't force me Hanzo, otherwise I will do everything. A chill like a cold winter moon hit Hanzo's body. The dark ninja quickly sank his head lower, and sure enough, the mind of an adult would never be something that a small person like him could speculate. After Yoshinobu frantically impounded the Nan's River, he destroyed the dike, and the floodwater that burst the dike left the Nan's River downstream within 100 miles, all turned into Wangyang. This swallowed up the main force of Konoha, causing Konoha's first rout, and at the same time, tens of thousands of people downstream were buried with it. In the cloudy sky, heavy rain poured down. The lower reaches of the Nan's River are full of Wangyang, and some places that have not been flooded by floods are also muddy. In such a harsh environment, no one dared to rest, and the secret exchange of fire has not stopped. Report Captain, this piece of inventory has been completed, and no survivors have been found. Report Captain, a large number of Konoha ninjas approached 3,000 meters away, and the number of this group is about 800. The leader is the Uchiha family. Bastard, Shinobu, those chickens, can't even solve Konoha's leftover troops. These survivors who could have been reaped with peace of mind are now good. Under the heavy rain, in addition to searching, they also have to deal with the more than 2,000 Konoha ninjas who are hiding in the shadows and constantly harassing. But it's much better than Konoha. The captain of more than 500 people who led Yuyin in this area took a bite on the ground. After looking at the sky, he arranged, retreat first, look for other brigades, and then come back to surround them. Maz, hasn't Uchiha always been known for being arrogant and domineering? How is it so cunning this time? As soon as fewer troops than them are found, they will be eaten, and if more troops are found than them, they will begin to retreat thousands of meters away. These 500 Yoshinobi, led by the captain, quickly retreated to the area under their control. After the impact of the flood, more than 6,000 people in Konoha's main force lost more than 2,000 people in battle. Most of the rest who barely survived by relying on various ninjutsu and their own means were exhausted, and there were nearly 1,000 survivors who were easily killed by Yoshinobu, and this data is still expanding. Just yesterday, a large number of troops led by Hanzo finally found the elite of Konoha's main force that was taken away by 10,000 snakes. After a big war, Mito Minion, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a group of his elites were completely scattered. Now, except for the troops of Makoto Uchiha who came to support, there is not much decent resistance in the lower reaches of the Nan's River. The cycle of chase and flight, ambush and assassination was completely launched, and fortunately there were 2,000 troops of Makoto Uchiha, which greatly delayed the search and pursuit progress of Yoshinobu, otherwise the losses would be even greater. In a forest near Wangyang district, more than a dozen scarred ninjas rested here. Several of the scars were so severe that one was even the size of an arm through his abdomen. Bursts of green light flashed through the bodies of these wounded. The healer is Tsunade. At this time, her body was also extremely embarrassed, and some minor injuries were only treated with simple hemostasis, and Chakra did not spend herself treating. Instead, he chose to pull the seriously injured people back from the death line first. Tsunade-sama, don't bother. It's not worth it, we can't run after treatment, we will be found at any time, please leave quickly. The Konoha ninja lying on the ground exerted his strength and said with difficulty, "No, at least help you stop the bleeding, I won't watch you die in vain. Don't give up, hold on, there is hope in living." Tsunade treated while comforting the wounded who were still a little confused. "Oh, thank you Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama, if there is still a coming day, make cattle and horses, and send them as you like." Several wounded voices choked up, and now they were overwhelmed both physically and mentally. But they still did not give up, and this emotion was like the warm sun of winter, which once again brought them vitality. How can there be green light there? There are Konoha ninjas. Kill! A voice full of killing intent suddenly came. Oops, discovered. Tsunade-sama, you withdraw first, and these people are handed over to us. The dozen or so Konoha ninjas who stood beside Tsunade and were alert to the situation around them, immediately divided half to meet the enemy, and the other half carried the wounded and ran in a direction far away from the enemy's path. You carry the wounded first, and I will stay and drag them down, otherwise you will definitely not go far. Tsunade stood up, his expression a little heavy. He didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. I just wanted to use the speed of palm cactus to treat the wounds on the surface of the wound, which did not take much time. As a result, the flickering light was discovered. Tsunade-sama, what did you say? You are much more important than us, and if you don't go, then we won't go either. You are a medical ninja, you can save more people alive, please. Looking at the resolute gazes of several ninjas and the wounded, Tsunade gritted his teeth and closed his eyes slightly. This is the elite of Konoha, they may not even be shinobi, but they have a calm head, a judgmental eye for the situation, and the spirit of sacrificing for their companions and tasks without hesitation. As long as they don't hide themselves, standing in the massive crowd, like a beacon in the night, they can make people notice at a glance that the elite is like this. They are all heroes of Konoha. A second later, a tear quietly dripped from Tsunade's closed eyes. When he opened his eyes, his expression had become extremely calm, even with a faint chill. She must live, and she must live for the sake of these heroes who are willing to die. Experiencing a brutal war can indeed make a person grow rapidly. Go, walk together, hold on until the last minute. If there is no light at the last minute, I will leave. Yes. Several figures shot away. In the direction of the enemy, those ninjas were like moths to the fire, blooming the most dazzling light at the last moment of their lives. Heavy rain poured down. In the muddy dense forest, several figures carrying wounded people on their backs quickly flew through the forest. A large group of rain ninja in the back chased after them. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja carrying a wounded man on his back finally couldn't hold on, slipped under his feet, and completely fell to the ground, splashing a lot of water. Keep running! A husky female voice came from the front, and several people continued to leap non-stop. The two fallen ninjas were surrounded in the blink of an eye, and a large number of rain ninja only looked at it slightly, and then directly patched up the dense shuriken, pierced through, and at the same time kept chasing forward. Hurry up! Leave these trash fish alone. We should have found a big fish, don't let her run. Hee, she can't run far after those ninjas who carry the wounded on their backs. Tsunade led several ninjas all the way down the Nanzawa River Wangyang district. Although you can run deep into the dense forest, the hinterland of the Land of Rain can be more secretive. But there was absolutely no support, and the presence of a few wounded here did not mean that they could run away. In fact, Tsunade didn't know why she didn't want to leave the area, even if she didn't believe it herself, but she still felt that if there really was a miracle, didn't that person bring her a glimmer of light? Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes froze, and a large number of ninjas appeared in front of him. Reinforcements? At first, my heart was overjoyed, and then it completely turned into a dead ash. That's Yoshinobu, the rain shinobu who detoured to snipe in front. Finished. Tsunade-sama, save some effort. Kitagawa Takashi, the commander of the 7th Detachment of Yuin, greetings you. We sincerely invite you to visit our Yuin village. Tsunade's silver teeth clenched and his fists clenched. At this time, there are not many chakras on the body, and at most a heavenly guard. And there is no cultivation of the art of 100 heroes, there is no additional chakra. I was about to take out all the detonation charms on my body and finally give them a hard time. A large flock of ninja crows broke through the rain curtain and flew over the head of the rain ninja. Yuin village, the waterways are muddy everywhere, the smelly water ditches are everywhere, and the environment is too bad. It's hard for you to live in such a ghost place all the time. I have a great place to invite you to. A voice came clearly into the ears of all the Yoshinobu present. A large flock of crows descended in front of Tsunade, gathering into more than a dozen figures, all of which looked like one person. It was Makoto Uchiha. Uchiha, want to invite us to Konoha? It's ridiculous, you came just in time, just to kill you all, and my credit can be greatly increased by one section. Kitagawa Takashi sneered. No, it's an invitation to the Hades Palace. It's gloomy and cold enough for you rats who can't see the sun. Uchiha Makoto sneered, and the words he said made Kitagawa Takashi angry. Look when your mouth is hard, give me. Yes. Kitagawa Takashi waved angrily, just wanting to let everyone go up and kill. The other party didn't wait for him to finish, and a beam of electric light of more than 20 meters was directly activated in his hand, and he only had time to dodge by instinct, and a huge wound was grazed out of his abdomen. Wang Big, kill me. Needless to say, the nearby rain shinobu rushed up early. All kinds of ninjutsu shot out. Makoto Uchiha's shadow doppelgangers were not in a hurry, and after a burst of imprint speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Mi Rashoman. Water escape wall. A heavy defense blocked attacks from all directions. Just as the rain ninja wanted to attack a second wave, the rear suddenly exploded. One by one, the ninjas who were attracted to their attention were thrown to the ground. A large number of Konoha ninjas broke through the surface of the water from under the surface of the Wanyang district and leaped up. Water break. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. Two done, rock pillar gun. Lay done, go to the ground. In the blink of an eye, various ninjutsu roared. The situation reversed in the blink of an eye, and the rain ninja who had surrounded Tsunade was now surrounded by the Konoha ninjas. If it's really you, it can only be you. Indeed, apart from Makoto Uchiha, who else is likely to help them? At this time, Tsunade looked at the comber, and in his eyes, the still young figure gradually became taller, as if he could carry the whole world alone. For no reason, the psychology was stirred, and all kinds of unknown emotions surged into my heart. The tense spirit finally began to relax. Suddenly, I felt exhausted, and my figure swayed for a while, and I could hardly stand firm. Always paying attention to Makoto Uchiha's body around him, one turned around and half-hugged the shaky Tsunade. The start is slippery and cold. Tsunade-sama, you okay? The ninjas who were following Tsunade nearby spoke up in unison. They had just lost because Konoha's reinforcements arrived, and they became worried again. Because it was Uchiha who came, this has always been at odds with the Senju clan. If there is any stumbling block at this time, no one can stop it. How? Afraid that I'm not good for Tsunade? Not to mention that your expression reminds me. I really should do what worries you. Makoto Uchiha touched his chin with one hand and mused deliberately. Don't worry, they're all ninjas of Konoha, Makoto Uchiha, don't scare them, Tsunade said weakly. Then I felt that the hand holding my body actually swam, and suddenly the whole person froze. In order not to let others notice, he stopped his uneasiness and trembling, raised his head slightly, and looked at Uchiha Makoto with bright eyes pleadingly. Makoto Uchiha looked back at her expressionlessly, and after a long while, just when Tsunade couldn't help but exhale, Makoto Uchiha relaxed his hand and smiled slightly. Pulling out the broken snow in his hand, he broke off and drank, and the shadow doppelgangers around him withdrew their defenses and cooperated with the Konoha ninjas outside to kill the rain ninjas. Don't worry. Tsunade is right, we are all ninjas of Konoha. A few of you go to the rear to rest and recuperate. I will protect Tsunade with my own hands. As long as I am there, no one can hurt her. Uchiha Yato. First send someone to bring back the injured comrades in the field, and secretly hide the cultivation. The others continued to pursue this group of Yoshinobi, and after more than a kilometer, they withdrew, and the poor cow Mo chased. Uchiha Yato jumped over to Makoto's side, and after accepting the order, he left the scene without squinting at the injured ninjas. Thank you Makoto-sama. Tsunade-sama got rid of you. The ninjas had no better way, so they had to thank each other one after another. The whole forest was in a mess. About 15 minutes later, a loud noise was heard in the distance. A large number of rain ninja in the distance responded. Maz, I really can't stay for long. Everyone, retreat. Makoto Uchiha shouted, then picked Tsunade up by the waist and stepped back. Let me down, I can go. Tsunade's face was flushed, and his body was cold, but at the crook of his legs and on his back, a wave of heat hit him, which was where Makoto Uchiha's palm touched. You can't stand steadily, and you still want to be strong? Uchiha Makoto sneered, ignoring it, and the movements on his hands increased even harder. then you can carry me and run faster. Woman. No time. Sure enough, a huge sound came quickly from the ground, as if there was a huge beast rushing like a flat ground underground. A huge roar sounded on the ground ahead. Huge pepperfish broke through the ground. Dozens of elite rain ninja leapt out of its mouth. Hanzo, wearing a waterproof cape and a special gas mask, swept through the arena and immediately locked onto Makoto Uchiha, who was holding Tsunade. Konoha little Shura? Tsunade. Good, I'll stay. Hanzo has always paid close attention to the news of the entire ninja world, especially the every move of the neighboring village of Konoha, which are the more famous geniuses in his food archive. The so-called knowing oneself and knowing the other is invincible. Pepperfish Hanzo. Tsunade's pupils shrank slightly, and after all, he felt a twist and turn, and it was difficult to avoid this time. So he shook his head slightly and said to Makoto Uchiha, "You quickly let me down, and leave first, otherwise we won't be able to leave." Ding! In the face of the presence of Hanzo, a ninja demigod, please choose. Just abandon Tsunade and run away alone. Reward Ninja World Makoto Run, title plus water escape water body technique. B. Run back and forth with Tsunade and distribute the damage to the rest of your comrades. Reward Water Dragon technique. C. Run to the hinterland of the Land of Rain with Tsunade and lead away this group of strong enemies for your comrades. Reward the complete book of ninjutsu of Mizuto. Glancing at the system information, Makoto Uchiha ignored Tsunade, but held her ass and hugged her tighter with his arms. For the first time, Tsunade blushed in front of the enemy, grabbed Makoto Uchiha's arm with both hands like a weak woman, and buried his head in his arms. Makoto Uchiha's free hands quickly froze, and at the same time sprayed mercilessly towards Hanzo on his mouth. You're thinking about fart. More than people? Ninjutsu, the art of multiple shadow doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shadow doppelgangers filled this space. The brat who doesn't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth, he is worthy of being from the Uchiha clan. Give it to me, unload him in 8 pieces, and gouge out his eyes. Although slightly shocked by the other party's young age, Chakra has so much. He can make so many doppelgangers, but no matter how many chakras he has, he can't change the fate of losing here and contributing to them with the Sharingan. One of the shadow doppelgangers directly released a wide range of ninjutsu. In an instant, the muddy ground tumbled, and the tide like a mudslide blasted towards the rain ninjas. 2 done, earth formation. A small number of people quickly slapped their hands on the ground, and one after another earth walls rose up together, steadily blocking the river of earth. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall. Water escape, water shelling. Water escape, the art of water dragon bullets. The other group directly began to fight back, and the water washed the mud flow back. Psychic art, triple Rashomon. Lei Duan, Chidori. Lei Dun, Lei Chuan. The shadow doppelgangers relied on their chakra to scare them. Yaga. Why are these shadow avatars so strong? Baka-kan, how much chakra does this need? The Rain Ninja Elite showed their shocked looks one after another, and couldn't help but complain. The hand movements did not stop, cooperating with his teammates to extinguish one shadow doppelganger after another, but he also began to suffer casualties. Makoto Uchiha's body held Tsunade, greased the solace of his feet, and turned his head and ran towards the hinterland of the Land of Rain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing to enter the hinterland of the Land of Rain, lead away the strong enemies of the Rain Ninja, and obtain the complete book of water ninjutsu. Immediately, the huge ninjutsu release technique was received by Makoto Uchiha's subconscious, without causing the slightest pause, and rushed into the dense forest at a rapid speed. At this moment, there was another shaking in the ground. The giant pepperfish lives up to expectations. Once again, break the ground and stop ahead. It's you beast that's waiting. A long-prepared shadow doppelganger jumped down from the tree, and the buzzing spiral pill shuriken slammed into the giant pepperfish. If you don't solve this giant pepperfish, the road ahead will be difficult. Sensing the mortal danger, the giant pepperfish slammed its head on the ground and wanted to continue to escape underground. Saying that it was too late, Tsunade immediately struggled out of Makoto Uchiha's embrace, and finally made his last bit of chakra. For this hateful pepperfish, she has long wanted to get rid of it. Keep feet. Rumble. The ground seemed to have suffered a major earthquake of more than 10 magnitude, collapsing and cracking all the way, suddenly jamming the body of the pepperfish diving. Then Tsunade's body softened and his eyes closed. The body of continuous conquest was exhausted by chakra, and finally he couldn't resist and completely fell into a coma. Makoto Uchiha picked her up again, sighed softly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instantaneous. Rumble. At this time, the spiral shuriken exploded and the tail of the giant pepperfish exposed outside the surface. The sharp wind pressure directly smashed that area. Tweet. The loud screams like rats spread far away. Subsequently, the giant pepperfish completely turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to the other world. My pepperfish. Bastard. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. The pepperfish roared half hidden behind and summoned several giant water dragons. Dozens of shadow doppelgangers along the way were quickly extinguished. Fire, fire extinguished. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The last two shadow doppelgangers completely blew up their last chakra, and the huge enhanced version of the flame was at least doubled in power on rainy days. But coupled with the combination of wind pressure, it is still powerful, and it collides violently with the incoming water. Suddenly it exploded into the hot water vapor in the sky, and in an instant, a large fog rose in this area without 5 fingers. A large number of Yunin who chased after them were driven into the dense forest by the furious Hanzo of the pepperfish to find Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade. On the other side, Uchiha Yato, who encountered less pursuit, received the news that Uchiha Makoto was retreating and hiding, and was quickly fleeing the dense forest with Konoha's troops. Along the way, Makoto Uchiha used the Shadow Avatar several times to lure away the pursuing enemies. Even with his chakra amount, it was enough to choke at this time. Fortunately, the downpour kept falling, erasing a lot of slight traces. Otherwise, even if they have the instantaneous technique, it is not an easy task to get rid of them. I kept rushing out of the dense forest and into another hilly area full of rugged rocks, but I still didn't dare to stop. Braving the rain and continuing to rush to the depths of the rain country, in the white rain curtain, only his own figure. It gives people a sense of loneliness and loneliness. Fortunately, there is another person in the arms, so that he will not feel so lonely, and the cold wind has repeatedly hit, and only this fat ass egg is a little warm. Well, sorry, I really didn't notice that Tsunade, this guy is not only Hun but also has such a good ass. Uchiha Makoto silently apologized in his heart. Well, I can't blame me for apologizing. A chill seeped into his body from the rain, and he felt that the heat could not withstand the cold of the heavy rain when he ran continuously. Not to mention a comatose Tsunade. That's right, Tsunade. Just now, I had been paying attention to observe whether there were any enemies around, and I didn't deliberately pay attention to Tsunade, just running around holding an important piece of wood. Later, I was attracted to her two huge places. Now that I came back to my senses, I realized that she had been in a coma for a long time. He lowered his head and gently pressed it against her forehead, and sure enough, the coolness of the rain could not dispel the heat on her forehead. Trouble, this is a fever. Ninjas generally don't get sick, catch a cold. But getting sick and catching a cold is also very troublesome. Medical ninjutsu can only treat physical wounds, and there is nothing to do about this cold or even deeper viral infection. She is not a doctor, so she has to quickly find a place to shelter from the rain to help her rest. After walking for another quarter of an hour, I found that there was no good place to stay, so I had to find a hidden and strong mountain wall and use ninjutsu to dig a cave directly. Roasted again over the heat. Suddenly, a simple landing point came out. Placing Tsunade lightly on the floor, there were many small and fine wounds, the largest of which was in the abdomen, and in order to save chakra, the silly woman simply treated the bleeding and ignored it. At this time, many wound edges, because of the erosion of cold rain, have begun to turn white. The clothes were also tattered, and the right chest even showed a large amount of snow white, but with the bruised, red and white scars, the overall was not very beautiful. Tsunade, who has always been the image of a strong woman, is frowning slightly at this time, as if he is also having nightmares in his sleep. His fair face was sickly red because of fever, and he looked delicate. Hey, you guy has this day too. Makoto Uchiha carefully examined her and found that there were no dangerous fatal injuries. Hands stir up a pale green glow. Palm cactus. Advanced healing ninjutsu, where the two palms go, quickly heal the delicate wounds to their original state. Only some larger wounds require a little effort. After a while, fine beads of sweat covered Makoto Uchiha's forehead. His chakra was also running out, plus he had not rested, and he felt a little powerless at this time. He meows, his clothes are all tattered. How to help you treat, it's really in the way. It was as if he was reading to the comatose Tsunade, and he was speaking to himself. Nay. Makoto Uchiha ripped off Tsunade's tattered clothes, leaving her with the last 3-point pose. I don't know how long it took, it should have been the next day, and it was still raining heavily outside the cave, and there was no day. The biting cold wind with the cold rain is not shot into the cave. Fortunately, the space that Makoto Uchiha had carved out of ninjutsu in the rock wall was large enough, and the trend was tilted upwards from the doorway. This way the rain hitting the door does not flood in. At this time, Tsunade's long eyelashes trembled slightly a few times, and he opened his confused eyes. There is no focus, and he looks at the person lying next to him in confusion. Who's this? Which is it? Makoto Uchiha. Suddenly the memories before the coma flooded into my mind. She remembered that she was saved by Makoto Uchiha when she was surrounded by Yunin. Finally, in order to stop the escape of the giant pepperfish, he used the last bit of physical strength and chakra to use the keep foot, and then lost consciousness. It seems that he has fled the danger, and the wound on his body, which has been in severe pain, has been treated. I owe him a favor again. No. How he lay beside himself. Only then did Tsunade's head gradually come to his senses. I just wanted to roll over but felt weak. The next moment, he found that he was holding Makoto Uchiha like an octopus. This Well, let go gently first, and wake him up when you separate, otherwise the situation is too embarrassing. Bang bang. The sound of the wind and rain outside could not be heard, only the sound of his own heartbeat. Tsunade had never been so close to a man. Tsunade stared at Makoto Uchiha's face close at hand, afraid that he would suddenly wake up and open his eyes. Gathering his strength, his hands slowly withdrew from under his neck. With the movement of her body, a strange touch came from her right hand. Almost made her hard work dissipate. The little bastard actually put his hand inside her clothes. With his elbows on the ground, the whole person was half standing, and the cool breeze outside finally poured in. Only then did Tsunade realize that her clothes had long since disappeared, leaving only the three-point style and a wide black trench coat, which was now half open, wrapping her and Uchiha Makoto inside. Makoto Uchiha. This discovery made Tsunade furious, and just wanted to give him an iron fist, when suddenly there was a touch on the right hun, and suddenly the whole person softened, and he fell down again. Forward. In fact, Makoto Uchiha also woke up the moment Tsunade woke up. It's just that he didn't know what to do, so he continued to pretend to sleep. After helping her treat herself last night, I was too tired. I was originally leaning against the wall to prepare to rest like this. As a result, seeing that Tsunade had been covered in cold, pitiful, he just helped her keep warm. The last thing was warm enough, and I was so comfortable that I fell asleep after a while. At this time, he was frightened by the other party's roar, and his left hand couldn't help but exert some strength, and suddenly it was soft and smooth, and it felt excellent to the touch. Don't get me wrong, I helped you treat your injuries last night. Your tattered clothes will only cause wound infection, so help you get rid of them. As for the current situation, I said you had a fever last night and you were cold. Rub it yourself, do you believe it? Makoto Uchiha explained falsely. Tsunade's angry eyes swept down his left hand. Then what's going on with your hand? Uchiha Makoto quickly let go of the left hand that was holding her right hand. This is purely accidental. Makoto Uchiha responded awkwardly. This is a fact, I fell asleep, it was really an unconscious action. However, the moment he withdrew his hand, he accidentally rubbed it again. SHHH. Suddenly, Tsunade's face was flushed. Uchiha's hot snort sprayed on Tsunade's face that was close at hand, making her even more dizzy. The faint chakra quickly gathered on her right fist. Uchiha Makoto saw that the situation was not good, and quickly turned over, and the carp rolled out. Rumble. Gollum. Looking at the pothole in the ground in front of him, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help swallowing his saliva, fortunately flashed quickly, otherwise he would definitely be beaten out of the psychological shadow. Tsunade originally had a fever and was not well, but now he suddenly saw Venus in his eyes, and he was faint and unconscious. When I woke up again, although I could still hear the sound of rain outside, there was obviously no light outside except for the fire lit indoors. It looks like it's supposed to be evening. An iron pot was set up on the crackling flames, and Makoto Uchiha turned his back to her as he tinkered with the food in the pot. A burst of warmth came from the burning fire. Tsunade slowly sat up, leaning his back against the rock wall behind him, while wrapping his trench coat tightly around him. Are you awake? It'll be ready to eat soon, wait a minute. Makoto Uchiha heard the noise, turned around and said to Tsunade with a smile. At the same time, the movements of the hands are non-stop, pounding the food in the pot, making a sizzling sound. Tsunade didn't know how to face Makoto Uchiha. Her personality decided that she would not have a twisting attitude, so she had to turn her head silently and not look at him to hide her inner fluctuations. These firewood are hard to pick up from outside and dry over the fire. As for food, cooking utensils. You can't go hungry when you're out and about, so one of my seal scrolls is filled with these things. Uchiha Makoto was unimpressed and continued to say to himself. Okay, freshly baked barilla hot pot. There are stewed potatoes, tomato stewed tomatoes, sweet sweet potatoes, smell and smell. Eat it. Makoto Uchiha served a bowl to Tsunade first. No need. If you listen to it, you have no appetite, Tsunade said in a hoarse voice. It's okay not to eat, so that your body will not get better and your condition will worsen. Not only will this not only save the Konoha ninja, but also drag me to take care of you. I alone can at least attract 1,000-man army of Yoshinobu, which is equivalent to saving more than 1,000 Konoha ninjas. In this way, it is equivalent to you indirectly killing more than 1,000 comrades. Uchiha Makoto held the bowl and said lightly. Tsunade bit his lower lip. How could he not eat and have such serious consequences? It was better to be famous than to meet. This little Uchiha was even more shameless than before. Give you 10 seconds to consider. If you don't want me, I'll throw it away. 10, 1. I eat. Tsunade hurriedly took the bowl and said angrily, how did you jump directly to 1? It's shameless. I'm waiting. It's not delicious when it's cold. I'm in a hurry, for your good. Makoto Uchiha looked at Tsunade's resulting rice bowl and said with a smile. Humph. Tsunade picked up a piece of food, stared at Makoto Uchiha, and bit down hard, as if imagining that this piece of food was himself. There was a burst of sweet and soft glibness at the entrance, which turned out to be extremely delicious, and the food inside was not the materials that Uchiha had just thought. Instead, it is mainly meat that replenishes physical strength. For a while, tears couldn't help but burst out of his eyes, and Tsunade, who has always been characterized by being strong and strong, has not enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of for a long time. What's wrong? No, how bad is that? If you really can't eat it, don't force yourself, I'll cook it for you again. Makoto Uchiha looked at Tsunade without saying a word, and suddenly burst into tears. My heart suddenly clicked. Could it be that my level of cooking was so low? No, she usually cooks for Mikoto Uchiha, and she says it's delicious. It's okay, barely inhaled, I just accidentally got burned. After the meal, Tsunade felt a little bit of strength and quietly looked at the entire cave. There is a large pile of dried firewood along the wall. It was obvious that Makoto Uchiha took advantage of her coma to run outside to pick it up and dry it one by one. What's going on outside? She said softly. Uchiha turned to her, fiddling with the fire with a branch. Hearing this, he looked slightly sideways at Tsunade and said, the old look, heavy rain pouring, white and empty, there is not a single figure. As for Kanaha's companions, it's useless for you to worry now. If you really want to return to the battlefield quickly, hurry up and recover your body. Tsunade snorted softly, leaned his back against the rock wall, and after a while fell asleep again. His spirit was still prone to sleepiness, but as long as he maintained adequate rest and energy replenishment, he should be able to fully recover in a day or two. The fire burned until midnight before it was extinguished. Soon after, a chill rose in the air again. In the next day or two, the rain gradually decreased, and Makoto Uchiha went out more and more. Each time he left a crow and Tsunade with wide eyes. And Tsunade's body finally improved greatly, his physical strength basically recovered, and chakra also recovered most of it. It's just that she didn't tell Makoto Uchiha that her external performance was still a weak look. I don't know why, she enjoys the feeling of being taken care of. That evening, Makoto Uchiha was stewing a hodgepodge as always. The flames in the cave are raging, and the rain outside the cave is dripping. Tsunade silently pulled the food in the bowl, but the afterglow from the corner of his eye kept secretly looking at someone. In the past 2 days, the fighting on the other side of the Nans River has basically been stable. The 6,000 main force that crossed the river finally confirmed that only 2,000 survived, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Together with the 2,000 of us stationed in the rear, the total number of troops near the Nans River at this time is more than 4,000. Commanding Mito Minion and Orochimaru took the guerrilla tactics that I passed on to the past, waiting for Kanaha's second support. So, you recuperate well, and the next plan is, we don't have to rush back to Kanaha's base camp, but continue to go deep into the land of rain to explore the way for the next counterattack and disrupt their rear. Makoto Uchiha did not look back, and while constantly adding some ingredients to the iron pot, he said as if talking to himself. But he knew Tsunade was listening. This guy has been silent these 2 days, but he has eaten a lot again. Another bowl. Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and he handed the bowl straight to Makoto Uchiha, as if he didn't care what he said. However, judging from the amount of food he eats, it is clear that he wants to recover more quickly. The 8th bowl. Makoto Uchiha muttered softly, silently adding to her. Before, I ate 5 or 5 at most. Tsunade's face turned even redder, and finally 5 couldn't go down. 5 bowls or more, okay, this bowl is still a large bowl. It seems that other girls do not eat so much. However, the amount of food that ninjas eat is basically relatively large. It's okay, 10 bowls a meal is not enough for me when I want to eat, Makoto Uchiha quipped. Oh, who was muttering that I ate 8 bowls just now, bastard, I actually counted it so clearly. Tsunade kicked lightly in annoyance. Unfortunately, Makoto Uchiha, who was quick in his eyes, grasped his heels lightly, and on Saigzu's slender feet, his toes trembled slightly like tender lotus buds. Makoto Uchiha couldn't help but raise his arms slightly. Yay! What are you going to do? Don't move. Since Tsunade was sitting on the ground at this time, and he had to balance the dishes and chopsticks in his hands, the inside of his wide trench coat was almost vacuum. Suddenly, a large expanse of snow white covered Uchiha Makoto's eyes. Oh! Makoto Uchiha really didn't move, but his eyes were faintly shining. No, it's not. Let it go. Tsunade said in embarrassment, feeling his heartbeat abnormally and violently for the first time. This has never happened before, and it has never been so seriously injured, and even if it is better, it is still a little sequelae. Say it early. See if you dare to kick me next time, kick me again. Don't let go. Makoto Uchiha lowered his hand and snorted. Tsunade quickly withdrew his feet and wrapped his trench coat tightly. It feels like facing Makoto Uchiha now is even more difficult than facing 1,000 ninjas. After quickly pulling 2 bites to eat, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and lay in the corner on one side, out of sight and not upset. Oh, woman. Gradually, all that remained was the sound of flames burning and the sound of rain outside. And Tsunade, because he basically recovered this time, was still confused after lying down for a long time and couldn't sleep. I can't help but miss the previous night, and I can fall asleep with my eyes closed. Suddenly, a figure also lay beside him, and without saying a word, he hugged her in his arms. You, me, what me? The other night you were so cold that you were wrapped up like an octopus in the middle of the night. Don't say you didn't notice it. Today saved so much trouble, I'll do it myself. Moreover, I am a man and every time I am held by you, I am very faceless. Uchiha teased. Don't, I'm almost recovered, no need. Tsunade quickly rolled over, holding Makoto Uchiha's chest with both hands, trying to push him away. Slap down. Immediately, the strength of Tsunade's whole body was dissipated. Don't make trouble, I'm not an item, but if you don't need it, take it, and throw it away if you don't need it. The strength is not small, it seems that your strength has recovered. Hurry up and rest, tomorrow it's time to get down to business. After speaking, as if in retaliation, he hugged Tsunade's hand fiercely, and his chin rested on her smooth brain. Tsunade's brain was hot, his heart was beating faster, and he didn't know what to do for a while. After a long while, he said softly that, "Can you take your hand out? Exhale like a blue, fragrant." Makoto Uchiha was also in a mood, and quickly suppressed the flames that wanted to rise. I'm sorry, get used to it, get used to it. By the way, girls don't move and puff out their fists, leave some strength, and endure the rain tomorrow. Half a day later. Rumble. A huge roar erupted from the cave, billowing with smoke. Even the rain curtain outside seemed to have been shaken apart a lot. The area has been quiet for a few days, but now it's finally coming alive. Early morning. The heavy rain for several days finally stopped, but the cool and moisture-filled wind was still blowing. At this time, Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade had just had breakfast and were ready to leave for the nearest town. Yesterday Makoto Uchiha had already found his bearings. As soon as he walked out of the cave entrance, the fierce wind couldn't help but make Uchiha Makoto squint. A burst of pain came from Wu King-Ai's left eye. Humph. Deserve. Tsunade snorted coldly behind her, and suddenly a strong wind blew in, lifting up most of her black trench coat. Sure enough, last night, both of them fought fire, and they didn't know the seriousness of the attack, and the most hateful thing was that they didn't let each other use palm cactus treatment. A scream sounded, and Tsunade slipped back into the cave. There's no way to go out at all. Now you know shyness. Why was it so wild when you hit someone last night? Makoto Uchiha said unceremoniously. Then he took out 2 sets of white coats of different sizes from the seal scroll, as well as several sets of civilian clothes, and even white tights and clothes. Nah, here you go. Went to town yesterday to buy it. Dress me tightly. Damn, why didn't you take it out yesterday? Tsunade took the clothes and said hatefully. Oh, there were so many things yesterday, I forgot. You have become percent yen too, you really dare to buy anything. It's much easier to transform into a girl and buy it, of course, I actually use illusion to control others to buy it. You, turn around. Tsunade just wanted to change his clothes suddenly found that Makoto Uchiha was still staring at him. No, I dug this cave, where do I want to see? If you are really afraid, you can run outside to change. Besides, you have long been seen by me, and you are still shy, Uchiha said with a smile. Nowadays, teasing Tsunade is one of his great pleasures. Tsunade's teeth crunched, and finally he quickly replaced it helplessly. Anyway, there are 3-point formulas, and other aspects are indeed as he said, long ago. 2 hours later, 2 figures, one black and one white, strode into a city made of steel in the cold wind. Since it rains all year round in the land of rain, the town here has a strange style, and most of them use steel to cast the main body. Gray and gloomy is the main theme of the town, which contrasts with the dark clouds in the sky. At this time, the two had each healed their wounds, and I used the transformation technique to change my appearance. Cut, woman. Even a transformation technique has to make a delicate appearance. Makoto Uchiha looked at Tsunade, who has changed greatly now, and shamelessly walks in a cute style. At most 1 meter and 5 meters tall, under the long aqua blue hair is a cute face with a little baby fat. Oh, man. You are not the same, who are you bluffing? Tsunade immediately sneered. I saw that Makoto Uchiha looked like a muscular freak man, 1 meter 9 tall, muscles stacked layer by layer, one arm caught up with Tsunade's current image of the waist bar is so thick. The two stood together, and the contrast was strong. A big girl pretends to be tender, a little boy pretends to be mature. Gather intelligence, gather crowds to make trouble, or something. Taverns have always been one of the best ways to do this. Makoto Uchiha walked ahead, arrived at the tavern with a big grin, and kicked the door open. Boss, bring me your best wine. The attitude was arrogant and domineering, and the huge voice immediately attracted the attention of the entire tavern. Originally, some people were still a little angry, but after seeing Makoto Uchiha's huge size, they immediately extinguished the idea of making trouble because of this. Okay, wait a minute, officer. The steward quickly responded. Makoto Uchiha also took this opportunity to quickly look at the entire scene. There are more than 20 tables in total, only 7 are seated. It seems that there is not much traffic. It may be the reason for the morning? After a quick glance, he didn't stop, and casually found a position by the window to sit. At the same time, he held the cute Tsunade hand of 1 meter 5 behind him on his lap. Dry ha? Put me down and sit next to myself. Fart, we are now playing a couple, how can we not be intimate? At this time, a tall and sexy waitress walked over with a bottle of delicately decorated old wine in her left hand. Sir, this is the hallmark of our shop, 30 years of aging. What else do I need? The waitress looked smiling. How is this enough? Get me 2 more bottles, serve me a full table for the next meal, and get some juice for my wife. Makoto Uchiha slapped a large number of silver taels on the table, grinned at the waiter, and suddenly showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, and his eyes flashed with a burst of silver light. Maz, another flower stuck on cow dung. This is a psychological portrayal of all the people present in the entire bar. The waitress still responded with a smile on her face, but there was a hint of disgust hidden in the depths of her eyes. No, I want a drink too, just like this on the table. Knowing that Uchiha Makoto is not bad at money, he seized the opportunity to slaughter him, and dared to say that she was his wife, and he couldn't do it without a lesson. Okay, please wait, the waitress said to Tsunade with a smile, thinking to herself that this lady is so cute, but is this age really an adult? So much more disgusted with this big man around him. When he turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly felt a pair of big hands behind him caressing him. Resisting the thought of screaming, he ran quickly to the counter in 3 and 2 steps. There was even more laughter behind him. Suddenly the laughter stopped abruptly, and the soft flesh around Uchiha Makoto's waist was pinched. Dry ha? How did you do this? You can change your personality even when you change your body. Are you a master transformation technique, or your acting skills are outstanding? Makoto Uchiha looked at Kojina's hand sitting on his lap, full of curiosity. How had he never heard of her skills before? Hee, put away your narrowed expression. Didn't you say that you are a good couple? How did you become a husband and wife again? You don't have to step in, Tsunade whispered, and the little hand around his waist turned again. I'm a character, you know? It was meant to play a good man. Hiss, you're pinching me again. Humph, I see that you are acting in your true colors. Ozuna flipped his head, jumped off Uchiha Makoto, took a short step, and ran to the chair next to him. After a while, the waiter brought dishes and wine jars. Makoto Uchiha directly took the wine altar and drank it. Tsunade, on the other hand, tastes it in small bites. Watch the big man Makoto Uchiha chew peonies like a cow, and directly swallow it to drink the most expensive 30-year wine. One by one, the rest of the tavern cast disdainful glances, and then saw Kojina T next to him. A pair of sky blue hair draped over his shoulders, sitting on a high chair, his short legs and white tights could not touch the ground, and he swayed leisurely. A well-behaved and provocative look. Suddenly, everyone was heartbroken again, and they scolded Uchiha Makoto angrily in their hearts, and arched a good cabbage. Finally, a brightly dressed Gongza brother with several guards around him stood up. Brushing his black and oily hair with both hands, he led the guard to Makoto Uchiha. Makoto Uchiha glanced at the guys. A bunch of ordinary people who have not refined chakra. Suddenly, with a slap on the table, the green tendons on the huge arm protruded, and the twisted knots were as terrifying as earthworms. Get ahead of the curve, dry ha? Want to eat your uncle's fist? No, don't get me wrong. I came from admiring the tendon flesh of my predecessors. My name is Junichiro Koyama, what do you two call me? Brother Gongza's attitude was Chen Gong, and he didn't come to look for trouble. It's just that the voice is too soft, like a girl. My name is Yang Kuo. This is the big cage neodymium. Well, the experience of Xiaokang neodymium is too miserable, it's better to call it a big cage neodymium. Makoto Uchiha took another sip of wine, and responded with a look of disgust, it's okay, hurry up and get out, if you want to rub the wine, there is no door. Good. I like Yang Kuo-jun's straightforward and unafraid nature, and I have invited you to this table. I came here mainly to ask Yang Kuo-jun to be my post-$% carat bodyguard. How about giving you 5 times the usual person in terms of pay? Junichiro brushed his hair again after speaking. I didn't find out where the little girl next to me was big, and she was called Decang Neodymium. But he didn't pay much attention, he didn't even look at it a few times. This kind of small point, no, it should be said that girls are not his thing. His main target is this big man. His fingers are slender, his face is covered with a thick layer of foundation, and he twists # pinching yen % like a woman. Uchiha Makoto gave goosebumps when he saw it. Also post #% bodyguard? Vomit. Fuck off, do you think I'm a person short of money? If you guys stay with me as a dog, I can pay you tenfold. Uchiha shot back viciously. Alas, I am so good to woo you, you do not accept. Then I'll have to be hard. Give me all, don't punch me in the face, tie me back to the compound to be my 13th room. Junichiro Koyama completely lost patience and turned his face directly. A hobby like him is really directly ordered, and there is no need or inability to brush favorability. Burst, burst, burst. Ozuna, who was sitting next to him, instantly spewed out all the wine in his mouth. Then the whole tavern was filled with spouts. Maz met the reality version of. There is a delicate asterisk drop next to not rob, grab a muscle monster man. I have long felt that this person is familiar. It turns out to be Junichiro Koyama, hahaha, he is a famous in this city. The favorite thing here is the strong man who robbed the passerby, and this big man is obviously not our local. Sure enough, those guards are also muscular, of course, they are not as good as the big man Makoto Uchiha. I saw them smile and come over. Bang bang. In the blink of an eye, it all flew out sideways. It's just ordinary people. Uchiha Makoto doesn't bully them, relying on his super physique. He directly rewarded them with a slap and slapped his mouth full of teeth. Junichiro Koyama originally left all his saliva, fantasizing about grabbing this big man and having a good life for a while. At this time, it seemed that the kick had been kicked to the iron plate. But then I was even more excited. Can iron over my brother? His brother is a ninja. I like this tough man. Good. I'm happy. Junichiro Koyama stepped forward to express his joy again, and it has always been invincible to say that his brother is a ninja. Boom, boom. This time it was even worse. Junichiro directly suffered a kick in the stomach, and when his mouth opened in pain, he directly slapped him out of the tavern. Did he click? There were scattered teeth all over the ground. Get out. Disgusting stuff. Dare to rob a man with an old woman, it's really tired of living. Ozuna supported his hand on the wine table with one hand, and his small body rotated one by one, smoothly completing the beating action. Then he just turned back to sit gracefully, and at this time he may have found that his behavior was a little rough just now, which did not fit this image. Quickly came a lady to sit, slightly looked down at the corner of the table, her cheeks were slightly red, and her hands were folded on her legs. Then he stretched out his right hand and pulled the corner of Uchiha Makoto's clothes, raised his head slightly, and looked at him with watery eyes, as if he had done something wrong. The tavern was silent at this time. Everyone was shocked by Ozuna. I didn't expect a soft and weak look to be so violent. Sure enough, is this the big cage neodymium, with a big temper and a lot of strength? However, at this time, he showed a pitiful look. Please, someone else is the victim, okay? If they hadn't seen the scene of Ozuna's hands just now, others would really feel that this house had suffered some great grievances. However, the next moment, everyone was even more disgusted by the man on his back, making a delicate girl angry like this. It's a crime that deserves it. Just when the protective desire gradually arose in the hearts of the many good-looking dogs. Syllable. A loud slapping sound came. The jaws that had just been closed by the drinkers opened widely. I saw that Yang Guo pulled the big cage neodymium to his thigh, and then took out a white trench coat to cover her tightly. The big slap fell on her tightly covered little ass one by one. When you go out, call you a lady, be quiet, see what you just said. With me, does that kind of garbage need your hands? Did your hands hurt? Makoto Uchiha shouted while hitting. No, with gloves, it doesn't hurt. Fart, ass hurts. After Kojin's character was substituted again, he seemed to find it funny, and turned his head in response. Oh, that helps you rub. Need. Well, no, I almost lied to you. Makoto Uchiha was so cute by Ojunad, and he broke a little. Huggle. I'm a buzzing ninja, you guys wait. At this time, Junichiro Koyama, who was supported by a group of guards at the door, was like the guards next to him. His face was swollen into a pig's head. After having no teeth, he said something leaky that people couldn't understand. Get out. Uchiha Makoto didn't look at it, and directly grabbed a table next to him and threw it towards the door. Boom. Frightened Junichiro, they hugged their heads. It's miserable, although that Junichiro is his brother is a powerful middle ninja, and he is the most protective. Let's go. Yes, these two foreigners will definitely be finished like those who came before. Don't get hurt by the pond fish, go for a walk. In the blink of an eye, these are just ordinary people, and the drinkers have run away for most of them. It's good to see the excitement. If you suffer something because of this, it will not be worth the loss. 2, let's go. When his brother comes, you can't leave if you want to. The waitress hurried to remind Makoto Uchiha of them. Not because of kindness, but because if she fights in the tavern, she will be asked to clean up later, and if there is no compensation for response, the boss is estimated to deduct her salary. She didn't have a good impression of this yellow-toothed man. It's okay, just wait for them to come over. I have to move my body, otherwise it has rained for so many days, and the whole person is a lot lazy. Makoto Uchiha waved his hand, refusing to leave here. Joke, they just came to find trouble. As long as there is no more than a team of 1,000 people, they can basically solve it, and they can run if they can't solve it. Of course, the more ninjas come, the better. Stir up the storm in the rear, and make the guerrilla war on the front line a little more enjoyable. Come on. Drink, this time you can let go and drink. Makoto Uchiha withdrew his trench coat and held Ozuna tightly in his arms again, feeding her a drink by the way. I'll do it myself. Ozuna rolled his eyes, knocked down Uchiha Makoto's hand that wanted to be strange, and wanted to jump to the ground, but unfortunately he held it firmly. Thinking of the role he played, he had to reluctantly quiet down and prepare to give him some color when there was no one. With a glass of alcohol in her throat, Ozuna's face flushed even more, and with her 1.5 figure after her transformation now, it looked even more cute and moving. Just when the two of them were full of wine and food, they had just walked out of the tavern. Figures came up from all directions. Xiao Lang, this big guy is the guy who bullied you? In the crowd, the leader was also a strong man. His face was a little similar to Xiao Lang, but a little more resolute. Big brother, that's him. Help me catch him. And the little lady's skin next to him is actually a female Tyrannosaurus. I want to draw it back. Junichiro Koyama gritted his teeth and said, oh, now that his teeth are all gone, he can only grind his mouth. For many years, I have always been hand-to-hand in the face of foreigners, but I didn't expect to be cleaned up so miserably this time, but my group of majestic guards are now unsightly. In the blink of an eye, pedestrians on the street found that there was a bustle to see, and they also surrounded from afar. Very good, now is the time of war. These two are obviously the details of the enemy country, and everyone will capture these two gangsters for me together. Ichiro's eldest brother, Jun-Daro Oyama, indiscriminately made excuses for his actions. That's Junichiro Koyama, this guy likes muscle men the most. I think they have nothing to do, right? Didn't you see him beaten so badly? Finally hit the iron plate, without looking at the opponent's muscles. It is estimated that one punch can knock people 10 meters away. Exaggerated, still 10 meters, this power. You don't say that it is more convincing to directly beat people into two sections. Only I noticed that the girl next to me has red lips and white teeth. It's so cute. Leave this alone, the ninja shot. Be careful to be affected, and killed in vain. The crowd of onlookers retreated a long distance, and now it was a time of war, and those ninja adults were each equipped with extraordinary skills, and if they were accidentally injured, there was no place to cry. Let's see whose fists are tough. Give it all to me. Two done, petrification. Oyama-chun Dallin roared. The whole person seemed to be plated with a layer of rock luster, and the whole body was in a petrified state, and it grew in a circle. Step by step, he rushed towards Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade with heavy steps. A group of Nakata shinobu accompanying him also rushed up together. Just when Makoto Uchiha wanted to have fun with them, a small white figure around him quickly jumped out. Boom! Xiaoshen Chundalang felt that he was really hit by a small mountain, and the whole person was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away with a swoosh, smashing a hole in the wall of a store. The other dozen ninjas also flew out, and then one by one fell down like dumplings. Even Junichiro Koyama, who had already been beaten into a pig's head, was sent flying again. The onlookers were stunned one by one. At this time, everyone saw clearly that the beating was really a girl who they thought was extremely cute. Hiss, humanoid violent cage. Feelings, this guy is a real ninja. In their opinion, a ninja is a strong one. Then, the big man next to her won't be more powerful, right? How could it be? It should have been her bodyguard. By the way, how did you run farther and farther? Silly hat, the other party is so powerful, and it is obviously not our ninja. It is likely to be hostile. If you want to find death, stay here. Nanny, you're so smart. Wait for me. In the blink of an eye, the crowd of onlookers on the street seemed to be very lively and noisy, but in the blink of an eye, they all slipped away. It seems that these civilians are not the first time to face such a situation. Sure enough, a moment later, a signal flare quietly took off. In the blink of an eye, the entire small city was alarmed, and one after another figures rushed to this side. Why did you do it again? Pay attention to the image. The transformed big man Makoto Uchiha couldn't help but remind. Humph. I was already holding my breath and wanted to teach someone a lesson. There were sandbags delivered to the door, just out of breath. Ozuna flicked his gloved hands. All of them were some middle and lower shinobi, and he felt that he couldn't warm up. After being injured and recuperating for so long, the body is going to rust. Then what are you doing by transforming into such a little brat? Your behavior is completely inconsistent with your image. Cut, rare and strange, there are still few characters in the ninja world who subvert the image. Don't I also partner with your big man? Ozuna suddenly blinked mischievously, then put his feet together and jumped gently. He jumped onto Uchiha's shoulder and sat firmly on it. Hee, don't you see that this is a good mount? Not to mention, the super strong man transformed by Makoto Uchiha is indeed extremely shocking when his muscles are piled up, and he can almost reach the realm of being able to stand on a fist and a horse on a man's arm. Come down, if you don't come down, don't come down forever. Uchiha shook his shoulders, almost knocking Ozuna's hand off. No, in the tavern, didn't you say I was your wife? Now I'm tired and don't want to go. How is Lord Fajun? Disgusting, don't talk like this on purpose, thinking of your usual personality, my goosebumps are up. Then you still let me take on the role. just when the two of them were fighting more and more, they were about to escalate to fists and feet again. One after another figures arrived from afar. After a while, hundreds of people gathered. At the head is a female ninja wearing a ninja vest in the land of rain. The voice said crisply, "Where are the two of you, knocking out so many of us as soon as they come? Maybe they don't take our rain country seriously, right?" Makoto Uchiha doesn't explain either. Directly released the crows in the sky. Up. If the other party doesn't want to answer, then take it and wait for the memory to be searched directly. The female shinobu also directly beckoned his subordinates to prepare to kill. It's a pity that the response is a pop. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 middle and lower shinobi were all hit by illusion and fell to the ground. There are only a dozen or so spiritual powers left. Ozuna also instantly leaped out of Makoto Uchiha's shoulder. Keep feet. Rumble. The collapsed and exploded ground devoured these 10 or so people again, leaving only female shinobu. Bastard. Mizu done water break. After shinobu quickly dodged Tsunade's attack, her hands quickly froze halfway. Water escape, water sky attack. A voice suddenly came from behind him. B-level ninjutsu from the system Reward Shui Dundaiji. A prison with a wider range than the art of the water prison, and directly locked up the female shinobu inside. In this small town where only one Shangnin sits, in the blink of an eye, more than 100 shinobi have been completely wiped out. I always face a strong or extremely large number of enemies on the frontal battlefield, but I didn't expect that it was extremely comfortable to bully the weak now. Makoto Uchiha teased while adding a seal to this Shangnin that imprisoned Chakra. Who the hell are you? Such strength will definitely not be unknown. The female upper patience is very unwilling, and when the upper patience is also synonymous with weakness. If she hadn't underestimated the enemy, she didn't think she would have lost. Well, you can call us the Raven Heroes. The people of the Land of Rain are too miserable and their lives are too monotonous. We are ready to add a splendid splendor to this gray world, Makoto Uchiha said slowly as he looked at the surrounding towns made of steel and buildings full of the style of the Land of Rain. Then let's go sweep. Now this city belongs to us in these few hours. By the way, pull up a few more people and let them be coolies. Ozuna sat back on Uchiha's shoulder. The white tights were still clean and translucent, and I habitually wanted to shake my little short legs, and suddenly a big hand pressed on them. Take off your shoes. Otherwise, get me out. Petty, a giant man with hideous muscles and a small and delicate girl sitting on his shoulder. Followed by several imprisoned Chakra and dejected Yoshinobu. Step into one of the busiest streets in town. From this day on, a mysterious couple called Crow Heroes, galloping through the rear of the Rain Country. A hustle and bustle town in the heart of the Land of Rain. It rains all year round, and the amount of rain is so alarming that on the periphery, that large areas of buildings here are made of steel, and each building is basically covered with drainage pipes. Even the continuous downpours for several months will be quickly drained by these excellent drainage systems. But even if the rain is a disaster, as the center of several large countries, the country of rain is still prevalent in commerce, and the flow of people is not comparable to other small countries. It's just that pedestrians here will basically wear a special raincoat, regardless of whether it rains in the sky at this time. And even in such small towns, there are still slums supported by displaced people, beggars, and poor people. At this time, in the relatively spacious small square in the center of the slum, a burly man with explosive muscles came. But seeing his roar, "If you want to have a full meal, follow me," the small square where there were originally 50 people was directly shouted away by this voice. A quarter of an hour passed, and no one ran over. Lying Groove, what's going on with these guys? They are so hungry that their muscles are thin, and those who are invited to eat will not come. How can I get the system reward if they don't come? This person is Makoto Uchiha, who used the transfiguration technique. At this time, an old man in tattered clothes slowly walked past Makoto Uchiha with blank eyes. "Sir, I invited you to a big meal, why are you all indifferent? Is this deafness or a complete loss of hope in life?" Makoto Uchiha stopped the old man and asked. "Hope. As long as you live, there is hope." The old guy opened his godless eyes, but his words were full of philosophy. "However, there is nothing wrong with you, right? I've lived here for so long, I haven't seen anything, I just haven't seen well-wishers." "Okay, don't get in the way, I'm going to rummage through the trash can quickly. Later, the slag is gone." Feelings, these people are not deaf, but have never been helped. Sure enough, the refugees in the ninja world, especially those in small countries, live really miserably. "I know you're running this place again." A little girl who was only 1.5 meters and had a cute face jumped over from a distance. It is Tsunade who uses the transfiguration technique. Several crows in charge of reconnaissance also fell back on the shoulders of the big man at this time. Giant man, little girl with sky blue hair, crow. "You are the Raven Heroes who have recently become famous in the Land of Rain? Is what you just said true?" The old guy suddenly swept away the decadence, and his eyes lit up. "The Ravens have recently swept 4 towns in the Land of Rain, robbing the rich and helping the poor everywhere. causing the ninjas of the Land of Rain to panic, but the poor people are indeed happy. Of course it's true, if you don't want to go, forget it. We're going to change towns. Makoto Uchiha just finished speaking, but seeing that the old guy's whole person jumped up as if returning to the light, he roared, "The Savior Crow heroes have dinner, everyone hurry up and follow." Wow. Suddenly, the refugees with blank eyes, their eyes were shining, and they all radiated, and immediately surrounded them. Good, then keep up with me and walk Barilla Street. Uchiha Makoto waved his hand, and suddenly a system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host, be kind and charitable, rob the rich and help the poor in 5 refugee areas, and obtain the magic of illusion in darkness." Just as Makoto Uchiha led a huge group of refugees to the intersection of Barilla Street, 3 small figures holding long loaves of bread ran ahead. 1 orange hair, 1 blue-purple hair, 1 big red hair. They are all wearing special raincoats from the Land of Rain, but they are obviously much older, leaving only gray-white colors that seem to be sparsely rotten. Catch them, they are thieves. Don't let them run. Behind the 3 small figures were several strong men with wooden sticks, iron rods, and other weapons. "Konan, Nagato, you guys run first. I'll block them," the orange-haired boy said. "Well, Yahiko, you need to be careful." The girl with short blue-purple hair responded worriedly, but also knew that this was not the time to hesitate. Even if one is caught, at least the rations of the other 2 can be saved, and they will not go hungry after returning. But if they stayed, all 3 were caught and beaten without saying anything. After being seriously injured, there is no food to replenish energy, and it is difficult to say whether you can see the sun the next day. It's hard to say, tomorrow may be another rainy day. Oops, why are so many people suddenly in front? It's over, it's over. When Xiaonan and Nagato just wanted to run out from the intersection of Barilla Street, a large group of people suddenly poured in from outside, and the dense flow of people suddenly blocked the entire intersection. And this time is enough time for the people behind to catch up. "Haha, run? Look where you little imps are going? I'm going to take you, slow down." Just as the 2 strong men who bypassed Yahiko's block and caught up with them smiled viciously, wanting to teach Nagato a profound lesson, a voice came. "Now that I'm wrapped up on this street, I don't want to see any violence. These silver tails are enough to compensate, right?" After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he grabbed a handful of silver tails that had just been scavenged in this city and scattered them. "Enough, enough." The 2 happily picked up the silver bills, which were much more valuable than a few long loaves of bread. And looking at the broad, muscular giant man on the other side, it is estimated that a person can press them to the ground and beat them with one hand, not to mention so many people behind them. Even if this giant man does not give money, they dare not say anything. "You guys, keep up. This Barilla Street can eat whatever you want, and everyone can go around if they can't finish eating," Makoto Uchiha said to Konan, Nagato, and went to relieve Yahiko's siege again. The 3 Nagato stood in place dumbfounded, not knowing why. "Hurry up, this is the god of the great good, the god who specializes in saving us who are suffering." An old man pulled Nagato and they followed the army into Barilla Street, which they could only salivate and watch from afar. "Today I can finally walk in with my head held high." The 3 of Nagato were still a little confused and walked forward with the flow of people. "Listen to the praise of the crowd around you for the crow heroes. Look, Konan, Nagato. I knew that there was still light in the world," Yahiko said excitedly. "Is this God?" Uzumaki Nagato murmured, his hoop eyes hidden under his red hair emitting an eerie light. "Wow, it's delicious, it's the biggest meal I've had since I was born. Thank you Raven Heroes, I'm so full, I'm a little unable to walk. Not only for a big meal, but also for takeaway. Wow, I wish this kind of good thing happened every day. The food stored this time is enough for us to let go and eat for a week." Outside the town, Yahiko and Nagato carried a large bag of food and rushed to their own secret base. Something called happiness overflows on their immature faces, and on days when there is no last meal, being able to eat a full meal is their greatest happiness. You say, if we can become a ninja as great as them, will we not have to go hungry in the future? Yahiko squinted his eyes and smiled happily, as if he was a powerful ninja at the moment. Well, why not go hungry? You can wear some beautiful new clothes. Xiaonan nodded vigorously, remembering the girl in the snow-white coat next to the giant man. The dress must not be cheap, it was really good-looking. At this time, the sky began to rain again. A crow landed on a small rock near them and was combing its feathers. Look, there's a crow, could it be raised by those ninja adults? Konan's exclamation sounded, and Yahiko Nagato looked around, and sure enough, there was a black and translucent crow, stopping on the rock not far from them. There was a sound of crows, and it seemed that there were several crows on the shoulders of the giant man. It shouldn't be so coincidental, right? It may be wild, you don't even look at us. I remember the giant man's crow, the eyes are sharp. Nagato tilted his head and said. The eyes were still hidden in the thick red hair. Anyway, it's going to rain heavily, and there is no shelter from the rain in these places, so I want to escort her to our cave to shelter from the rain. Xiaonan said, walking towards the crow, Volley gently stretched out his white and tender little palm, hovering not far from the crow. The crow, tilting his head to look at her, then jumped on her hand. Suddenly, a bright smile bloomed on Xiao Nan's face. Okay, let's run. It will rain heavily, so don't wet our food. Yahiko shouted and ran first. Okay. Xiao Nan gently carried the crow to his hut and half wrapped it in a raincoat. Then quickly followed Yahiko and the two. It was almost time to reach their little cave. A group of ninjas suddenly galloped ahead, and the protector on their heads was none other than the Rain Ninja of the ruling class of the Rain Country. In the blink of an eye, this group of Rain Ninjas surrounded the three people. Captain, it's 3 stray children. However, it seems that he has just come out of a nearby town, and the harvest seems to be good. A Rain Ninja stepped forward and looked at it and said, well, then continue to hurry, remind the garrison of the town in front that the ravens may be coming this way recently. As long as they try to drag them, the troops behind can surround and kill them. No, how can 3 children harvest such a big bag of things? It seems to be all food. As soon as the captain was halfway through speaking, his reaction was abnormal, and he directly pulled out Kuwu, flashed to Yahiko's side, and broke the large package he was carrying. Suddenly, a large number of delicious rice balls, cakes, desserts and other foods fell out. Ah, what are you doing? This is ours, not stolen. Yahiko yelled and quickly complied and picked up the food that had fallen on the ground. Many were soaked in muddy water in the blink of an eye. How could a bunch of little kids get so much fresh and delicious food? Say, how did you get it? If you don't say anything, then you will all send me to hell, the captain said with a fierce look in his eyes, and a suppressed murderous aura enveloped the 3 of Yahiko in the blink of an eye. Frightened, Yahiko and the 3 turned pale, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. But he closed his mouth fiercely and did not let go, because they sensed that these people were here for the crow couple. And in their eyes, the crow heroes are synonymous with good people, then these people are bad people. In this way, it is impossible to tell their whereabouts. Very good, a little bit of a backbone at a young age, then give it all to me to die. One last to search the memory, the captain said viciously, while the kunao in his hand pierced Yahiko directly. Because I gave them it. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from the 9 nether hell resounded throughout the audience. I saw the crow in Xiao Nan's arms, and a 3-hooked jade writing wheel suddenly flashed in his eyes. The captain holding the kunao was immediately imprisoned on the spot, and his eyes fell into a state of distraction. The crow suddenly jumped out of Xiao Nan's arms, fluttered its wings, and turned into a giant man of 1 meter 9 in the blink of an eye. This is, crow, giant man, that crow, spread out and deliver the message to the rear. The nearby ninja looked at Makoto Uchiha in horror, and then scattered like a bird and beast, not daring to leave the enemy behind. You must know that Yoshinobu has actually organized several sniper operations before. It's a pity that few people go, not opponents at all. If there are many people going, they will not come out to fight at all. In this way, they contacted the town garrison troops in advance that the ravens might appear, preparing to drag them down with a war of attrition, and then come to the large army to surround these 2 guys. And this group of them is the person in charge of liaison, and they do not have the strength to resist the enemy, and they are controlled without seeing that the captain is all in front of him? Aren't you looking for me? Don't leave when you come, you scum don't deserve to live in the world. While Uchiha Makoto spoke, he suddenly saw that there were more shadow doppelgangers, and the next moment they collectively disappeared in place. Instantaneous. SHHH rumble. Wow, along with the roar of ninjutsu, a burst of screams sounded. In less than a quarter of an hour, this batch of rain ninja had been completely annihilated. Gollum. The sound of swallowing saliva came, and Makoto Uchiha slowly turned around. Looking at the nearly 2-meter-tall muscular giant who killed the devil-like Yoshinobu in the blink of an eye, and slowly turned around at this time, the 3 of Yahiko were terrified for a while, although they felt that he was a good person and should not do anything bad. But they seemed to see something they shouldn't see, and Xiao Nan was indeed blushing, and kept looking down at his small chest. Just now, I was like, holding him in my arms. Buzzing, Xiao Nan suddenly felt his heart beat violently. Thank you, my lord. You're so good. Yahiko blushed, not knowing if he was too excited or too scared, and the words he uttered stuttered. Uchiha grinned, matching with the explosive muscles that had come from his transformation, and the smell of blood that had just filled the air after killing someone. Suddenly, in the eyes of Yahiko, Nagato and others, he was like a demon, like an abyss beast, with the horror of choosing people and devouring people. Wow, well, stop crying when I'm blind? Think it's okay to just put some rain on your eyes? Uchiha said speechlessly. In fact, as early as the town of Barilla Street, they recognized the famous Nagato trio in the future, and they would save them. It's just that Tsunade was still around at that time, and it was difficult to make 2 outstanding moves. If she discovers Nagato's reincarnation eye, with her personality, she will definitely bring back Konoha, and then it will definitely cause a chain reaction, and it is not certain whether the 2 can really return to Konoha. It is also the commoner in the original work, as well as the fabled Jiraiya, who will allow the eyes of the six paths to be left behind. Moreover, it was only after Nagato became his disciple that he discovered that he had reincarnation eyes. The adult is so powerful, I can't sell cute at any disadvantage. Pretending to be pitiful has been discovered by you. Yahiko scratched the back of his head and responded embarrassedly. Although he knew that the adult in front of him was a good person, he would easily not do anything to kill people. But he can't gamble, there are two partners behind him. Now there are still corpses on the field, which looks scary enough, and he can only use his age to win some sympathy. Even if the other party has a little compassion, the way to life will be great. These are some of the little means by which young people survive in this troubled world. Well, including the act of 3 people cooperating to steal food. Okay, put away your little bit of care, it's basically useless in front of ninjas. Is there a place to hide from the rain nearby? Your food will be finished if you drag on a little longer. Uchiha reminded nonchalantly. Big, adults please come with us, we have a place to stay nearby. Yahiko hurriedly put away the packages that had been damaged by the rain ninja, and most of the food was wasted. Then everyone went to their small base together. At the same time, the corpses all over the ground were also collected by Makoto Uchiha into the sealing scroll, and the traces left behind were quickly cleaned up. In a small cave hidden by vines, Yahiko and Nagato piled together the firewood they had prepared and raised a bonfire. In the blink of an eye, light and warmth filled the entire cave. The crowd sat in a circle around the campfire, and a few large stones polished smooth and translucent were chairs. Zionin, on the other hand, warmed a glass of clear boiling water and handed it to Makoto Uchiha. God, Lord Crow, please drink water, and also, thank you. The little face was slightly red under the light of the fire, and the whole person stood in front of Makoto Uchiha very restrained. How? Afraid I'll eat you? Uchiha Makoto smiled and took Zionin's water cup. Not to mention, this burly appearance now, even if he is sitting, is a head taller than Xiao Nan who is standing. However, what the hell is Lord Crow? Do you guys like to give nicknames to others so much? No, it's not. Xiao Nan pinched the corners of his clothes and remembered the scene of holding his transformed crow in his arms. Okay, sit down. Don't be so restrained, be normal. I'm actually a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Makoto. Uchiha Makoto waved his hand, not knowing why, and did not unravel the transformation technique. Yes, Makoto-sama. Xiao Nan tilted his little head suspiciously, and then quickly responded. Not only Konan, but Yahiko, Nagato also felt that Makoto-sama was joking. Look at the figure that is close to 2 meters, the heroic face. Just a few years older than them? Everyone had black lines on their faces, feeling that he was joking, but it was absolutely impossible to call his brother, so just call Chang-sama. Finally know the name of the great benevolent. Uchiha Makoto looked at everyone's look of awe. Well, let them be, this outfit is estimated to call them uncle. Lord Makoto, why did you suddenly appear in this vicinity? It's raining heavily, isn't it more comfortable to stay in the town, and you are not short of silver taels? Yahiko asked seemingly casually as she added materials to the campfire. Originally, I was going to ambush the group of you shinobi just now, and my eyes have already discovered them, but halfway through, I was intercepted by your little friend. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he glanced at Zionin. Xiao Nan, who had just calmed down, was suddenly shy. I don't know, ninja is still able, can still transform. Have you always lived here? Makoto Uchiha stopped teasing Konan and asked Yahiko. No, we are all orphans, from different places, and finally met in this town and huddled. 3 people helping each other is always easier to live than 1 person. Yahiko responded, his tone resolute. The light of the bonfire is reflected in the eyes, shining brightly. And Nagato was as silent as ever, only occasionally nodding his head, echoing Yahiko Konan's words. You are indeed quite strong, and meeting is fate. I decided to sponsor you guys for something, Makoto Uchiha said as he pulled out a large handful of silver tickets from the sealing scroll. These silver tickets are piled up like a hill. Yahiko's eyes lit up when they saw it. They've never seen so much money. Sometimes picking up 1 or 2 coins of the smallest denomination will delight the whole day. Only poor people know the beauty of money. Give you 3 choices. 1. All these silver taels will be given to you, and from now on you will bid farewell to poverty and live the rich life that ordinary people dream of. 2. I will teach you some ninja skills so that you have powers that are different from ordinary people. But there is no guarantee that you will become a ninja, it depends on your talent and hard work. 3. I will leave here immediately. Today should be a normal chance encounter, I will not intervene in your life. Come, name your options and give you 5 minutes to think about it, Uchiha said with a smile, his smile seeming to be full of sincerity. With the choice system, he also likes to make choices for others more and more. If I saw this mountain-like silver ticket just now, I was shocked. So when they heard that they could have this large fortune, the 3 of them were pleasantly surprised. Really? Yahiko couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for the reputation of the Raven Heroes, they would have been taken to eat a free meal today. He absolutely did not believe that there was a good thing in the sky to drop a pie. Well, it's still minced meat. Except for today, how long has it been since I ate meat? The third option is to exclude directly. In this war-torn world, it is difficult to survive, and finally a life-changing opportunity appears, and he will never give up. Originally, he was going to store a little more food and go out with Nagato Konan to find hope, otherwise if he was as muddy as the group of displaced people in the city, he would not be able to change the status quo for the rest of his life. And relative to money, he has always had a dream to change this cruel world. And the only way to change this ninja-dominated world is to become a ninja yourself, with strength. Will everything else be far away? At that moment he was almost about to make a decision as usual. Habitually turn around and want to say hello to your partners. Suddenly, I saw Nagato's bruised face, which had been beaten several times for stealing food, as well as Zionin's tattered clothes. The clothes worn by everyone were also picked up from the garbage heap, and finally repaired and sewn into their own. At this time, the two of them had taken their eyes off the hill-like silver ticket and were quietly watching themselves. As always, wait for your own decision. As before, they will silently support whatever they decide. Yahiko suddenly said in a hoarse voice. They are too kind, and perhaps they deserve a good, quiet and rich life. The stormy and bloody and cruel ninja world is not for them. Night is quietly approaching, and the rain curtain outside the cave is getting bigger and bigger. In an inconspicuous corner. Just when Yahiko wanted to make a choice. I want to learn ninjutsu and become a powerful ninja, is that okay? Nagato suddenly whispered to Yahiko. Watching his parents killed by ninjas made him know from a young age that in this world, weakness is the original sin. Yahiko looked at Nagato a little surprised. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to ask for it to join this small team. From this, you can see the longing in his heart. Yahiko looked at Konan, wanting to hear her opinion. Whatever you choose, I have your back. Xiao Nan smiled and nodded, and did not give the choice he wanted. So, Makoto-sama, we choose too. Please teach us the skills of ninjas. Yahiko turned his head and said to Uchiha Makoto with a determined look in his eyes. Are you sure you don't want this great fortune? I can teach you a little skill, but it's up to you to become a ninja. Also, the path of a ninja is more difficult and cruel than you think, and once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. Uchiha Makoto said calmly. Thank you Makoto for reminding us that more than money, great strength can realize our dreams. No matter how hard things are, for us, we can carry them. After all, they have come all the way. And a large amount of money, in fact, for us, is a burden. Whether we can enjoy it with our lives is still a problem. Yahiko responded with a wry smile, but there was always a determination and yearning for the future in his tone. Indeed, being able to survive as an orphan in this troubled world is not something ordinary people have. Yes, if you already have the consciousness to become a ninja, then I will not be polite. My training is very hard. Thank you, Teacher Makoto. Don't call me Teacher Chang, I'm just pointing you out some fur. Then start with the most basic refining chakra. I don't want to be your teacher, especially Nagato's. This guy has seen his relatives die in front of his eyes since he was a child, and he has a hole in his brain, and their master in the original book died tragically at his hands. Let him fish this big hole. I taught you in advance that it is purely for the purpose of controlling the layout of the entire rain country in the future. Makoto Uchiha had already made plans for the future the moment he saw them. So, on this rainy night, Makoto Uchiha began his formal instruction in the Yahiko trio. A month later, while instructing them in their cultivation, Makoto Uchiha attacked 4 towns with Tsunade. Hanzo was furious and sent an elite assassination force to search for the 2 big fish. There is no way, if there are more people, these 2 guys will slip away, and if there are fewer people to chase and kill, they will be directly destroyed, making the rear black smoke miasma. At the front, a new group of Konoha reinforcements led by Daisuke Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan also rushed to the Land of Rain, making Hanzo unable to release more manpower against Makoto Uchiha and the 2. At this time, a hill washed by rain. A large number of rain ninja in this area, carpet searching. Deep underground, 2 figures huddled in a small space, quietly evading the search. These 2 are Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade. At this time, they had disarmed their transformations and remained motionless like dead things. Damn, it actually rained, and our ventilation pipes were blocked. No, Tsunade, I'm going to use ninjutsu to breathe and go out and fight them. Uchiha Makoto said breathlessly. At this time, in the small space, there was less and less oxygen. Hold on, they're leaving. Our purpose is to disrupt their rear and fight to the death. This is your strategy, Tsunade said carefully, his face also slightly flushed from the confined space. Everything else can be insisted on. This, no oxygen will die. How to insist? Before he finished speaking, Tsunade suddenly hugged Makoto Uchiha, lightly opened Ju's lips, and smacked him fiercely. In an instant, it was Uchiha's turn to widen his eyes as if he was frightened. This is the first time Tsunade has taken the initiative and has not been coerced. Feeling the softness and aroma between the mouths of Chen, the next moment, with a smooth touch, a large amount of air was crossed. Makoto Uchiha involuntarily grabbed his backhand forward. SHHH. A large number of Yoshinobu finally found no signs of life before leaving in a hurry. After a long time, two figures suddenly broke the ground. Bad, almost suffocated in the ground. Fortunately, it can be regarded as escaping again. Unexpectedly, this time Urin actually dispatched 1,000 elites to hunt us down. It seems that our harassment tactics worked, and Hanzo is a little angry and corrupted. Uchiha Makoto said breathlessly. Just now hidden deep underground for so long, and you can't use ninjutsu easily, otherwise you will definitely be perceived, and you almost run out of air. In the end, I almost couldn't help but want to go out and fight them to the death. Tsunade grabbed Makoto Uchiha's mouth and took a hard breath. The lung capacity of women in Hungary is large. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look at Tsunade beside me. At this time, her cheeks were flying, and her chest was also rising and falling violently. As if feeling Makoto Uchiha's gaze, his eyes suddenly turned back. Look what, it's better for me to forget what happened just now. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to expose our plans in advance because of someone. As long as we are alive, they will not be able to relax for a moment. Well, okay, you Hundet, everything you say is right. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the passage from which Makoto Uchiha came up. What? Makoto Uchiha habitually guarded in front of Tsunade, staring warily at the passage in front of him. Tsunade looked at Makoto Uchiha's back, and complicated emotions began to appear in his eyes again. Obviously he is a little devil younger than himself, but I couldn't help but pout, and then reacted. How could I have such a childlike emotion? I feel like I've been getting weirder lately. Quickly shook his head to shake these thoughts out of his head. The next moment, the ground in front of him suddenly shattered. A strange head like a big fish drilled out of the ground, gulping the stagnant water on the ground. It seems that he has been holding his breath for a long time. This seems to be very similar to the psychic beast of Hanzo of the pepperfish, and it should be wild to look at this confused appearance. It is estimated that I also held my breath underground for a long time, and I came up to breathe. Tsunade reminded from behind. Whatever it is, just grab it and see it. Makoto Uchiha pulled out broken snow and just wanted to give it a knife. Tweet. A strange sound like a rat and eagle sounded, and the monster had apparently spotted Tsunade as well. Suddenly screamed, suddenly opened the blood basin and mouth, and a large purple poisonous mist gushed out. Not good. Quickly avoid, poisonous. Makoto Uchiha quickly pulled Tsunade to dodge the area. This should be the specialty of the Land of Rain, the highly poisonous pepperfish, which is much smaller than Hanzo's. Don't let it go, grab it, I'm going to study its toxins. Tsunade shouted, turned around, and despite the poisonous mist in the sky, threw a heavy punch at the pepperfish who had begun to prepare to escape. Rumble. Gee. A loud roar sounded, and the land around the pepperfish cracked inch. After a scream, the highly poisonous pepperfish covered in scaly wounds was obviously enraged, and the entire body nearly 3 meters long broke through the ground and bit Tsunade fiercely. Tsunade was not shocked and raised his fists to stir chakra again, ready to give it a grand slam. Suddenly, his body softened, and a faint purple chi surrounded his face. Thunder, thousand birds sharp gun. Tweet. A violent thunder light penetrated from beyond the poisonous mist. It stabbed fiercely into the body of the highly poisonous pepperfish, and immediately stopped its intention to take the opportunity to attack Tsunade. Blood gushed out from the wound like a spring, the pepperfish churned in pain, and its mouth continued to spit purple poisonous mist. Wind escape, big breakthrough. A violent wind roared out of Uchiha Makoto's mouth, blowing all these poisonous mist away in the blink of an eye. Wait and go over, don't be counterattacked by it. These creatures will generally give a fatal blow to those who approach before they die. Tsunade stopped Makoto Uchiha, who wanted to continue to step forward to mend the knife. She is still paralyzed by the poisonous fog, weak and unable to move. A burst of green light from medical ninjutsu lit up in his hand. Makoto Uchiha nodded and walked over to Tsunade's side, holding her up. Wait until the pepperfish is completely dispensed before going over to check it out. According to Tsunade's instructions, Makoto Uchiha directly divided this pepperfish into several pieces with a few knives. Finally, a poisonous sac with a faint fishy smell was found in his abdomen. Be careful, the poison in this is not something that can be resisted simply by using chakra and medical ninjutsu. Yoshinobu used these poisons to smear weapons and brought us great losses. I have to rely on this to develop a corresponding antidote, Tsunade said with solemn eyes, then took out the glove and carefully sealed the poison sac into the scroll. It should take a lot of time to study this antidote, right? Makoto Uchiha asked. Others may not be able to study it in their lifetime, even if some poison masters estimate that it will take 2 or 3 years, but I am confident that it will be developed within 2 or 3 months. Tsunade said confidently, of course, this also requires some extraordinary means. I just resisted its poisonous mist, and I personally felt it, and I am also ready to use this method for this poisonous sac. Although the danger will be much greater, in times of war, time does not wait for anyone, so you can only use this stupid method. Therefore, I will trouble you later, and guard it on the side when I develop it. No wonder he knew that the poisonous mist of the highly poisonous pepperfish was dangerous, and he had to break into it just now. In addition to wanting to stop the escape of the pepperfish, there is also this meaning. No problem, you can just rest for a while, and let the rain ninja chasing and killing troops all over the world work in vain. Now, we're looking for a hidden place to stay. After Makoto Uchiha finished speaking, he suddenly thought that the secret small base of the three of Yahiko was good. And if you are around there, you don't have to run hard at both ends, you can use the shadow avatar to patronize both ends at the same time. Really witty, Makoto Uchiha was secretly happy for the idea he had in mind, so what are you waiting for, and immediately took action. Just thinking of it, Makoto Uchiha bent down directly and hugged Tsunade horizontally again. What for? Tsunade was so frightened that he quickly grabbed Makoto Uchiha's shoulder. What else can you do? I don't hold you, can you go on in this state? Makoto Uchiha responded. That can also be used on the back, are you addicted? What do you say? After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, he grabbed the left hand of her thigh, swimming for a while, and suddenly his hand was full of smooth touch. Don't move your hands. Otherwise, when I am well, let you feel the power of the heavenly guard. Tsunade tried hard to make a fierce tigress look, but unfortunately with her now weak, soft appearance, she looked like a screaming little milk cat. The last thing I'm afraid of is threats, and you don't take a good look at the current situation, and you really have no brains. Secret technique, hot tickle. After Makoto Uchiha finished speaking, he put his arm around Tsunade's upper waist and burrowed into his armpit like a swimming fish. Ha, I was wrong, Hurry, I don't dare anymore. This is the work of the hand, you can't stand it? Wait, will give you a taste of the work on the lips. Uchiha Makoto, you are a bastard, you will take advantage of people's danger. One day, you do too. I will definitely take revenge back. Bastard, you dare to bite me. Don't bite that. Again, I bite back. Outside the Yahiko small base, Yahiko and Nagato were talking to each other back and forth. Xiao Nan, on the other hand, quietly watched the sparring between the two, while controlling the countless pieces of shredded paper around him, flying irregularly in the air. At this time, all three of them had cultivated chakra. Nagato was even able to use transfiguration, and although Xionin does not know ninjutsu yet, her chakra control is the strongest of the three, and she prefers to spend chakra controlling these pieces of paper than practicing ninjutsu. Chakra has good control. A familiar voice came from behind Xiao Nan. Makoto-sama. Hearing the sound, Xiao Nan quickly let go of the flying shredded paper, turned to look at the person, and his face was full of surprise. Makoto-sama. Hearing the sound from this side, Yahiko and Nagato also quickly ran over. They were used to this Makoto-sama, who would leave for a few days from time to time, and every time he came back, he would bring a lot of good food. Makoto Uchiha, who had transformed into a giant man, nodded, and then took out the things he brought over this time. Come on, this time I'll give you a taste of delicious strange fish meat. This thing is not easy to catch. Of course, after eating, the amount of training for tomorrow will be doubled, and each person will run 100 laps around this area. If you want to get more chakra, the basic physical exercise must not be pulled down, Makoto Uchiha said solemnly as he fished out large pieces of minced fish meat. This is exactly the flesh of the pepperfish that Tsunade slaughtered. Pepperfish is like poisonous snakes, except for some poisonous organs, everything else can be eaten. After placing Tsunade nearby, Makoto Uchiha also stopped by here to check the cultivation progress of the next few little guys. Soon the grill was ready, and huge pieces of fish were put up. After a while, the alluring scent came out. Wow, it looks delicious. Makoto-sama's craftsmanship has always been so good. Don't say 100 laps tomorrow, I feel like I can run down 200 laps. Yahiko and Nagato stared at the big fish pieces closely, and saliva flowed unconsciously. Makoto-sama, can you add seasoning? Only Xiao Nan helps carefully and will ask about the heat and ingredients. She clearly has the potential to be a cook. That's it. Uchiha Makoto nodded and handed the seasoning and honey to Konan. Xiao Nan quickly stepped forward to take it, and suddenly stared at Makoto Uchiha's neck in fascination. What's wrong? Makoto Uchiha touched his neck in confusion. There are fine tooth marks. Who bit Makoto-sama? Xiao Nan returned his gaze and asked softly. The tooth mark should obviously have been bitten out by the woman. This one? Got into a fight with someone else and accidentally got bitten. Strange, wasn't I treated with a cure? Uchiha thought to himself. This was when teasing Tsunade, it was too much, and in the end he was counterattacked. Well, is this guy poisonous in his teeth? It can't even be solved with a healing technique. I'll go back and teach her a good lesson later. Then you guys are really fierce. Lord Makoto should pay attention to your body, Xiao Nan said inexplicably. Well, oh, this pepperfish is good, delicious, and chewy. Next time, I will see if I can catch Hanzo's huge pepperfish and grill it. I don't know how it tastes. Makoto Uchiha was comfortably half reclining on the huge wooden chair that Yahiko had specially built. Several people were eating happily, but they still hadn't finished eating the 3-meter-long pepperfish. Makoto-sama, eat strawberries. Beside him, Zionin handed the strawberries that had been cleaned and removed from the leaves to Makoto Uchiha. Yahiko and Nagato beat their legs and rubbed their shoulders. According to their Makoto-sama, this is also a practice. Makoto Uchiha comfortably half squinted, half opened his mouth, swallowed the strawberry next to his mouth. Inevitably touched Zionin's slender fingers like white jade. Xiao Nan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her hand a little shyly to remove a strawberry. This kind of life can't help but remind Makoto Uchiha of his time when he was still at Konoha Shinobi School. From time to time, he catches some bear children to serve himself as little brothers. However, what is even more exciting now is that the Nagato trio, who will shine in the future, will call themselves to the East. This is the right way to teach. They should not be biased and treated differently because they are important plot characters in the future. This wooden chair is a bit of a diaphragm. Let them go hunting after running tomorrow. Take rabbits, wolves, foxes, leopards as the first target, and get some fur to use as a cushion. Gee, it is delicious to eat. It can also improve the living environment, and it can play a role in cultivation. Snap! Uchiha slapped his thigh fiercely, really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He was really witty. The sudden slap on the thigh startled Yahiko. Then, Konan, blushing, climbed onto Uchiha Makoto and sat quietly on his lap. Several times before, Makoto Uchiha held Konan, watched Yahiko Nagato practice against each other, and taught her to cultivate chakra control. Yahiko Nagato was still a child at this time, and even if he had an extra good impression of Zionin, he didn't think much about it, thinking that Makoto-sama wanted them to practice in actual combat. The two immediately stopped the movements in their hands, ran to the clearing, formed a seal of opposition to each other, and started fighting. Not to mention that the two of them are very serious about cultivation. It's a tiger and a tiger fighting, but there are boards and eyes. Even if he accidentally gets injured, it's no problem, because Makoto-sama is here, and he can perform magical green light healing techniques. Xiao Nan gently took off the sandals he was wearing, and his little feet were beautiful. The cardamom-like toes swayed up and down restlessly, bowed his head slightly, and leaned back into Uchiha Makoto's arms, and the roots of his ears were dyed with a red glow at this time. Looking at this situation, sure enough, girls are more precocious. Makoto Uchiha was a little speechless. They seemed to have misunderstood, and they were just excited to find a good idea to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. However, forget it, misunderstanding. A live-action throw pillow who made Xiao Nan squirm softly. Makoto Uchiha sat in a chair and watched Yahiko Nagato practice against him. Seeing Xiao Nan, who was quietly sitting next to her cultivating chakra, he slapped his thighs, took her over, and taught her hand in hand. Your chakra control is very good, but the amount of chakra is a little less. Chakra is extracted from human cells and mental energy. So don't look, Yahiko, they don't control chakra as well as you, but they have been doing high-intensity physical training, so they are already improving a lot faster than you. Makoto Uchiha coughed and pretended to teach. So, your physical training can't be pulled down. Tomorrow you run 11 laps, 10 more laps than them. Can you do it? Well, you can. Xiao Nan heard that he might not be able to keep up with them soon, and quickly nodded and agreed seriously. Well, don't worry, this chakra energy pill is for you. If you can complete 11 laps tomorrow, you'll be rewarded with 2. Remember, it's a secret, don't tell it. Uchiha Makoto smiled and took out a small chakra energy pill, which was exactly the energy pill that the previous system rewarded, and could directly increase the total amount of chakra without side effects. It's just that these are of little use to Makoto Uchiha's massive chakra, so they have always been used to motivate and cultivate his subordinates. Although it is small, the effect of improvement is still obvious for middle shinobi, lower shinobi, especially Xiao Nan, who can't even be called Shimo shinobi. A few had been given to Konan, but Yahiko and Nagato had not given them one. Especially Nagato, if he can't take him away, but he cultivates him too strong, and he continues to narrow the road in the future. Isn't it uncomfortable for himself? Good, okay. Thank you, Makoto-sama. Xiao Nan nodded and carefully took the chakra energy pill. This thing can make his chakra grow a lot. It seems to be a very precious thing. Yahiko Nagato does not have it. It's just that without Makoto-sama's permission, she doesn't dare to give this to Yahiko in private. Makoto-sama should have his own considerations, or can't boys eat this? He had to work harder. Lord Makoto valued himself so much, and with this such precious energy pill, if the cultivation progress could not catch up with Yahiko, she couldn't forgive herself. Suddenly, Xiao Nan obediently stuffed the chakra energy pill into her mouth, and it melted in her mouth, and suddenly a huge warm current for her poured into her limbs. The amount of chakra in the meridians has surged a lot more. Stop talking, close your eyes and breathe, trying to control these new chakras. Uchiha Cheng silently helped Xiao Nan brush his blue-purple hair, and the delicate paper flowers on his little head made Xiao Nan even more cute and moving. Gently hugging this live-action cute pillow into his arms, breathing in the intoxicating fragrance, half lying on a chair and watching Yahiko Nagato sweat and practice in the distance. With his right hand, he grabbed the snack after the meal, strawberries on the stone table next to him, and casually threw it into his mouth. At this time, the sky is rarely revealing a sunset full of red glows. It is really a comfortable life where you can forget all your troubles. Well, it's like forgetting something important. Forget it, my head hurts and I don't want to. It is 5 kilometers away from the small base of Yahiko, a hidden cave apparently dug by hand. Tsunade was busy on a makeshift workbench. His eyes meticulously stared at the purple, green bubbles on the workbench. Inside the test tube, purple foam constantly generates and disillusions, and remains at a certain level. Tsunade took out a few more precious herbs, ground the ingredients and added them to the test tube. The liquid, which had been slightly stable, suddenly boiled rapidly. Boom! The next moment, after a violent boil, the whole explosion exploded. The scattered debris left the surrounding area in a mess. No, the blue scale grass can't calm the poison of the pepperfish poison sac. Tsunade hurriedly recorded the data while the green light of the healing lit up, quickly healing the splash damage on his body. Suddenly, a grunt after hunger sounded in my stomach. Abominable Makoto Uchiha, didn't you go out to prepare food? The sunset in the sky gradually radiates its last rays. Outside the small base, Yahiko and Nagato sweated and practiced against each other. And Makoto Uchiha hugged Konan, lay on the chair, and happily ate the dessert after the meal. From time to time, he stuffed a strawberry or two into Xiao Nan's mouth, making her face red, but also let her continue to control well, the pieces of paper flying in her hand. Chakra cannot be disordered. This is practice. The comfortable days couldn't help but make Makoto Uchiha think of Tsunade when he was in trouble. Makoto-sama, your knife handle is on me, Xiao Nan said shyly, while carefully moving his little butt. Hiss, I moved away immediately. After a while, he reached Xiao Nan again. Isn't Makoto tired with so many knives on his body? Xiao Nan put down the piece of paper in his hand, and his small hand grabbed it behind him, trying to pull it away. Sleep, groove. Just two. A strange feeling came, and Makoto Uchiha quickly lifted Konan up and put it back on the ground. Xiao Nan scratched his little head in confusion. At this time, the last bit of sunset has also disappeared, and Uchiha Makoto takes the opportunity to let everyone rest and replenish some water and energy. Seeing that there was still a large number of grilled fish that had not been eaten, Makoto Uchiha finally remembered Tsunade, who was still hungry. Oops. If you go beforehand, don't run around at night and continue refining chakra, Uchiha Makoto hurriedly explained, taking a large amount of prepared grilled fish and disappearing in place. Lord Makoto is so busy, and he left in a hurry. Makoto-sama is too tired. Next time let's prepare some more comfortable furniture for Makoto-sama to rest. Xiao Nan is a girl, you can learn massage techniques that relieve people's fatigue. 3 naive children communicating eagerly. When Makoto Uchiha rushes back to the secret laboratory that he had dug with Tsunade, the hungry Tsunade was sitting on a wide stone bench, sulking. Seeing Uchiha Makoto come in, he immediately turned his back with a cold snort. On the experimental table next to it, because of the failure to configure the antidote just now, it caused an explosion, which seemed to be a mess. Failed? Come, I specially grilled a lot of fragrant special grilled fish, and also went to town to buy dessert fruits etc., so it was a little late. Makoto Uchiha, who knew that he was at a loss, quickly took out dinner and placed it at the stone table in front of Tsunade. Don't eat, I'm full. Really don't eat? Then I'll eat it. Makoto Uchiha deliberately picked up a bunch of grilled fish and sat down next to Tsunade, eating the bar rattling. A grunt after a hungry stomach came. Uchiha looked around, only to find that Tsunade's clothes were tattered again, and she had healed herself from the damage caused by the explosion after the obvious failure of the experiment. And some serious poisonous splash injuries have made some of the white skin surface still glowing with blue-purple color that has not completely dissipated after poisoning. Well, my fault, I said that I would be by your side while you concocted the antidote. I shouldn't have left for so long, at least the shadow doppelganger should have left one. Don't be angry, eat, in order to recover your strength and chakra faster, otherwise the progress will slow down, and the front line is waiting for us, Uchiha said apologetically. Tsunade then turned around and took the grilled fish without a word, tearing the fish fiercely, as if it were someone. There were faint tears flashing in his eyes, as if he contained endless grievances. Alas, this guy has become more and more like a girl lately. Uchiha muttered, Tsunade would not have shown such a weak feminine act before. Has always been a strong woman with a big grin, violent female image. I guess it's because I've been too tired and stressed lately, right? Eat slowly, drink some hot water, don't choke. After Makoto Uchiha finished speaking, the ghost sent Tsunade half-hugged him. Tsunade struggled a little unwillingly at first, but then found that he couldn't break free, so he let him eat quietly by himself. After eating a large table of food directly, the comfort filled the body again, and I gradually fell asleep unconsciously. Makoto Uchiha looked at Tsunade, who had fallen asleep in his arms, silently. "Man, I'm really tired." At the moment, he didn't think about anything else, carefully hugged Tsunade's hand, adjusted a comfortable sleeping position, and directly leaned on this large stone bench to rest. In the faint light of the fire, Tsunade's eyelids trembled slightly. The next day, Tsunade woke up early. Then she found someone's hand in her clothes again. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes, habitually raised his fist and puffed up his strength. But after staring at Makoto Uchiha's innocent and pure sleeping face, he quietly lowered his fist. He sighed silently in his heart, then got up, took out a change of clothes, and walked towards the nearest river. As soon as Tsunade left the laboratory, someone who was still sleeping just now quietly opened his eyes, and Sangoya's chakra eyes were slowly rotating. Nearly 3 months later, as the lab was in the lab, several blue potions tended to stabilize. Tsunade has finally developed a powerful antidote for the target. Then all the materials are used up to create hundreds of powerful antidotes. At this time, Makoto Uchiha, who had been using the Shadow Avatar and the ninja to guard this large area, while secretly teaching the Yahiko trio and protecting Tsunade's side running on both sides, Makoto Uchiha's whole person seemed to have lost weight. Tsunade happily took out the antidote, and at this time looked at the emaciated Makoto Uchiha with a little apology. Softly said, "It's been hard for you for a while." "No, you worked just as hard, all for Konoha, no need to say these polite words." Uchiha Makoto responded with a smile. This time Tsunade's efforts are also in the eyes. In order to seize the time, she even dares to test the poison when she has a little experience later. Of course, the consequence was that Makoto Uchiha took good care of her for a few more days, but the progress of developing an antidote was also greatly accelerated. "Anyway, I owe you another favor this time," Tsunade said generously. "Then you owe a little too much, you haven't paid it back before, it's better to make a promise with your body," Makoto Uchiha joked. Tsunade suddenly stared at Makoto Uchiha and Amakoto after hearing this. "What's wrong? If you don't agree, forget it, don't be stupid, otherwise you are so heavy, carrying you back to Konoha is a big project." "Nonsense, where am I heavy? If you really like it, then..." Tsunade suddenly turned around and whispered, his voice getting quieter and quieter. "What? What do you say? Be louder." Makoto Uchiha was confused by Tsunade's inexplicable move. "Due to preconceived impressions, I didn't guess Tsunade's thoughts. It's nothing, let's hurry back to the front, Konoha's comrades need these antidotes." Tsunade shook his head, turned around and said seriously, "Okay." Makoto Uchiha nodded, staring at the fading red glow on Tsunade's cheeks, always feeling that what she wanted to say just now must not be this. "Forget it, it is important to go back to the front, and the rest will be talked about later." Subsequently, Makoto Uchiha left with Tsunade and spent nearly 3 months in a humble laboratory. Makoto Uchiha raised his hand and wanted to use a ninjutsu to blast down the laboratory built on the mountain wall to eliminate the traces of the two. "Don't. I took everything inside, even if someone else found it. Leave it behind, maybe you'll use it one day." Tsunade suddenly stopped Makoto Uchiha's movements and said with a complicated look in his eyes. Makoto Uchiha glanced at Tsunade strangely and said, "Whatever you want." I also saved a little effort. Suddenly, a ninja crow 10 miles away passed back a set of pictures. A place 10 miles away from Makoto Uchiha and the others. About 300 ninjas searched the vicinity for any traces that might exist. According to intelligence collections, they were active in several nearby towns before they finally disappeared, and now only this area remains unsearched. And there are obviously a lot less wild things in this area. Everyone look for me carefully, maybe they are hiding around here. The leader is Kazeno Dream Death, who escaped from the swamp ambush and survived. A blessing in disguise, awakening the unique blood succession limit that can quickly recover all injuries by eating stool. This makes the most of these things in his bag, and his name as a mad demon is getting louder and louder. Seeing that no one within 10 meters around him dared to approach, he knew the power of this name. This time, he was once again entrusted by Hanzo to hunt down the Raven heroes who stirred up the wind and rain in the rear of the Land of Rain. Here because Makoto Uchiha wants to teach Yahiko them, and Tsunade wants to study the antidote, he has been stuck in this area. And as a last resort, there are always some spies of the Land of Rain who are solved by Makoto Uchiha when they pass here, and over time, they finally attract the attention of Yoshinobu. The sentient ninja dispersed me and carefully probed any living creatures in this area. Kazeno Menji shouted. Getting this ability also made him more and more withdrawn. Looking at the subordinates around him who did not dare to approach him, Menjian was not impressed, and it was the king to repay Hanzo wholeheartedly. He didn't care at all about other people's opinions, not even their life or death. At this moment, 2 familiar figures at the end of the field of vision came into view. It was the 2 ninjas who beat him to death in the swamp area, Tsunade and Makoto Uchiha. At this time, because they had developed a targeted and powerful antidote, they decided to return to the front line. Therefore, he did not transform into a crow hero to confuse the public, but chose to rush back at full speed. In the distance, Makoto Uchiha discovered the location of this group of ninjas, and considering that there were Yahiko and them nearby, he no longer hid his whereabouts and was ready to solve these people by hand. Very good, heaven has a way and you don't go, hell has no door, but you walk in. You two bastards, I'm going to unload you in pieces. Kazeno Yume quickly gathered his subordinates to block in front of Makoto Uchiha and said in a fierce voice, "Who is this guy? Do you know? How do we yell as soon as we see it?" Uchiha plucked his ears and said with disdain, "Don't remember, are we so famous now?" Tsunade was also confused. No way, in the only confrontation, Kazeno Yume hid in a cow dung and a quagmire to ambush, and when he jumped out and wanted to sneak up on Makoto Uchiha, he was directly kicked by Tsunade and ate 2 tencha feet. Bastards, you guys are too blind. In the swamp, you little ghost was almost cleaned up by me. Kazeno Yume's expression gradually covered with frost, and he looked at Makoto Uchiha. Oh, I'm a little impressed, as if this guy is hiding in a pile of cow dung. The thief is disgusting. Fortunately I kicked away from it, otherwise it would be a human bomb. Tsunade showed an expression of disgust, and the solace of his feet quietly rubbed the ground twice, as if stained with something dirty. Bastard, sharp-toothed. Everyone give it to me. Shred them. Fengya Menjian roared angrily and pulled out the tie knife on his body, and made a move with his right hand, ready to let everyone kill it collectively. Suddenly, he found that all his subordinates retreated 10 meters away from him, looking at him with a disgusted expression. Yaga, what are you doing? I don't have cow dung on me now. You have it in your pocket. Who's talking? Stand up for me, Lao Tzu cut you first. Keep feet. Rumble. Take advantage of the fact that the wind and field dream is teaching his subordinates and distracted. Tsunade stomped directly on the ground and fiercely seized this fleeting opportunity. A slap of the heavenly guard once again kicked the stupid force of Feng Yemenjai directly out tens of meters away, smashed the surface fiercely, and penetrated into the ground. KOA commander who solved the opposing side in person. This guy, this dead brain, it's okay to be a charger. How can you still lead the team? By what? Makoto Uchiha shook his head, feeling if there was a pit in Hanzo's head. It is estimated that it is because of his loyalty and the current ruthlessness of the Dung Brave? Tsunade rolled his eyes, also indicating that he didn't understand. The remaining Rain Ninja were stunned for a while. They didn't expect the chief to end up so quickly. Immediately, his order before dying sounded, "Carry it out, otherwise he will be killed by Hanzo-sama when he goes back like this." Kill, water rush, fire, great flame bomb. 2 done, rock pillar gun. Suddenly, without the command of the second stunned captain, the 300 Yoshinobi played even better. Directly with a wave of 100 people, a wave of 3 waves of ninjutsu hit Makoto Uchiha and the 2. Psychic art, triple Rashomon. Makoto Uchiha's hands turned into afterimages, and in an instant, he completed the seal, and his right hand pressed the ground. 3 huge Azura gates from hell rose up on the flat ground, fiercely blocking the ninjutsu tide that is coming ahead. Rumble. Boom. Rumble. The violent roar brought up a large cloud of smoke, and along with Rashomon, the figures of Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade disappeared. How? Dead? It shouldn't have been so fast, but they were a captain who solved us face to face. Let's take another wave. Don't joke, so many of us, these waves of ninjutsu are shadow-level powerhouses and may not be able to block it. Are sentient ninjas eating? Quickly check for me if there are any chakra fluctuations on the opposite side. Without a command, the Cloud Ninja gathered with a wave of fire, and expressed their opinions in a mess. Also, there are chakra fluctuations. What a huge amount of chakra, everyone be careful. It is possible that the opposite side is a human pillar force? Not good. The huge chakra split into countless small chakras. The sentient ninja in the Rain Ninja probed with sweat profusely. Sure enough, the sentient ninja's voice just fell. The crows in the sky flew up in the smoke and fell into the crowd of Rain Ninjas. Turns into a dense shadow doppelganger. The 3-hooked jade chakra eyes in the pupils slowly rotated, and the blade of the broken snow was like the scythe of death reflected into the eyes of the Rain Ninja. Do you want to dance too? The long-lost warm-up begins. Now I announce, you are surrounded by me alone. One person surrounds us 300? Brag unblushingly. Water escape, water dragon technique. A Rain Ninja who was promoted to the elite with his skillful water dragon bullets obviously couldn't listen, and the ninjutsu that had been prepared for a long time roared out. A huge dragon-shaped wave of water instantly swallowed the 2 shadow doppelgangers of Makoto Uchiha. Then the momentum did not abate, and the 4 Rain Ninja behind the shadow doppelganger were also devoured. Rumble. The swift torrent slammed the ground violently, leaving behind 4 bodies of urine. Suddenly, the audience fell silent. One by one, they were stunned by the commotion of their comrades. The enemy did not hit, but killed 4 of their own people first. Oh, it's not that I didn't hit, at least I extinguished 2 shadow doppelgangers. Yaga, surrounded by our people, you even put on large-scale ninjutsu. Are you all stones in your head? All disperse, and then gather fire to extinguish these shadow doppelgangers. The surrounding rain ninja shouted one after another, and immediately spread out beyond the periphery. It's a pity that Makoto Uchiha will let them get their wish. They were fast, and Makoto Uchiha's shadow doppelgangers were faster, turning into afterimages one after another, catching up with the scattered rain ninja in a few steps. Ding ding ding, shh, the crowd constantly resounded with the sound of a dense exchange of weapons, punches and kicks. One by one, Yoshinobu was easily beaten away by Makoto Uchiha. Click, airplanes. Lay done, 1000 bird sharp gun. A sharp sword light flashed, and the tie knife in the hand of a rain ninja was directly cut off, and the unabated famous knife broke the snow and brought a splash of blood in the blink of an eye. Then a huge thunder light was stimulated from the broken snow, turning into a 10-meter long knife for a month and a half. Along the way, both the shadow doppelganger and the rain ninja were all swept away. Compared to the attack ninjutsu of Yoshinobu, who was surrounded by his own people and was cut out of formation by the shadow doppelganger, he was afraid to enlarge the range. Uchiha Makoto has no scruples, directly how to kill the enemy quickly, how to come. Combined with the characteristics of the dynamic vision of the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye, as well as superb swordsmanship, it's like entering a no man's land, harvesting straw, quickly harvesting the lives of Yoshinobu. Wow, yes. The crowd constantly resounded with screams. You fools, stop scruples and give me the strongest ninjutsu you can use. A loud roar of anger and corruption spread throughout the audience. Take a moment to look at the source of the sound. Discovering that Kazeno Nightmare, who should have died, was standing there unscended at this time? What's going on? Is this the captain? Didn't the captain get kicked to death by the female ninja on the other side? By the way, the female ninja is gone. This may be the transformation technique used by the enemy. A few words suddenly floated over from the crowd. Some of them were said by Yoshinobu, and some were said by Makoto Uchiha's shadow doppelganger. Burst. Relying on swallowing a large amount of spare feces, Fengya Dream, who had been restored, almost vomited these supplements in anger. Only a few familiar guards quickly flew to the side of Fengya Menjian, and suddenly asked about a stench. They are really familiar with the Dream Deathlord, and every time the Dream Death adult is hurt, as long as there is this stench on his body, he can recover. Everyone obeys. This is Yum-sama. The guard roared, and the voice spread throughout the audience. Great, Lord Menji is not dead, this time we will win. That's it, I'm going to give it a go. I couldn't let go of my hands and feet just now, and I was too humiliated. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall. Shui dun, a great river of water. Tu dun, great river of earth. Fire, fire extinguished. In the blink of an eye, even more magnificent ninjutsu slammed through the audience. Sure enough, one by one, the shadow doppelgangers were quickly extinguished. However, not to be outdone, the shadow doppelganger also unleashed a large attack ninjutsu around him. So regardless of whether there was a mistake or not, the radius of thousands of meters was directly pushed to the ground. After the gunsmoke, only 20 elite dust servants remained among the 300 Yoshinobi, looking around with flickering eyes. Oops, dead again. Kazeno Menjian felt as uncomfortable as eating. No, he really ate it. Originally, he came to hunt down the Raven heroes, but instead ran out of 2 Konoha ninjas and swept away all his subordinates. The 2 times basically the whole army was destroyed. This time back, it is estimated that Hanzo will take him to feed the fish, right? Lord Menjian, what now? Is that guy dead? The guards beside him asked in a cold sweat. He also felt that things were a little big, and the war friends seemed to be half injured and killed in battle. Search, look at the corpses nearby, see people when you live, see corpses when you die. Kazeno Yum's face was as black as ink. By the way, what about that hateful Konoha female ninja? No, I didn't see it. Maybe the first wave was cleaned up? The guard responded. At this moment, 2 familiar figures slowly walked out from the distant woods. It was Makoto Uchiha and Tsunade. Look, I'll just say it's enough to put some shadow doppelgangers to play with them. The rain is really terrifying, and half of his comrades fall into the hands of their own people. It's really a soldier, a nest of bears, and their captain, at first glance, looks unintelligent. Don't underestimate the captain. I obviously ate a heavenly guard just now, and now it can be intact. It is estimated that he is also a person with some strength, otherwise he would not be the captain. The 2 walked over as they talked. Bastard, I'm going to slaughter you. Kazeno Dream was furious, and once again wanted to rush forward regardless of it. Withdraw, my lord. The 2 of them are obviously not something we can deal with. The guards around him quickly stopped him. If you want to evacuate, I am not afraid of anyone. He has the ability to be called an immortal body. After speaking, Fengya Menjian suddenly stuffed a large handful of cow dung in his mouth. As long as he was injured, he would swallow it immediately, and he could recover his injury immediately. I'll go. Even after seeing the captain's perversion, everyone still couldn't stand it. There were about 20 Yoshinobu left beside him, and he suddenly felt sick to his stomach, and quickly left Meng Yan's side, with an expression that I didn't know this person. What is this? Can't beat us, but are you ready to disgust us? Uchiha Makoto frowned tightly, and a feeling of nausea surged up, and the other party's disgusting strategy had indeed been achieved. The last time this guy was in a swamp was hiding in cow dung. It's disgusting, get rid of him. Although Tsunade had already seen the madness of this person, he still couldn't accept how there could be such a perverted person in this world. Tudun, the art of petrification. Tudun, the art of hardening. Tudun, rip the soil and turn your palm. Rumble. Kazeno Menjian ignored the shock of the people around him, and added 2 buffs to himself in a row. The body is as strong as a thick layer of rock armor. Finally, he concentrated chakra in the palm of his hand, slammed the ground, and the shattered earth quickly struck towards Makoto Uchiha and the 2. Avatar technique. Instantaneous. Datama spiral pill. Uchiha Makoto did not retreat, relying on the 2 breaks of the avatar technique and the teleportation technique, and instantly came to Kazeno Dream's side. A big jade spiral pill smashed him directly into the ground. So fast. Hurry up and support the captain. The 20 elites around all widened their eyes and showed shock. Without seeing the other party's imprint at all, he directly completed the movements of the 3 techniques. The scene was reversed in the blink of an eye, from offensive to defensive. Your opponent is me. A crisp break came. Keep feet. Caught in the underground Fengya dream, he didn't care about his injuries at all, and his hands quickly froze. Tudun, dive in the soil. The surrounding land immediately turned as soft as liquid, and he fled away like a fish swimming in water. The next moment appeared 10 meters away. Press the ground with 2 palms. Tudun, the iron prison in the blink of an eye. A prison cell mostly made of rock and earth trapped Uchiha Makoto and himself inside. Hee, you don't want to run away this time, Kazeno Menjian said with a sinister smile. The body strengthened through petrification, hardening, etc., was still beaten by the great jade spiral pill to the point of blurring flesh and blood. It's just that at this time, the injuries on the body are visibly healed quickly. Your ability is a bit interesting, but do you really think it's immortal? You're the one who needs to escape. Uchiha Makoto sneered, and a large wave of shuriken shot over. Tudun, return of the earth and land. Kazeno Dream plunged his hands directly into the ground and pulled out a large rock to resist. Another defensive ninjutsu. Ding ding. The rock wall on the front was immediately filled with shurikens. Unfortunately, Makoto Uchiha's shuriken throwing technique overwhelms the ninja world. But seeing the shuriken in the back row, the last came first, and completed 3 turns in the air in the blink of an eye. Walking around behind the dream, the next moment, tuck, beat it into a hornet's nest. Oh, the hard petrified skin of the 2 layers of buff carried this wave of damage, but the pain really remained. Especially as shuriken 1000 kills after the ass directly pierced out the tears of the dream. Oh hoo, you bastard, I won't spare you. Fengya Menjian had tears in the corners of his eyes, and said angrily in a twisted tone, Tudun, Tuliing Dango. Chakra instantly sparked on his hands, and his strength skyrocketed. Then he threw a huge rock full of shurikens in his hand at Makoto Uchiha. At the same time, the free hands are quickly sealed. Noon. Shui Duan, the art of water turtle bullets. The wind and wilderness dream of the dual attributes of water and soil used the water used in the swamp. Uchiha stood proudly, without a trace of panic about danger coming in his eyes, and a dazzling white light lit up in his hand. The next moment, the fierce wind pressure roared in the hand, and the rapid cutting sound brought a hiss that made people's hair stand on end. Wind escape, spiral shuriken. Airplanes. With incomparable might, he rushed towards the large rocks and water macro bombs that rushed towards him. Only one face was beaten into powder, and then the momentum was unabated, and half of Feng Yameng's body was burst. Rumble. Fiercely broke through the iron prison that surrounded the 2. It shot outside before it roared. Blink shredded 5 elite shinobi who fought against Tsunade. Instant silence. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Does this still need to be beaten? The remaining 10 or so elites changed their faces in unison. 20 people surrounded and killed Tsunade together, 5 were counter-killed, and now 5 more have been killed. The captain inside has been singled out, Makoto Uchiha, and now his life and death are uncertain. Withdraw. The remaining 10 elites, after thinking for a moment, revenants appeared, and staying here was completely an act of sending them to death. No longer caring about the safety of the captain, he stomped on the ground with both feet, ready to scatter as birds and beasts. Suddenly, the ground under these rain ninjas' feet fluctuated like a stream of water, and one by one, the rain ninja who wanted to escape, their feet were deeply stuck in the mud, and they couldn't advance or retreat. Ninja should be in your job. What future is there? It is better to stay and be my nourishment. A non-human-like voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then one by one, the rock and soil turned into big hands, pulling 10 rain ninja into the mud and burying them. and Tsunade, who was on the edge of the quagmire, burst back and landed beside Makoto Uchiha. "What is this guy?" Tsunade asked with a frown. "I don't know, it should be the captain. I guess this is the origin of his ability, an otherworldly creature like your psychic beast." Uchiha Makoto looked at the dream of Kazeno, who had just been blasted half of his body. At this time, his body was long gone in that place. Rumble. As if the tumbling mire had finally completely digested those rain endures, it condensed together to form a huge rock man more than 3 meters tall. Looking at its appearance, it actually has a bit of a dreamy appearance. Roar. Interesting place, didn't expect so many delicious things. I used to find organic excrement the most delicious with the help of that human shell, but since I tasted a human full of chakra, I found that this is the most delicious thing. According to this guy's memory, you should be called ninjas, right? Exactly, I need a new body, you guys are strong enough. Whoever is willing to lend me his body, I will give you the power of immortality. The giant rockman buzzed with human words, but his lips did not move, and he should have relied on things like chakra to imitate and speak. Pull it down, isn't that Captain Rain Ninja dead yet? Uchiha Makoto responded with disdain. He is not dead, his current memories and powers have been absorbed by me. Look at my face, isn't it like him? Do you want to join us and give you eternal life? The rockman slowly seduced. To be honest, it's a little afraid of that little ghost's trick. It's terrifying, although you can't kill it, but the feeling of pain is not good. Oh? Then let me see if you can truly immortality. Makoto Uchiha suddenly became a little interested in this rockman, now prepared to test ninjutsu on him, the art of multiple shadow avatars. Lei Duan Chidori. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 shadow doppelgangers separated, and immediately surrounded the rockman. Subsequently, the 3 shadow doppelgangers who inspired Chidori penetrated into the body of the rockman without saying a word. Roar! You're looking for death. The rockman directly waved his arm, rotated 360 degrees, and immediately swept away the 3 shadow doppelgangers. It's a pity not waiting for it to breathe. Thunder, 1,000 birds sharp gun. The 4 thunder lasers immediately divided the rockman into several pieces. It's just that the quagmire on the ground tumbled again, and the rockman rose up intact again. After a loud roar, a huge earth tornado quickly burst out of the mud. Once again, he swept away the 7 shadow doppelgangers who could not dodge. Interesting. Makoto Uchiha's eyes flickered. Try to get rid of its quagmire. Tsunade suggested with a frown. Good. Fire dragon bomb. Feng Dun, big breakthrough. Huge flames burned the entire quagmire, including the rock people. The mire instantly dried up and cracked. Tsunade then made up a keep's foot and kicked it all out. It's useless, in this world, just immortal. Booming, the scattered rocks gathered together again. The rocky surface around it shimmers. Secret technique, dance of the rock forest. The dense rock pillar with it as the center rose from the ground, pierced and spread in all directions. Tsunade retreated rapidly, but unfortunately still couldn't keep up with the speed of the rock pillar spreading. A figure with dazzling thunderlight tore through the spreading rock forest, turned around and hugged Tsunade and disappeared in place. Instantaneous technique. The next moment, the place where the two were just now was torn apart by dense rock pillars. Haha, look where you guys are running away, obediently become my container, the rockman laughed heartily. The dense rock forest is still spreading outward, and in the blink of an eye it has covered a radius of 100 meters. Suddenly, a figure with a terrifying coercive wind-escape spiral shuriken descended from the sky. In the distance, Makoto Uchiha held Tsunade and teleported with the teleportation technique, and even ran with jumping and drifting. Kanken ran out of the range of the forest of rock thorns. The brakes were improper, and Tsunade's big breasts were stunned and slid on the grass for a while. Well, it is possible that he did it on purpose. Get up, you're going too far. Tsunade said with black lines on his face. This little bastard is getting more and more excessive. Oh, I'm sorry, it's good to be safe, it's good to be safe. It was too dangerous just now, but fortunately I was fast and desperately trying to save you. Makoto Uchiha looked at the pretty face covered with dark clouds at hand, and quickly apologized. Then aren't you up soon? I see you're clearly grabbing a cushion, right? Sorry to let the girl fall to the floor. Tsunade rolled his eyes, not to mention that Makoto Uchiha was almost sitting on Tsunade at this time. The one who plowed the ground as a brake just now was Tsunade, so pitiful. Ha, accident. I just want to keep you as far away as possible from the thorns, and if you can't escape, I'll be the one who gets hurt first. Makoto Uchiha said ambiguous words, and Tsunade was not easy to refute, because if he hadn't run out, it was indeed him who had been injured first. At this time, Makoto Uchiha stood up as soon as he supported his hands. Suddenly, his hands sank in. So soft. The two of them glanced at Makoto Uchiha's claw point together. I'm sorry, get used to grabbing forward rumble. A scream sounded, and a figure who was half seated up was beaten out more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Tsunade was aware of Uchiha's monster-like physique, so he ignored his deliberate screams. He got up and patted his body, and walked towards the place where the undead Rockman was just now. At this time, because the Rockman was beaten into powder by Makoto Uchiha's last shadow doppelganger. Therefore, the large area of rock forest that suddenly rose has also disappeared and turned into a cloud of dust. Coming to the center, the surrounding ground turned into dust and dust closed again. It's just that the speed is much slower than before, and the speed of recovery as soon as it is burst is much slower. But it did form a half figure again. How is this possible? Is this Rockman really an immortal body, bursting it several times, and this time it was beaten into powder by Makoto Uchiha, and it can even be resurrected? Tsunade's face was full of shock, which was beyond her comprehension. First time encountering such a weird creature. No, maybe not a living thing. After all, this house does not seem to be a product of this world, but something like a psychic beast or an evil god, coming from a distant unknown otherworld. However, it has always been ninjas who rule this world. Even if something is powerful, there is a way to clean it up. Sure enough, after a while, the Rockman stood in front of Tsunade intact again. It's just that the height at this time is only 1 meter 2, compared to the huge body that just appeared 3 meters tall. At this time, the Rockman turned out to be a little small and cute. Standing in front of Tsunade, who was 1 meter 6, you need to tilt your head. The little Rockman saw Tsunade, the guy who kicked it once, at first glance, and was about to say 2 more cruel words, but suddenly found that something was wrong. What's going on? How did you become so huge? Tsunade originally wanted to take a look at it again, but suddenly felt that this creature was very precious and should have great research value. So he said nonsense with a serious expression. That's right, don't think that you can get bigger, we can too, this is our essence. Sure enough, the near zoo is red and the ink is black, and this ability to open his eyes and say nonsense is estimated to be learned by Uchiha Makoto. Scare! Nanny, did I come to the land of giants? No wonder I haven't been able to beat you. The little Rockman was stupidly startled, and then his short body looked around. Finding that everything has become bigger, the most intuitive is the nearby woods. Bastard, you're lying to me, it's obvious that I'm getting smaller. The little Rockman immediately sensed that something was wrong. Oh? I thought you didn't know you were going to get smaller, and it seems that you were just like that, far worse than the tailed beast. I just don't know if you became smaller because you put a big move, or if you were beaten like this by us. Let me try again, Tsunade said with a threatening face. Mix, rumble. The little Rockman just wanted to punch this human to death, but the next moment he was blasted again. After another quarter of an hour, he was able to recover, and his height was only 1 meter at this time. I rumble. Don't rumble. Sand and gravel splashed, smoke billowed out. In front of Tsunade was a large semicircular pit that was still several meters away. Good, miserable. In the distance, Makoto Uchiha shivered, faintly feeling Tsunade's cold gaze looking at him, obviously angry with himself. But there is no reason to beat himself again. I had to find someone to resist and vent my anger fiercely. Sure enough, what to mess with, don't provoke women. This time it took longer for the little rock to recover. After recovering, he immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Great, my lord, don't fight, the little one serves. If we continue to fight, we will leave this interesting, delicious, and rich world. It seems that humans begging for mercy is like this, right?" The little Rockman struggled to scrape the container in his mind, the memory of the wind and wild. Good, what's your name? Where did it come from? How did it come about? Tsunade frowned. This thing is really an immortal body. After fighting for so long, except for getting a few points smaller, it seems that there is really no other big problem? Small called Tanba. Coming from a world full of rock and soil, I don't know what it's called. We are not fun there, we eat soil every day, whoever eats more, who is large, who is strong. It took me 100 years for you humans to eat a meter. Then one day I fell into a deep pit while eating soil and came to the ninja world. At this time, the small Rockman who was only 80 centimeters said carefully, "This ninja world is so good that it can easily and quickly make him grow in size and strength. The premise is that there needs to be something called chakra. You can grow by eating soil, so why do you eat humans? If you don't say anything, I'll blast you as small as an ant to see if you will continue to reside in this world." Tsunade swung another iron fist filled with chakra. Don't fight again. I'm really finished." Xiaoyan quickly waved his hand and said hummingly, "Isn't it the end of returning to the other world, where there are big rock people who are heaven and earth, and they are ants in front of them, and the world of rock and soil, where is this world fun? I also recently discovered that eating powerful humans, that is, ninjas with chakra, I can quickly soar in size and increase strength, and it's useless to eat ordinary humans. But the chakra that you eat is stored in the stomach, and it will scatter some with each death, so it will become smaller and smaller." Stored chakra? Tsunade's eyes lit up. Although with her physique, chakra is much more than others. But when she used slugs to heal ninjas throughout the battlefield, the massive amount of chakra she needed was not something she could afford. So Tsunade was always trying to figure out how to get more chakra. Good, you have the value of existence. As long as you embody your values, there will be a day when you will be free, Tsunade said as he took out a sealing scroll. This little rock man has good research value. As long as he obtains the technology of saving chakra, then his strength will be stronger than one notch. This? What is this? Are you going to use sealing? Don't, my lord. I will listen to whatever you say, don't seal me. Xiao Tanba's face was full of fear, but he knew that in the ninja world, his real nemesis was sealing. Suddenly, he couldn't care about anything else, took two stout rock shortlegs, and ran with a boom. Rumble. Keep feet. The torn earth jammed the small Tanba so hard that it could not move, just as it tried to turn into rock and slip away. The return of Tsunade and Makoto Uchiha, as well as the news that he had brought a powerful antidote that could crack the poison of pepperfish, immediately spread throughout the Konoha camp. After Tsunade thoroughly treated the seriously ill patients in the wounded area, a pre-war conference was held the next day. All medical ninjas cooperate with Tsunade to create antidotes in large quantities for half a month until some special herbs are used up. After solving the problem that had been plaguing everyone, on the 16th day of Makoto Uchiha's return, the army set out, aiming directly at the village of Yuyin. Yoshinobu's special traps are all ineffective, and the opponent's guerrilla tactics are also cracked by Makoto Uchiha. As a result, in 10 days, Konoha was like a broken bamboo, frontally connecting 5 towns in the land of broken rain, and once again penetrated 18 miles into the land of rain. Frightened, Hanzo gathered an army in the north to resist the village of Iwane, while once again uniting with the village of Tsunahide to snipe Konoha. For the sake of profit, and Kyozo, who was fooled by Makoto Uchiha last time and caused a heavy loss to Shinobu, he gladly accepted the offer to snipe Konoha. This time, the two villages decided to attack simultaneously from the left and right roads. In a small city that has just been captured by Konoha's army, Makoto Uchiha comfortably soaks in an izakaya. In addition to the normal sale of alcohol, these izakaya vestibules provide meals. There is also a special bathing place in the back hall. Originally, as an occupation at this time, even if the Konoha ninja drank and did not pay the bill, no one dared to say anything. It's just that Makoto Uchiha has never lacked such a thing, and he has also scavenged a lot of things for enemies in the land of rain for so long. Suddenly, as soon as he came in, he threw out a lot of banknotes and directly wrapped the entire izakaya house. At this time, the boss was grateful and quickly brought the best wine and dishes. He also called 2 young maids to serve by his side. At this time, one was carrying the sake and the other was gently pressing Makoto Uchiha on the shoulder. Suddenly, a figure walked in and walked straight behind Makoto Uchiha, who closed his eyes and raised his mind, and his sharp eyes immediately scared the 2 little women away. The 2 bartenders also knew that the person who broke in was a big man in Konoha, and he had a good relationship with this adult. So without saying a word, he quickly retreated. It was Tsunade, and although she scared away the bartender, she didn't say anything, just stepped forward to take the place of massage. However, the force in his hand is getting heavier and heavier. This is very comfortable, as I said earlier, don't be afraid, give me your greatest strength. Makoto Uchiha shook his head and said. There was no reply behind him, although he did not feel the slightest murderous aura, but the atmosphere seemed to be much heavier. Something is wrong. Although your hand is also soft and boneless, but the technique is far behind, the diaphragm responds, has it been changed? Makoto Uchiha immediately opened his eyes. What came into view was a white face, which was gradually covered with a layer of black clouds at this time. Click, Tsunade. With a huge force coming from his shoulder, Makoto Uchiha shouted. Don't, it hurts. Makoto Uchiha quickly and deliberately exclaimed, in fact, there was nothing at all. Tsunade still underestimated Makoto Uchiha's physique. Didn't you tell me to use my maximum strength? Now half the strength is not there. Tsunade sneered. No kidding, you know I'm not talking about you. Makoto Uchiha quickly stood up and said. Tsunade was startled, not expecting him to suddenly stand up. After a quick glance, he quickly turned around and said calmly, quickly clean up, there are important matters to discuss. Everyone else is busy, you are good, rest here. Then he walked out of the room quickly, but a touch of red on the back of his neck fell into Uchiha Makoto's eyes. Shy of what? Yours, I have seen it all, but I haven't seen mine, this time it is considered compensation for you. Makoto Uchiha laughed at Tsunade's back, but seeing Tsunade's fast-walking steps, he stumbled and almost fell. A moment later, Makoto Uchiha, who was dressed, came to the vestibule of the izakaya house. At this time, Tsunade was sitting at a table by the door, drinking angrily. Okay, what's the matter? This has just laid down this town, of course, you have to rest, the combination of work and rest is king, I am not an Iron Man. I made up hundreds of crows around this town, and from time to time hundreds of images came back. Do you think I was really resting there just now? It's tiring to keep an eye on the security of the perimeter all the time, right? Makoto Uchiha sat down beside Tsunade with a grin. He deliberately pretended to be tired. Although he released a lot of ninja eyeliner, he was not as exaggerated as he said. As long as there are no obvious changes, or special people, they are too lazy to tune out those, just like the pictures of film and television. Okay. Forgive you, don't be too tired. Pay attention to rest. Tsunade didn't look like a fake, mainly because he had been with him for so long. Although this person is often out of tune, he is never sloppy in business, and it is indeed very reassuring to be around him. I was supposed to have a good rest, but I was interrupted by you. My shoulder hurts now, you can watch it. Makoto Uchiha closed his eyes and half leaned back in his chair like a scoundrel. Rest and rest well, run to the izakaya for something, don't forget that you are still small. Tsunade remembered the picture just now, and a wave of anger surged up again, not learning well at a young age. Then looking at Makoto Uchiha, who seemed tired, he suddenly softened his heart and reluctantly put down the wine bottle. Stand behind Makoto Uchiha and gently help him press the tai/yang/acupoint, rubbing his shoulders. Open your eyes and say nonsense, where I am young, you have never treated me as a child. The forehead and shoulders suddenly felt a crispy and numb comfortable feeling, and suddenly, Uchiha Makoto stopped talking. I just felt a little dry mouth, and when I opened my eyes, I found a bottle of wine on the table. Immediately without saying a word, he took it and poured a few mouthfuls fiercely. Tsunade watched Makoto Uchiha drink from his own bottle, and looked at the mouth of the bottle he had drunk just now, and his face turned slightly red in an instant. Sure enough, I couldn't treat him like a child. By the way, what are you looking for me for? You can find me anywhere. Makoto Uchiha half squinted and leaned comfortably in his chair. From the bottom up, I wanted to quietly look at Tsunade's pretty face, but unfortunately I couldn't see it, and it was blocked by the two highest peaks of the ninja world. If you don't say, I almost forgot, you are the most capable of disrupting other people's train of thought. You still can't find it? Look at the shop's customers and see where you are. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Every time a city is captured, Makoto Uchiha will go out to relax a wave and take over the entire store. By the way, at the back, as long as there are no guests, the Konoha ninja will know who is there, and they will not come close. Makoto-kun, I want to invite you to snipe Hanzo with me, as well as Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and others. Uchiha opened his eyes sincerely, and the three-hooked jade chakra eye slowly rotated. The spies ahead have already discovered Yuyin, and the army of Shaian has attacked in 2 ways without disguiseling. The time for a decisive battle is coming. This time on the side of Tsunahide by Mito Minion, Sarutobi Daisuke, and they led 2,000 men and horses to interfere with their steps. And our task is to take 6,000 main forces and snipe Yoshinobu head-on. I took the initiative to ask for battle. After all, it was Konoha founded by my grandfather. I don't want to see Konoha lose a lot again. Konoha is surrounded by enemies, and I can't suffer such losses anymore. So, this time, I invite you to join me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to fight Hanzo with the pepperfish. Okay. The force in Tsunade's hand became softer, and if there was nothing, the sound that seemed to dissipate at any moment clearly reached Uchiha Makoto's ears. Feeling the gentleness in Tsunade's tone, Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but open his chakra eyes and found that he didn't have illusions. However, the entire izakaya was put down by illusion, and this information is also important. It is estimated that before Tsunade said this, all the staff in the izakaya were put down by her. SHHH, so gentle, this doesn't look like you. Makoto Uchiha blinked. Call. Tsunade suppressed the urge to hit someone. He continued to say gently, after all, this time we are facing the demigod mountain pepperfish Hanzo, which is very dangerous. Although it has a powerful antidote, only you can block its superb swordsmanship. The 3 of us are the main attack, you are on the side, the danger is slightly lower. Having spent so much time together in the land of rain, Tsunade was well aware of Makoto Uchiha's strength and had long treated him as a peer. Ding! In the face of Tsunade's invitation, please select A. Refusal. Only soy sauce is played in the main troops. Reward A-level Thunder Escape Shadow Doppelganger Art. B. Rejection. Make an excuse to go to Mito Minion to make soy sauce. Reward Suchanika Fish Technique. C. Accept. Fight on the front line and face the demigod mountain pepperfish Hanzo. Reward Lei Dun Kirin. Optimized, you can use a large number of chakras to directly summon Lei Dun Kirin directly. In the past half a year in the land of rain, the 3 shinobi have made great progress. The powerful potential was thoroughly unleashed by high-intensity warfare. This time the confrontation is estimated to be when Hanzo was evaluated by Hanzo as Konoha Sanshin. As a traverser, it is undoubtedly exciting to be able to witness history. But if you can intervene, it is undoubtedly even more difficult to refuse. So even if there is no invitation from Tsunade and no systematic reward, Makoto Uchiha will go. However, now it is Suzuki's strongest thunder ninjutsu that is rewarded in the future, the unicorn. Then it should go even more. The advantages of this technique are obvious. It has a wide range, extremely high attack power, consumes less chakra, only using nature's thunder, and is almost impossible to dodge. But the weakness is that it needs the cooperation of natural celestial phenomena, and if there is no matching celestial phenomenon, it needs to be artificially created. And you must use the writing wheel to see the speed and flow direction of lightning. Now it is optimized to use directly with only a large number of chakras. Makoto Uchiha is not a lot of ninjutsu, but chakra is very much. Good. But first of all, if you are in danger, I will shoot, and I can't manage the other two. Makoto Uchiha slowly closed his eyes again and comfortably enjoyed the Tsunade massage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-Class Ninjutsu Thunder Dun Kailan. Suddenly, a Ninjutsu Thunder Kailan casting method was clearly imprinted in Uchiha Makoto's mind, and he immediately mastered it. Thank you. Tsunade thought that Uchiha Makoto agreed for her, and immediately said with emotion, I'll be careful. As a gift in return, even if I die, I will not put your life in danger. The tone is sonorous and powerful, and the face is full of seriousness. Don't talk nonsense, be careful, and make a statement. And your return gift is equal to nothing. Even if the three of you have something, I will definitely not have an accident. Makoto Uchiha shook his head. Suddenly, the shaking head was gently fixed by Tsunade's hands, and a wet heat rippled between his lips. For a long time, separated. So, is it enough? Tsunade said softly, with a hint of shame in his tone for the first time. One neck is enough? It's that simple. Makoto Uchiha, who was half lying in his chair, opened his eyes again, and the whole person quickly stood up. His left hand quickly picked up Tsunade's legs, picked her up entirely, and walked towards the bathhouse just now. Hey, what are you doing? Let me down, I'm going to go out in the afternoon. Tsunade quickly struggled to get down. This was the first time he was held like this? How do you feel that the strength in your body is gradually disappearing? What for? I was just relaxing in a good bath, but you interrupted me, and now the waiters are all put down by you. So, be a waiter. Uchiha said angrily. Let me be a waiter for you. You want to be beautiful, I just don't. Before Tsunade finished speaking, he was smacked by Uchiha Makoto and blocked her words. Suddenly, Tsunade's hands rained down on Makoto Uchiha, but unfortunately, in front of that superhuman-like physique, it seemed weak and powerless, and he couldn't stop his actions at all. Gradually, the strength became weaker and weaker, and the sound of vigorous breathing sounded. Crash! Makoto Uchiha walked into the bathhouse, and as the door closed, the sound of splashes from violent objects falling into the water sounded. Okay, help me wash up. Hurry up, aren't you going to go out in the afternoon? Hurry. Oh, comfortable, wash underneath too. No, it shouldn't. You're a waiter, why shouldn't you? The waiter still has to do this? Then you also have to say, by the way, don't use your hands, use your mouth. Oh, well, wrong. It's an illusion, bang. After a moment, Tsunade finally regained his senses. Unknowingly fell into Makoto Uchiha's illusion. It's so despicable. Chakra instantly evaporated the water stains on his body, and the two fought again as before. Boom! The entire izakaya was directly beaten into ruins. Fortunately, Makoto Uchiha took the lead in using the shadow avatar and sent the staff who were in a coma at the izakaya out. It is really irrational for a woman to get angry. In the distance, the patrolling Konoha ninjas, seeing the two sides of the war, shook their heads one after another. In the afternoon, the main force of Konoha set out from the small town, led by Koharu and Konoha Sanshin and others. Tsunade was brushing his teeth hard as he walked. Even though I have brushed it more than 10 times, I still feel a different taste. Tsunade, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Jiraiya next to him asked with concern. Get out of here, bang! Tsunade, who was already full of anger, was directly exploded when asked, and blasted out the poor Jiraiya with a punch. Gee, this fool, when will you be smarter? This Tsunade was obviously in a bad mood, and even went up to touch the mold and became a punching bag. The big snake pill who was a little further away shook his head secretly, not squinting, and continued to walk in the front as if nothing had happened. It is said that it is because of that little Uchiha who just fought with Tsunade again in the small town. In order to prevent the two sides from fighting again in the marching procession, Makoto Uchiha had been arranged to follow the end of the team at this time. At this moment, a large flock of birds in the distant woods was disturbed. It was as if there were countless beasts rushing through the forest. Here, a lot of rain endure. A sentient ninja of the Hyaga clan beside him is opening his eyes, spying on the enemy situation ahead. All on alert, ready to fight. Koharu waved his right hand to give orders to the Konoha Legion, then turned to Tsunade and said, Don't go up, save your strength first, and pay close attention to the whereabouts of Hanzo the pepperfish. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya nodded, and then scanned the surroundings sharply. Their main mission is to deal with Hanzo and prevent him from inflicting a large number of casualties on the Konoha Legion alone. Boom! Countless figures of rain ninja rushed out from the woods, and the Konoha Legion stepped forward without fear. In an instant, the edge of the woods was scorched earth. All kinds of ninjutsu are blooming all the time, and the fireworks of choosing people are eaten up. Half an hour later, Yoshinobu gradually lost his way, leaving corpses all over the ground and began to retreating deep into the woods. Chase! After thinking for a moment, Kohara beckoned the group to chase them in. Master Koharu, prevent fraud, don't go deep into the forest easily. Orochimaru reminded with a frown. I know, but I already have a strong antidote, so I'm not afraid of their poisonous traps. There are no big rivers around that allow them to carry out water attacks. It is rare to have the opportunity to hit them hard, and we cannot let it go. However, what you said also makes sense, we chase halfway through, and withdraw after a moment of harvesting, Xiaochun said without looking back, and followed the guards beside him into the dense forest. Mito Minion was defeated by Hanzo with a plan in front of him, and he urgently needs a victory to make up for his mistake. As for the nearby terrain, she had sent someone to explore in advance, and there was simply no large terrain to borrow. Looking at the figure of Xiaochun who turned to sleep, the big snake pill still couldn't rest assured, and his hands were sealed at the moment. Ninfa the art of searching the forest. Countless small snakes were summoned by it. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the woods, and a moment later, Orochimaru shook his head at Tsunade. There really is no ambush. Then continue to pursue. Yoshinobu has always been tricky, but it is estimated that this time's targeted antidote really caught them off guard. Tsunade nodded, followed Orochimaru and the others, and also chased towards Yoshinobu. The poisonous springs, poison arrays, and highly toxic traps destroyed along the way show the helplessness of Yoshinobu. Makoto Uchiha, who was walking at the back of Konoha's main force, led everyone from the family to the edge of the woods. After glancing at the woods, he stopped the people behind him. Rest where you are, Makoto Uchiha said loudly. Even if it didn't seem dangerous, he wouldn't easily rush in directly with everyone in the family. Everyone in front of you is in, we don't go in, right? Clan Elder Uchiha Digi said. So many people have entered, a few more of us, a few fewer of us is not much difference, and the pepperfish Hanzo has disappeared until now, and the probability here is still a trap, but the bait is relatively large. Let's go around the woods later and explore the rocky hills nearby. If Elder Kohara blamed him, he said that we chased the enemy and chased him in, Uchiha said with a smile. Then he used psychic magic to summon a ninja in the sky and flew into the dense forest and the rocky hills next to it. As for the promise of Tsunade to snipe Hanzo, wait until they really run into each other and fight for a while. After resting for a while, Makoto Uchiha led everyone towards the rocky hills while checking the picture passed back by the ninja. At this time, sporadic roars of battle were heard from time to time in the dense forest. At this moment, some traps seemed to be triggered at the edge of the forest, and a series of roaring sounds exploded. In an instant, a fire ignited and burned towards the interior of the dense forest. Sure enough, Lord Makoto is right, there are traps. Good thing we didn't go in just now. Otherwise, it's troublesome now. Uchiha Suzune and the rest of the family turned to look at the fire rising in the forest, and said happily, it's just a little troublesome, there are so many ninjas inside, relying on the fire of this small dense forest, it can't give the Konoha army a heavy blow. There should be a backhand. Makoto Uchiha shook his head and said. Sure enough, it seemed to verify Makoto Uchiha's words. In the center of the dense forest, a huge sound of water suddenly erupted. This is obviously the water escape ninjutsu used collectively by Konoha ninjas, such as bursting water rushing waves, water-flowing rivers, and great waterfall techniques. In an instant, the fire that quickly rolled up in the dense forest was wiped out by half. The whole dense forest was a mess, with smoke and dust, water vapor, and fog. Bang! In the rocky hills closest to the dense forest, a large area of earth and rocks flew around, and a huge hole appeared in front of the eyes of Uchiha and the others. Then a large number of range shinobi rushed out, rushing into the dense forest non-stop, and the peak of the army pointed directly at the main force of Konoha. Kill! The heaven-shaking shouts of killing rose into the sky. Water escape, the art of mist concealment. A larger amount of mist was summoned by Yoshinobu, with the smoke and water vapor after the dense forest at this time, so that these mist has strong adsorption and condensation in a short time. It cannot be easily blown away. Ha, since that flooding of the 7th army, the ninja world has said that we are tricky. This time, we will defeat the army of Konoha with dignity. Let you really see what a ninja demigod is. The sound that spread through chakra spread throughout the dense forest. A huge pepperfish slipped out of the rocky hills, and Hanzo stood majestically on it. Yoshinobu, who was used as bait in front, heard this voice, and they were overjoyed, and according to the plan, they directly turned around and killed back. The army of Konoha, which was originally a hunter, became like a prey that fell into a trap in the blink of an eye, and suffered from enemies on its back. It's shameless, he actually said that this is dignified. Uchiha Suzune, who was standing behind Makoto, said unevenly, his voice as crisp and moving as a wind chime, so he kept wearing a breathing mask over his face. Makoto Uchiha quipped, his gaze crossing the distance and falling on Hanzo's body. A large area of mist shrouded the entire dense forest, and shouts of killing sounded into a circle. At this time, Koharu and Yuji Senju were rushing to command the breakout battle. Beside him is the Sanshin of Konoha. The crowd did not panic at the ambush, but hung a faint smile. The main purpose of this time is mainly to deal with Hanzo, and I have been prepared for an ambush that may be encountered. But seeing the periphery of Konoha's main force, thick earthen walls rose up one after another, and every 10 people were in a small team, implicated in each other. Defend against possible assassinations in the hidden art of Rain Ninja. With the fire attack formed by burning the forest, and the large amount of water vapor, smoke and fog caused by Konoha water to extinguish the fire. At this time, Yoshinobu's large-scale fog concealment technique had already formed a foggy weather like a celestial phenomenon, as if a natural fog array covered the entire forest. Ordinary winds cannot be blown away, and these highly condensed fogs that carry a lot of smoke and dust. At this time, all the main forces of the Rain Ninja had already appeared, so Hanzo should also be present. Sure enough, a ninja crow fell from the sky and landed on Tsunade's shoulder, and after brushing the feathers, he tilted his head and stared at Tsunade tightly, and the eyes of the three-hooked jade chakra actually lit up in his pupils. A picture was passed over. It is the picture of Hanzo appearing in the hilly area. Hanzo has appeared. Tsunade turned his head and said cautiously to the people around him, "Okay, I'll leave it to the old man here. Success or failure is up to you." Koharu responded, "No problem, Psychic." Orochimaru's right hand slammed into the ground. A huge smoke rose up, and suddenly a huge purple-black snake like a small mountain appeared majestically. It is the murderous snake. Go! As soon as the words fell, the huge snake kiss swallowed Konoha Sanshin and the elite troops prepared, and then immediately burrowed into the ground, and disappeared without a trace in a moment. Interesting, there are some trash fish that have slipped through the nets outside. Hanzo stared at the periphery of the forest, and Makoto Uchiha and the others who did not enter the mist array. "Kawamoto, you lead 1,000 troops and eat that team for me." Hanzo beckoned his subordinates, and there were less than 500 people on Makoto Uchiha's side. Dispatching twice as many troops from his side should be able to eat these people steadily. "Yes, my lord." An elite shinobu behind him stepped forward at the order, and immediately led 1,000 people and horses towards Uchiha Makoto and the others. "Makoto-sama, they found us, there were a lot of them, whether to retreat or not." "Faithful guard," Uchiha Yuto reminded. "If you don't retreat, you don't advance, just pull them to fight in this area." Makoto Uchiha shook his head. "This location is not close or far, just right." The position of Hanzo has already been passed on to Tsunade and the others. It is estimated that there will be a fight soon. He must ensure that the pepperfish is half hidden in his line of sight in order to even support. Of course, you can't get too close, otherwise the other side will continue to divide more troops over, and they will be fine. But the hundreds of Uchiha clans behind him are about to suffer. Now the opposite side misjudged his own strength, only 1,000 people came, just right. All of them, divided into 3 columns lined up, ready to meet the enemy. The first column uses fire, the second column uses the wind escape, the third column uses water escape. Makoto Uchiha waved his right hand, and the voice clearly reached the ears of the hundreds of people behind him. Yes, the voices of the people behind him responded neatly. Wait until Yoshinobu 1,000 centaurs leap to the estimated range like a swarm. First column put. Makoto Uchiha lowered his right hand fiercely, and his voice resounded like a flood bell. Fire, flame bomb. Grade C, fire, the art of the magnificent fireball. Fire escape, the art of phoenix fire. One by one, the fire accumulated, forming a red torrent and rushing towards Yoshinobu. But, too far away, just like Uchiha's signature fireball, even under the mutual boost of other fires, it is still only a little more distance. It's still far from reaching the rain tolerance. Haha, what are they fighting? This is burning the floor to prevent us from stepping on it, right? The other party's conductor Sheila Z, right? Seeing that the other party seems to be a young man in command, it is estimated that it is the first time to go to the battlefield, so I am frightened. Yoshinobu laughed heartily one by one, extremely mocking. There is this kind of command on the other side, there are still many of us, and the battle here can basically be won. Suddenly, one by one, the vigilant hearts gradually relaxed. At this moment, the young and loud voice on the opposite side sounded again. The second column put. Feng Dun, big breakthrough. Grade C, windswept, windswept. Wind, wind. A hurricane falls from the sky, and after cooperating with fire escape and firewalk, it forms wind and fire cooperative ninjutsu. Theatrical version of Naruto's death. Suddenly, a huge hurricane swept up the ground, pulling a red torrent in front of it towards Urin. The wind fuels the fire is powerful. The flames in the sky were carried up by the fierce wind, forming a sea of fire with full bombardment. Nani! Resist! Water escape, earth escape. Let me go! Kawamoto, the commander of Yoshinobu's unit, shouted loudly. After overturning and burning the first batch of rain shinobi, finally, one after another, the earth walls and water arrays rose up, fiercely blocking the bombardment of the sea of fire. Boom! Third column put. With a click, the hearts of everyone in the Rain Ninja beat wildly, and the object of the mockery just now shouted the words of urging again. Water escape, water rush. Grade C, water escape, bursting water rush. Class B, Shwideo, a big river of water. The real torrent shot out and smashed together with the wall of fire and earth. Suddenly, the hot water vapor rushed up. Not enough. Go on. The first column is on fire. The second column is windy. Third column standby. Suddenly, the huge wind and fire continued to rush away, completely banging the weakened torrent in front of it into a hot vapor in the sky. Wow! My mom! Help! Help! Most of the rain in front could no longer resist, and they were like steamed fish and shrimp, jumping wildly in that area. Wait until those hot vapors dissipate quickly. Makoto Uchiha swung his right hand forward fiercely, and he broke off, now, all of them. Attack! Suddenly, with the Uchiha people, he fiercely cut into the Rain Ninja troops who were covered in scales and wounds. Everywhere you go, it is like entering a no man's land, and the broken snow on your hand will quickly harvest one sound after another with each swing. When deep into the enemy's rear and there are no teammates around. Thunder, the 40-meter-long knife of the Chidori sharp spear bloomed with endless light, and as soon as it fell together, it swept a rain in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Before approaching the enemy, our side was beaten like this? Yaga! Kawamoto mistook me. Hanzo, who was standing on the giant pepperfish, jumped like thunder. The fish that I thought could be easily eaten turned out to be a snake-swallowing elephant. Counterate their own 1,000 troops. Who is the commander of that small group of troops opposite? Check it for me. Report, my lord. A dark part suddenly appeared beside Hanzo, knelt down on one knee and said in a respectful tone, according to the intelligence gathered, that commander is Kanaha Koshura, Makoto Uchiha. Hanzo stared fiercely into the distance, wielding a 40-meter light blade. As if confirming the statement of the dark part, Uchiha, who had swept away the surrounding enemies, looked back at Hanzo fiercely, and the three-hooked jade chakra eyes in his pupils were slowly rotating. Very good, very good. If you sincerely want to die, then I will fulfill you. When the lower Hanzo patted the giant pepperfish under his feet and wanted to kill it directly. Bang! A violent roar sounded all around. A huge black shadow broke through the ground beside the giant pepperfish, and a steel mallet slammed the giant pepperfish out. Bastard pepperfish, eat your grandpa's beloved mallet. 10,000 snakes said fiercely. It deeply remembers that the last time it was attacked by a pepperfish from the ground, it severely ate the other party's divine dragon swingtail. So he took revenge until now, and finally gave him a way to heal his human body. Tweet! In the earth-shattering scream, the giant pepperfish that was smashed into a dizzy, the huge fish tail slapped the ground fiercely. In an instant, the ground with a radius of 100 meters was lifted like a wave. Hanzo, still standing calmly on the body of the pepperfish, ignored his rampage, but his eyes were as cold as frost. Psychic! After two huge plumes of smoke, the giant toad Wentai and the slugs form a triangle and surround the pepperfish. One after another, Kanaha's elite figures appeared around, far from the scattered Yoshinobu elites. Kanaha Great Snake Pill Ginseng, Kanaha Jiraiya, Kanaha Tsunade Ginseng. At the head, standing on the giant psychic beast, it was the young Sunin. At this time, his voice was loud, and he looked at Hanzo, a half-god of the ninja world, without fear. As if the inheritance of the old and the new alternately, the two sides are clearly distinguished, form a beautiful and apocalyptic picture. It seems that the hard battle in the land of rain for so long has made you grow a lot. More than half a year ago, these three guys were a little cringing in front of themselves. Now he is full of confidence and arrogantly declares war on himself. Hanzo couldn't help but secretly praise the amazing talent of these juniors. It's just a pity that it's not a genius in my Yuin village. Then let me see how much you have grown. Give it to me. With Hanzo's order, the surrounding Rain Ninja elites responded in unison and rushed towards the Kanaha elite on the opposite side. And Hanzo also slapped the huge head of the pepperfish and rushed towards Orochimaru and the others. Tweet! The giant pepperfish, which had long been unable to hold back, suddenly made a huge hissing sound. The huge body half-dived into the dirt and rushed towards the 10,000 snakes. The thick soil along the way is like a stream of water, rippling around the surface of the pepperfish. This makes the giant pepperfish swim with ease, and the speed of travel is getting faster and faster. The body seems to have solidified the art of diving in the soil. The technique of turning the surrounding land into liquid, which can swim in the soil, is used by Oni mackerel. Hiss hiss, the sharp pupils of 10,000 snakes stared at the giant pepperfish, and the blow just now could not reduce its hatred for it in the slightest. Immediately ignored the rebuttal of the big snake pill, did not retreat and advance. Thundered. The huge snake body snaked forward, and the speed rushed up. Bang! The two behemoths were entangled in an instant. Orochimaru and Hanzo relied on chakra to stand firmly on the heads of the two behemoths, letting them shake like a 12th magnitude earthquake. After a while, 10,000 snakes directly wrapped themselves around the body of the giant pepperfish, ready to hang each other. This brought the distance between the two close again. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. The big snake pill who had no choice but to meet in advance cut the snake's head with both feet, and the whole person directly pounced on the opposite pepperfish Hanzo. A snowy sword flew out of his sleeve, cutting Hanzo's head straight at it. Bite. The crosscut tie knife was easily set up by Hanzo, the weird chain poison scythe. Just when Hanzo wanted to laugh at the softness of a large snake pill, several fierce vipers shot from each other's sleeves. Physical skills, chain scythe, second stage strike. A rapid sword light flashed, and the chain scythe that held the great snake pill Taideo actually used the opponent Taideo as the fulcrum, spinning rapidly. Immediately cut the attacking poisonous snake into pieces, and at the same time cut the big snake pill into a cloud of smoke. Avatar technique. The art of chaotic lion hair. Just when Hanzo wanted to pursue Orochimaru, who had revealed his figure 10 meters away, a white pie refining shot over, and in the blink of an eye, Hanzo was wrapped around the pepperfish into a mummy. It was Jiraiya's white hair that had skyrocketed through ninjutsu. Strangle. The huge squeezing force instantly crushed Hanzo into pieces. Tweet. At the same moment, the entangled giant pepperfish once again hissed violently. A large pus-like dark purple poisonous mist spread throughout the body, and then volatilized around. Hissing. Bang. The 10,000 snakes wrapped around its body touched the pus on the surface of the pepperfish, and they were corroded into hideous wounds one after another, and large pieces of scales fell down. It hurt so much that 10,000 snakes directly let go of the pepperfish and rolled all over the ground. Wind escape, big breakthrough. 10 meters away, the big snake pill directly blew up a large area of hurricane to blow away this poisonous mist. It's just that the venom that is scattered all over the ground and has a strong corrosive force really can't be cleaned up. Although a special powerful antidote can stop the spread of poison in the body, it is not immune to this immediate corrosive damage. At this time, Hanzo once again appeared on the head of the giant pepperfish. Obviously, what he had just strangled was just one of his doppelgangers. No, leave the area first. There was no way. The big snake pill had to beckon everyone to go deeper into the hill. On the left is the main force of the rain ninja plus the fog array all over the forest, and it is dangerous to kill it. You can only run to the seemingly safe hilly area on the right. Makoto Uchiha kept an eye on the battle on this side from a distance. At this time, seeing Sanshin and Hanzo rushing all the way into the depths of the rocky hills, he had to leave a few shadow doppelgangers to cooperate with his subordinates to harvest the remaining rain ninja on this small battlefield. The body quietly chased after it. At this time, a huge roar spread far away, and the three small figures were alarmed by the sound of the battle here and ran over. This is Yoshinobu and Konoha's ninja. They can actually drive such a big monster, so strong. Well, it's terrible. I don't know what happened to Makoto-sama. If Makoto-sama meets them, can he win? These three people are Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, who have been separated from Uchiha Makoto for almost a month. Since receiving Makoto-sama's parting letter and allowing them to go out for training, they had already walked through several towns. At this moment, I heard that Konoha's army had already entered the hinterland of the Land of Rain in several cities. Wanting to see how ninjas fight, they sneaked to the front line. Well, as long as you glance at it from afar, never get close, so there should be no danger. Super huge pepperfish. That person seems to be the leader of Yuin village, Pepperfish Hanzo. Yahiko hid behind the mountain and whispered. The distance is so far, and the sound of the battle over there is extremely loud. In fact, you don't need to suppress your voice and will not be discovered by the two sides of the fierce battle. It's just that caution has always been their magic weapon for wandering around and relying on for survival. Who are the three people who fought him? It's so strong. No, I don't know. Xiao Nan shook his head and responded softly. Nagato, on the other hand, was silent, staring dead at the Konoha brace on the heads of the three men. On the other side, there is a more secluded rocky rock wall. Baiju stared at the three of Nagato while watching the battle situation in the distance. Interesting, so interesting. That guy who is known as a demigod in the